This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The first day of building a military academy. Warning! The base station was hit by a storm. The main building was damaged. The air has leaked. Please check the source of the leak immediately. The monotonous mechanical sound kept repeating. Yin Xiaonan frowned and barely supported his body from a simple bed board. At this moment, she felt her whole body was limp, without any strength, and her face felt like it was on fire. She touched her cheek with the back of her hand. Hiss! It was really hot. She must have a fever. Yin Xiaonan made a judgment on her physical condition, but felt it was a little strange, because human physique in the interstellar era rarely showed such symptoms. Since she came to this world, she was often injured and bleeding, but she had never caught a cold or had a fever. Even when performing missions on an extremely cold planet, with a temperature of more than 100 degrees below zero, she adapted well. After all, the mecha has a constant temperature system, and she herself has an A-level physique. But now she actually felt a rare weakness in her body, which she had never felt when she first came here. Yin Xiaonan came to the interstellar space 2 years ago. When she woke up, she found herself in a carrier that looked like an airplane, wearing a heavy exoskeleton armor. Things were too weird. Before she could figure out the situation, the entire aircraft suddenly shook, and a crack opened at the bottom. Then, a strange voice sounded. Although it was a language she had never heard before, she strangely understood it. I know this is your first time airborne. It is normal to be afraid. But remember, courage can conquer everything. An officer who seemed to be the leader made the final pre-war mobilization, then raised his hand and looked at the display on his wrist, and said in a deep voice, "Attention, all classes. Prepare to airborne in 20 seconds. Bridge. The second squad of the third row is ready." Wait, what on earth is this happening? 10, 9. A mechanical voice began to count down. Yin Xiaonan was extremely panicked at the time. As soon as the countdown was over, she quickly fell from the gap in the aircraft like a weight. Ah! What on earth is going on? During the rapid descent, Yin Xiaonan gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. She tried to adjust her falling posture while pressing all the switches at hand, until the parachute finally opened. She breathed a sigh of relief. But her challenge had just begun. As soon as she landed on the ground, she immediately heard a voice urging from the communication channel. Pay attention to the formation. After completing the airborne landing, quickly move towards the target location. That day, she saw the Zerg for the first time. They have limbs as sharp as blades and tentacles that are hard enough to penetrate armor. They are endless, emerging from the pits on the ground, making strange squeaking sounds, and rushing towards every human soldier they target at a rapid speed. Yin Xiaonan survived the battle by chance, and finally figured out what happened. She actually traveled to the body of a poor girl named Natalie from the interstellar era. The human regime in this world is composed of the Empire and the Federation. The two regimes have been fighting for 100 years. But the emergence of the Zerg quickly led to a brief reconciliation between them. The original owner Natalie lived on a poor planet under the rule of the Federation. The Federation is a regime composed of soldiers. In the Federation, soldiers are the highest-ranking profession. Veterans have the right to settle on a first-class planet and enjoy higher citizenship and more generous salaries. People on poor planets see joining the army as an opportunity to change their fate. Like most teenagers on poor planets, little Natalie signed up to join the army with the idea of escaping poverty. In the past, people like Natalie, who had both sea and mental strength and physical fitness, would not have been able to pass the military selection. But in the decades of fighting with the Zerg, the Federation lost a large number of soldiers, and Natalie was able to be recruited into the army. After 2 months of simple training, she was sent to the battlefield and became one of the many cannon fodder. Yin Xiaonan couldn't leave now. If she could choose to quit in the training camp, then she was now a formal soldier who had taken an oath. There was no way she could be a deserter without special reasons. Yin Xiaonan had to grow up on the battlefield. In the end, she fought back all the way. Not only did she improve her qualifications to AA, but she also became the captain of the Federal S-level assault team Silver Eagle. It was quite inspiring. But where was this? Yin Xiaonan quickly ended her memories and looked around vigilantly with a frown. She remembered that she was on a mission before she fell into a coma. But because of a wrong intelligence, she was trapped in the insect nest. If reinforcements arrived and pulled her out of the insect pile, shouldn't she be in the hospital treatment cabin? And her body condition was also very strange. There was no sign of any external injury. But she had a fever. Yin Xiaonan tried to recall what happened. But there was a sharp pain in her dizzy head. She hissed softly, and dared not recall it again. At this time, the alarm sounded again. Warning! The air is leaking. Please check the source of the leak. She barely managed to get up from the bed, and looked out from the small glass window on the wall. The visibility outside the window was very low, and a loud bang like a huge wave washing over a reef came faintly through the thick metal wall. The strong wind blew fiercely from the outer layer of the building, and she could hear the creaking sound of some external facilities outside the building, and the fist-sized hailstones hit the glass wall with the surging wind. With the whistling wind, the entire base station was shaking. Yin Xiaonan was a little worried whether the building could survive the storm. According to her observation, this should be a temporary base station built on a newly discovered planet. So she was now on a planet that had just been discovered and incorporated into the Federation territory. The alarm was still beeping, and she dragged her limp body and laboriously walked into the main control room. After checking the various data in the room, Yin Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. The indicators in the room are relatively stable. At least it can survive this night. However, the source of the leak must be found as soon as possible. She turned on the ultrasonic detector to collect data and check various places in the room where leaks might occur. At this moment, a mechanical sound different from the voice set inside the base station sounded in Yin Xiaonan's mind. Ding! The Military Academy construction system is being activated. Host confirmed. Binding begins. 12%. 35%. 67%. 100%. Binding completed. Welcome to the host to use the Military Academy construction system. This system will assist you in building the strongest military academy in the galaxy. Yin Xiaonan frowned. What is this? She found some strange things in her vision. Just like the game interface, she saw several floating virtual options, namely school information, personal information, store and warehouse. I am the military school construction system, not a toy. A somewhat aggrieved voice sounded in Yin Xiaonan's mind, which scared her. Yin Xiaonan looked alert. Can you read my thoughts? If your voice is strong, I have a 70% chance of sensing it. Yin Xiaonan tried to calm herself down and asked it. Can I unbind you? She didn't want to have such an unknown creature in her head that could detect any of her thoughts. Of course not. Once the system is bound, it cannot be unbound. As if it had sensed Yin Xiaonan's reluctance, the system said in a gentle and persuasive way, Host, as long as you do the task well, it will be beneficial. According to my investigation, your body has been completely broken, and you have at most 2 months to live. If you do the task well, the system can provide energy to help you repair your body, and even help you improve your physical and mental strength. Yin Xiaonan doubted. You said I can only live for another 2 months? How is this possible? She is fine, and she is not suffering from a terminal illness. The only thing she needs to do now is to leave this strange planet as soon as possible and get in touch with other members of the team. But the system affirmed. Yes, with your F-level physique, a little illness can kill you, and your body has been stretched to its limit. According to my calculations, you can only live for 2 months at most without my help. Wait, F-grade? Yin Xiaonan seemed to finally realize something. She suppressed the turmoil in her heart and clicked on the personal information column. The information on it was as follows. Name, Mary Kimplin. Age, 21. Race, human. Mental strength, E grade. Constitution, F grade. Physical condition, extremely weak, needs immediate treatment. Assets, 627D star, a barren star with no development value, 500,000 star coins and some sundries. Reputation, 0. Reputation can be improved by building a military academy. Yin Xiaonan forced herself to calm down, but she really wanted to curse. She got through it again. She now believed what the system said, that she would most likely only live for 2 months. What does F-level physique mean? It means that a small cold that is almost impossible for interstellar people to get will kill her. With her current physique, don't even think about leaving this planet in a short time. Her body simply can't withstand the various turbulence and radiation generated during space travel. But with the existing supplies in this temporary base station, it can only sustain her survival needs for 50 days at most. Yin Xiaonan thought for a while and decided to accept the system task, but the task is to build a military school? Yin Xiaonan frowned. Where to build? Here? The host only has this planet. The military academy can only be located here. Yin Xiaonan was speechless. Building a military academy on a barren planet. Will anyone really come? Host, please confirm the location of the military academy. A virtual map appeared in front of Yin Xiaonan. This is the topographic map of the entire 627D. 627D is not a habitable planet. Its air contains too much ozone and nitrous oxide, and humans must wear oxygen masks to walk on its ground for a long time. In addition, it can be seen from the virtual map that the surface of the entire planet is bare, with a lack of vegetation, and its land is rugged and has complex landforms. If this planet does not have any valuable mineral resources, it is normal for it to be an uninhabited planet. There are many such worthless planets registered in the Federation. They are not worth much. Often after the preliminary exploration, personnel set up temporary base stations for inspection and evaluation. No one will come to such planets rated as the lowest level. Yin Xiaonan directly chose the location of the military academy at the location of the temporary base station. This is a very suitable place to build a house. It is not easy to accumulate water, and there is no risk of landslides. The location of the military academy has been determined, and the protective cover is falling. The protective cover has been placed, and the current protective cover covers an area of 30 hectares. Yin Xiaonan found that the wind and collision sounds that had been ringing outside the house suddenly disappeared. She looked out of the glass window and saw a transparent protective cover firmly placed above the base station. The snowflakes falling from the sky melted into nothingness instantly when they touched the protective cover. Not only that, she also found that the detection data of the base station showed that the temperature in the area covered by the protective shield outside the base station was rising, and the ozone and nitrous oxide content in the air was gradually decreasing. When these values were stable within the range where humans could survive normally without the help of external equipment, she tentatively opened the metal door of the base station and walked out. As expected, she did not feel any discomfort. Congratulations on your successful selection of the school site, and you have obtained 1,000 experience points. You have been upgraded. Yin Xiaonan felt a stream of energy injected into her body, dispelling all the discomfort in her body. Originally, she still needed to lean against the outer wall of the base station to stand. But now the strength has returned to her body, and her head is no longer groggy, as if a clear spring has been injected into her, and her mind has become clearer than ever before. She finally saw some memories of the original owner. Chapter 2. Building a teaching building. It is said that her mother died in an accident when she was 23 weeks pregnant. At that time, little Mei's internal organs were not fully developed. In the end, she survived by relying on the Federal Advanced Incubator, but she only had an F-level physique and an E-level mental strength. What does this mean in the interstellar era? The most ordinary people with the worst qualifications often have a D-level physique and mental strength. Those with an E-level physique are often those who have been seriously injured and damaged their physical foundation. You can imagine how bad the F-level physique is. Mei has not been in good health since she was a child. Her father later married Aurora Teresa, the heir of the famous Teresa family in the Federation, with her as a burden. He didn't like his daughter very much, and Aurora had no obligation to be good to this cheap stepdaughter. Little Mei has always been like a tenant at home. She didn't resent anything. At least her stepmother provided her with good medical care and didn't deduct her food, clothing and daily expenses. In the Federation, the legal age for adulthood is 21. When Mei just came of age, her stepmother gave her a third-class agricultural star and 500,000 star coins and sent her away. Mei did not fight back. She accepted the assets silently and left the place where she had lived for 21 years but could not be called home, and also left the capital star. Her stepmother did not want her to stay here. No matter what, she was still a member of the Teresa family in the eyes of outsiders. And Aurora did not want to cause criticism. Although she was expelled from the capital planet, Mary did not resent her stepmother. Because of her poor health, she has always been a person who is easily satisfied and easygoing. She thinks it is not bad to be a planet owner who eats and waits for death on the agricultural planet. But when she arrived at the place, she found that her planet was not the third-class agricultural planet Kelwa, but an uninhabited desert planet numbered 627D. The accompanying staff looked at her apologetically. "I'm sorry, Miss Mary, Master Gibbon wants to teach you a little lesson." They left Mei at the base station and left. Mei didn't quite understand. She was a quiet person at home and had never provoked anyone. Why did Gibbon want to hurt her like this? From childhood to adulthood, She always knew that Aurora was not her mother. She also secretly envied the things her half-sister had. But she never coveted them. She also kept her distance from Gibbon. Gibbon was the son of Aurora and her ex-husband. Compared with Maylee, who was in a more awkward position. He was much more arbitrary at home. But he was not liked by Aurora. And because he often got into trouble outside, he was always scolded by Aurora. Was it because her stepmother gave her an agricultural planet? But a third-class agricultural planet in a remote galaxy was nothing to the richest man in the Federation, who owned hundreds of planets. Her stepmother used this asset, which was neither too much nor too little, to send her away from home. For a useless person with only E-level mental power and F-level physical fitness, this asset was enough for her to live a relatively comfortable life, if she knew what was good for her. And no matter what, Gibbon is Aurora's biological son. He will definitely get more than a small third-class agricultural star in the future. Even though he got into trouble like that, he was only scolded a few times. His mother still has some expectations for him. Mary has never been scolded. Aurora always keeps a polite distance from her. In the simple base station, Mary fell ill again. She wanted to ask for help, but found that the signal could not be sent out at all. This girl, who always behaved very sensible, finally felt a little resentful. She didn't understand why she couldn't just live her life peacefully. She had always lived so cautiously, and didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. But even so, Gibbon still wanted to deal with her, because he was unhappy with her. He wouldn't understand that. A small lesson for him would cost her life. After reading the memories of this girl named Maylee, Yin Xiaonan felt a little sorry for this girl, who suffered an unexpected disaster. Gibbon? She remembered this name. If she could survive, she would definitely teach this guy a lesson. Please name your military academy. After the location of the military academy was determined, the next step was to name it. Yin Xiaonan didn't want to bother with the name, and directly used the planet number of 627D. Let's call it 627 Military Academy. Named successfully. Main task released. Build a teaching building rewards. 500 experience points. 50 points. A high-precision qualification tester. And a lottery ticket. Yin Xiaonan found a construction button on the interface. When he opened it, he could see a row of various buildings. The teaching building required by the system is ranked first. But now it is gray. There is a line of prompts below. 2 million star coins are needed. Yin Xiaonan seriously doubted whether this system was used to cheat money. Where did she get 2 million? The original owner assets were 500,000 star coins and this planet. If this planet is sold, 2 million star coins can indeed be obtained. But the problem is that there must be a big buyer first. And now she wants to build a military school. And she can't sell this only planet. Yin Xiaonan was overwhelmed. In such a deserted planet, where could she find 2 million star coins to build a military school? Yin Xiaonan tried to negotiate the price with the system. System, is 2 million a bit too expensive? Not expensive at all. According to the average price of the Federation, the teaching building produced by this system can be said to be cheap and good quality. It is absolutely worth the money. The problem is that she doesn't have that much money. This system can provide loan services. The limit is 100 million star coins. You need to pay 1 day of life as interest every day before repayment. Yin Xiaonan was speechless. No loan shark is as ruthless as you. Do you want to lend me money or kill me? She refused as a matter of course. Yin Xiaonan found that she had to check what was wrong with the communication equipment of the base station first. Only by contacting the outside world could she find a better solution. She found the communication array not far from the base station. It had collapsed completely, and most of it was buried in the snow. Yin Xiaonan observed its condition and determined that these things should not have collapsed recently. It should have collapsed in the storm after the temporary base station was evacuated, and no one came to repair it. The planet has been without signal. She didn't know whether the guy named Gibbon knew about this. But no matter what, Maylee died in despair on such an uninhabited planet because she failed to contact the rescuers in time. Because the temperature in the protective cover has risen. The snow is melting little by little. Yin Xiaonan took the cleaning tools stored in the base station and cleaned out all the devices buried in the snow. She rebuilt the communication array and relocated the collapsed receiving antenna. Yin Xiaonan was glad that she knew how to repair the communication array. In order to deal with some unexpected situations, the mecha soldiers would learn various knowledge about survival in the wild, and how to use limited conditions to send signals to the outside world. Repairing communication facilities is obviously a very important lesson. The communication array has been basically built. But Yin Xiaonan found that the most important communication disc was missing. That was the most important thing in the communication array. And she suspected that it was swept away by the storm. Yin Xiaonan was a little crazy. She didn't know how long the communication array had collapsed. The communication disc was likely to have been rolled far away. And the heavy snow covered all traces. She had no choice but to start looking for the communication disc. She secretly prayed that the communication disc was still somewhere inside the protective shield. As for the black-hearted system, Yin Xiaonan simply ignored it. The snow that was originally as high as the calf gradually melted away. The accumulated water was drained outside the protective shield by the drainage system of the protective shield. Yin Xiaonan finally found the lost communication disc. It was buried deep in the snow. Luckily, this thing is waterproof. After placing the communication dish, this planet is no longer an isolated island that cannot contact the outside world. Yin Xiaonan immediately returned to the base station. The original owner naturally brought a light computer and a holographic helmet that can be connected to the star network. The star network is divided into the inner network and the outer network. The outer network transmits information through the light computer screen, while the inner network enters the holographic virtual world through mental power. Yin Xiaonan directly put on the holographic helmet and entered the inner network. After a burst of white light, she appeared on a busy street. Unlike the real world, the landscapes in the virtual world are particularly imaginative and impactful. The buildings on both sides of the road are colorful and shining with ever-changing lights. Yin Xiaonan naturally had no intention of appreciating these views. If he wanted to quickly earn 2 million star coins, the simplest and most brutal way was to bet in the arena. Because fighting in the holographic virtual scene basically does not cause harm to reality. The arena has always been the most popular place on the internet. Here you may meet active duty soldiers who come to stretch their muscles during vacation, or space pirates who log in with fake identities, or imperial people who sneak in. The arena is a mixed bag, and there are all kinds of people. Of course, the most active ones are students from major military academies, who regard the arena as a great place to train and make money. And major military academies will also include arena performance as part of the assessment. In the holographic virtual world, people's physical fitness and mental strength are 1:1 replicas of reality. Yin Xiaonan, with her E-level mental power and F-level physical fitness, naturally could not participate in the competition. In fact, most jobs in the interstellar era would have some restrictions on physical fitness and mental strength. Not only the competition, she could not do many jobs now. This was also the main reason why the original owner accepted her stepmother arrangement to go to the agricultural star. She could not find a job to support herself on the capital star with her low qualifications. There were no restrictions on betting in the arena. No matter what your identity and qualifications are, you can place a bet as long as you have enough capital. Yin Xiaonan did not choose to enter the mecha battlefield, which took longer. She hesitated between the Colosseum and the fighting field, and finally entered the fighting field. The competition in the fighting field is purely a collision between flesh and flesh. Although there are no high-lethal weapons like mecha battles, and no large-scale bombing scenes, this kind of bloody fight with fists and flesh can sometimes stimulate the audience adrenaline. The fighting arena is very popular in several areas of the arena, and almost every arena is full. When a player is beaten and bloody, or even torn to pieces by the opponent, the audience cheers and vents the violent emotions hidden in their hearts. Therefore, all kinds of betting in the fighting arena have always been prosperous. It is not easy for players to win. In the arena, players are prohibited from adjusting the intensity of pain, which means that most of the pain caused by the injuries suffered on the field will be fed back to the players themselves. If players die frequently in a short period of time, it may even cause mental damage. Yin Xiaonan did not rush to place bets, but first observed the basic situation of each player, and finally locked in 2 matches that she was most confident in and had the highest odds. The odds of the arena are all calculated precisely by advanced optical computers. And generally speaking, there are no loopholes. Only a very small number of arena newcomers and players who are reserved about their own strength will be upset. This is not an easy thing. Yin Xiaonan is just trying her luck, because she can't think of any other way to make money quickly. Fortunately, her luck has always been good, and she really found such a player. Chapter 3: Obsessed with Farming. Because her physique and mental strength were both marked as C-level, most people did not think highly of her. Although she won the first match, the strength of the defender she matched was not very strong in the fighting arena. Many people thought that she was lucky to win, but Yin Xiaonan did not think so. Yin Xiaonan found that her fighting moves looked ordinary. They were all basic moves, but every move she made was in textbook standards. Many people know the basic moves, but it is not easy to achieve the precision of every angle of each move like she did. I don't know how much sweat she has put in private. Although her opponent's mental strength has reached a level and her physical fitness has reached B level, her steps are weak and her moves are not methodical. She relies entirely on her own advantages. Yin Xiaonan did not think that this girl who behaved very calmly could not even beat such an opponent. Sure enough, after the game started, although it seemed that the opponent had the upper hand with higher talent, Tao Shan did not retreat at all. She used her arm to block the opponent blow to her face. The excessive force made her take a big step back, but she rushed forward again without frowning, and threw a straight punch with her right hand. With an unstoppable momentum, the opponent raised his hand to resist, but he didn't expect it to be a feint. She half leaned forward and swept her leg, with a swift movement, attacking the opponent's lower body. The opponent was startled, but with his A-level mental power, he sensed the danger in advance and dodged the attack in time. Then Tao Shan seized the opportunity to launch several attacks, but the opponent dodged them all without any danger. Yin Xiaonan heard a stranger comment next to him. This newcomer's skills are actually quite good, but the opponent's mental power is A-level, and she can't hold on for too long. Compared with reality, the fighting on the Star Network requires even higher mental power. For example, Yin Xiaonan can only stay on the Star Network for 40 minutes with E-level mental power before being forced to log off. And a person with A-level mental power will obviously have a stronger endurance than a person with C-level mental power. This is one of the reasons why the odds of betting on Tao Shan to win this match are so high. Tao Shan did not show any anxiety on the field. She seized the opportunity to raise her knee and hit the opponent's lower abdomen hard. The opponent noticed her movement and dodged to the side again. But at this moment, Tao Shan had already grabbed his wrist and threw him over the shoulder in the face of the opponent's astonishment. Tao Shan won the final victory. Why is this happening? The people around him exclaimed. Isn't she only C-level? What can she react faster than an A-level? Of course, she predicted it in advance by analyzing the A-level action habits. Yin Xiaonan said silently in his heart. Her qualifications were also double C. And it must be said that some people with high mental power rely too much on their high mental power. Not every person with high mental power can really play the advantages of high mental power. The first bonus was received. Yin Xiaonan glanced at the other screen again. And the other player she was optimistic about was the anonymous player in this game. This contestant is very mysterious. Not only is she anonymous, she also wears a mask. Her fighting style is not the one Yin Xiaonan is familiar with. Yin Xiaonan guessed that she should have learned another fighting system. Perhaps her real identity is an Imperial? Or a member of a star pirate group? Although he did not know the fighting system she used, Yin Xiaonan could still judge that this anonymous contestant did not show her full strength in the previous fight. So even if the masked woman was going to fight against a famous star player in the arena, Yin Xiaonan still decided to believe in his own judgment and bet that the masked woman would win. The battle was coming to an end. The masked woman had the upper hand throughout the battle. She won easily and clearly had some energy left. While others were still discussing the two unexpected battles, Yin Xiaonan had already logged off with her multiplied star coins. Yin Xiaonan returned to reality. In fact, if she didn't log off, the Star Network would force her to log off. Her E-level mental strength couldn't support her staying in the internet for too long. She clicked the construction button. This time, the teaching building was finally ready for construction. She clicked to confirm the construction. A series of coins falling to the ground sounded. Yin Xiaonan endured the pain of losing 2 million yuan and dragged the model of the teaching building to the appropriate place on the map. A green time bar appeared on it, indicating that it would take another 24 hours to complete the construction. Then Yin Xiaonan saw several construction robots that came out of nowhere and started to work at the location she selected. Obviously, they were building the teaching building. Host, let me remind you that using star coins can speed up the construction. Oh, thank you. I don't need it. I can still wait for 24 hours. Yin Xiaonan coldly rejected the system sales pitch. She was now quite certain that this system was deliberately trying to cheat her out of money. While waiting to build the teaching building, Yin Xiaonan looked through the unlocked buildings in the system, thinking about which building she should build next. Of course, it's the student dormitory. How can we recruit students without a student dormitory? The system actively put forward its own suggestions, which were directly ignored by Yin Xiaonan. Except the 2 million for building the teaching building, Yin Xiaonan still had a balance of 2 million, but she couldn't spend it all at once. The student dormitory can be put aside for the time being. It is still too early for her to enroll students. Yin Xiaonan thought for a while, and decided to unlock the farmland first. The base station only has 50 days of food reserves, although she can now contact the outside world. 627D is a barren planet, and there is no special route to here. If she buys food from the Star Network and has it delivered, the shipping fee will be quite a lot of money. The original owner brought a lot of seeds when she came here. Poor Meili really planned to be a good planet owner on the agricultural planet. Yin Xiaonan found these seeds, which were all seeds of crops that were common in the interstellar era. However, the land on 627D was not suitable for growing any plants. Just look at the large area of bare land on the entire planet. And this is very obvious. When Yin Xiaonan saw the price of 10,000 star coins marked on the farmland, she thought the system had changed. But she found out that 10,000 star coins were only the price of 1 acre of land. She knew that the system would never let her take advantage of it. Yin Xiaonan looked at the empty land marked as farmland in front of her, and looked left and right, but didn't find any difference between this land and the previous one. At this moment, a heavy object fell to the ground. Yin Xiaonan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a set of farm tools, and several bags of fertilizer-like things falling in front of her. So she had to plow the land herself. Right? Yin Xiaonan began to doubt whether it was a good idea to choose farmland. 10,000 star coins for a few farm tools and fertilizers? But the soil of 627D is not suitable for planting at all. Don't worry, host. Those bags are not fertilizers. They are soil improvers produced by the system. Sprinkling them on the soil can effectively transform the soil composition. Even soil like 627D, which lacks bacterial activity and the necessary elements for plant growth, can grow plants with its help. Let's just believe it. Yin Xiaonan searched among the farm tools, and found a hoe that he couldn't tell what it was made of. He felt like complaining again. System, can't you even provide a tiller? The most primitive planets in the Federation don't use this thing. Of course there is a tiller, and it's fully automatic with a sowing function. I give you a discount, and you can have it for only 49,999 star coins. This discount doesn't refer to that 1 star coin. Right? Yin Xiaonan said that the hoe is actually pretty good. She would be crazy to buy a machine that is more expensive than the land. Host, are you really not going to buy it? I also have time sprayers, automatic harvesters, intelligent planting robots, and other various machines. Whatever you want, I have it here. The system is still trying to sell. No, poor students have a lot of stationery. It's not like they don't have tools. Yin Xiaonan said stubbornly. With her current F-class physique, it was still difficult to plow the land, especially since the soil of 627D was very hard. It took a lot of strength to break up the lumps of soil, and she had to use all her strength with every hoe. Yin Xiaonan was busy for several hours, and felt that her bones were about to fall apart. However, despite her hard work, she did not get much results. This won't work. Yin Xiaonan kept panting, and said to herself, she found that she had overestimated the endurance of her F-class physique. If she continued like this, she would not be able to plant crops, let alone farm. She might as well kill herself before she even planted the crops. She looked at the strange material hoe in her hand. This hoe was made of something unknown. It was very heavy. In theory, a hoe shouldn't be so heavy. Yin Xiaonan pondered, and tentatively transferred his mental power to the hoe through the contact point. Unexpectedly, this unknown material could actually conduct mental power. You should know that materials that can conduct mental power are extremely precious. They are important strategic materials of the Federation. They are basically not circulated in the market, and are only used in the manufacture of mechas. But this ordinary-looking hoe was made of so many materials that can conduct spiritual power. If the mecha engineers saw it, they would definitely shout that it was a waste of natural resources. Yin Xiaonan evenly transferred her spiritual power into the hoe. The entire metal hoe made a buzzing sound. She unexpectedly found that she could pick it up easily this time. She held the long handle high and dug it towards the ground. There seemed to be a vibrating airflow around the hoe blade. She inserted the hoe blade into the hard ground like cutting tofu. Because she was unfamiliar with it, she used a little more force, and in a flash, half of the hoe was sunk into the ground. Interesting. Yin Xiaonan saw that this hoe was made entirely using the method of making mechas. So it was easy. although Yin Xiaonan currently only had E-level mental power. This Ho did not require the mental power to be divided into hundreds of mental threads to be operated simultaneously like a mecha. She only needed to input the mental power evenly into it. The only thing to worry about was the endurance problem. But how to maximize the effective utilization of mental power was what Yin Xiaonan was best at. It is precisely with this ability that she was able to become the captain of the S-level assault team Silver Eagle with AA qualifications. With the help of mental power, Yin Xiaonan's progress was much faster. But she needed to stop and rest for a while after working for a period of time to restore her mental power. In the end, she plowed the entire 1-acre farmland area before dark. Looking at the turn land, Yin Xiaonan put her hands on her waist and felt a sense of accomplishment. Next, she could sow seeds. She had to think carefully about what to plant. Chapter 4 Professional Settings. Regarding mental strength, there are various training methods on the market, and the Federal Army has a set of standard training procedures, but generally they can only relieve mental strength, and it is hard to say whether they are effective in improving mental strength. Just like eye exercises can only protect eye health, but cannot improve vision, often only one person out of hundreds of thousands of people can really successfully improve their mental strength level, but it may not be the credit of mental strength training methods. Yin Xiaonan completed this set of eye exercises for mental strength seriously. And then she began to stretch her muscles and bones. And then did a set of basic physical exercises. Horse stance horizontal attack. Bow stance punch. Throat piercing kick. She meticulously performed every move to perfection. This habit has been maintained since she was in the 3rd platoon of the mobile infantry. That was the team she was in when she first came here. And it was also the cannon fodder unit with the highest casualty rate. The F-level physique is really weak. Yin Xiaonan was already panting before she finished the whole set of movements. Her chest could not help but rise and fall. Like a bellows. She tried her best to adjust her breathing. And completed all the movements. At this time, the artificial lighting system simulated by the protective shield had been activated. And the entire territory gradually became brighter. Yin Xiaonan also started today's work. She evenly spread the soil conditioner produced by the system on the plowed soil. And then sowed the seeds. Yin Xiaonan checked all the seeds and decided to plant the interstellar improved potatoes first, which had a high yield and were easy to raise. This potato is not ordinary. It is the main raw material of nutrient solution, and the most widely planted crop in the interstellar era. Just like potatoes on Earth. Its seeds are not seeds, but tubers with buds after processing. In order to ensure that the cut surface of these tubers will not rot, the seed company has specially processed them. Now all Yin Xiaonan has to do is to dig long trenches in the field and bury the tubers in them. Yin Xiaonan was busy sowing the whole morning until the system prompt sounded. The teaching building has been completed, and the rewards have been sent to the warehouse for inspection. Yin Xiaonan was not busy checking the rewards, but looked at the location of the teaching building. This is a pure white building. Although it has only 9 floors, it still looks magnificent. In front of it is a rectangular colonnade. The tall marble columns are not decorated at all. The square columns with sharp edges stand tall there, leaving long oblique shadows on the base. On the top of the column, the characters 627 Military Academy are engraved in a rigorous and neat manner. Whether it is the length and width ratio of this building or the spacing between each column, it is extremely accurate, giving people a sense of beauty composed of order and unity. It looked like a soldier on the battlefield, with a fierce and murderous temperament. It was not very clear on the virtual map, but when she saw the real thing, Yin Xiaonan felt that the 2 million yuan she spent was actually worth it. A guiding arrow appeared in front of her. She followed the arrow into the teaching building and took the elevator to the top floor according to the instructions. The last direction the arrow pointed to was an office. The door plate was marked with the words Principal Office. Yin Xiaonan pushed open the door. It was a fairly large room with a whole glass curtain wall facing the downstairs. In the center is a set of standard desks and chairs, and next to it is a row of transparent glass display cabinets, which seem to be used to store school honors. Of course, it is still empty now. On the other side, there is a separate reception room. This will be her office in the future. Yin Xiaonan scanned the entire office and found that there was an egg-shaped robot in the corner that looked very cute. Yin Xiaonan started it curiously, and 2 eyes made up of circles and a mouth made up of arcs appeared on the robot display screen. A gentle female voice sounded. Hello, Principal. I am your smart secretary Danny. I will assist you in completing the school management work. It was actually a smart secretary. In the Federation, The price of such smart robots doing secretarial work is not cheap. Often only large companies with inhumane wealth will choose to use such smart AI secretaries, rather than cheaper human secretaries. Of course, the working ability of such smart secretaries is also very strong. Yin Xiaonan thought to himself. It is indeed as the system said. Such a teaching building equipped with various facilities and an intelligent secretary costs 2 million star coins, which is really worth the money. Principal, you currently have 28 tasks to be handled. First, you need to set up the school organizational structure. Second, you need to consider the school development direction and future planning. Third, you need to consider the school professional settings. Fourth, Danny quickly entered the working state. However, isn't this a bit too much? Yin Xiaonan rubbed his forehead and stopped Danny first. Put these things aside for now. I deal with them later. Okay, Principal, do you need anything else? Danny handed Yin Xiaonan a cup of tea at just the right temperature. The two eyes on the display changed from circles to two cute inverted verses. No more, I call you when I need you. Danny rolled the wheels back to the corner to wait. Yin Xiaonan first checked the warehouse, which contained the rewards for building the teaching building, a high-precision qualification detector, and a lottery ticket. There was no need to take out the qualification detector now. Yin Xiaonan clicked on the lottery ticket to view the introduction information. Lottery ticket. This is a lottery ticket. Open it, and you can randomly get SSS level mecha, advanced physical skills, and other super rare items, but it may also be empty. Yin Xiaonan directly chose to open it. Congratulations on getting Aries. The fighting teacher Yin Xiaonan, shocked. What going on? Can this still draw a person? Yin Xiaonan looked at the metal lump that suddenly appeared in front of him. Is this Aries the system is talking about? Aries database contains classic battle videos of millions of excellent fighters. It can extract actions from these videos, disassemble and analyze data, and optimize the combination based on this. It is a very good fighting teacher. The system voice sounded complacent. Yin Xiaonan whistled and looked at Aries' thick metal armor. If she wasn't only at F level now, she would have wanted to fight with this metal lump. Unlike the friendly Danny, Aries was particularly silent. He just nodded symbolically and said hello to Yin Xiaonan, and then stood silently behind her, like a door god. Yin Xiaonan thought it was not bad to have such a high-strength bodyguard before she improved her physique. She was quite satisfied with this reward. The main task has been refreshed. Yin Xiaonan clicked it. Main task. Confirm the majors that the school is going to open, set up relevant courses, and recruit at least 3 qualified teachers. Reward, 1,500 experience points, 150 points, a box of advanced nutrient solution, and a lottery ticket. Yin Xiaonan remembered that Danny had mentioned setting up a major, so he decided to ask her for advice first. You should know that Yin Xiaonan had never been to a military school when he traveled to the interstellar space. Little Natalie was a poor alien, and she only completed the compulsory education of the Federation. When Yin Xiaonan traveled here, she was directly on the battlefield. Even though her military rank continued to rise, she never went to a military school, but studied in a training camp set up by the military. Therefore, Yin Xiaonan also has only a vague understanding of the professional settings of military academies. It is absurd to let a person who has never received military education be the principal of a military academy. But no matter how absurd it is not as absurd as building a school on a deserted planet. Yin Xiaonan thought to himself. First, you have to confirm the positioning of the school. Since our school has just been established, it is impossible to take both into account. So you have to decide whether we should develop combat majors or non-combat majors first. Danny explained to Yin Xiaonan in detail. The 3 major majors of the combat department are individual combat, tactical command and ship technology. And the non-combat department includes mechanical engineering, battlefield medical care, communication engineering, war ecology and other majors. Yin Xiaonan decided without thinking. Our school mainly trains combat students. The main reason is that non-combat majors want to develop a deep foundation. Yin Xiaonan currently has no money to invite those high-end technical talents to come to the desolate planet, and no money to build a laboratory and buy equipment. If it was a combat major, at least Yin Xiaonan had some experience, so he wouldn't be blind. More importantly, non-combat majors have extremely strict requirements for teachers. Teachers must have relevant degree certificates and must be examined to see if they have published a sufficient number of papers before they can obtain a teacher certificate for the relevant major. In this era of universal martial arts, it is much easier to obtain a combat major teacher license. You only need to take a simple assessment on the Star Network intranet. Therefore, in the Federation, various training camps and fake colleges that claim to train individual soldiers are emerging one after another. Perhaps, the newly launched 627 Military Academy is one of them. According to the regulations of the Federal Military Education Department, military academies must set up at least 3 first-level disciplines. So the principal has set up 3 majors: individual combat, tactical command, and ship technology? Yin Xiaonan nodded. After the majors were set up, the next step was to recruit teachers. She posted a recruitment information on the recruitment website of Star Network, and then waited without much hope to see if there was really a fool, crossed out, coming to the door. You know, although there are many people who have obtained the teacher qualification certificate and want to be combat teachers in the military academy, this does not include a fake school built on a deserted planet, with low salary, and has not yet obtained the qualification to run a school. Yin Xiaonan has received many inquiries one after another, but they are all curious to ask whether their school is really built on a deserted planet. There are very few people who are really interested. Even if there are, they ask for a salary several times higher than the average teacher salary. Yin Xiaonan naturally cannot agree. Your school really has no additional requirements for teachers. Will you hire them as long as they have a certificate? Just when Yin Xiaonan was about to think of another way, she received an inquiry message. Yin Xiaonan was excited and responded enthusiastically. Yes, as long as they have a certificate. Are you interested? Our school will provide free tickets to 627D. In addition to wages, food and accommodation are all included. Except for class time. You can use it freely. Yin Xiaonan just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. If she could recruit one person, she would recruit one person. I want to give it a try. Soon Yin Xiaonan received this person resume. She was a little surprised. Joel Hoya had served as a platoon leader in the D Company of the 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Group Army, and had recently retired with the honorary rank of lieutenant. Is there something wrong with this brother? Yin Xiaonan couldn't understand why he wanted to be a teacher in a military academy far away, on a deserted planet. But who cares? Anyway, she had successfully found a teacher. Chapter 5 Teacher Recruitment. They are Katie from the Suman tribe and Bert, a veteran who retired more than 30 years ago, and lost his right arm in the war. The Suman tribe is a non-human alien race. The Federation is different from the Empire composed of pure humans. A small number of alien races also live in the territory of the Federation. They have also made their own contributions to the establishment and development of the Federation. There are alien settlements in many star systems under the jurisdiction of the Western Military District of the Federation. The Western Military District is also the only one among the 5 major military districts that is more inclined to recruit alien soldiers. It's just that these aliens rarely leave the Alberta star field where they live. And Yin Xiaonan has never seen an alien before. She didn't expect to be able to recruit an alien teacher thousands of light years away from the Alberta star field. Anyway, Yin Xiaonan felt it was a bit magical. After successfully recruiting 3 teachers, Yin Xiaonan's main task was completed, and she finally upgraded again. As the level increased, she felt a warm energy injected into her body, slowly repairing her broken body. She no longer felt the lack of oxygen all the time, and she would not feel dizzy after doing some heavy work. She turned over the system panel and found that her physical fitness had been upgraded to E level, and her mental strength had also been upgraded to D level. Now she could increase her training volume appropriately. Finally, she felt the system ability to improve the level of mental strength and physical fitness. Yin Xiaonan was full of fighting spirit and checked the newly released tasks. Main task: submit a school application to the Z39 Galaxy government to obtain the qualification to run a school. Reward: 500 experience points, 50 points, a box of advanced nutrient solution, a lottery ticket. This new task was still a bit difficult for Yin Xiaonan. Yin Xiaonan searched on the Star Network for the procedures required to establish a school. The complicated procedures made her dizzy. Fortunately, she had the help of Danny. Yin Xiaonan directly handed over the work of filling out various application forms to Danny. Whether it was explaining the purpose and planning of the school, the arrangement of course projects, or the organizational structure of the school, Danny could provide her with a set of best reference plans and give her own suggestions. Yin Xiaonan finally understood why those large companies spent a lot of money to buy smart secretaries. Because they are really useful. With the help of Danny, Yin Xiaonan prepared all the application documents. The most important proof of school site leasing or ownership was not a problem for her. She had an entire planet as a school site. The only thing she needed to solve was the capital verification. Federal law stipulates that a registered capital of no less than 10 million star coins is required to establish a school. However, the system helped her with this matter. Soon, the application for the establishment of the 627 Military Academy was submitted to the Z39 Galaxy government. The Z39 Galaxy, where the planet 627D is located, is a remote galaxy in the Federation. Because the galaxy developed relatively late and has no unique resources, it is not very famous in the Federation. Since it is far away from the important routes for intergalactic trade, there is no foreign trade, and it is a relatively closed and backward galaxy. One of the things that can prove how backward it is that there is not a military academy certified by the Federation in its territory, let alone military schools. There are not even many universities. The average education level of residents in the entire galaxy is below the federal average. On this day, Chui He, a government employee of the Z39 Galaxy, was secretly slacking off on his personal computer while at work as usual. The government departments of the Z39 Galaxy usually don't have many affairs to deal with, although the salaries of the staff are generally not high. The work is also very leisurely, especially the Ministry of Culture and Education where Chui He works. There are not even a few schools in their Z29 Galaxy. He is the only one in this department, but there are very few affairs for him to deal with. So he has developed the habit of slacking off while at work. Chui He was watching a recording of a mecha battle that was very popular in the arena on his computer. Both of the two players in this battle are well known. One is Yu Yajing from the 1st Military Academy. She was the first in the entrance examination of the 1st Military Academy this year. She also has the qualifications of SS, and has a promising future. Her opponent is not simple either. He is also a sophomore from the Capital Military Academy, one of the 4 major military academies in the Federation. Lin Muyuan. Although his qualifications are slightly inferior to Yu Yajing, he is already ranked in the top 500 in the arena in his 2nd year, so he should not be underestimated. You should know that there are countless masters in the arena. If a military academy student can be ranked within the top 1,000 in the 4th grade, it is already extremely outstanding. This shows how powerful Lin Muyuan is. Yu Yajing is driving a melee mecha K117, which has an extremely powerful engine and is full of power. With Yu Yajing aggressive and strong fighting style, the entire mecha is extremely fast and the attack is fierce. If it were an ordinary person, he might be intimidated by Yu Yajing's amazing momentum and be brought into her rhythm unconsciously. But Lin Muyuan is worthy of being a leader among his peers. He responded very calmly. He distanced himself from Yu Yajing, not letting her get close easily, and used the light energy gun on Eling 37 arm to accurately shoot at her weak spots. This was a very exciting fight, which ended with Lin Muyuan narrow victory, but Yu Yajing's performance was also very good. You have to know that she had just entered school, and had not systematically learned the relevant knowledge of mecha combat. Everyone could foresee that after a period of study, she would become a more formidable opponent. Teachers and students from various military academies secretly memorized the name Yu Yajing. This video was also widely circulated on the Star Network. So much so that Chui He, who was in the remote Z39 Galaxy, was also pushed to this video. Chui He stared at this exciting battle with full concentration, and couldn't help but exclaim at several thrilling moments. He leaned back in his chair and savored the wonderful battle scenes he had just seen until the end of the video. But somehow, he suddenly felt a sense of emotion. How great it would be if their galaxy could also produce such a genius. He shook his head, shaking off his unrealistic idea. There is not even one military academy in their entire galaxy. If residents of this galaxy want to go to military academy, they can only go to other galaxies, but most of them can't afford the tickets to other galaxies. Therefore, few students from Z39 Galaxy successfully enter military academies. They either start working early after completing compulsory education, or go to ordinary universities. Some people leave this remote and backward galaxy, and move their families to other galaxies. In this era of constant war with the Zerg, where military rank is the highest honor, Chui He could not recall any famous military figures from their entire Z39 Galaxy. Not to mention marshals and generals, there were no major generals or regimental commanders at that level. The only military celebrity he had heard of from the Z39 Galaxy was probably more than 30 years ago, when someone from their galaxy seemed to have become a sergeant major in the 5th Group Army under the Northern Military Region. This was big news in the Z39 Galaxy at the time, But that was more than 30 years ago. He sighed, and was about to pack up and get off work, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of an application message that appeared on the desktop computer he used for work. This is a strange thing. He clicked it, and found that it was an application for a school. The Z39 Galaxy welcomes foreign capital to establish schools in the galaxy. However, after so many years, there are no new universities in their galaxy. There are even 2 universities that have moved to other galaxies despite the persuasion of their governors. He checked the information submitted by the newly established school. Well, the name is 627 Military Academy. The location of the school is 627D Planet. The name of this planet is a bit unfamiliar. He thought about it carefully, and finally remembered which planet this was. But wasn't it a barren planet? He checked the information of this obscure numbered planet, and found that it actually belonged to the Talisa family, the richest family in the Federation. This family had assets in various star systems, and it seemed not surprising that the 627D planet was under the name of their family. Did their family intend to develop this planet? He shook his head, and was not optimistic about this. The resources needed to develop a barren planet were far higher than the benefits obtained. Moreover, developing the barren planet by establishing a school to make a profit. He seriously suspected that the financial advisor of the Talisa family was bribed by their competitors. Which genius came up with this idea? He then checked the principal information. Mary Kimplin? He looked at this unfamiliar name, and was very puzzled. He found that the ownership of the planet had been transferred to the principal. But the principal's surname was not Talisa. Could he be a distant relative of the Talisa family? He continued to look through the other party information. Hey, she just came of age. Could it be that the young lady wanted to play some house game on the deserted planet? He felt that he might have guessed the answer correctly. Otherwise, could it be that the Talisa family had too much money to burn, and had to build a school on such a deserted planet, and hand it over to a little girl who had just come of age? He knew how unreliable some rich kids were. Even in their corner, he had received rich second generations from the central star field who wanted to contract the minerals on a certain planet or do some other weird businesses. Such people often decide to start a business without considering the actual situation. He could already foresee the failure of this project. Does this young lady think that the school is so easy to build? He complained in his heart while checking whether all the information was complete. After finding no major problems, he directly clicked pass. Although he did not think that this school could really be established. He could not go to the young lady and say that your idea was unrealistic. Who knows if he would be retaliated by the other party out of shame and anger. Anyway, if she fails, she will leave in disgrace. He is used to this. As for the claim that it is a military school in the school application, he doesn't take it seriously. Nowadays, there are many fake military schools that have not been certified by the Federal Military Education Department. He believes that the 627 military school will be one of them. He doesn't think that this school will become a real military school. A real military school is not so easy to build. Chapter 6 Canteen and Dormitory. Main quest, build staff dormitory. Reward, 200 experience points, 15 points, 1 set of advanced massage chairs, 1 lottery ticket. Main quest, build canteen. Reward, 250 experience points, 20 points, 1 food preservation cabinet, 1 lottery ticket. Main quest, build student dormitory. Reward, 200 experience points, 15 points, 1 advanced treatment device, 1 lottery ticket. It can be seen that the system is in a hurry. Yin Xiaonan clicked on the construction page. Both the staff dormitory and the student dormitory cost 500,000 star coins. The canteen is a little more expensive, and it costs 1 million star coins. After a series of operations, Yin Xiaonan funds returned to zero. Yin Xiaonan endured the pain and chose to build. This time, the buildings would only take 5 hours to build. She was not in a hurry. After a few days, her potatoes had sprouted. These days, when Yin Xiaonan was free, she would go to the field to see if the potatoes had sprouted. Naturally, there was no movement at first. After countless disappointments, when she finally spotted a little green sprout in the field one morning, she was so happy. This was Yin Xiaonan first time farming. She finally understood why farming games were so popular. After experiencing the fun of farming, Yin Xiaonan took more careful care of these sprouts. She also diluted the remaining nutrient solution in the nutrient solution bottle that she drank in the morning and poured it into the field. The nutrient solution produced by the system is not simple. Yin Xiaonan found that this nutrient solution not only filled her stomach, but also had sufficient energy. It seemed to have the effect of strengthening the body foundation and soothing the spirit. She didn't want to waste even the little bit on the bottle wall. I don't know if it has psychological effect, but the potato sprouts looked more and more juicy after watering. When several buildings were completed one after another, the 627 Military Academy finally looked like a school. These buildings are also pure white, with the same cold style as the teaching building. Yin Xiaonan first entered the cafeteria she was most looking forward to. The cafeteria is a 3-story building with a dome. The first floor is where students eat. There are a total of 10 windows. Transparent glass separates the kitchen from the dining area outside. Yin Xiaonan entered the kitchen through a small metal door. The kitchen is fully equipped with all kinds of appliances, and Yin Xiaonan does not need to buy them separately. There are 3 advanced cooking robots parked in the corner. Yin Xiaonan started them. These cooking robots come with tens of thousands of recipes. Moreover, if none of these recipes are what you want, you can also customize the dishes you want. Yin Xiaonan moved the remaining food in the base station to the kitchen warehouse. The fresh keeping cabinet given by the system should be called a fresh keeping room. It is the size of a whole room and is embedded in the kitchen warehouse. According to the system description, it can also store live animals such as fresh shrimps. All food placed in it can be guaranteed to be as fresh as when it is put in. There are not many ingredients at the moment. Yin Xiaonan saw that there were tomatoes and eggs among the few ingredients. So he asked the cooking robot to make a tomato scrambled egg. The seasoning package was exchanged by Yin Xiaonan from the system mall with points. The cooking robot craftsmanship is quite good. All kinds of seasonings are put just right. Although the eggs are preserved by special compression technology, and the tomatoes are also dehydrated, the dishes made with such ingredients are naturally not very delicious. But Yin Xiaonan still eats them with great care. This was her first real meal since she came to the interstellar space. When she was in the army, she used nutrient solution to deal with it. Although she cooked a few days ago, her cooking skills were really bad. She could only barely cook the food. She even preferred to drink nutrient solution instead of eating her own food. The second floor of the cafeteria is a more private space with small compartments. It should be a place for teachers and some students who are more willing to spend money to eat. The third floor is a more private box. Yin Xiaonan just took a quick glance and went to check the environment of the staff dormitory and the student dormitory. The environment of the staff dormitory is not bad. They are all single rooms. There is a bed and a set of tables and chairs in the room. And there is an independent bathroom. The environment of the student dormitory is not so good in comparison. There are 6 beds in one room. The space is relatively small. There are relatively few cabinets for storing things. There is no toilet, and the public toilets are uniformly set up at the end of each floor. But Yin Xiaonan had lived in a worse place than this, when she was in the military training camp. In fact, they didn't even have dormitories. The training camp was built on a large grassland on a border planet. Although there were no ground fortifications except for an equipment warehouse for storing weapons and mechas, it was indeed a camp. The soldiers who were receiving training had to set up their own tents. Yin Xiaonan still remembered how cold it was there. The training clothes they were given could not resist the cold wind on the grassland at all. But the instructor who trained them would only say, "You won't feel cold when you move." Yin Xiaonan cursed the damn instructor countless times in his heart. But the only thing he could do was to stretch his hands and feet. However, the instructor was right in one thing. After they started training, no one felt cold anymore. Most people even sweated all over. You can imagine how much training they had to do. Sometimes they went to the wild for training. If they didn't return to the camp in time at night, they wouldn't even have a tent. It was hard for ordinary people to imagine how cold the border planet was at night. Without a tent, they could only lie on the ground. In the middle of the night, many people were so cold that they couldn't sleep at all. They could only shiver and huddle together to keep each other warm. At this time, the instructor would laugh at them for being like a group of shivering chicks. Yin Xiaonan stopped reminiscing, so she felt that the environment of the student dormitory was actually quite good. Even she felt it was a bit too good. In fact, she really wanted to let the students experience the feeling of living in a tent. She definitely didn't want revenge because she had suffered. But how could the military academy students, who were officers in reserve, be like delicate flowers in a greenhouse? The system read the host's thoughts and expressed doubts about her righteous words. This woman seemed a bit black-hearted. It had already felt a little sympathetic to the future students of the 627 military academy. In addition to the construction of the school basic buildings, Yin Xiaonan now has to solve an important problem. She needs to discuss with the aerospace company of the Z39 Galaxy to open a special route for the 627D star. Because 627D was a deserted star before, there are no public flights that can reach here. Her teachers are coming, and they will enroll students soon. She can't let all these people come by private spacecraft. Right? The matter of opening a route is imminent. At first, the aerospace company was not very willing to set up a fixed route for 627D, because they thought that not many people would go to this deserted planet. Yin Xiaonan had to raise the banner of the Talisa family, and told them that her military academy would soon enroll students. This convinced them to open a route from the nearest star to 627D, Fries, to 627D, and to open flights just before the enrollment season. This was not to a large extent a positive sign for the 627 military academy, but just to sell the Talisa family well. Yin Xiaonan designated a large area of land as a docking point for the spacecraft. Anyway, she lacked everything but land. The system could naturally build an interstellar port, but it would cost 10 million star coins. She couldn't afford it. So she simply found a piece of land and put up a sign as a docking point. After solving these problems, Yin Xiaonan finally had time to check the rewards stored in her warehouse. She had accumulated 5 lottery tickets. She drew 5 in a row. But unfortunately, she didn't have any good luck this time. She won 300,000 star coins. Thank you for your patronage. A pair of teaching sticks, a set of sofas, and a box of nutrient solution. Yin Xiaonan sighed as she looked at the familiar whip in the warehouse inventory. This whip is a common teaching tool in the training camp. Although it is called a whip, it is not a real whip, but a very heavy stick. She took the whip out of the warehouse and pondered as she looked at the metal stick in her hand. Unlike the whip made of high-density titanium alloy used in the training camp, how come this metal material is a bit similar to the unknown metal used in the hull? She tentatively injected her mental power into it and waved it casually. A long gully appeared on the ground. She was stunned. Can this thing be called a whip? Can this be used as a weapon? The spiritual power conducting metal that is expensive and hard to buy in the outside world is actually used casually on these strange tools. Yin Xiaonan didn't know how to complain. She immediately hung the teaching stick on her waist as a self-defense weapon. In addition to the teaching stick, the sofa Yin Xiaonan drew was still pretty in appearance, but it exuded a smell of money that was completely inconsistent with her. Based on the principle of not wasting, she placed the sofa in the base station. Although the romantic and gorgeous sofa was very out of place in this silver-gray metal texture space, she didn't care too much. It's okay as long as the thing can be used. She decided to transform the base station into her future residence. The single room in the staff dormitory was still a little too small. She still preferred a more spacious room. The base station also had its own kitchen and bathroom, which was quite suitable for her to live alone. She also put out the massage chair that the system rewarded before. This was a wave-shaped smart chair. There were many movable suction cups on the back of the chair. Yin Xiaonan lay on it and tried it out. After it started, the whole chair vibrated, as if countless fists were beating her back. She had been busy working in the fields these days. The appearance of this massage chair just relieved her fatigue. She fell asleep unconsciously while lying on the massage chair. Yin Xiaonan slept soundly this time. After waking up, she felt relaxed all over, as if the battery was fully charged. She bought a few acres of land from the system. This time she not only planted potatoes, but also some other varieties of vegetables. In the following days, Yin Xiaonan daily work was to plow the land, sow seeds, water the crops. If she was tired, she would lie on the massage chair to rest. If she was hungry, she would drink a bottle of nutrient solution, and then continue to plow the land. After this operation, she not only had more arable land, but also clearly felt that her body had become better. Yin Xiaonan touched his chin. He didn't expect that farming could be a good exercise. If the original owner had not been born with insufficient development, and her body foundation had not been repaired, she would have been confident that she could upgrade her physique to D-level through exercise. Compared with mental strength, it is always easier to upgrade physique. But because it requires constantly breaking through the physical limit, not everyone can do it. However, although she could not upgrade, her physical strength was also greatly enhanced. And because operating the whole required mental power, her mental power was also well trained. Because of this benefit, Yin Xiaonan became more enthusiastic about her farming career. just as she was becoming more and more addicted to farming. Several teachers finally arrived at Planet 627D. Chapter 7 Teacher Interview. He had doubted more than once whether this school really existed. He had searched for information about this planet. This was a planet without any resources, and could not be inhabited. However, the recruitment website of StarNet required some credentials to be uploaded. If the credentials were forged, they would be punished most severely. There was once a black-hearted planet owner who tricked people into mining on a planet under his name in the name of recruiting ordinary employees. The minerals on that planet would emit radiation and cause irreversible damage to the human body. The planet owner set people to detain the freedom of those poor people and did not provide any protection. Finally, the matter was discovered by the federal law enforcement team, and all the planet owner assets were confiscated. He was sentenced to death by slicing, and was dismembered while remaining conscious. All his immediate family members lost their citizenship. This is the federal law, which is strict and inviolable, and is completely different from the laws of the last interstellar era. The federal government believes that it was the loose laws of the last era that overemphasized individual rights and freedoms that led to the start of the 50-year-long riots. In the Federation, responsibilities are always more important than rights. If you want to obtain higher civil rights, you must join the army and take on more responsibilities. Joel came to 627D with the intention of investigating. If they were really deceived and came to do something illegal, he would immediately contact the federal law enforcement team. Generally, matters involving soldiers are often handled with the highest priority. However, when Joel really set foot on the land of 627D, he found that the recruitment information should be true. He was a little surprised when he found a flight to 627D. Then, he saw the spacecraft passing through a huge protective shield from the atmosphere of 627D. There were a few scattered buildings under the protective shield. At this time, he was a little convinced that a new school had been built here. When the spacecraft carrying the new teacher entered the protective shield, Yin Xiaonan had already received a prompt from the system. In fact, the system would monitor everything that happened within the protective shield and report it to her, which means that within this range, she was like an omniscient god. Yin Xiaonan stopped his work, patted the dirt on his pants, and stood up to greet his first employee. At this time, Joel was looking up at the pure white teaching building located in the center of the protective shield. It stood there silently, without many exaggerated decorations. Every corner was simple and sharp, exuding a cold and solemn temperament. This school seemed a little different from what he imagined. Joel thought so, and heard a strange female voice beside him. This teaching building is pretty good, right? Joel turned his head and saw a young woman standing next to him, his eyes fixed. Although he only had A-level mental power now, he was still alert from the battlefield. How could he not sense someone approaching? Joel was more cautious. Although the woman in front of him looked a little weak, her face was pale and sickly, as if she had been ill for a long time. He still did not dare to underestimate her. Hello. I am the principal of the 627th Military Academy. Are you Lieutenant Joel Hoya? Welcome to Planet 627D. She is the principal of this school? Joel looked at the girl in front of him with some surprise. Although Joel felt that she was not simple, being able to quietly approach a mecha soldier who had been on the battlefield, Joel judged that she was at least double S level. But this lady really looked too young. She looked like she had just reached adulthood. She looked more like a student than a principal, and her clothes did not look like a principal. Joel thought about the usual appearance of the principal of his alma mater, the First Military Academy. Shouldn't the principal wear a formal suit? But the girl in front of him was wearing a casual work suit, and there was a lot of mud on her trouser legs, and she even held a strange thing in her hand. Excuse me, principal. What are you holding in your hand? Joel secretly guessed. Is this some unpopular weapon that he didn't know about? Oh, this is called a hoe, a kind of farm tool. Yin Xiaonan glanced at the hoe in his hand, and introduced it to the other party calmly. Farm tools? Isn't it all mechanized planting now? Joel was confused. You will know this later, Yin Xiaonan said casually. As for the fact that she had to use the most primitive way to farm because she had no money to buy a machine, she didn't need to let the other party know. Is this related to school secrets? Joel nodded thoughtfully, without asking any more questions. He followed Yin Xiaonan into the teaching building and arrived at the principal office. Sit down. Yin Xiaonan took Joel to the reception room in the office. Joel sat down, took the tea brought by the smart secretary, and was shocked again. Of course he knew about smart secretaries. His parents ran a large clothing company. He heard his father complain about how much this small robot cost. And not everyone had the channels to buy it. But does such a newly established school have smart secretaries? He had a better understanding of the strength of this school. Yin Xiaonan looked at the young man in front of him. The system has displayed his basic information. Name, Joel Hoya. Mental strength, S+ level, downgraded to a due to injury, physique, S level. Age, 25. Race, human. Subjects of expertise, mecha combat, strategy and tactics, terrain identification, weapon maintenance, service science, etc. System evaluation. Outstanding graduate of the 1st Military Academy, served as platoon leader of the D Company of the 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Group Army, retired due to injury, a good candidate for a teacher. Lieutenant Hoya, can I ask you a few questions before joining the company? Yin Xiaonan glanced at his basic information, put down the teacup and said, just call me Joel. When Joel saw the sharp eyes of the other party, he felt a little embarrassed. Asked, may I ask you a question? Why did you choose to retire? There are not many people who choose to retire at your age. Even if you retire, as a retired soldier, you have many choices. If you want to be a teacher, you can go to your alma mater, the 1st Military Academy. Why did you choose 627? This is a question Yin Xiaonan must figure out. Why would a lieutenant choose to be a teacher in her school? Which seems to be very unreliable. You know, he is a graduate of the 1st Military Academy. Students from prestigious schools generally do not make such a choice with their self-esteem. Yin Xiaonan will not recruit him casually just because of his good resume. Some seemingly delicious pies are actually poisonous. The teacher she recruits may not be so good. But there must be no hidden bombs, which will cause her some unnecessary trouble. Do you know about the Battle of Wilkeister? Joel's face revealed a trace of bitterness. Yin Xiaonan eyes fixed. Of course she knew. She was surrounded by the Zerg because she received wrong information during that battle. After she was able to connect to the Starnet, she searched for news about the Battle of Wilkeister. It has been 4 months since that battle, but there are still many people discussing it online. It is estimated that the haze will not dissipate in a few years, because the Federation completely lost that war. Almost all the soldiers who participated in that war were wiped out, and only a few were rescued. General Lloyd, who presided over the battle, was sent to a military court. The Supreme Marshal also resigned because of this tragic defeat. The new Marshal Ling Jiayan has always been known for his iron-blooded tactics. Now the entire Federation is in a state of extreme tension. Are you a survivor of that battle? Yin Xiaonan didn't expect that this lieutenant named Joel also participated in the battle. It no wonder that he was able to retire with the honorary rank of lieutenant. Yes, I was the only one in my platoon who survived. Joel looked painful, and he didn't want to recall that experience. Although I survived, my mental strength was directly reduced to class A due to the injury. What worse, I also suffered from mental disorder. When mental disorder appeared, Yin Xiaonan finally understood why Joel retired. This is a common mental illness among soldiers. Soldiers with the disease can no longer operate mechas, and their mental strength will always be unstable. Severe symptoms may even lead to suicidal tendencies. There is no effective treatment for this disease. Once a soldier suffers from mental disorder, it means that his career is sentenced to death. Obviously, the 1st Military Academy will not recruit such an unstable bomb into the school. If a teacher commits suicide in the school, will they have to bear unnecessary responsibilities? Have you ever thought about changing your lifestyle? Yin Xiaonan said tactfully. In fact, many retired soldiers gradually get better after being away from the battlefield, although they can no longer drive mechas like before. This is nothing compared to life. My parents advised me the same way. Joel smiled bitterly and said, they didn't support me going to military school. I signed up on my own. This time when I went home, my parents were very glad that I came back alive. They told me not to touch anything related to the military. But Joel paused and didn't say anything else. He looked at the young principal in front of him. If you can't accept a teacher with mental disorder, I can understand. Sorry to bother you. After saying this, Joel was about to leave. But at this moment, he heard the principal calling him. Teacher Joel, on behalf of the 627 Military Academy, I welcome you to join us. Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. Although there is no case of a mental disorder patient being able to drive a mecha again, our 627 Military Academy motto is to create the impossible. You can be the first successful case like this. Joel was very surprised. He chose to be a teacher in such a school because he was still a little unwilling in his heart. Even though this was not a real military academy. Schools like this, which have the word military school in their names, but are not certified by the Federal Military Education Department, are often called uncertified military schools, or have a more unpleasant name, parallel military schools. Even so, he still wanted to choose a career that was a little bit related to the past. He never expected to be able to drive a mecha again, but he didn't expect the young principal to say such a thing. Regardless of whether she was serious about this, Joel felt warm in his heart, thinking of what he had just seen along the way. He suddenly had a little expectation for the future of the 627 Military Academy. Maybe this school can really become a formal military academy in the future. Joel was shocked by his own idea. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was just a casual remark by the principal. He actually had such an idea. It is not as simple as saying to build a real military academy from scratch. At this time, the system was also asking Yin Xiaonan, "Host, when did you think of the school motto?" Ahem, it not important. Can Yin Xiaonan say that she just made up this school motto? System, aren't you worried that he has mental disorder? If he doesn't have mental disorder, would it be our turn to take advantage of him? Yin Xiaonan's eyes were heavy with sorrow. If we don't hire him, where can I find another teacher? You know, she was very surprised to be able to recruit the current 3 people. She didn't think anyone would be willing to come. At worst, if he wants to commit suicide, we will stop him in time. You keep a close eye on his whereabouts. Okay? Yin Xiaonan told the system that she couldn't solve psychological problems, but she could implement physical intervention. System. So the host was just making big promises just now. The system mourned for this human named Joel, and why did it feel like it was fooled by the host and worked for nothing? Chapter 8. Katie is a girl with healthy brown skin. Her limbs are slender and agile. She has beautiful muscles, but the most eye-catching thing is that she has 2 furry ears standing on top of her head. Yin Xiaonan glanced over and saw that the 2 tufts of long hair on the tip of her ears were shaking constantly, reminding Yin Xiaonan of an animal called lynx. In addition, her eyes are more similar to the eyes of wild animals. The golden iris covers the entire eye, and the pupil in the middle is black, shaped like 2 upright date pits, not to mention that she also has a short light pink nose that is very different from humans. Katie had long been accustomed to the strange looks from the outsiders. Ever since she left the Alberta Starfield, wherever she went outside, there would always be a group of humans watching her as if she were a rare thing. If she didn't mean to offend, Katie would still be very good-tempered. But if someone didn't have eyes, she would let that person experience how sharp the claws of the Sultans were. Katie basic information also appeared in front of Yin Xiaonan. Name, Katie. Mental power, S level. Gross status, physical fitness, SS level. Age, 65, minor, race, Sultman. Subjects of expertise, mixed martial arts, mecha combat, shooting, alien culture, etc. System evaluation, Sultmans become adults at the age of 80. This is just a cub, but with the unique talent of the Sultmans, she is qualified to be a teacher for the fledgling military academy freshmen. Yin Xiaonan didn't know whether to marvel at the terrifying talent of the Sultman tribe, or to complain that this person was a 65-year-old minor. Did she run away from home during her rebellious teenage years? Yin Xiaonan thought to herself. She didn't want to be visited by her parents, who looked scary at first glance. Katie, why did you leave the Alberta Starfield? Yin Xiaonan asked tactfully. Well, Katie smiled widely, and her 2 fluffy ears moved. I want to see the world outside, and see the scenery of different star fields. Do your parents agree to let you run away alone? Why do we need their consent? Katie didn't quite understand Yin Xiaonan's question. After we learned basic survival skills, we, the Sultman people, will live independently. Parents will no longer interfere with any behavior of their children. We will greet each other at ordinary times, but everyone has their own life. Before I left, I told them that I was leaving the Alberta Starfield to see the outside world. They asked me to have fun. It better to bring them some local specialties. Hearing this, Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but complain in his heart. So the Sultman people raise children so roughly? But thinking of Katie's physique, she seemed to understand. Under normal circumstances, the cubs of the Sultman tribe should not die so easily. Right? No wonder parents can let their cubs wander around outside with such confidence. If that's the case, then why did you send me your resume? Yin Xiaonan was a little surprised. According to Katie, wasn't she planning to travel in space? Why did she think of coming to a remote star in a deserted star system to be a teacher? When this topic was brought up, Katie's ears drooped. Because I have spent all my money. Katie recounted her experiences over the past few months. After leaving the Alberta Star region, I wanted to go to the Floating Light Star region first. But I knew nothing about the Floating Light Star region. Fortunately, I met a kind person on the spaceship who said he knew a travel agency that had a good travel program that allowed us to visit all the famous attractions in the galaxies of the Floating Light Star region at once. I went to the travel agency with him to sign up. But before I even went to 2 or 3 attractions, I had already spent all my money on shopping. Katie sighed and complained. Everyone in our village asked me to bring local specialties. But things outside are too expensive. After I ran out of money, the tour group left me there. And I had no choice but to find a way to make money. But many people refused to hire me because I was a foreigner. And then I saw the recruitment information the principal, posted. Yin Xiaonan was speechless. What did you buy? How could you spend all your money in a short time? Katie became excited when she talked about this. She put her backpack on the table. The whole table shook. You can see how heavy the things in the bag are. I bought mecha materials. Katie opened the zipper and showed Yin Xiaonan the things in her backpack. Yin Xiaonan looked inside and saw a pile of large and small stones in the backpack. No wonder it was so heavy. Yin Xiaonan took a stone out of his backpack with a complicated expression. Who told you that this is mecha material? How come this looks like an ordinary stone? The tour guide said, this is a unique mineral on Trisha's star. It can be refined into a special substance. Adding it to the mecha can increase the power of the mecha. Talking about this, Katie's pair of golden eyes became brighter. The tour guide said that this kind of ore is usually supplied to the military, even if a small amount is leaked. It is sent to the auction. It took me a long time to ask him to sell me this much. When I get home, I keep some for myself and sell the rest to my people. I can make some money then. Yin Xiaonan. How much did you spend on this bag of stones? 5 million star coins. Katie was obviously distressed. This is the money I saved for a long time. But it worth it to buy such a rare mecha material. Yin Xiaonan's heart was bleeding. This pile of broken stones is worth 5 million. She has plenty of such stones. If she wants to buy them, why bother looking for that tour guide? She can just look for her. She would not be stingy and only give a backpack. She could give Katie a whole cart of stones like this. She was so worried when she thought of the 2 million star coins she had used to build the teaching building. If she hadn't happened to meet 2 good players and won the bet, she wouldn't know where to get the money. She really wanted to vomit blood. From this, Yin Xiaonan also knew how easy it was to deceive this young sultan. No one would believe that such stones would be mecha materials. And if it was really such a precious mecha material, how could you buy such a big bag for 5 million star coins? Yin Xiaonan looked at the young sultan, who didn't know the evil of human heart with sympathy. Katie, I have to tell you something unfortunate. These stones are not mecha materials. They are just ordinary limestone. We have a lot of such stones in 627D. Katie's eyes widened suddenly. You mean I was cheated? Yes. You were cheated. The awkward atmosphere filled the space. It took Katie a long time to finally understand what Yin Xiaonan meant. She stood up from the chair. She bared her teeth fiercely and made threatening sounds in her throat. And her pupils turned into a thin vertical line. Damn it! They dared to cheat the money of the Sultan people. I won't let them go. She looked more like a cat when she was angry. Yin Xiaonan commented in his heart, holding his chin up. He was not scared at all by her sudden ferocious appearance, and even wanted to touch the other person's hair. Katie was still making her last struggle. She wanted to contact the tour guide to ask for an explanation. But since these people dared to cheat, they were well prepared. Katie couldn't find them at all. How can humans be so cunning? Katie stamped her feet in anger. Yin Xiaonan, who was caught by the map, looked up at the sky. Isn't it because you are too easy to be fooled? Oh, I didn't mean that you were cunning. Principal. Katie also found that her words affected the principal, and hurriedly explained. In her opinion, the principal who reminded her that she was cheated and didn't mind her alien identity and gave her an interview opportunity was a super good person. After learning that Katie was actually a naive person, Yin Xiaonan decisively extended his olive branch to her. After all, where could she find such a highly qualified and gullible employee? Generally, people with such qualifications would run away as soon as they heard that the school was on a deserted planet. Katie, I think you have the potential to be an excellent teacher. So I decided to hire you as a teacher at the 627th Military Academy. Yin Xiaonan looked at Katie with a particularly sincere look, as if every word was a true confession from the heart. Meow? Katie, who was still angry, was stunned when she heard Yin Xiaonan's words. She thought she had no chance. Is the principal serious? Can she become an excellent teacher? Katie looked at the principal clear and eager eyes, feeling a little dizzy. She just wanted to find a job and save enough money to buy a boat ticket home. She sent her resume to this school just to try her luck. She sent her resume to almost all qualified recruiters, but only the principal replied to her. But didn't she expect that the principal actually had high hopes for her? You work hard. Let's work together to make the 627th Military Academy a first-class military academy. Won't it be easy to get any mecha materials you want by then? Yin Xiaonan skillfully painted a big picture, while patting Katie's shoulder to encourage her. And Katie seemed to be able to imagine the scene of the future when the 627th Military Academy became a first-class military academy, and she could choose mecha materials after listening to Yin Xiaonan's description. She was obviously moved. The two of them looked forward to the bright future of the 627th Military Academy. When Katie left the office, she was still solemnly promising Yin Xiaonan, Principal, don't worry. I will work hard and strive to make the 627th Military Academy a first-class military academy as soon as possible. Katie left the principal office with full fighting spirit, and the system looked at her back with sympathy. Poor Saltman Cub. Just escaped from the sea of suffering and fell into the pit of fire again. The person in front of you is much more evil than that liar tour guide. She not only wants to cheat your money, but also your person. First-class military school? It a pity that the host could say that. They are not even a real military school now. Yin Xiaonan coughed dryly. You should always have dreams. After Katie, the last candidate for the school teacher, the old soldier named Bert, also arrived. Old Bert is a veteran who lost his right arm. He has reached the federal statutory retirement age. Yin Xiaonan was also a little surprised why he wanted to come to this harsh and desolate planet to be a teacher. Retirement? Old Bert was obviously very resentful when he mentioned this topic. The guys who make retirement policies are the stupidest politicians I know. I can still continue to work, but they tell me that I am old enough and I should not work anymore. I should stay at home and be a useless person. They tell me that my existence no longer brings value and only brings trouble. But this is just a clumsy lie they tell to solve the problem of young people employment difficulties. They don't really solve the problem. They just want to send us old guys back home so that there will be vacancies. But the problem still exists. Right? Yin Xiaonan knew what the root of the problem was that old Bert was referring to. In the interstellar era, machines gradually replaced human labor. Although due to mental power, military robots could not really replace humans in fighting against the Zerg. But for ordinary people, the development of intelligent AI still had a great impact on life. Although advanced robots like smart secretaries are expensive, and not all companies will adopt them, the trend of machines replacing humans is still unstoppable. This is also an indelible shadow under the rule of the Federation for nearly half a century. However, because it does not affect the military group that holds the greatest power in the country, there has not really been any social problems. But even if you want to continue to contribute to the Federation, you don't have to choose the 627th Military Academy. Yin Xiaonan was very respectful to old Bert, because she saw old Bert basic information. Name, Paul Bert. Mental strength, B+. Physique, B. Age, 72. Race, human. Subjects of expertise, Zerg war history, federal military law, ship command, political ethics, etc. System evaluation. This is a veteran who has experienced dozens of important federal battles such as the Battle of Steinbeck and the Battle of Marcy. Although he only has mediocre B-level qualifications, he started as a mobile infantryman, served as a mecha soldier, and had experience fighting on a battleship, and he retired with honor as a major. These rich war experiences are his most valuable assets. If you can hire such a teacher, your students will definitely benefit a lot. Before I agree to become a teacher in the school, I need to ask you a question. Old Bert face looked particularly serious. Are you serious about running this school? Or, have you ever thought about making this school a real military school? Yin Xiaonan saw the seriousness in old Bert's eyes, and she also sincerely laid out her plans. Of course I have thought about it, and I am planning to work towards this direction. If everything goes well, I plan to let 627 participate in the military school qualification competition in this star region next year. That means 627 can become a real military school as early as next year. Yin Xiaonan is not just making empty promises this time. In fact, what Yin Xiaonan said to Katie was not all nonsense. After all, even if it is just to have a healthy body, Yin Xiaonan will work hard to build this military school. And becoming a military school that is truly registered by the Ministry of Military Education next year is a small goal she has set. The girl's voice was resounding, without the slightest hesitation. If other people heard her words, they would definitely laugh at her fantasy. It is not so easy to upgrade the school to a real military school in 1 year. For most people, this is not only not easy, it is almost impossible to accomplish. But Old Bird did not show any doubt or contempt. Just your words are enough. He didn't say anything else to Yin Xiaonan, but simply went through the entry procedures. As for how much truth the other party said, he was not old and his eyes were not blurry yet, he would see it in person in the days to come. With the 3 teachers in place, the system finally opened the next stage of the task. Congratulations on meeting the basic conditions for enrollment. Now you can start enrolling students. Chapter 9 Enrollment. A small advertisements. Although the small advertisements inserted into every corner are annoying, they are enough to let the target group know the enrollment information. 200,000 star coins. The Military Academy Forum promotion. The Military Academy Forum has the most active military academy students. Although they have all been enrolled, can't they still transfer to other schools? 500,000 star coins. See holographic movie promotion. Minerva Military Academy once commissioned the federal director Feng Shan to shoot a movie tailored for it. Iron Blood Single Soldier, which made it famous and became the dream school of countless teenagers at that time. You can also follow this strategy and make a movie with the same name about the school for promotion. Maybe you will be the next Minerva. 5 million star coins. The military celebrity promotion. In this era, military celebrities enjoy the highest prestige. If a military celebrity endorses you, your school will instantly gain a lot of reputation. But it is not easy to buy a military celebrity. 20 million star coins system. Are you serious? Yin Xiaonan thinks that these 4 promotional plans don't look very reliable. For example, Plan 1. Post small advertisements. Let's not talk about whether this weird way of publicity can really attract students. More importantly, won't this behavior be caught by the internet police? You know, the monitoring of the Star Network is quite strict. There is also Plan 2. Competing with other military schools for students? Why does she compete with others? Is it because her school is the only school built on a deserted planet? It actually costs 500,000 star coins. Why doesn't she rob? As for Plan 3 and Plan 4, they are even more out of the ordinary. There's something wrong with these 2 plans from top to bottom. Make a movie? Ask someone to endorse? Does the system think they're going to venture into the entertainment industry? System, host. Don't worry. Since I've given you a plan, I have my own solution. How could the Federal Cyber Police catch me? What about Plan 2? You asked me to poach people from other military academies. Are you afraid that I won't get beaten? Yin Xiaonan squinted. And they didn't go to a good military academy. Are they coming here because there's more nitrous oxide on the barren planet? The system tone was very confident. These are the best promotional plans calculated by the system. And the effects increase in sequence. Please feel free to choose. Finally, Yin Xiaonan half-heartedly chose Plan 1. And her savings were only enough for Plan 1. Plan 1 has been selected. And the small advertisement is being delivered. Looking at the prompt that popped up by the system, Yin Xiaonan prayed silently in her heart. Don't get caught by the internet police. She can't afford the fine. Capital star. Tao Shan came out of the intranet, raised her wrist, and checked the light computer again. This time, there was an unread email reminder. And her heart began to beat rapidly. She held her breath and opened the unread email. The beginning of the email was, "Hello, classmate Tao Shan. I'm sorry that you didn't pass our school." It was a familiar beginning again. Tao Shan closed the page tiredly before she finished reading the email and fell on the bed. This was her last chance. But she still failed. Tao Shan has dreamed of being admitted to the Military Academy Individual Combat Department since she was a child. She has been working hard for this dream. She comes from an ordinary family, and her parents don't have enough money to hire a special teacher to guide her training. So she follows the teaching videos on the Star Network. Although there are only some basic moves on the Star Network, she also strives to practice these basic moves to the best. In addition, she often goes to the library to read books about weapons introductions and tactics. But when she had made all the preparation she could, she learned the bad news. Her mental strength and physical fitness were only C level. The minimum standard for recruiting students in military academies is B in mental strength and physical fitness. Even if she practiced her basic moves well, it seemed useless. She couldn't even pass the first level. Child, your mental strength and physical fitness are only C. You can't even connect to the lowest level mecha. You can't become a mecha soldier. A certain invigilator looked at Tao Shan with a trace of regret. This child has the tenacity and courage to become an excellent soldier. But it's a pity that her qualifications are too poor. Teacher, the individual combat department is not only about the training of mecha individual soldiers. I am willing to enter the mobile infantry major, even though the qualification was only C. Tao Shan still did not plan to give up easily. The individual combat department is not only about the training of mecha individual soldiers. And the mobile infantry major does not restrict the student qualifications. You can indeed become a mobile infantryman. And you can even sign up to join the army now. The invigilator explained to her. But our military academy recruits students with certain training value. Although it seems that mobile infantrymen do not have any requirements for qualifications. To become an excellent mobile infantryman, you must have high mental strength and physical fitness. Tao Shan was silent after hearing this. The invigilator saw her lonely expression and felt a little sorry for her. He said helplessly, "This does not mean that we discriminate against you. But it has been proved by years of teaching experience and statistical data that qualifications will determine a person's upper and lower limits. There may indeed be gold hidden in the sand. But we should just recruit students with high qualifications. There is no need to spend that much time panning for gold in the sand. It is not worth it." Tao Shan's eyes dimmed. She wanted to say that she could defeat an A-level opponent in the arena. If she was given a chance to enroll, she would not disappoint the school. But she already understood the meaning of the other party words. She had no chance to prove herself. There are many excellent talents. And there is no shortage of people like her who only have C qualifications. Tao Shan was unwilling to give up. She applied for almost all the military academies available in the capital star. She also tried to apply for those military academies far away in other star systems. Unfortunately, no military academy was willing to accept her. You should know that in the past, the qualifications of C were not enough to join the army. Not to mention the major military academies that have always been known as the cradle of senior officers. Sorry, you don't meet the admission requirements of our school. Even C dares to apply for a military academy. Who gave you the courage? It is important to know yourself. Unfortunately, our school has filled up its enrollment quota. And you failed the enrollment test. Little sister, it's great that you have such a dream. But some things are not what you want. You are not suitable for the individual combat department. No, you are not suitable for military school at all. Tao Shan encountered various rejections. But she did not give up her dream. It's just that she simply couldn't find a military school willing to accept her. It seems that the only way left for Tao Shan is to join the army directly. Tao Shan hesitated. This was not a good choice. The conditions for recruiting soldiers on the federal front were indeed very relaxed. But only those who were desperate would choose to sign up. Of course, there were also some ambitious people who wanted to change their fate. These people were usually sent directly to the front after simple training. Their mortality rate was extremely high, and they were completely consumable. There were very few people who could really climb up from the cannon fodder on the front line. But now Tao Shan only has this one choice. Or she can choose to give up becoming a soldier and enroll in an ordinary university. There are two choices. One is extremely dangerous, and the other is safe enough. But Tao Shan chose the former without hesitation. She turned on the optical computer and was about to click on the recruitment website. But she saw a colorful advertisement popped up in the lower right corner of the optical computer. Hey, is her optical computer infected with a virus? Tao Shan was a little surprised. You know, optical computers generally have automatic blocking functions. Unless you log into some illegal websites yourself, there will be no messy advertisements popping up. Tao Shan was sure that she had not randomly logged into some strange website. She curiously glanced at the pop-up window, but caught the word military school. 627 military school? Why had she never heard of the name of this military school? She couldn't help but click on the advertisement. There was a huge speaker vibrating on the advertisement page. And there was a row of big red words below. Good news. Good news. 627 Military School has started recruiting students. As long as you have a dream of attending a military school, we welcome you to join us. Come and sign up. There are only 200 places available. First come, first served. Is this really a military school enrollment and not a big sale? Taoshan silently skipped over the exaggerated advertising words and scrolled the page to see the detailed introduction of the military school. The school is located in Z39 Galaxy? Where is that? Taoshan had never heard of the name of this galaxy before, and when she saw that the school was not only in a remote galaxy that was little known, but also built on a deserted planet, she was shocked. Isn't the deserted planet a planet that is not suitable for human settlement? Someone actually built a school on the deserted planet. Now Taoshan has understood that this is not a real military school, but an uncertified military school under the name of a military school. There are many such fake military schools in the Federation. They also carry out some military training programs, but their teachers are often of varying levels, and the graduation certificates obtained from such schools are not recognized by the military and have no actual effect. Taoshan wanted to close the page. Although the advertisement said that their teachers included outstanding graduates from the first military academy and experienced veterans, she did not quite believe it. However, when her hand moved to the close button, she hesitated to press it. She remembered the motto of the 627 Military Academy on the advertisement page. Create the impossible. Why not give it a try? Taoshan said to herself. If she found that this school was not good enough, then it would not be too late for her to sign up for the army. At the same time, this small advertisement appeared on countless private computers. Some people were so annoyed that they closed it, some people clicked it and laughed after reading the introduction, raised their hands and reported it to the internet police. The reason was that someone was committing fraud, and some people saw this advertisement as if they had grasped the last ray of hope. Yin Xiaonan didn't know these things. She had no idea about the system enrollment promotion, but she didn't have a better way to recruit students at the moment. You know, all the major military academies have basically completed this year enrollment. Where can she find another batch of students? She could only trust the system temporarily and wait patiently on star 627D. During this time, Yin Xiaonan first went to the Star Network Internet to obtain the Combat Teacher Qualification Certificate. Although she currently only had an E-level physique and a D-level mental strength, it would only take a few minutes to pass the test with her rich experience and skills. After finally getting the qualification certificate, Yin Xiaonan convened a small meeting with 3 teachers under her to discuss various arrangements after the start of school. Although she is not very confident about whether she can recruit students, she still needs to make preliminary preparations. At the beginning of the meeting, Yin Xiaonan announced a piece of news that surprised the other 3. I will serve as the chief instructor for the freshman training after the students enter the school. Freshman training is a basic process that all military academies must go through at the beginning of the school year. Only after the freshmen have completed the training can they really start studying professional courses. The 3 were a little surprised. The principal actually planned to serve as the chief instructor himself? But no matter how surprised they were, no one raised any objections. Yin Xiaonan was the principal, so she could arrange things as she wished. Yin Xiaonan also assigned tasks to several teachers. Joel, you are responsible for the daily training of the students. Is that okay? Seeing the principal eyes looking at him, Joel scratched his hair nervously. I should be able to do it. Right? He had no experience as an instructor, but when he was in the first military academy, he also went through a lot of training. Are you so unsure? Yin Xiaonan frowned, looked up at Joel, and said, if you can't even do this, then I will doubt how you got your rank of lieutenant. Don't people who can come back alive from the Battle of Wilkest have the confidence to train a group of military academy freshmen? Joel was stunned. These harsh words were like a heavy bell hitting his heart, waking him up instantly. When did he become like this? Not even daring to give a positive answer to training a group of military academy freshmen? Did that battle completely destroy his self-confidence? Don't worry, Principal. I can do it. This time Joel's voice became much more confident. Seeing that Joel was fine, Yin Xiaonan turned his eyes to Katie. Katie, you are responsible for teaching students shooting. During the training period, you don't need to teach in depth, you just need to guide the students to get started. Are there any problems? No problem. Katie is different from Joel. She immediately patted her chest and assured Yin Xiaonan. Principal, I will definitely teach seriously. Now only old Bert was left. Old Bert had just been observing Yin Xiaonan silently. He found that this young girl was very good at being a leader in a team. She was good at exploring the strengths of others, and could adopt different communication strategies for different people. But most importantly, she was very calm from beginning to end, and could give others a sense of calm and reliable security, as if there was no problem that could not be solved with her around. This was a rare trait, and in his words, it was the style of a general. When old Bird was looking at the young principal in deep thought, Yin Xiaonan had already looked at him. Mr. Bird, I hope you can teach these freshmen about the military law of the Federation, as well as the basic knowledge of the organizational structure of the Federation military during the training, so that they can have a preliminary understanding of the army. Do you think it okay? Old Bird glanced at her. These are all in the books. If you don't even know these common sense, why do you come to be a military school student? Of course these are in the books, but there are some things that are not mentioned in the books. Right? Yin Xiaonan did not mind the hard tone of old Bird, and said softly, they need a guide like you. I think before becoming a soldier, military academy students should first clarify what kind of things they cannot do. I don't want there to be students in the 627 military academy who are sued in military courts because they do not understand military law. What you said makes sense. Old Bird was somewhat surprised that Yin Xiaonan could say such a thing. Many times he felt that the little girl in front of him was mature beyond her age. Just like the above words, even many military school principals did not have such an understanding. They only paid attention to the students' qualifications, but never considered the most basic thing, whether these young people were ready to become qualified federal soldiers. I will teach them everything I know, old Bird promised. Yin Xiaonan also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, what old Bird was in charge of was quite important. When she was in the military camp, she had seen many people commit irreparable crimes simply because of ignorance. Instead of regretting it at that time, it is better to let the students know what is strictly prohibited from the beginning, and not try to touch that red line. Yin Xiaonan secretly thought that the students of 627 might not be the best, but there must be no lawless lunatics. Otherwise, what if she, the principal, is implicated? This kind of thing must not happen, and the signs must be nipped in the bud. Chapter 10 New students are enrolled. On the way, Tao Shan kept doubting whether her decision was correct. A school built on a deserted planet in a remote galaxy, and it was not a real military school. Tao Shan didn't know why she bought a ticket to the Z39 galaxy on impulse that day. But since she had made a decision, Tao Shan thought she would go and take a look. If this school was really not good, then she would just treat it as a trip here, and it would not be too late to sign up for the army then. After arriving at the Z39 galaxy, she found that to go to 627D, she had to first go to the neighboring Fleisch star to take a spaceship. There was the only fixed route to 627D there. Tao Shan didn't know whether she should breathe a sigh of relief. At least there was a flight to there. You know, generally, deserted stars don't have special routes. After 2 transfers, Tao Shan finally got on the spaceship to 627D. She had been wondering what this school called 627 Military Academy was like. She was about to reach her destination, and she felt a little nervous. Are you all going to the 627 Military Academy? There were only a few passengers in the cabin. A girl with pigtails asked curiously. Yes, 627D is a deserted planet. The people on this spaceship should all be going to register. A boy who looked like a native of this galaxy adjusted his decorative glasses on his nose and said, by the way, why are you all here to register? Another girl in blue clothes said with a bitter face. This school has just been established, and it is just an uncertified military academy. But my mother said that an uncertified military academy is also a military academy, and she insisted that I come here to train, at least learn some self-defense skills. After hearing this weird reason for signing up, many people were speechless. Come here to learn self-defense? Your mother is quite thoughtful. Tao Shan even regretted coming here. It seems that this is probably just an ordinary training camp under the banner of a military school. Maybe her fighting skills are better than the teachers here. I saw an advertisement saying that it is a very powerful military school. In order to train students' willpower, it was specially built on a deserted planet. Although it is not as good as the 4 major military academies, it is also the top-ranked military academy in the Z39 galaxy. And its tuition is only 50,000 star coins. So I came. The girl with pigtails who spoke at the beginning also joined in. Everyone else was silent. Where did this innocent child come from? He was actually deceived by an unscrupulous advertisement. That? The girl in blue clothes spoke weakly. There are not many universities in our Z39 galaxy, and there are even fewer that provide military training. From this point of view, it is not wrong for it to say that it ranks first. But this is obviously false propaganda. Everyone added silently in their hearts. At this time, another boy with arrogant red hair also spoke up. Apart from anything else, it's pretty cool that it built on a deserted planet. I just think this school is pretty special, that's why I didn't go to the Capital Military Academy and came here. As soon as he said this, everyone else's eyes were focused on him. The red-haired boy obviously enjoyed the attention, and he raised his head proudly. Are you kidding? The man with glasses looked at the red-haired boy's smug look, sneered and said, Then I said I rejected the first military academy to come here. TSK. This young master never brags. The red-haired boy is called Yen Ting. His parents are both senior officers of the Federation. It is not difficult for him to enter the Capital Military Academy. But his self-esteem does not allow him to enter this top military academy that others dream of relying on his parents' relationship. He insisted on relying on his own ability to get in. But he failed as expected. He estimated that with his grades, he should not be able to get into any first-class military academy. And even those second- and third-class military academies are a bit difficult for him. But he had already said that he would not rely on his parents' connections. So how could he go back on his word? When he saw the recruitment advertisement for the 627 Military Academy, his eyes lit up. This school was in the UE Star region, which was very far away from the Central Star region. Here he would never meet his former classmates, who might ridicule him. Moreover, it was built on a deserted planet. He could tell others that the reason he chose such a school was because he thought a school built on a deserted planet was cool. In this way, others would not know that he could not get into any military academy in the capital star, and would only think that his choice was unique. After he made up his mind, he unilaterally informed his parents that he would never go to the Capital Military Academy. He wanted to leave the capital star, go to a remote star system, and stay away from those annoying guys. When he heard that he was going to this fake academy that could not even be called a military academy, his mother said she would not agree to anything, and his father also scolded him severely, but finally let him come. Yen Ting knew that his father did not agree with his decision, but he did not believe that he could hold on here for long. He thought that he would naturally return to the capital star. But this time, his father might be disappointed. He absolutely would not go back. Yen Ting was thinking this, but he was keenly aware of a chuckle in his ear. He immediately turned his head and saw a long-haired girl wearing a baseball cap and lazily leaning on a chair. What? She also did not believe that he gave up the Capital Military Academy to come here? What are you laughing at? Nothing, I just think you're cute. The girl's voice was slightly hoarse, and it touched my heartstrings. You? Yen Ting couldn't help but blush when he heard this. At this time, he didn't know what Xia Yinhan meant by praising someone for being cute. Until later, when Xia Yinhan became the team commander-in-chief, she often didn't reject some suggestions that she thought were stupid directly, but praised them with the same smile as today. Your idea is cute. He realized later that the cute word was not a compliment. Of course, Yen Ting didn't know about this yet. He struggled for a long time, and didn't know what to say. He asked her, Why did you choose this school? Well, the girl supported her head and thought about it. This is the closest to home. Damn! There are people who are more pretentious than him. Yen Ting felt that he had lost. I chose this because no other military academy was willing to accept me. Because my qualifications are only double-C. Among these strange reasons for registration, Tao Shan's reason seemed ordinary. She was not a person with low self-esteem. She frankly said that she only had 2 CS. Then I am the same as you. I was also rejected by other military academies. The boy sitting next to Tao Shan was like he had found a relative. He was very indignant. And they rejected me in the first exam. They didn't even test my qualifications. Tao Shan was stunned when she heard this. She said uncertainly, Are you talking about the common sense test? Isn't this kind of general knowledge test usually just a formality? Tao Shan has never heard of anyone being eliminated in a general knowledge test. I don't know, it's the test after registration. The boy frowned. I filled in every blank, but they insisted that I failed. Tao Shan thought for a while, and asked him tentatively, Do you know who the founding marshal of the Federation is? Adelaide? The boy hesitated. As soon as this was said, the surroundings fell into silence. The girl in blue clothes was speechless. Adelaide is the name of a star. Our founding marshal is called Sigrid. He didn't even know Sigrid. Isn't he illiterate? Originally. Because this boy was very good looking. The girls around him had a good first impression of him. But the stupid word Adelaide instantly disillusioned them. With this IQ, it's no wonder that the military academy didn't accept him. If he goes to the battlefield, won't he be fooled by the enemy? Poochie. Yen Ting couldn't help laughing first. He patted the boy on the shoulder. Brother, you are a talent. Founding Marshal Edward? No, he was really going to die of laughter. In the joyful atmosphere, someone suddenly sneered. Idiot! Who are you calling idiot? The boy who just looked confused didn't understand why others were laughing, but he could still understand that the word idiot was insulting him. I'm calling you an idiot. The man with glasses was not afraid at all. He couldn't stand this kind of idiot the most. Are you looking for a fight? The boy stood up and wanted to rush up and beat the man with glasses, but was stopped by the person next to him. At this moment, the arrival reminder of the spacecraft sounded. 627D has arrived. Please leave in an orderly manner. Thank you. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, packed their luggage and got off the spacecraft one after another. And the boy did not bother the man with glasses anymore. When the group really set foot on the land of 627D, looking at the huge protective shield in front of them, many people exclaimed in amazement. This school is something. The man with glasses started to show off his knowledge again. This transparent protective shield set up above the planet is the most advanced technology in the Federation. I guess the one in front of us costs at least several 100 million star coins. Can you spend several 100 million to buy me one? Yen Ting rolled his eyes. He had been annoyed with this man with glasses for a long time. But he was also surprised that the school actually set up a protective shield. He originally thought that the school on this desolate planet was probably built underground, or that a metal protective shield was built on the ground to isolate the external environment. This is also a solution often used when developing planets with harsh environments. But he didn't expect that this school actually used a more advanced energy shield. The snowflakes falling from the sky automatically disappeared into thin air when they touched the shield, turning the inside and outside of the shield into two completely different worlds. The inside of the shield was dry and warm, while the outside of the shield was still under the rule of frost and snow. The fierce wind wrapped in the blizzard looked savage and cruel, but it still couldn't shake the shield at all. Although he had heard of this transparent protective cover, he had never seen it in person. He did not expect that this scene would be so amazing. As if it were a miracle, he could not help but whistle, and felt that he had come to the right place. Xie Yinhan was also silently looking at the protective cover, and a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. She tried to track it as soon as she saw the recruitment advertisement of the 627 Military Academy. Her optical computer was specially modified by her, and it could bypass the firewall she set up to invade her optical computer. The person behind this school is not simple. After several battles in secret, she failed to catch the other party in the end. But since the advertisement was about the 627 Military Academy, she simply came here to find out. Unexpectedly, this school seemed to be hiding some secrets. She knew more than others. Currently, the planetary surface energy shields that the Federation has disclosed are not as large as this. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What kind of power is behind this school? Could it be the military? But why did the military do this? Just as these people got off the spaceship and were still looking around, a boy with a bright smile approached them. Are you new here? I take you to the dormitory to put your luggage. Hey senior, can you introduce us to the school? Someone immediately asked the other party actively. My name is Hachi. You can just call me by my name. The boy scratched his head and explained. Actually, I only arrived a few days earlier than you. It's okay here, there are dormitories and cafeterias, but I didn't see anyone from the school. The teacher who came to greet us was a teacher named Joel. He asked us to stay in the dormitory and wait for the start of school. You should be the last batch of people. School will probably start in the next few days. Haki led them to the dormitory. You can choose any dormitory to live in, and then go to the room marked with the financial office on the first floor of the teaching building to complete the admission procedures. There is an ATM inside. After you pay the tuition, you can get a meal card. You don't need to pay for the food in the cafeteria. You can get it by swiping the card. Are you serious? The girl with pigtails seemed very excited. Is it free to eat here? Yes. And it tastes pretty good, Haki added. The girl with pigtails rubbed her stomach impatiently. I'm hungry. Let's quickly choose a dormitory and go to the cafeteria to eat. Didn't the spaceship provide meals just now? The others complained in their hearts. But they all wanted to go to the cafeteria to take a look. So they started to choose dormitories. There would be keys hanging on the doors of empty dormitories that had not been occupied. Yin Ting was the first to push open a door and walk in. As soon as he saw the environment inside, he started to yell, "This place is so small. It's not even as big as my toilet." Why did he say that? The others resisted the urge to beat him up, and each of them found a dorm to put down their luggage. There were 6 beds in a dormitory, and many people had to share a dormitory with others. After putting down their luggage, everyone agreed to go to the admission procedures together. Regarding the dormitory environment, although their reactions were not as exaggerated as Yin Ting, they also felt that it was too crowded for 6 people to live in one room. And there is no wardrobe. The girl in blue complained, "I don't even know where to hang my clothes. There is only one public bathhouse on the first floor. I just checked that the boys' bathhouse is on the second floor. Doesn't that mean I have to take a bath with others?" Everyone was complaining about the inconveniences of the dormitory. But the girl with pigtails was confused. I think the environment is pretty good. I think it pretty good too," the illiterate boy echoed. Everyone coughed dryly, and Yin Ting looked sympathetic. "Where are you from? Can this dormitory be called good? I take you to the Capital Star to see the world when I have the chance." Seeing the two looking at him with admiration, Yin Ting proudly described to them what the 9-star hotel on the Capital Star looked like. The meals there are all made by advanced cooking robots. This robot has thousands of menus built in for you to choose from, and the heat of each dish is controlled extremely accurately. Only the 9-star hotel in the Capital Star has such strong capital to purchase such a highly intelligent robot just for making dishes. You should know that this intelligent chef is not a low-level household robot commonly used in the family. No matter what dish it makes, it tastes the same. Its cost is extremely high. But before Yin Ting could finish boasting, when they entered the cafeteria with their meal cards after completing the enrollment, they saw that the chefs working in the transparent window of the cafeteria were not human chefs, but several robots. Wow! It can even flip the spoon! The girl with pigtails leaned on the transparent glass and looked inside for a long time, then turned to ask Yin Ting, "Is this the high-end cooking robot you mentioned?" Yin Ting was stunned. Whose cafeteria would use such an expensive high-end cooking robot? "Come and see, it says on its display that it has tens of thousands of recipes." The illiterate boy found that he knew all the words on the display, and confidently read out the instructions. "Just now you said that the robots in the Capital Star Hotel only have thousands of recipes. It seems that our school is much better than the Capital Star Hotel," the girl with pigtails commented. Yin Ting. Suddenly I didn't know how to refute. Chapter 11 Entrance Examination. Rewards. 1,000 experience points, 150 points, free building shooting range x1, protective shield area doubled in fact. Yin Xiaonan was very skeptical at first whether he could really recruit 200 students. After all, the 627 Military Academy is not only a school built on a remote star, but also a non-certified military academy that has not been certified by the Federal Military Education Department. It is full of debuffs. Not only did she not have the confidence to recruit 200 students, she was not confident that she could really recruit people through small advertisements. She was ready to implement the backup plan. However, it was the interstellar era of population explosion. It seemed that it was not difficult to recruit 200 people in a federation with a population of more than 100 billion. After all, there were always some strange things in the diversity of species. When Yin Xiaonan saw the number of students shown on the system increasing gradually, and finally completed the task just barely, she felt like she was dreaming. But no matter what, the task was finally completed. With a large amount of experience pouring in, Yin Xiaonan's mental strength and physical fitness finally upgraded again. This time, her physical fitness was upgraded from E level to D level. Yin Xiaonan felt that the damaged foundation of this body was finally repaired, which also meant that she could not only rely on the system to improve her physical fitness level in the future. She was confident that she could upgrade her physical fitness to A level through her own deliberate training within a year. In such a dangerous era, the only way to ensure her physical fitness is to improve her own strength. The system is ultimately just an external object. As for the improvement of mental power level, it is something that can only be encountered by chance. Although Yin Xiaonan once upgraded her mental power from C level to A level in just 2 years when she was still in the military camp, she once became a legend in the army. But in fact her upgrade was quite accidental, and even she herself could not easily replicate it. There are very few people who can really improve their mental power level, and this is actually the most valuable part of the current system. After the level was upgraded, Yin Xiaonan felt full of strength, and she no longer had the feeling of being sick for a long time. She opened the virtual map in a very good mood and placed the shooting range given by the system in a suitable location. A line of small words under construction appeared on the virtual model of the shooting range. She continued to look through the construction page and chose to buy a practical training ground, 2 ordinary training rooms, and a special environment simulation room. In addition to finding a suitable open space for the practical training ground, the training room and the special environment simulation room are embedded in the teaching building, which is a transformation of the existing empty classrooms in the teaching building. Among these buildings, the special environment simulation room is the most expensive, requiring 1.5 million star coins. The practical training ground requires 800,000 star coins, and the other 2 ordinary training rooms only cost 100,000 star coins each, which is almost a bargain for Yin Xiaonan now. Yes, with the enrollment of new students, Yin Xiaonan funds finally became sufficient. She enrolled a total of 200 students, and the tuition of 50,000 per person was 10 million star coins, and this was when she did not set the tuition high. Until the 10 million was deposited, she finally experienced the joy of owning a school. What made Yin Xiaonan even happier was yet to come. After all the students had completed the enrollment procedures, the system popped up a prompt. After the students enroll, the buildings and facilities on campus will automatically produce gold coins every day, and the gold coins can be directly used to purchase buildings. As the campus level increases, the buildings and facilities will generate more gold coins every day. Please upgrade actively. On the virtual map of the system, small bubbles of 500 or 1,000 gold coins appeared above each building model. Yin Xiaonan happily clicked on them one by one and collected them all. He didn't mind the small face value at all. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Yin Xiaonan checked the newly refreshed tasks with a more positive attitude than before. Main task. The student has enrolled. Please complete the enrollment qualification test and written examination. The system will provide a test question bank. Reward, 800 experience points, 100 points, basic training equipment x 200, training clothes x 1000. Remarks. If a student is comprehensively evaluated as a 3-star talent by the system, each student will be rewarded with an additional 500 points for the host. If a student is comprehensively evaluated as a 4-star talent by the system, each student will be rewarded with an additional 1,000 points for the host. If a student is comprehensively evaluated as a 5-star talent by the system, each student will be rewarded with an additional 5,000 points for the host. Yin Xiaonan was dazzled by the series of zeros in the remarks and immediately asked, "System, what is the standard for your comprehensive evaluation?" She only knew that mental strength and physical fitness were graded, but she had never heard of this kind of evaluation method of the system. The system explained, "This is a 5-level evaluation system that comprehensively examines students' qualifications, talents, cultural accomplishments, character, potential, and luck, and finally divides them according to their training value. Of course, qualifications are still the most important consideration. 3-star talents must have a single S qualification. 4-star talents must have at least double S qualifications. And 5-star talents must have at least 3 S qualifications. There are actually 6-star talents above this. But the standard for 6-star talent is very strict. None of the 6 basic attributes can be lagging behind, and the qualifications must be superb. Such talents are rare and extremely rare." After listening to the system explanation, Yin Xiaonan felt that it was unlikely for him to get the extra points. Even 3-star talents were not something her uncertified military school built on a barren planet dared to dream of. Once a student mental strength or physical fitness was measured to be S level, he would be scrambled for by all the major military schools. How could her small, broken school have a chance? As if sensing the host's depressed mood, the system comforted him. Although high-level talents are rare, you should not be too discouraged. This system has always adhered to the concept of teaching without distinction, and advocates exploring the potential of every student. These attributes are not static, but can continue to grow. As long as the host trains students well, he can also get points rewards in the future. As it said this, it issued a daily task. Daily task. Improve the comprehensive evaluation star rating of students during school. Reward. For each star upgrade for students below 3 stars, the host will receive a 50-point reward. For each star upgrade for students above 3 stars, not only will the host receive the original level of points, but also a 200-point star upgrade reward. Yin Xiaonan roughly understood the system evaluation criteria, but I understand everything else. But why do we need to consider the factor of luck in the comprehensive evaluation? The system explained. Of course we have to consider the factor of luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. A person's fate is closely related to luck. Don't underestimate the role of luck. When evaluating high-level talents, luck is particularly important. Yin Xiaonan. Well, it seems that the 6-star talent is the legendary son of luck. Qualification test naturally requires the use of a high-precision qualification tester. Yin Xiaonan was rewarded with 1 for the task before, but in order to improve the detection efficiency, she spent points to exchange for 2 in the store. Speaking of the system store, Yin Xiaonan rarely opened it before, because most of the things in it need to be exchanged with points. She didn't save many points before. The only thing she could afford in the whole store was probably the seasoning pack worth 5 points. But in addition to daily necessities, like seasoning packets, there are many things in the system store that make people covet, such as 3S level mechas, and almost black technology things like mental training devices. It's a pity that these things are too expensive. Yin Xiaonan can't afford them at all. A qualification tester requires 50 points. Yin Xiaonan spent 100 points and still had 340 points left. And the cheapest S-level mecha also requires 500 points. Seeing but not touching, Yin Xiaonan simply closed the page. She seriously suspected that these things were released by the system to deliberately seduce her to do the task. System, hee. You found out? In addition to the qualification test, for the written test, the system provided Yin Xiaonan with a question bank containing 100,000 original questions. Yes, these are the questions of the major military academy entrance examinations in previous years. Yin Xiaonan didn't know where the system collected them from. You know, every year so many students want to apply for major military academies, but they can't find complete test questions on the market at all, and can only get some information about the questions from some seniors. Although these questions were questions that other schools had taken, they were still enough for a basic test. In the interstellar era, examinations had long been paperless, and students often entered the examination space to answer questions through special answering equipment. Yin Xiaonan had to spend another 2.5 million star coins to buy 5 classrooms for examinations. These classrooms, like the special environment simulation rooms, were renovated on the basis of the existing empty classrooms in the teaching building. They did not take a lot of time to build, and only took 5 hours to successfully transform. Yin Xiaonan saw that all the preparations were done, so he called 3 more teachers to the office. Now that the students have enrolled, I plan to give them a qualification test and a baseline test to understand their basic situation. Yin Xiaonan gave the 3 teachers in front of him a new task. Let's do the qualification test first. Each of you will be responsible for a part of the students. If there is anything you can't handle, come to me. Principal, qualification tests generally require a qualification tester, Joel said with some embarrassment. Qualification testers are not cheap. Some ordinary military academies often rent equipment from first and second-class military academies. Their school is not well known. How can they borrow the precious qualification tester? Well, I know. The qualification tester is in the room next to the office. It has not been opened yet. You take the instrument down and put it on the open space in front of the teaching building for testing. Joel was a little surprised. Does their school even have a qualification tester? He thought of the advanced cooking robot in the school cafeteria and the intelligent secretary in the principal office, and suddenly felt that it was not strange for the school to have the money to buy a qualification tester. Yin Xiaonan assigned the tasks and let them get busy. After spending a few days together, the 3 of them also understood that this young principal was a person who did not drag his feet. So they left the principal office together and went to the next room to get the qualification tester. The aptitude tester usually consists of 2 parts, a scanning instrument and a display instrument. It is a relatively large device. When Joel opened the door of the next room and saw 3 large boxes occupying the entire room, he was stunned. Could it be that their school does not have 1 aptitude tester, but 3 aptitude testers? He wiped his face, calmed down, and worked with old Bert to carry a box downstairs. As for Katie, she easily picked up a box with her double S physique and walked quickly to the front. After they moved the 3 boxes to the open space, Joel opened the box and found that it was indeed a qualification tester, and it was brand new. He opened the package and plugged in all the connection cables of the qualification tester. He had a better understanding of the principal financial resources. Maybe the 627 military academy. under the leadership of this capable and financial principal, can really make some achievements, he thought secretly. Chapter 12 Qualification Test. Katie was very curious about these huge instruments. They did not need to use instruments. They were born with the ability to sense the approximate level of their mental strength and physical fitness. This was the first time she saw a qualification tester used by humans. Can I try it first? Katie looked at these instruments in front of her, which were particularly novel to her, and was eager to try them. Joel thought that he needed to test the performance of the instruments anyway, so he agreed to let Katie try it first. Put the helmet on your head, and stay in the circle over there. Joel instructed Katie on how to do the test. Katie stood obediently at the position Joel said, with her big round eyes open, curiously observing the surroundings. Is that so? Okay. Don't move for a while, Joel reminded her, and then click the button to start the test. A blue light was emitted from the scanning device. As soon as the blue light appeared, Katie's eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance. But she remembered Joel's instructions, suppressed her urge to jump up, and let the blue light scan her from head to toe. Is it okay? Although the blue light did not cause any substantial harm, Katie still felt uncomfortable and could not wait to get off the instrument. Wait a moment. Joel stared at the display instrument until a prompt box popped up indicating a successful scan. And then he let Katie get off. Huh? I feel a little weird. As if I was seen through. Katie shook her body and felt that the hair on her ears was about to explode. But she was still very curious about the results, and immediately ran to the display instrument to join in the fun. What the result? The instrument ran for a while, and then popped up Katie test results. Test number 0000001. Mental power value 78023508992 TZ. Click to view the specific waveform of mental power. Physical value 5080 GP. Click to view the detailed report of various physical data. Comprehensive judgment. Mental power level S. Physical level SS. Pretty accurate, Katie muttered. Joel was no less surprised than Katie, not only because of Katie's superb qualifications. The qualifications of aliens have always been very strong. This is not a particularly surprising thing. Although Katie's SS physique still gave Joel some shock, what surprised Joel the most was that the test data of this instrument was too accurate. You know, even the so-called customized advanced qualification tester of the first military academy could not get such accurate data during the test. Especially when he clicked on the mental power waveform and the various physical value reports, he couldn't believe that this was the result that could be obtained in such a short time. Joel felt that he was surprised too many times today, but he didn't know that there would be more surprises in the next student qualification test waiting for him. Because the school has not started yet, the freshmen of 627 Military Academy are gathered in the dormitory in groups of 3 or 4. 627D lives up to its name of a barren planet. There are dangerous storms outside the protective shield every day. And even when the storms subside a little, they dare not go out without any protection, which is tantamount to seeking death. But except for the teaching building and the cafeteria, these students have no other place to go. After the excitement of coming here, the students became depressed one by one. They stayed in the dormitory and grew moldy, complaining in their hearts. It is a school built on a deserted planet. It really boring. Yilin stayed by the window board and looked at the monotonous scenery in the distance. The whole deserted planet is white. The vast land outside the protective shield is buried by thick snow. It looks white at a glance. The buildings inside the protective shield are also pure white. There is almost no other color except white. It really boring. She is the girl in blue who claimed on the spaceship that she was coming to the 627 Military Academy to learn self-defense. Although she has only been here for 1 day, Yilin already feels that her days here are very tormenting. I don't know if it because the communication network equipment here is too old. She wants to log into the star network and it's so stuck. But without the star network, staying on this barren planet with nothing is really boring. Yilin can't imagine that she will stay in such a place for a full year or more in the future. Now she just hopes that school can start soon, so that she can find something to do. Just as Yilin sighed in frustration, there were quick footsteps in the dormitory corridor, and then there were some noisy noises. Through the door, she vaguely heard the students outside say, "Hurry up and go to the open space in front of the teaching building. The school has notified us to gather for the qualification test." What? Qualification test? This time, not only Yilin, but also the others in the dormitory instantly recovered from their listless state. They immediately pushed the door and left the dormitory, and went outside to inquire about the news with others. Qualification test? Does our school have equipment to do it? I don't know. Someone just came to inform us. It seems that a teacher over there asked us to gather. Then let go and take a look. After a few words, everyone prepared to go to the teaching building to see what was going on. Not all students have taken the qualification test, especially the local residents of the Z39 galaxy, because there is no military academy in the Z39 galaxy. They have no chance to take the qualification test. Hearing that the school was going to conduct a centralized qualification test, many people became excited. Many of them had no money to study abroad in other star systems, so they had to choose such a seemingly unreliable non-accredited military school. I didn't expect that their school would also conduct a qualification test. This was naturally a pleasant surprise for them. This is impossible. Although the man with glasses was also a local of the Z39 star system, he thought he knew a lot of information about the military school. He pushed his glasses and frowned. A qualification test requires a qualification tester, which even ordinary military academies cannot afford. How can our school have one? As soon as he said this, everyone around hesitated. But since the school asked them to gather, they all slowly moved towards the open space outside the teaching building. When they arrived, they found that 3 huge machines had been placed on the open space, and 3 people who should be teachers were maintaining order. Hey, look! That girl over there looks so weird. She actually has 2 animal-like ears. Is she wearing some special decoration? A boy pointed at Katie not far away, as if he had seen something new. Shoo! Keep your voice down. That a teacher at school. She's scary. An early student on the side hurriedly stopped the boy. The person who came with him was picked up by the teacher with one hand in the blink of an eye because of talking nonsense. He didn't even see how the other person moved. Since then, the others have become particularly honest. The test was conducted in the order of registration. The first person to go up for the test was Hachi, who had actively led other newcomers to the dormitory. He was the first to arrive at 627D. He walked into the instrument as required with some trepidation. A burst of blue light swept across, and his test results appeared on the display screen. Test number 0000002. Mental power value 28821TZ. Click to view the specific waveform of mental power. Physical value 392 GP. Click to view a detailed report of various physical data. Comprehensive judgment. Mental power level D+. Physical level C. The results are out. Mental strength D+. Physical fitness C. Is this good or bad? I don't know either. Let's see what the teacher says. I heard that military academies generally only accept students with mental strength and physical fitness of B level. This person's qualifications are a bit poor. If there really is a double B, would he still come here? I haven't tested it. Maybe I have that qualification. Okay, the test is completed. You can come down. After Joel registered hacky information, he signaled that the next person could go up. The 3 instruments were testing simultaneously, and the speed was not slow. After Hachi got off the instrument, he saw his test results on the display. He felt a little disappointed, but it was okay. He originally thought that he was just an ordinary person, and he didn't think he had any great talent. He came to the 627th Military Academy just to learn something useful, and he didn't have any big dreams. After testing dozens of people one after another, others no longer laughed at Hachi's low qualifications, because everyone's test results were similar, either C or D, and very few people could reach a single B. Is this tester accurate? Could it be wrong? A boy who had his double D tested was unwilling to give up and asked for another test. Old Bert was in charge of the test for his team. He thought that this old man was not as scary as the alien girl next door, and he was so old, so he should be easier to talk to. Teacher, I want to test it again. The data is not accurate. The boy stiffened his neck and looked at the old man in front of him. The other party just looked at him silently. For some reason, he suddenly felt guilty and short of breath. The man in front of him clearly did nothing, but he inexplicably felt a trace of fear, especially when the pair of calm eyes stared at him, which made him want to flee. He didn't know that this was the power that old Bert had built up after fighting on the battlefield for many years. He just subconsciously stopped talking, touched his nose and left in disgrace. Next, old Bert acted as if nothing had happened. This kid who hadn't even grown all his hair was not worth his trouble. Tao Shan stared at the young male teacher who was doing the test in front of her and pondered for a long time, until she heard others mention the name Joel. She finally remembered why he looked so familiar. Joel Hoya. the pride of the first military academy. Tao Shan watched the video of the finals of the military academy league he was in. He was a very powerful mecha soldier. His mecha was called Fire Phoenix, which was a very eye-catching S-class mecha. She still remembered that in the finals, he faced the encirclement and suppression of two groups of people from the Capital Military Academy and the Federal Military University alone, and not only escaped successfully, but also killed 3 main players from other schools in the counterattack. It was because he helped his teammates to contain the joint team of the 2 schools that the first military academy was able to win the championship despite the cooperation of the 2 schools. But didn't this outstanding mecha soldier graduate with excellent grades and join the army? Why didn't he appear in the army, but on such a remote planet? And he seemed to be their teacher? Tao Shan was puzzled. It turned out that the advertisement that said the school had outstanding graduates from the first military academy as teachers was not a lie. Next, Tao Shan. Hearing her name, Tao Shan temporarily stopped her active thoughts and walked into the scanner. She was very familiar with the aptitude test. She had walked into this instrument that could determine her future countless times with hope. But the final result always disappointed her. No miracle happened to her. She was just an ordinary double C aptitude. Although the aptitude of the people who took the test before was only D and C. She was still a little nervous when she found out that the teacher in charge of the test was Joel. Would he also think that it was a fantasy to want to become an excellent individual soldier with her aptitude? Okay. Next one. Joel did not make any comments on Tao Shan qualifications. Tao Shan did not know whether she should be disappointed or relieved. Her test results showed that her mental strength was C, and her physical fitness was C+, which was the same as the test results on the capital planet, except that the result of the physical fitness test was a little higher, but it still did not deviate from the C-level range, which did not seem to have much significance. Tao Shan had long accepted the reality of her mediocre qualifications. She calmed down and stepped off the scanner. Just then, there were bursts of exclamations from the team next door. Look! The girl mental strength was S. Tao Shan heard these discussions in a trance. She looked up in disbelief in the direction of the crowd. With S-level mental strength, one can directly enter the 4 top military academies. Why did she come here? Chapter 13 Mental Strength Characteristics. Katie, who tested her, did not think that S-level mental strength was that great because of her own qualifications. She directly asked the next person to come up and take the test. But the people around were obviously shocked by the test results. And they were still discussing it enthusiastically. Oh my god, she actually has S. This is also the best genius in the capital star. Right? Not really, her physique is only A-. I heard that the first freshman of the first military academy this year has both S mental strength and physique. That very strong, you are the one who said this. Why did she come here to study? She can definitely enter the 4 major military academies. That right. If I had this qualification, I would definitely not come here. I guess she doesn't know her own qualifications. I bet she must regret it. Lin Tianan listened silently to the discussions of others. She ran away from home because her uncle family didn't want her to go to military school. Lin Tianan's parents were both federal soldiers. They died in the Battle of Marcy more than 10 years ago. Then Lin Tianan, who was only 3 years old, was taken in and raised by her uncle family. Because Lin Tianan's parents died accidentally on the battlefield. Her uncle always didn't want her to join the army because it was dangerous. He never let her get in touch with anything related to the army. But Lin Tianan had her own ideas since she was a child. Her parents died at the hands of the Zerg. And she always wanted to go to the battlefield to avenge her parents. Perhaps out of intuition. Lin Tianan never told her uncle family her true thoughts. She still behaved well, but secretly enrolled in the military academy without telling them. Unfortunately, this matter was still discovered by her uncle and aunt. They put her under house arrest and did not allow her to take the exam. Until this time, they showed their strong side under the warmth. Lin Tianan wondered more than once why her cousin could go to the military academy. But she couldn't? Lin Tianan was locked in her room to reflect on her mistakes. Her uncle told her that he would let her go only when she changed her mind. But Lin Tianan was determined to escape. As for where to go after escaping, she had not yet decided. But she definitely could not stay on the capital planet. Just as Lin Tianan was secretly making an escape plan, a small advertisement suddenly popped up on the light brain on her wrist. Do you want to go to military school? Do you want to become an excellent federal soldier? 627 Military Academy welcomes you. Lin Tianan was a little surprised. The signals in her room were blocked. But how did this ad appear on her brain? She clicked on the ad with confusion. When she found out that this strange military academy was far away on a deserted planet called Z39 Galaxy in UE Star region, her eyes moved. She knew where she could go. If she ran away, her uncle family would never think that she would go to such a school built on a deserted planet in a remote galaxy. Right? She decided to hide there for a while, and then consider what to do next. Although Lin Tianan had always been determined to go to military school, she just knew that she had such high qualifications. She had never tested her qualifications before. When she mentioned this, her uncle always said that she didn't need to test her qualifications, and she wouldn't have to do dangerous work like a soldier in the future. She was not suitable to be a soldier. She just needed to follow their arrangements. They wouldn't harm her. Lin Tianan had to admit that. From childhood to adulthood, her uncle family had not treated her badly. They enrolled her in expensive classical piano lessons, dance lessons, etiquette lessons, and other courses. Anyone who saw her would say that her uncle family was too good to her niece. It was obvious that they had spent a lot of money to carefully train her, and they would treat their own daughter like this. Lin Tianan had heard such remarks since she was a child, but she didn't really like playing the piano, nor did she want to learn those out-of-date aristocratic etiquette. She wanted to take combat training classes with her cousin, although those training courses were not easy. My cousin sometimes even got hurt. When my cousin was young, he was forced by his parents to attend training courses, and he was jealous, saying that his parents treated Lin Tianan better than him, their own son. But he didn't know that the courses he wanted to avoid were what Lin Tianan wanted to learn, but was not allowed to. When Lin Tianan asked why my cousin could go to military school and join the army, my uncle and aunt would always say that it was because he had to grow up to protect her, his sister, but she could obviously become strong enough to protect herself. Her cousin Lin Muyuan was only a AA qualification at first, and it was not until he entered the capital military academy that his physique was upgraded to S level. But even so, she still remembered the pride in her uncle and aunt eyes when they talked about her cousin. When such a test result came out, Lin Tianan became more determined in her thoughts. She was obviously stronger than her cousin, and she could protect herself. Her idea was not wrong at all. The system is interoperable with the qualification tester. When Lin Tianan test results came out, Yin Xiaonan received a prompt from the system. On the surface, she seemed to be standing in front of the glass curtain wall of the top floor office observing the students' test below. But in fact, she was looking at a virtual screen in front of her. Ding! The system found a student with mental power characteristics, which deserves the host's special attention. The specific analysis report is as follows. Name, Lin Tianan. Age, 17. Mental power, S. Mental power characteristics, spatial induction, constitution, A-, comprehensive assessment, qualification 6, talent 8, cultural cultivation 7, mind 9, potential 10, luck 7, training suggestions. She has a rare mental power characteristic, and a very practical spatial induction ability. She is a natural captain, but can also be an excellent individual soldier. It is recommended to help her develop her mental strength during school, and formulate a corresponding training plan to help her improve her physical fitness to at least S level. She has the potential to become a 5-star genius. It is recommended that the host pay more attention to her. Mental strength? This thing sounds familiar. Yin Xiaonan frowned and thought about it, and finally remembered a rumor. It is said that the nobles and royal family of the empire have this thing called mental strength. But this thing is a bit mysterious. She always felt that it was more like something the empire had invented to consolidate its rule. After all, the imperial family had always been promoting that they had extraordinary abilities granted by the god of the universe, and that they were the destined emperors. It looked like a cosmic version of the divine right of kings. Yin Xiaonan naturally didn't believe in these supernatural things, but she didn't expect that there was such a thing as spiritual power characteristics. Of course, spiritual power characteristics exist. The system explained to Yin Xiaonan. Generally speaking, spiritual power is also a kind of energy body, and energy bodies often have no attributes. But there are very few people in this world whose spiritual power has mutated for various reasons. Such people's spiritual power will have some characteristics that ordinary people do not have. It is said that the imperial family has a spiritual power characteristic that defies heaven, so they can establish the Yavata Empire that competes with the Federation. In order to stabilize the people's hearts, the Federation blocked the news about spiritual power characteristics from the public, but in fact, Spiritual power characteristics are not only exclusive to the imperial nobles and the royal family. There will also be a very small number of people in the Federation who awaken spiritual power characteristics. Once such talents are discovered, they will be protected by the military and secretly cultivated. However, it is difficult for machines to detect undeveloped mental traits. This is just a potential trait hidden in mental power. Only targeted training can truly use the corresponding ability. The Federation research on mental traits is far less in-depth than the Empire. The existing mental testers are difficult to analyze the existence of mental traits based on the test data. And people who truly possess mental traits are extremely rare. Host, you are lucky. In fact, it is more than good. It is simply amazing. The system said silently. You should know that among hundreds of millions of people, there may not be one person with mental power. But Yin Xiaonan just picked up a good seedling who not only has mental power, but also has very practical spatial sensing ability. This ability can not only sense the existence of hidden wormholes or meteorite belts during space travel. It is almost a captain chosen by heaven. And it can also be used to sense some hidden passages built by the Zerg underground that cannot be detected by machines in ground combat, which is a weapon against the Zerg. If this spiritual power trait can be fully stimulated, this girl named Lin Tianan will definitely become a target of all the legions. Damn! There are actually people with spiritual power here. Are they going to let people live? Yin Ting was very depressed. He originally thought that with his double B qualifications, he could at least be a leader in this non-certified military academy. He would rather be a chicken head than a phoenix tail, rather than being the lowest in the capital military academy because of his ordinary qualifications and being ridiculed by others. He might as well be the boss here. When facing this group of peers with C or D qualifications, he can still maintain a sense of superiority. As a result, he did not expect that the competition in this fake military academy was quite fierce. You have S-level mental power. Why don't you go to the 4 major military academies? Why are you here to compete with me for the top position in the fake military academy? Yen Ting was extremely indignant. But he did not expect that there was another exclamation from the side. Look! Another S is tested. What? Is it S for mental power, or S for physique? It can't be double S. It's incredible that one S appeared. How come there are so many SS? Be more rigorous, it's just S in mental strength, although this is also rare. What is the result of this test? Are these SS crazy? Why do they come here one by one? Aren't the 4 major military academies attractive? Is there something special about our school? There is something special about it. I think it's just a coincidence. Yin Ting looked at the pigtailed man who came over after the test, and felt depressed. What? Is he unable to be the second in a fake military academy? Chapter 14 Qualification Test continued. Like Tao Shan, Ruby also had a dream of going to military school since she was a child. But unlike Tao Shan, she wanted to go to military school out of a very simple idea, because her uncle told her that she could become an officer after going to military school, and make a lot of money. The environment of Ruby Planet is very bad. Not only does it face serious pollution problems, but there are also many dangerous mutant creatures living there. All the residents on the planet who have some money have left there and moved to other planets to live. Those who remain on the planet are extremely poor people. Such an environment also made Ruby have an extraordinary obsession with the goal of making a lot of money since she was a child. But if she wanted to go to military school, Ruby faced a problem. The galaxy she was in was very remote. She had to save not only tuition, but also travel expenses. The tuition fees of general military schools were often more than 100,000 star coins. Fortunately, her uncle offered to sponsor her some money. But just when Ruby was about to leave, she saw a small advertisement from the 627 military school on her optical computer. The top military school in the Z39 galaxy? Ruby pondered. This school looks pretty good. And she thought there was a sentence in the advertisement that made a lot of sense. If you want to be a strong person, you should hone yourself in a harsh environment, such as on a deserted planet. She agreed with the philosophy of this school. Most importantly, it only costs 50,000 star coins for tuition. Ruby decisively changed her original plan to come to the 627 military school, so that she could secretly keep 50,000 star coins from the money sponsored by her uncle. Ruby's uncle didn't know that this unlucky child didn't go to the K-29 military academy that was originally discussed. You know, although K-29 military academy is not as famous as the 4 major military academies, it is also a first-class military academy and enjoys a high reputation in the UE Star region. He never expected that for 50,000 star coins, his silly niece would sell herself out. Ruby was quite complacent when she knew the test results. Her physical fitness was actually S. And her mental strength was also A+. She is indeed a little genius. Thinking of her uncle's past criticism and disdain for her, she snorted coldly. She would definitely surprise him when she returned after learning the skills. It my turn. Langdon, the illiterate teenager who was standing behind Ruby, jumped onto the scanner as soon as Ruby came down. When the scanner emitted a burst of blue light that enveloped his body, he was extremely nervous. He clutched his clothes tightly with both hands and looked extremely nervous. Just as Langdon was tensely waiting for the test results, he saw the people below suddenly whispering to each other. They all seemed very excited, and some were pointing at him and saying something. His heart skipped a beat. Could he also be S-level? Langdon looked at the display screen expectantly. It showed comprehensive judgment, mental strength A, constitution A+. Oh, he doesn't have S. Langdon walked down from the scanning device listlessly. Why isn't his aptitude S? He doesn't need double S. As long as he can reach S in one item, he can slap those military academies in the face. They actually rejected him because of the common sense test. They didn't even give him an aptitude test. You never thought, his talent is S, you missed a genius like me. Just ask if you will regret it. Langdon was so proud when he thought of that scene. It was almost time for all the major military academies to snatch him after hearing the news, but he was dismissive. But ideals are full, reality is skinny. It turns out that S is not that easy to get. What was the result? Ruby, who left earlier, asked curiously as he looked at Langdon, who came back dejectedly. Not very good, mental strength A, physique A+. Langdon was completely depressed because his dream of being slapped in the face was shattered. "Aw, it's okay, you can still work harder, qualifications don't determine everything." Ruby comforted him sympathetically. Geniuses like her are destined to be rare. Yin-Ting on the side was speechless. Hey, that enough. Are you deliberately showing off your superiority in front of him? A double B? Damn, it's okay to have pigtails. Why is the qualification of an illiterate boy so good? This is unscientific. Yin-Ting calculated, in such a short period of time, he couldn't even keep his place in the top 3 of the 627th Military Academy. Are all the fake colleges so competitive now? Although Langdon himself expressed disappointment, his test results also attracted the attention of many students. Even if he couldn't compare to the first 2 people who had achieved S in a single subject, double A was a pretty good qualification. Am I really not dreaming? There are students with double A in our school. They're even an S, let alone double A. Is there really something special about our school that we don't know about? Or are these people crazy for not coming here to a first-class military academy? Just as everyone was talking about it, there was another exclamation from the team next to them. Yin-Ting was numb. When he was dragged to the front by the pigtailed boy and the illiterate boy to join in the fun, he found that the person being tested was actually an acquaintance, the girl who shamelessly praised him for being cute on the spaceship. When he saw the other party test results were mental power A+, physical fitness B, he was strangely relieved. Even so, the other party qualifications were better than his. Why do I feel that the results are just SOSO? A student who was watching also said with horror. There are so many geniuses in a row, making A-level mental power seem mediocre. You are too proud. Why don't you take a look at your test results to wake up? Xie Yinhan was slightly stunned when she saw her test results. She had known for a long time that her physical level was B-level, but her mental level was higher than she had originally thought. It seemed that the situation was even worse than she expected. This thought only flashed through her mind, and was quickly forgotten. After getting off the scanner, she slowly walked to a student who was enthusiastically discussing with the people around him. "Classmate, is there anything else besides the test?" This student was just telling someone that Xie Yinhan qualifications were actually quite average, and that he might not be able to pass the first-class military academy admissions assessment. Now that he was stopped by the real person, he felt a little guilty. After all, no matter how talented she was better than him. He originally thought that Xie Yinhan was looking for trouble with him, until he heard her question clearly, and was a little stunned. "Ah? That all? It seems there will be a written test tomorrow, but today is the qualification test." "Thank you." Xie Yinhan did hear the other party discussion, but she didn't care much. Even this aptitude test was just a formality for her because the school required it. She was not interested. After finding out that she had nothing to do today, She yawned lazily and left. Just left like that? The boy who was questioned was confused. Wasn't she interested in other people's test results? Although Xie Yinhan test results did not look very good, especially when compared with Ruby and Landon, two students with better aptitudes, Yin Xiaonan was actually most interested in her. Congratulations to the host for discovering another student with mental power traits. The specific analysis report is as follows. Name, Xie Yinhan. Age 18. Mental power, A+, mental power traits, telepathy physique, B. Comprehensive assessment, qualification 3, talent 9, cultural accomplishment 10, mindset 8, potential 4, luck 4, training suggestions. The original level of this student mental power should be SSS, but due to the large gap between mental power and physique, the mental power level was forcibly suppressed by using drugs. It is recommended that the host help her replenish her physical foundation and provide enough energy for her to consume to enable her to complete the upgrade of her physical fitness and the unlocking of her mental power. In addition, she has the ability of telepathy and has consciously trained her ability. The host does not need to do much, but telepaths can see through people's hearts and are very likely to have negative and pessimistic thoughts. It is recommended that the host actively strengthen the other party ideological education construction. A qualified soldier not only needs strong abilities, but also has a healthy outlook on life. Telepathy? Isn't that mind reading? Yin Xiaonan was quite interested in this mental power. If we use telepathy to interrogate spies, wouldn't we be invincible? However, everyone has a dark side. If we always receive these negative things, it is easy to lose trust in human nature, Yin Xiaonan thought. It a bit troublesome. She is not a psychologist. Yin Xiaonan felt it was a bit tricky. First, she secretly wrote down Xie Yinhan's name. After Xie Yinhan, there were no students with particularly noteworthy qualifications. After all, if there were no special circumstances, students with qualifications that met the threshold of the military academy would not consider this fake military academy built on a desolate planet. It can be said that it was incredible that there were so many students with double A qualifications, or even single S qualifications. Katie didn't know much about the situation because she was an alien. And old Bird valued students' abilities rather than simple qualifications because of his many years of experience in the army. However, Joel, who graduated from a legitimate military school, was almost in a trance. Is he really not dreaming? They actually recruited such a talented student? He was a little unconfident again. Wouldn't it be a waste to put such a student in a school like theirs? Joel suddenly remembered Yin Xiaonan and questioned to him. Don't people who can come back alive from the Battle of Wilkest have the confidence to train a group of military academy freshmen? Perhaps he should have some confidence in himself and in their school? I don't know when it started. Joel seemed to have more and more expectations for the future of this school. Maybe they can become a real military school through the military school qualification competition next year? He didn't know why he had such a crazy idea. The military school qualification competition is a competition among the preparatory military schools in the entire star field. It is not easy to stand out from so many schools. But he remembered the young principal always confident look. I don't know why I had an idea. She can do it. This is not just the principal work. Joel secretly made up his mind to teach these students well. He wanted to try to see if he could really create the impossible. The entire qualification test was completed in the evening. Except for a few people. Most students' mental strength and physical fitness levels were either C or D. There were also some students with B in a single item. But there were only a few dozen students who could really meet the minimum requirement of double B in general military academies. Among them was the rather conceited man with glasses. Originally, the man with glasses was quite proud of his double BS, but the useless person behind him, whom he looked down upon, actually got double A's, and the person in front of him, who had a single S, so he became low-key. But even though Landon's qualifications were better than his, he still looked down on Landon. So what if this person got double A's? He couldn't even pass the general knowledge test, and ended up in such a school. He is different from this idiot. If he had known that his qualifications were double B, he would have tried to apply for ordinary military academies in other star systems. Yin Xiaonan was quite satisfied with the results of the qualification test. She had never expected to recruit students with excellent qualifications. Anyway, her qualifications before were double C, and her physical condition was still D. She firmly believed that low qualifications were not terrible. As long as you are willing to work hard, it is not impossible to defeat high qualifications with low qualifications. There are many such counterattacks in the army. A well-trained Double C soldier plays a much better role than a military academy student with high qualifications, but no actual combat experience. Hasn't there been someone in their school who defeated an A-level opponent with Double C qualifications? Yes, Yin Xiaonan has recognized Tao Shan. She didn't expect that the girl who brought her the first pot of gold would also come to the 627 military academy. What a wonderful fate. But the person she pays most attention to is neither Tao Shan, nor Xie Yinhan or Lin Tianan, but Diaoshi. A boy with Double C qualifications and a shaved head who looks ordinary. Seeing the warning message sent by the system, Yin Xiaonan was a little speechless. Why would there be members of the Star Pirates sneaking in? Her barren planet was poor and had no resources at all. However, when she found out that the Star Pirates that she belonged to were the notorious Red Spider Star Pirates, and that the federal law enforcement team had issued a bounty order for this Star Pirates, and that an ordinary member was worth 500,000 star coins, her eyes lit up. She did not intend to capture she for the prize money now. How could a mere 500,000 star coins satisfy her? Now the Red Spider Star Pirates were like a walking gift bag of star coins in her eyes. She planned to use she as bait to catch them all at once. You know, the bounty for the first and second in command of the Star Pirates is a total of 10 million star coins. In addition, those ordinary members and small leaders can also exchange for some money. If she succeeds in this, the star coins that she has run out of for building classrooms will be settled again. Yin Xiaonan was originally worried that the school had no way to generate income, but she felt that the Star Pirates were too considerate. The young principal standing in front of the glass curtain wall quickly locked onto she figure in the crowd, revealing a greedy look. Chapter 15 Written Examination. After this qualification test, he was more certain that this 627 military academy was not simple. He secretly said, anyone who is not a fool should be able to think that, if this is really an ordinary non-certified military academy, can it attract students with single qualification reaching S? Moreover, this military academy not only has several advanced cooking robots, but also has a qualification tester. He has determined that the principal of this school must be a big fat sheep. But he did not immediately pass on the news he had discovered. He wanted to find out the details of this school first. Moreover, he had his own plans. He did not want his companions who were waiting for him outside the Z39 galaxy to share the credit with him. He planned to tell the second in command of the Star Pirates directly about this news. Maybe he would be appreciated by the other party. She was born on a fourth-class impoverished star. He did not know who his parents were. Growing up in the slums, he naturally learned a set of survival rules to climb up by any means. Because he had offended his enemies, he could no longer survive on the poverty star. So he spent a little money to bribe an internal employee of a spaceship, hid in the cargo hold of the spaceship, and tried to sneak away to other planets to live. There are many such people on the poverty star. The cargo hold is not used to carry people at all, and there are no safety measures in it. Every year, countless people from the poverty star die from sneaking away. But in order to fight for their future, there are still people from the poverty star who choose to leave the poverty star in such a dangerous way. In the small cargo hold, the ragged poor people huddled in this cabin without lights and with extremely thin oxygen, yearning for a new life. Then an accident happened. A sudden shock caused people in the cabin to scream. Some people hit the bulkhead, and some were crushed to death by the cargo. She was lucky not to be injured. After the shock gradually stopped, he stared at the door of the cargo hold vigilantly. Someone opened the door and walked in. These people were holding weapons, with evil smiles on their faces. So there are dozens of rats here. Pirates! Pirates! The frightened crowd fell into chaos again, until the crying was terminated by a gunshot. She realized that the situation was troublesome. But he did not collapse on the ground and cry silently in despair like the people around him. He was still trying hard to think of ways to survive. He always believed in finding ways to survive in any situation. He secretly observed the space pirates, who came to look after them. The only one sitting on the chair should be a small leader. She thought to himself. The other party seemed to be uninterested, and didn't care about the poor people in the warehouse at all. Maybe for him, crushing them was as easy as crushing ants. He saw the opportunity to approach them in a flattering way, and in the other party contemptuous eyes, he boldly struck up a conversation. Brother, which space pirate group are you from? I have wanted to be an interstellar pirate since I was a child, but unfortunately I have no way. In the end, he successfully won the favor of this little leader with his eloquence and escaped. All the others on the same spaceship with him were killed by the pirates. He was the only one who survived. Dioshi knew that many people looked down on him. But he didn't care. As long as he could survive. What was dignity? He had no moral values. Since he had joined the pirate group, he decided to work hard to climb up and occupy a place in the pirate group. This was clearly an opportunity for him to make a great contribution. He suppressed his excitement and tried his best to stay calm. At this time, he didn't know that he had been targeted. After the aptitude test, the students were still in a state of excitement. They were still talking about things related to the aptitude test when they returned to the dormitory. The two students who achieved S in individual items, Lin Tianan and Ruby, became famous among all the students. Yin Ting was very depressed. This was different from what he imagined. He thought he could blow up the fish pond with his double B qualifications. But he ended up being the fish that got blown up. However, he was not in a hurry, because there was another written test tomorrow. Although his academic performance was not very good, that was compared to other students in the Capital Star. He did not believe that. With the high-quality educational resources of the Capital Star, he could not be better than these students from remote star systems. He had already inquired about the only two people who were born in the Capital Star like him. One was Lin Tianan, who used to study art, and the other was Tao Shan, who was born in an ordinary family. As for him, since he was little, his parents hired famous teachers to give him one-on-one tutoring. He just didn't believe that he couldn't get the first place in the written test. Thinking of this, Yin Ting felt relieved. After tomorrow's written test, he would definitely be able to hold his head high. The man with glasses had the same idea as him. He also firmly believed that he would get the first place in tomorrow's written test. The next day, written test arrived under the eager anticipation of the two people, and everyone was led to the special test classroom on the second floor of the teaching building. There is a holographic helmet on each seat. This holographic helmet cannot be connected to the Star Network intranet. It is specially used for exams. As long as students wear it, they will enter a special answering space. Joel was still worrying about how to hold the written test yesterday. As a result, he found that there were 5 more exam classrooms on the second floor of the teaching building today. It suddenly dawned on him that the principal had secretly arranged everything. He was worried in vain. Thinking of the intelligent construction robots that he accidentally saw this morning, he had a deeper understanding of the principal's financial resources. Even the house construction was done with fully automatic construction robots. The principal's wealth was beyond his imagination. Joel secretly reflected that he should not be limited by his own thinking. All this was under the principal's control. At this time, Joel had already revealed that he would be a brainless principal in the future. Yin Xiaonan didn't know how seriously her employees had misunderstood her. She didn't have much money at all. She stared at the virtual map eagerly, and carefully collected the gold coins produced by the construction today, and then paid attention to the situation in the examination room. Langdon put on the holographic helmet, with an anxious look on his face. What he feared most was doing the questions. Knowing that he would have a written test today, he suffered from insomnia. Why couldn't he just fight happily? Will doing these questions make him a good mecha soldier? Mecha soldiers obviously rely on force. Langdon criticized this unreasonable education system for the nth time, but he still had to muster up the courage to start answering the questions. When he saw that it was a multiple-choice question, Langdon's eyes lit up, and he began to recite the formula Ruby taught him. If there are 3 longs and 1 short, choose the short one. If there are 3 shorts and 1 long, choose the long one. After answering a few questions easily, Langdon thought to himself, these questions are not that difficult. Among the candidates, only Xie Yinan could answer questions as fast as Langdon. Langdon still needed to recite the formula and compare the length of each option before answering the question, but Xie Yinan could finish a question in the time it takes to glance at the question stem, and what was even more terrifying was that her accuracy rate reached 100%. Soon, Xie Yinan finished the multiple-choice questions and entered the solution questions. She looked at the question and thought for a while, and entered a number, then chose to enter the next question. A prompt popped up on the screen. The scoring rule for the solution questions is that the process and the result each account for 50%. The test system found that you did not enter the answer process. Do you still choose to enter the next question? Xie Yinhan's expression did not change. She directly selected OK, and after answering a few more questions by only entering the answer, she yawned boredly, looking a little listless. So boring. Can I hand in the test paper early? Unlike Xie Yinhan's, most of the candidates were a little upset at this time. They were still doing the multiple-choice questions. But they were almost confused when looking at the questions. Which of the following battles took place in the year 1529 of the free calendar? A. Battle of Isol. B. Battle of Lingchuan. C. Battle of Motley. D. Battle of Madeline Resistance. Who would know about the last interstellar era? A candidate muttered in a low voice. And it not a famous battle. He randomly selected an option and clicked on the next question. However, his mind was still blank when he saw the question stem of the new question. There is a unique creature called the ghost taper on the star Letitia in the Hannah galaxy. Its living habits are ____A. It hides during the day and comes out at night. It likes quiet and is afraid of light. B. It likes damp and cool places and feeds on insects. C. It lives in dense forests near water and is good at swimming and diving. D. It lives in groups in the mountains and is an omnivorous animal. He didn't even know which star field the Hannah galaxy was in, let alone knowing any ghost tapers. He couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Why were the questions so difficult? The question bank provided by the system was derived from the real questions of the admission examinations of major military academies in previous years. Naturally, it was not so easy to answer. These multiple-choice questions often involved war history, space geology, planetary biology, and other disciplines, and were often used to test the breadth of students' knowledge. Even for Yen Ting, who was born in the capital star and received elite education, it was very difficult. Is this really just an ordinary test for a non-accredited military academy? Yen Ting looked at the familiar questions in front of him. He had seen this question in the written test of the Capital Military Academy. But the question is why the test questions of their fake military academy are comparable to the test questions of the first-class military academy. Can anyone really do it? He didn't know that someone finished all of them in just 20 minutes, and the accuracy rate was 100%. After Xie Yinhan finished 5 questions, she lost interest and began to be in a daze. After she was in a daze for 10 minutes, a prompt box popped up on the answering interface. You have been on this question for 10 minutes. Is this question so difficult? Xie Yinhan raised his eyebrows, ignoring the seemingly very human prompt box, and continued to daydream. This time, the answer screen vibrated, and another message popped up. No way. No way. Someone can't even answer such a simple question. Although Xie Yinhan could tell that this was an extremely crude provocation, but the sassy tone really deserved a beating. Xie Yinhan sneered and entered a string of code to block this annoying prompt box, but found that it couldn't be blocked at all. She remembered the guy who had posted a small advertisement on her computer and managed to escape despite her pursuit. Could this be the other party work? Yes. How could an ordinary examination system have such an intelligent AI? Xie Yinhan swept away her previous distressed look, and her eyes showed an amazing fighting spirit. She must catch this guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Yin Xiaonan also saw the message with a mean tone through the system monitoring, and was speechless. System, did you do this? It not me, the system explained. This is a built-in function of the examination system, which is used to test the mentality of the candidates. This written examination is not only to test the cultural knowledge of the candidates, but also to test the mentality of the candidates. Those students whose mentality is affected by the examination system may not be able to exert their original strength. Sure enough, Yin Xiaonan saw that various changes had occurred in the examination scenes of other candidates. Some of them, like Xie Yinhan, popped up various prompt boxes to mess with the candidate's mentality. You can't even answer this question. I doubt whether your IQ is higher than that of the Zerg engineer. There are still 2 hours, 14 minutes and 34 seconds left before the end of the exam. I will tell you the time every 15 minutes. Don't thank me. I tell you a secret. 80% of the candidates have completed the multiple choice questions, and the average accuracy rate has reached 75%. Come on. You have a chance to be the last one. Yin Xiaonan really expressed doubts about how the information in these prompt boxes could be so annoying. She even saw some candidates trying to hit the prompt box by physically hitting the answer screen when they were in a state of collapse. At this time, a prompt box popped up a sentence. Hey, you can't hit me. Be careful not to damage the equipment or you will have to pay for it. It can be said that the style of being mean is carried through to the end. In addition to this kind of text interference, some exam spaces suddenly start to ring, or other distracting things appear. For example, Yin Xiaonan saw that a ginger cat with its belly turned up appeared in an exam space. Is this intended to make the candidates addicted to petting cats and lose their focus on answering questions? Almost all candidates were affected by this sudden situation. Some could no longer concentrate on answering questions and were distracted. Some even completely forgot the original purpose of the exam. Others quickly adjusted their state and continued to answer questions. Among them, Tao Shan was the one who performed particularly well. A beast that looked particularly ferocious and terrifying appeared in her examination space. Although the beast was staring at her figure with drooling mouth, Tao Shan still focused on the answering screen and did not distract her attention to the beast that was about to approach her step by step. The answering system can only disturb the examinee attention, but it is not actually aggressive. This beast is obviously just a holographic projection. After finding that it could not disturb Tao Shan, it dissipated on its own. Yin Xiao and eyes showed admiration. Although Tao Shan qualifications were only C, she was very optimistic about this student. In her opinion, compared with qualifications, a mentality like Tao Shan is more rare. Qualifications can also be improved through some external means, but such a mentality that can remain calm in any situation is hard to come by, and is often the key to turning the tide of the battle. Yin Xiaonan paid special attention to several students who performed well in terms of mentality. These people were registered in her little notebook. Having a good mentality means that they can withstand more pressure. She will be more strict with them in the future. The system was silent. It was not known whether it was a blessing or a curse for these students to be treated the same as the pirates by the host. Chapter 16 Written Exam Ranking. Finally over? The examinees looked at each other and almost saw similar fatigue and sadness in each other's eyes. It was not easy for them. Not only did they have to face such difficult questions, but they also had to deal with the endless tricks of the exam system. At the moment the exam was over, they were filled with endless joy. They finally got out of that hellhole. Why is there such a weird exam system? The test results will be announced on the big screen on the first floor of the teaching building. After the candidates calmed down, they all agreed to go downstairs together, intending to see how the ranking of this written test was. Yan Ting walked quickly in front. He was confident that he should be the first, especially after hearing many people talking about how difficult the test was, and how they could not do many questions. Although he felt that he did not perform at his best due to the interference of the test system, he did not believe that there was anyone in this school who could answer more questions than him. This is impossible. When Yan Ting reached the first floor, he looked up at the name of Xie Yinhan at the top of the big screen, and the 140 points marked behind it with a look of disbelief. That right, isn't the full score 150? How could someone only lose 10 points for such a perverted question? Could it be that the test system made a mistake? Only those who can get 100 points in such a terrible test must be gods. Right? Didn't you see? The second place also got 128 points. This score is ridiculous. There must be something wrong with the exam system. Just when everyone was discussing, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Did you see the small words under the first place?" Just now everyone only paid attention to the score and ranking, and did not look closely. Once someone reminded them, everyone looked carefully, and saw that there was another line of small words under the first place, which read, "Because the candidate Xie Yinhan cracked the exam system, he will get an extra 30 points." Someone read the small words, and the more he read, the more doubtful his tone became. Can the exam system be cracked? Is this really something humans can do? Everyone was silent. If it was just a high score, they could still doubt it. But cracking the exam system? This seemed to be beyond their cognition. After a long time, someone finally broke the silence. In fact, this great God has helped us vent our anger. I have long disliked this exam system, but it's a pity that I can't fix it. That right? Ha ha ha. This broken system never thought it would end up like this. Just when many students who had been tortured by the examination system were celebrating, someone asked about the identity of the first place winner. By the way, does anyone know this candidate named Xie Yinhan? The master is so awesome. I want to make friends with him. I know her. She is the girl who was tested as mental strength A+, physical fitness B in the qualification test. The boy who had a brief conversation with Xie Yinhan yesterday immediately spoke up. He no longer felt that the other party physical fitness was a bit lame. On the contrary, he was proud of talking to the other party yesterday. Has anyone seen her? Everyone looked around, but did not see Xie Yinhan. After successfully cracking the exam system, Xie Yinhan used the program to hand in her exam paper early, and then she left early again. On the way back to the dormitory, Xie Yinhan felt a little disappointed. This exam system was not created by the real hacker behind the school as she thought, but it was also quite interesting. She suspected that it was probably created by the other party. She snorted and laughed. The person who made such a bad-mouth exam system is obviously not a good person. Don't let her know who it is. She will settle the score with him for invading her computer. At this moment, Yin Ting was the most unhappy. He looked at the pigtails with a ghostly look on his face. Why did you score 128? Hee hee, why else? Of course, it's because I have a smart head, Ruby said proudly. Since she decided to take the military academy entrance exam, her uncle gave her a lot of homework, saying that if she wanted to go to the military academy, she had to learn more. Although she was always scolded by her uncle for being stupid, but you see, the people here are not as good as her. She is the second place. Damn pigtails. Yin Ting felt that Ruby must be playing dumb. She always acted so innocent and easy to deceive just to let his guard down. He was careless. I didn't expect this person to hide so deeply. Yin Ting expressed great regret also. Isn't Lin Tianan an art student? Why is his score higher than his? Seeing his name being pushed to the 4th place. And Tao Shan's name, who is only 1 point behind him. Yin Ting wanted to ask loudly. Why can a non-accredited military school on a deserted planet be so competitive? Is it so difficult for him to get the 1st place and gain the respect of the whole school? Maybe it is a bit difficult. Yin Xiaonan is also looking at the test results at this moment. Xie Yinhan's score is not just as simple as getting 110 points and getting an extra 30 points. Except for the 2 big questions she didn't do and the process points deducted for the previous answer questions. Her accuracy rate is a terrifying 100%. You know, there are very few people who can get full marks in the written examinations of major military academies over the years. Because the knowledge involved in the examination is too broad, and if a candidate can get all the answers right, it is a glimpse of how wide the subjects the candidate usually covers are. Not only that, from Xie Yinhan answering speed, she also has extremely terrifying calculation ability. For those questions that require a lot of drafts to assist calculations, she actually answered them completely by mental calculation. Yin Xiaonan had to admit that this person was a super genius. Even if he didn't have the spiritual power, he was still a person worth cultivating. A person with a smart brain was far more terrifying than any other qualifications. In addition to Xie Yinhan, who had an inhuman IQ, Ruby test scores were also good, reaching 128 points. It can be seen that her foundation is very solid. In addition, her problem-solving ideas are very imaginative, and many highlights can be seen. Although not as impressive as Xie Yinhan's abnormal IQ, she is definitely an excellent student. Behind Ruby is Lin Tianan with 96 points. Her foundation is not as solid as Ruby, but her knowledge is also very broad, especially good at math-related questions. The most important thing is that her mentality is very stable. Like Tao Shan, the interference of the examination system also did not have any negative impact on her. The 4th place is Yin Ting with 86 points. The 5th place is Tao Shan with 85 points. And there are more than a dozen students with 60 or 70 points behind. In addition, most students scored around 40 or 50 points, which obviously only took multiple choice questions, which made it difficult to see their specific levels. If a candidate is lucky, he might get a higher score by guessing than by doing the question seriously. At this time, Langdon was extremely happy when he saw his test score of more than 40 points. He was finally not the last one. The 28-character mantra taught to him by the second-best student in the school really worked. After the written test, the system issued the rewards for completing the main task. And of course, the extra rewards in the notes were also issued. Although Xie Yinhan qualifications are not S-level at present, she is also a 3-star talent because of her spiritual power. In fact, if her spiritual power is not suppressed, she has the possibility of becoming a 4-star talent or even a 5-star talent. In addition, Ruby and Lin Tianan are also standard 3-star talents. Finally, Yin Xiaonan received an additional reward of 1,500 points. And the system task was also refreshed. Main task: please lead students to complete the 3-month freshman training. Requirements: all students must meet the physical fitness requirements, and at least 3 basic courses must reach the entry level. Rewards: 800 experience points, 200 points, 50 B-class mechas. Note: the system will not interfere with the specific content of the training courses, but students who do not meet the requirements at the end of the training will be persuaded to withdraw. If the total number of students is less than 50, the mission will be considered a failure, and new enrollment will be required. Yin Xiaonan frowned as he looked at the mission details and asked, "System, What are the basic courses? The system popped up a page, which was filled with densely packed courses. Yin Xiaonan saw the names of courses such as shooting and cold weapon use. The host only needs to offer at least 3 courses, and let students reach the entry level to complete the task. The system will not interfere with the specific teaching content. Yin Xiaonan thought secretly. It seems that the system only sets the completion standard, and the course content is left to her to arrange. So there is still a lot of room for her to play. The system is a little puzzled. Why does it think the smile on the host's face is a bit weird? Although they were informed that the freshman training would be held the next day, the freshmen obviously did not really take it to heart. At night, they chattered about the written test that had just passed, and imagined what the freshman training would be like tomorrow. The consequence of being too excited was that when a harsh music sounded throughout the campus the next day, many freshmen had just fallen asleep for a short while, suddenly awakened by an abrupt singing voice. The students climbed out of bed one by one with dark circles under their eyes, covering their ears while putting on their clothes. What kind of song is this? Why is it so bad? It's so noisy. Can't we sleep? It should be for us to gather together. Everyone, get dressed and go out. At 5 o'clock on 627D, Yin Xiaonan was waiting leisurely in the open space in front of the teaching building wearing earplugs she had prepared in advance. A pig-killing singing voice came out from the 360-degree surround sound speakers at her feet, and echoed throughout the range covered by the protective shield. Yin Xiaonan was a little proud. The music playing here was the wake-up song that she carefully selected on the star internet. With the help of this song, there shouldn't be any students who stay in bed. Right? I'm already up. Can you turn off this music? It really too bad. Will you play this music every morning? Don't scare me. The students put on the training clothes that were distributed yesterday, swearing, and gathered in the open space in front of the teaching building. After arriving at the location, they found that there was already a young girl standing there who looked very unfamiliar. She was not any of the 3 teachers they had seen in the past 2 days. She looked only 2 or 3 years older than them, and was a little thin. She didn't look like a teacher, but more like a senior student. However, the 627 Military Academy was only recruiting students for the first time. Hey, why hasn't the teacher come yet? The students looked around, and finally their eyes were focused on the unfamiliar girl standing next to the sound system. Yin Xiaonan saw that most people had arrived, so he turned off the speaker at his feet, and the whole space fell into an abrupt silence. Yin Xiaonan glanced at the group of freshmen standing crookedly, his face unchanged, and introduced himself with a smile. Hello. I am Yin Xiaonan, the principal of the 627 Military Academy. Welcome to join the 627 Military Academy. We are about to start a 3-month freshman training, and I am also the chief instructor of your training. You can call me Instructor Yen. Am I dreaming? Some students wondered if the terrible singing just now hurt their ears. Otherwise, why would they hear this girl who was only a few years older than them saying that she was the principal of this school, and would be the chief instructor of their training? Although she looked very beautiful and gentle, but the principal? And the chief instructor? Are you kidding me? Freshman Training. Chapter 17 Fighting Challenge. The girl in front of him is really the principal of this military academy, and will be the chief instructor of their next training. What is going on? Do you think this is a role-playing game? A student immediately said angrily. He didn't think the girl in front of him was capable of training them. Could it be that she just gave orders casually because she is the principal? Presumably. This principal position was obtained by relying on her family relationship. Is this rich and powerful second-generation rich kid taking them for fun? This question seemed to turn on a switch, and the students began to discuss. Although the voices were not loud, Yin Xiaonan was still standing in front. This deliberate act of ignoring her had already revealed their dissatisfaction and opposition to the selection of the chief instructor. Principal, why don't you tell us your qualifications? Otherwise, how can we believe that you have the ability to teach us? A loud voice came out from the crowd. Dioshi's eyes rolled around, and he mixed in the crowd to fan the flames. That right. If you don't prove your strength, we won't obey you. Many students thought what he said made sense, so they started to make a noise, and their tone became particularly impolite. Even Langdon secretly complained to Ruby and Yen Ting in the team. What are you doing? With our principal's small body, I can knock her down with one punch. I only recognize people who are stronger than me as teachers. She is not qualified. Among all the people, only Tao Shan recognized Joel's identity, so he did not jump to conclusions. She felt that since this former genius was willing to be a small teacher in this school, and did not show any opposition when the principal announced her decision, it was obvious that he recognized his ability. This principal, who seemed to have little martial arts skills, must not be as simple as he seemed. Xie Yinhan stayed out of the storm throughout the whole process. She was standing in the last row of the team, dozing off. She didn't care about who would be the chief instructor at all. She just wanted to end the assembly early and go back to the dormitory to take a nap. Pa pa pa! Yin shouted and clapped his hands. Under this strange action, the students' quarrels gradually subsided, and everyone's eyes were focused on the young principal in front of the team. I admire your courage to raise questions. The students looked at each other. What did she mean by this? Is she trying to please them with words? Yin shouted and showed a bright smile on his face. To express my appreciation for you, I decided to give you a chance. As long as someone can beat me, he can make any request. How about it? Is there anyone willing to challenge me? After hearing this, the students looked at each other in bewilderment. Is she serious? Is there any trap here? Principal, I want to challenge. Just when everyone was hesitating, Yin Ting immediately strode out of the team. He finally waited for a chance to show himself. See? Everyone's eyes are now focused on him. Yin Ting raised his chin proudly and looked at Yin Xiaonan with a particularly malicious look. In his mind, this young principal will become a stepping stone for him to show his personal strength. Yin Ting thought to himself. The previous qualification test and written examination did not show his strength well. He must seize the opportunity this time. When he wins, he will ask Yin Xiaonan to get out. I think she will not easily regret what she said, even for the sake of face. Yin Ting's calculations were working very fast. Okay, but I must tell you in advance, if the challenge fails, you will have to double your training today. Yin Xiaonan blinked. After all, everything has its own price. If you want to reap the fruits of victory, you must take the risk of being punished for failing the challenge. Are you sure you want to challenge me? I'm sure. Yin Ting said firmly. He had already come up. How could he back down? And he felt that Yin Xiaonan was deliberately using punishment to scare him off. He would not be fooled. Very good. She had explained the risks to him, and it was he who insisted on fighting her. Yin Xiaonan showed a smile that could be called kind, and waved to Yin Ting. Come on! Yin Ting's eyes became serious. Although he did not think Yin Xiaonan was that strong, she must be quite capable since she dared to let her students come up to challenge him. He did not intend to underestimate her. Although Yin Ting's qualifications were only double B, he had received orthodox fighting training. Among all the training items, fighting was also the one he was most confident in. He has some talent in this area. Even the fighting masters who taught him in the past rarely praised him, thinking that he has an advantage over his peers in this aspect. Yin Ting took the starting stance, stared at Yin Xiaonan, and took the opportunity to launch the attack. He dodged and rushed forward, aiming at Yin Xiaonan's chin, and punched him mercilessly. If this punch landed, the opponent would lose the ability to move instantly. Yin Ting did not hold back at all, and used full strength, aiming to kill with one blow. Yin Xiaonan had been paying attention to Yin Ting's movements. When he just moved, she had predicted his movement trajectory. She just dodged this powerful blow by slightly turning sideways. Then she twisted his arm, and twisted it hard, followed by an elbow strike, and then turned around and swung it. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Yin Ting's back hit the ground with a bang, and he fell hard to the ground, and was pressed down by Yin Xiaonan's knee. It was within Yin Ting's expectation that the opponent dodged the first move. But before he could change his moves, he felt a crisp snapping sound from his wrist, which was the sound of bones. It happened almost in an instant. Before Yin Ting could react, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and lost his balance. Then he felt dizzy. Is it over? So fast. What happened? Knocked out in one move? Looking at the fight that ended in less than 10 seconds, the students watching were silent for a moment, and then started a heated discussion. Was it because the guy who challenged was too weak? Or was the principal very strong? They would rather believe it was the former. Get up. After the fight, Yin Xiaonan released the restraint on the student in front of him, and stood up. Seeing that the other party was still motionless, she couldn't help but hesitate. No way, she didn't use much strength. Could she be knocked unconscious? Can you get up by yourself? Yin Ting took a long time to come back to his senses. Hearing Yin Xiaonan question, he was silent for a while, and slowly got up from the ground. He still felt it was unreal. It was over like this. He didn't even see how he was thrown to the ground. He had clearly not let his guard down the whole time. Hiss. It was not until he stood up that Yin Ting felt the pain in his wrist bones. He couldn't exert force. Was he broken a bone? Just when Yin Ting was a little worried, Yin Xiaonan glanced at him and stepped forward under his defensive gaze, pressed his shoulder with one hand, and grabbed his injured arm with the other hand, and pulled it down violently. Yin Ting was caught off guard, and could not stop the other party's sudden move. The bone made a cracking sound, and he screamed in pain, but he heard the other party say, "Fortunately, it not broken, it just dislocated. I fixed it for you. Would you try again?" Yin Ting tried to move his arm. "And it didn't hurt. Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" Yin Xiaonan's brisk voice made Yin Ting return to the team in a trance. "Hey, how come you lost so quickly?" The friends around him came over to ask him about the details of the fight. And Yin Ting felt a little embarrassed. "Didn't you say that your fighting skills were taught by a famous fighting master in the Federation? How could you be knocked down by the principal in one move?" Hearing Ruby question, Yin Ting wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. "I see. Did you underestimate the enemy?" Ruby thought about it, and finally came up with a reason to make up for Yin Ting. Yin Ting nodded randomly, showing a regretful expression. "I was careless. I didn't expect the principal to be quite capable. Then I will go up and meet her, so as to avenge you." Before Yin Ting could say anything else, Langdon strode out of the team and shouted, "Principal, I also want to challenge you." Yin Ting stopped trying to dissuade him before he could say it out loud. But he changed his mind and thought, Langdon has double A qualifications. Maybe he can win? He thought so. But for some reason, he still felt uneasy. Yin Xiaonan looked at Langdon, who came out of the crowd with great momentum, and naturally did not refuse. "Okay." Langdon was just waiting for Yin Xiaonan to say this. And before she finished speaking, he rushed up like a cannonball, and his fierce fists fell like raindrops. He was faster than Yin Ting, and his strength was greater. A double A-level player should not be underestimated, especially since his physique was close to S level. However, in such an intensive attack, Yin Xiaonan still performed with ease. Unlike Yin Ting, Langdon had not received systematic combat training. He fought based on his beast-like instincts. He was fierce, but there were also many flaws. Yin Xiaonan was best at finding loopholes in his opponent's movements, so as to seize the opportunity and defeat the strong with the weak. In the past, when she was in the training camp, she could beat even double S-level opponents with this move. Not to mention Langdon, who had not received any systematic training and was a self-taught person. After dozens of moves, Yin Xiaonan saw the 1-second gap between Langdon moves, and with a sharp look, he tripped him with a sweeping kick, and then quickly strangled his neck to restrain him. Langdon tried to struggle, but found that he could not move his whole body. The principal obviously used some tricks, and he could not break free from the opponent restraint at all. So he had to admit defeat. "You are very strong, but I will definitely defeat you in the future," Langdon said while looking at the person in front of him. After this fight, he finally convinced the chief instructor. "You are very idealistic." Yin Xiaonan raised her eyebrows. "Then I will wait for you to defeat me." She had heard such words many times, but the guy who said such harsh words would never mention it again in the end. Seeing her was like a mouse seeing a cat. She sincerely hoped that the freshman in the military academy could keep his original intention of defeating her for a little longer. Yin Xiaonan accepted the letter of challenge, and then looked at the others. "Are there any who want to challenge?" Everyone looked at each other. This time, they could no longer say that their opponents were too weak. Langdon was a genius with double A qualifications, and even if they were watching, they could feel the swiftness of his moves. But the principal easily subdued him. And how could they be better than Langdon? No one. Yin Xiaonan looked around, and said with regret, "The fight just now consumed a lot of my energy. Is there no one willing to try again, with such a good opportunity?" The student saw that her face seemed a little pale. It seems that the boss Langdon is still awesome. Should they go up and try? Maybe the principal is already at the end of his strength? Everyone was hesitant to make up their minds. Just then Tao Shan came out. "Instructor, I don't intend to challenge you, but I want to learn fighting skills from you in a friendly way. Is that okay?" Chapter 18 Freshman Training. After the 2 matches just now, Tao Shan judged that the instructor Yin in front of her was indeed not simple. She had no intention of provoking him, but she was still eager to try. This was a rare opportunity. Recently, she felt that her fighting skills had reached a bottleneck. She didn't know how to break through, and perhaps she could gain some insights in the fight with the instructor Yin. Of course, but if you lose, the amount of training you should be punished with will not be reduced at all. Yin Xiaonan looked at her leisurely. So you also plan to participate in this competition? Tao Shan nodded firmly, got ready, and took the initiative to attack when the competition began. No one else expected that Tao Shan would be the last one to go up. She was not very eye-catching in the group. Her double C qualifications were not outstanding. And her personality was not the kind of playful person. Their deepest impression of her was probably that even if the school had not arranged it a few days ago, she would get up on time at 6 in the morning to practice basic physical skills in the open space outside the dormitory. At first, some of them thought she was practicing some secret moves. But after watching carefully for a while, they found that she was practicing some common basic moves. However, despite this, Tao Shan still did it meticulously and insisted on practicing every day. Now in the fight, everyone also found that she was still practicing the basic physical skills. It turns out that these basic moves are not bad for fighting after being practiced. Seeing that Tao Shan persisted for several minutes without being knocked down by Yin Xiaonan, everyone thought secretly, this is unfair. It's obvious that the principal was biased and let Tao Shan win. Only Yen Ting was sulking. Why was the principal so gentle to Tao Shan and knocked him out with one move? He didn't even give him a chance to show his strength, so now everyone else thinks he a loser. Yin Xiaonan did let him win. Since it was a friendly exchange, she didn't rush to attack, but just countered Tao Shan moves. But this doesn't mean Tao Shan can get the upper hand. Tao Shan pushed his back foot hard against the ground, accumulated strength in his waist and abdomen, and quickly hit Yin Xiaonan abdomen with his right fist. Seeing this, Yin Xiaonan smiled slightly, and just dodged lightly to the side, making the move fall through. Tao Shan was not discouraged, and immediately changed her move, turning around and elbowing, but was blocked by Yin Xiaonan's arm. This went on for several rounds, and the students watching couldn't help but hold their breath, secretly cheering Tao Shan. They didn't have any opinions about Yin Xiaonan at this time. After the previous two fights, they had unconsciously regarded her as a strong person. The Federal Society has always admired the strong, and they would not object to such a strong person serving as their instructor. But if they compare the two, they still hope that Tao Shan, who is also a student, can win. It's a pity that this hope seems very slim. Yin Xiaonan performed very well under Tao Shan's continuous attacks, and even had the leisure to guide Tao Shan's movements. Take bigger steps, and keep your upper body steady. Your punch came out at a wrong angle, you need to go a little higher. It right this time, try again. Everyone looked at Yin Xiaonan's face without blushing or panting at this moment, and they all guessed that the other party's exhausted appearance just now was clearly a trick, and was deliberately luring them to challenge, and their faces changed. I didn't expect that the principal looked gentle, but he was actually so evil. Ruby patted her chest, and was very glad that she was just one step slower than Tao Shan. Otherwise she would be the one fighting against the principal now. Tao Shan's back was soaked with sweat, and she felt like she was facing an airtight net. No matter what kind of attack she made, it would always fail in the end. She couldn't hit the opponent at all. She tried her best to calm her breathing, so that she wouldn't be too impatient. But facing the person in front of her, she felt that her pressure was far greater than the double-A level players she met in the virtual arena. That was the opponent Tao Shan encountered after winning 3 games in a row in the virtual arena. Although Tao Shan failed to defeat the opponent, she could clearly see the gap between the two sides. But she seemed to have no idea of the strength of the person in front of her. She tried her best to find the opponent's flaws, but found nothing. She couldn't find a way to break it. Seeing that Tao Shan had already used all her means, Yin Xiaonan said, I'm going to attack now. Tao Shan's eyes condensed. Although she was very likely not a match for the chief instructor, she still cheered up, focused her attention on the opponent, and made a standard defensive posture with both hands. Yin Xiaonan moved. Her attack was as fast as lightning. A left jab hit Tao Shan in the face. Tao Shan raised her hand to block, but it was just a feint. She hit Tao Shan in the abdomen with a horizontal elbow, and then a series of combos, which directly disrupted Tao Shan's pace. Finally, she found a flaw, and swept Tao Shan to the ground with her right leg, and pinned him down. Tao Shan fell to the ground, and her mind was still recalling the instructor combo. She noticed that the instructor used the basic move she had just used, but she had never thought that these moves could be combined like this. Your foundation is indeed very solid. But fighting is not just a 1:1 reproduction of the movements. You need to truly integrate it into your flesh and blood. and use it flexibly according to various situations. Yin Xiaonan pulled Tao Shan up from the ground. At this time, the students watching spontaneously applauded. Although Tao Shan failed, they saw her persistence and perseverance, and Yin Xiaonan combo that only used basic moves made them even more amazed. Could basic moves have such a powerful effect? Many people secretly decided to practice basic physical skills with Tao Shan in the morning starting tomorrow, but they soon found that they didn't have the time, as the chief instructor had already arranged their schedules for the rest of the day. Yin Xiaonan wiped the sweat off her forehead, took a breath. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? This is the last chance. This time, after she finished speaking, no one stepped forward. Everyone looked at someone who seemed a little tired. But they were silently complaining in their hearts. Pretend. Keep pretending. If they believe that she is tired again, there must be something fishy. She must want to deliberately lure them to challenge, and then be beaten up by her. They will not be fooled again. Seeing that no one came up for a long time, Yin Xiaonan had his usual warm smile on his face. But his tone was particularly ruthless. If you are only at this level, then I take back what I said before. Courage without strength can only be called recklessness, which will not only harm yourself on the battlefield, but also those around you. The first lesson I teach you is not to underestimate any enemy. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone hung their heads and responded sparsely. Are you all hoarse? Yin Xiaonan frowned and glanced at them. Everyone who came into contact with that gaze was a little scared. Also, please answer. I understand, instructor. Do you understand? I understand, instructor. This time the voices were finally louder and more uniform, but Yin Xiaonan was still not satisfied. She crossed her arms and said, I feel like you guys are still asleep. So let warm up first. Everyone, turn left. Run 3 laps around the edge of the shield. And those who fail the challenge will run 6 laps. What? Run 3 laps around the edge of the shield. Is she serious? You know, this is not running 3 laps around the playground. The shield covers so much space. It's a bit hard for them to run 1 lap. And they have to run 3 laps? She actually calls this a warm-up? Everyone's eyes went dark. Devil. This is definitely a devil. But now they dare not question the chief instructor words casually. Didn't they see that those who failed the challenge were fined double? Yin Xiaonan led them to the edge of the protective shield and shouted start. Under her death gaze, the students had to put their heads down and start running. When Yin Ting heard that he had to run 6 laps, his legs were weak. He was very regretful now. Why did he? A double B scum. Join in the fun? Now a good 6 laps, he won't be useless after running. Just as Yin Ting was slowly moving forward in an attempt to delay time, he suddenly heard a scream from behind him. He turned back subconsciously, and saw several people who were left behind running forward with their butts covered. Yin Xiaonan was walking towards them with a gentle smile, and a metal stick as thick as his arm in his hand. Don't dawdle. Run! Yin Ting shuddered in his heart, seeing the other party approaching step by step. He felt a sense of crisis, and swept away his slow appearance. He took 2 steps and ran all the way. He swore that he had never run so fast before. Even when he got into trouble, and was chased by his father, he didn't run so fast, because at least he was sure that his father would not really beat him hard. But for Yin Xiaonan, he was not sure at all. He could not guess the chief instructor plan at all, until he ran to the front row of the team in one breath. Yin Ting was slightly relieved. Thinking of the situation just now, he was still scared. Damn! This woman is too scary. Not only Yin Ting saw the brutal scene, the other students who accidentally looked back and saw the chief instructor catching up also ran forward desperately, not daring to dawdle any longer. Yin Xiaonan did not continue to chase them. Seeing that everyone was running, she put away the teaching stick, returned to the original gathering place, and took a rest casually by the small cart with training equipment. In fact, she really did not lie to them just now. She was really exhausted. No matter how rich her actual combat experience is, she is only a D-level physique at present. It is easy to win these military academy freshmen, but it is not easy to win beautifully and win calmly. Although she succeeded in the end, the physical and mental energy consumed in the process is immeasurable. Now, while these students are running in circles, she can take a break. Principal, is there anything I can do for the next training? Joel had not spoken just now. Even if these students wanted to challenge Yin Xiaonan, he was not worried, because he always believed that Yin Xiaonan qualifications were at least double S level. So he didn't worry at all that she would not be able to suppress these students. A real fight, and a crushing victory, is often a good way to establish prestige. He guessed that this should be part of the principal plan. So he did not interfere. Their foundation is a bit poor. And their discipline is not good. Yin Xiaonan looked at the backs of the freshmen, who were already some distance away from here with disdain. These people are not even as good as the soldiers in the recruit camp. If her former instructor saw them, he would probably ask them to pack up and get out. But she had no way to get these people to leave. Each of them had paid 50,000 star coins for tuition. If they were asked to drop out, wouldn't the tuition have to be refunded? Yin Xiaonan would never refund the money. It was already in her pocket. She couldn't bear to give it up. And if she tried to recruit people again, she probably wouldn't be able to recruit many people. She was already surprised that she could cheat so many students with small advertisements. What else could she do? Yin Xiaonan thought to himself, I can only correct these people's attitudes first, and then be determined to train them. All freshmen are like this. Just practice more, and they will be fine. Joel said something good for them, because he remembered when he first entered the military academy. When he first entered the first military academy, he also challenged the instructors with his good qualifications. Now he blushes when he thinks back to those years of youth and frivolity. In fact, it is not just the freshmen of the 627th Military Academy who are like this. The freshmen of all major military academies are not much better. At most, they have better qualifications, but because of their higher qualifications, there are even more troublemakers. Perhaps the meaning of freshman training is here. To let these conceited guys be taught a lesson by the instructors, so that they can truly recognize their own strength and no longer be complacent with the results of the qualification test. A good soldier is not enough to have qualifications. They are still far from it. Yin Xiaonan temporarily accepted Joel's statement. She thought for a while and said, after they finish running, you can take them to practice in formation. I hope that tomorrow I won't see them spend half an hour just to assemble like today, with their heads down and their lines not even aligned. Thinking of the sparse team after the gathering and the group of students standing crookedly, Yin Xiaonan felt that he was too kind to only let them run 3 laps around the edge of the protective shield. If the freshmen who were running could hear Yin Xiaonan's thoughts, they would probably vomit blood. At this time, the gap had widened. Ruby and Landon were running in the front. There was a gap of 50 meters between them and the people behind them, and the distance was gradually widening. In addition, the students behind also formed 2 relatively concentrated groups, one in front and one behind. And behind the main group, there were a few students who gradually fell behind because of lack of physical strength. The students at the back could no longer run and began to give up. Yin Xiaonan frowned as he looked at the black dots that were obviously slowing down in the distance, and said to Joel, their morning training is up to you. I train them in the afternoon. Then he took the pointer and went to supervise the students running. Looking at Yin Xiaonan back as he left in a hurry, Joel couldn't help but smile with relief. It seems that although the principal said he was not satisfied with these students, he actually cared about them. How could Yin Xiaonan not care? She was still hoping that this group of students would shine in the military academy qualifying competition next year. But with their current level, this is nothing but a pipe dream. They must train hard. Right? Don't worry. I will squeeze every bit of your potential out. Yin Xiaonan thought viciously as he watched the students running. Chapter 19 Run. 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 Tao Shan estimated that it was about 2,500 to 3,000 meters, and she had to run 6 laps. Tao Shan did not regret her initiative to ask for a competition with the instructor. She had no chance to get guidance from professionals in the past, and had to rely on herself to learn from online teaching videos. Being able to fight a professional with superb fighting skills in the real world, and get one-on-one guidance, she felt that being punished to run 6 laps was not something difficult to accept. She knew that the most important thing to pay attention to in long-distance running is the breathing rhythm and the distribution of physical energy, especially when her physical fitness is not outstanding. She needs to distribute physical energy reasonably to avoid exhaustion and lack of strength in the end. However, although she has been consciously adjusting her breathing, as time goes by, she gradually feels tired. Sweat drips from her forehead. Her chest rises and falls unconsciously, and the soreness gradually spreads to her entire knee. She purses her lips tightly and does not slow down or stop to rest. She was used to enduring pain. In order to be admitted to the military academy with double C qualifications, she had worked so hard in private. The pain she was experiencing now could not shake her heart after enduring it for a long time. She was more alert to the fact that her physical strength was rapidly fading. The instructor is behind us, everyone run. A panic cry rang out, startling many students, who had secretly slowed down and were slacking off in the back row. They ran forward like frightened birds, with a trace of panic on their faces. Taoshan's physical fitness was average. She had originally fallen behind in the third echelon. Now that people around her were speeding up, she couldn't help but fall behind again. However, despite this, she still maintained her own pace and didn't speed up. People kept passing her, but she didn't get anxious. She always looked ahead. The front didn't refer to the backs of those who passed her, nor to those farther away. Those people in the first and second echelons gradually shrank into small dots. She was looking at something farther ahead, farther to the end of the protective shield, farther away, the vast land composed of straight snow-capped peaks and the vast sky behind them. The diffuse mist blurred the distant scenery, making it difficult for her to see clearly, but her eyes were still fixed on the end of her sight, a part of the mountain covered by the surging clouds. Then she tried her best to adjust her breathing rhythm, and stepped forward steadily and steadily. Although he ran to the front of the team in one breath, because he was frightened by the principal at the beginning. Yin-Ting slowly fell back to the back of the team. His physique was already good among the students, but he usually neglected to exercise. Now he was asked to run so far at once. At the beginning, it was fine, but after running more than 800 meters, his speed began to slow down. When it reached more than 3,000 meters, that is, the second lap, he was really exhausted. In front, Ruby and Langdon figures had long been unclear. Yin-Ting would pay attention to the two partners who ran in the front at first, and even wanted to catch up with them. But as the gap widened step by step, it seemed that an insurmountable gap had been drawn between the two leaders and the people behind them. And Yin-Ting could no longer think of catching up with them. His eyes now turned to those within 50 meters in front of him. He noticed that many of them were less qualified than him, but they had already run ahead of him, which made him feel ashamed. It was already embarrassing to be knocked out by the instructor. But even a double-A genius like Landon couldn't beat this instructor yet. So it seemed that his defeat was understandable. But now that he was surpassed by some people with only a single B or double C qualification, he no longer had any reason to refute. Yin-Ting wanted to speed up and catch up, but he was powerless. Not only did he fail to speed up, but he ran slower and slower. The air sucked into his chest brought heart-wrenching pain. Every time his footsteps landed on the ground, they were particularly heavy. At this moment, his running speed might not be much better than walking. He wanted to stop and rest frantically. He no longer had the strength to continue. But another thought in his mind stopped him. He was worried that if he stopped, he would lose his breath. How would he finish the remaining 4 laps? Yin-Ting was panting heavily. Sweat had blurred his vision. His legs seemed to be filled with lead. Every time he lifted them, he felt severe soreness and pain from his thigh muscles being pulled. It was really his limit. The thought of taking a break came to his mind again. It was just a break. He seemed to be convincing himself he was not giving up just like that. Just as Yin-Ting was struggling fiercely with his will in a daze, someone passed by him and surpassed him. The man did not leave immediately, but looked back at him from a distance in front of him, sneering. People from the capital planet are just like this. Yin-Ting was awakened by this ridicule. He looked up and saw the man with glasses looking at him with disdain. And then he sped up and walked forward. Originally, because of Yin-Ting's origin in the capital planet, the man with glasses was quite active in building a relationship with Yin-Ting. But Yin-Ting didn't like this man and didn't buy into his flattering behavior. After several cold receptions, the man with glasses unilaterally became enemies with Yin-Ting. He was just born better than him. So what was he so proud of? He was also a double B talent. At this time, although the man with glasses was not in a good condition, he saw that Yin-Ting looked exhausted. So he felt that the opportunity for revenge had come. The man with glasses ran away after saying something, leaving Yin-Ting to digest the ridicule alone. He didn't know why he remembered some scenes that he didn't want to recall. His parents' disappointed eyes, his classmates' ridicule. These things that he and Capital Star had forgotten were once again lingering in his mind like ghosts. Look at Kelvin. You really disappoint us. You just rely on your parents being senior officers of the Federation. How can you compare to me? Without your rich and powerful parents, you are a waste. At this moment, the face of the man with glasses overlapped with the faces of his former classmates. Is he really as these people said? Without his parents, a complete waste? Yin-Ting gritted his teeth, and he didn't know where he got a force from. supporting him to swing his arms and move forward quickly. The man with glasses heard the footsteps coming closer and closer from behind him, and he turned around subconsciously. He saw that the person he had just mocked suddenly seemed to be revived, and was approaching him at a very fast speed. He was full of surprise. This guy actually caught up with him. He couldn't help but speed up, although he was also exhausted. He didn't want to be caught up by the other party. However, even though he tried his best, the footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. The man with glasses didn't dare to look back, but he still keenly received the squeaking sound of the soles of the shoes hitting the gravel. Squeak, squeak. He felt as if the footsteps were stepping on his heart. There was wind blowing from behind him. He felt the other party breath approaching. He no longer retained the remaining physical strength. He gritted his teeth and sped up a little bit like a sprint. Yin Ting had already reached the position parallel to him. Both of them were like the last sprint, poured all their strength into their feet, and students were constantly being overtaken by them. The students who were overtaken watched the two people whizzing past, sprinkling a cloud of dust, and a big question mark popped up in their minds. Are they crazy? Now that all his strength has been used up, what should he do with the remaining lap? In the end, the man with glasses was the first to lose. He really couldn't hold on any longer. He glanced at the side, and saw that Yin Ting still had no intention of slowing down. He was a little overwhelmed. Where did this man get the strength from, when he was obviously exhausted before? He saw Yin Ting surpass him little by little. He felt complicated. He regretted the taunt he had just made. Now he felt like he had been slapped in the face. Just when he was feeling complicated, the man with glasses saw the person in front of him turn his head back. He was alert, and saw the other person stretched out his left hand, clenched his fist, and then turned his thumb upside down and pressed it down. The man with glasses' face turned pale and blue. After successfully slapping the man with glasses, Yin Ting felt very happy. He repeatedly recalled the scene just now, and confirmed that his expression should be cool enough. He couldn't help but grin. He didn't stop there, but continued to run forward. The third lap. The fourth lap. Gradually, he seemed to have withdrawn from the various discomforts in his body, and sweat soaked into his eyes, making it difficult for him to see the things in front of him. He ran forward mechanically, with only a belief in his heart supporting him. He wanted to prove that he was not the waste that those people said he was. Brother Yen, are you okay? Someone stood in front of Yin Ting and blocked his way. He looked up and tried to identify the person in front of him as Langdon. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Has he finished running? Yin Ting wanted to ask him, but as soon as he stopped, he almost collapsed. Someone quickly grabbed him. He glanced over and found that it was Ruby. She came to his side without knowing when. You can't sit down now, Ruby said seriously. Landon, let's take him for a walk. Yin Ting was carried by Ruby and Landon for a while, and then he slowly calmed down and recovered. He broke away from the support of the two and said, Thank you. I'm much better. But I still have more than 2 laps to run. I continue running. He was about to return to the position just now and continue running. Landon quickly grabbed him. I haven't finished running either. Don't run. Teacher Joel asked us to have breakfast first. We will gather in 15 minutes. Those who haven't finished running can finish it after all the training is over. Don't run now. Yin Ting couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the news. He was in the mood to ask him, How many laps do you have left? Me? I still have 1 lap left. Landon scratched his head. This is the first time I've run so far. I shouldn't have challenged the instructor. Ruby only ran 3 laps. We were all running just now. She was the most free. Ruby was very proud. Who said I'm smart? I've seen that our chief instructor is not simple. Nonsense. You are obviously 1 step behind Tao Shan. Landon ruthlessly exposed her lies. Yin Ting saw that the two still had the energy to bicker, and tried hard to find a trace of fatigue on their faces, but found nothing, and couldn't help asking. Don't you feel tired? Yes. I'm tired. I'm sweating all over my back. Landon complained, but you couldn't tell how tired he was from his energetic look. Ruby blinked her eyes. I wasn't fined twice. 3 laps is just a warm-up. Right? Ruby didn't say anything. In her opinion, running 6 laps was a bit too much. But it wasn't a particularly severe punishment. She really couldn't understand why Yin Ting looked like he was dying. You call this a warm-up? Yin Ting was hit again. Looking at Ruby's rosy face, he was sure that he might really be a waste. Chapter 20 Q Practice. Seeing the 3 approaching, Many students who had already arrived at the assembly point saluted them. Ruby's performance was really too eye-catching. In the third lap, even Langdon gradually fell behind her, but she was always very relaxed, always in the leading position, like a nimble and light deer. While others were still running the second lap with difficulty, she had already finished the whole course and had the energy to jump around them, to cheer them up, successfully making others doubt their lives. Damn it! Why doesn't she look tired at all? Most people have already arrived at the gathering point. Many people have no appetite for breakfast. But not eating is not good. What if they don't have enough energy later? They can only force themselves to eat. The students are not in the mood to talk. The fatigue is not much relieved by the short rest. They look around vigilantly, trying to find a familiar figure. When they finally confirm that Yin Xiaonan is not here, they breathe a sigh of relief, and the little thoughts in their hearts emerge quietly again. At this time, Joel's voice rang out. My name is Joel, and I will lead you in formation training. This is what your chief instructor and I have told you. Now everyone, pay attention. Stand at attention. Look to the right. In line. Count. The students had seen Joel before, but their impression of this young teacher was that he was a man who didn't talk much and was very gentle. There seemed to be a hint of unknown melancholy in his gray-blue eyes. Compared to a military training instructor, they felt that he was more like a civilian teacher who taught Federal War history or tactical theory. They didn't expect that the chief instructor would entrust them to such a teacher to take charge of their daily training. In their imagination, the one who should be responsible for their training should be Katie. Although this alien girl seems young, she is strong enough. Or it could be old Bert. They have already inquired about it. He is a veteran who has been on the battlefield. When they saw old Bert mechanical prosthesis, the first reaction of these young people was not fear, but they thought the arm was cool. Tao Shan heard the small discussions of the students around her, and she didn't know how to react. Teacher Joel didn't take the initiative to talk about his past. She was not sure whether she should reveal the honors he had to others. She felt that something must have happened to Joel. Otherwise, how could a young officer who entered the army with excellent grades and had a bright future come to a school on such a deserted planet to be a teacher? She scanned the flying and wanton look on the video again, and turned into the particularly taciturn person in front of her. Young people are like this. They were originally quiet after being shocked by Yin Xiaonan. But now that the chief instructor is gone, they are ready to make a move again. They want to test the bottom line of this seemingly gentle teacher. So they keep making small moves. It seems that I also need to imitate the chief instructor teaching method. Stretch my muscles, and have a duel with you. Joel stopped giving orders and looked at the students in front of him leisurely. He was also a student, and their tricks could not be hidden from him at all. Seeing that they still had time to whisper, he did not get angry, and his expression remained gentle. How about it? Is anyone willing to come up? The rules are still the same as those set by the chief instructor. If you lose, the training volume will be doubled. If you win, you don't have to participate in my next training. As soon as Joel said this, the students became obedient. They saw the fate of those who challenged Yin Xiaonan before, so they dared not take this risk. If this instructor Joel is also a hidden master, then they will be miserable. Besides, after running around before, they didn't have the energy to run again. Seeing that the students had quieted down, Joel looked around and gave new orders. He divided them into 4 squares, each of which was divided into 5 rows, with 10 people in each row. After the formation, he asked the students to stand at attention, and he walked between the teams, adjusting the students' standing posture from time to time. Keep your heels together. Keep your chin in. Don't carry your shoulders. Straighten your legs. Seeing the familiar metal stick in Joel's hand, the students were all silent, and straightened their backs even more. Although Yin Xiaonan left, the shadow she left behind did not disappear. In addition to standing at attention, the students practiced turning left and right, squatting and standing up for a whole morning. When Joel called for dismissal, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned, and ran straight to the cafeteria with their hungry stomachs covered. Although Joel always looked gentle, and didn't scold them loudly, his requirements were quite strict. Even if the shoulder was slightly crooked, he would point it out and correct it. If the team was slow to react, he would not say anything, but just continue to practice until they could meet his requirements, which made the students particularly tormented. I feel like my physical strength has been drained. Yiling clung to the chair in the cafeteria and didn't even want to walk the few steps to get lunch. Although she was very hungry after training on an empty stomach, she didn't want to get up from her seat at all. Then I bring your meal over. Ruby offered to help. Yilin looked at her with a touched face. Ruby, you're so kind. Landon couldn't help but take the opportunity to say. Ruby, bring me one too. Ruby pouted. Are you also exhausted? Landon nodded shamelessly, but saw Ruby's eyes full of contempt. Then you are so weak. Ahem. I was just kidding. Landon blushed, patted his chest. I'm in good health. You all sit down, I get you food. Yilin looked at Langdon's figure speechlessly as he left. This is how IQ affects appearance. Since she got familiar with this guy, his face, which seemed particularly superior among boys of the same age, has become less handsome in her eyes. She was also quite puzzled. How come the temperament of this melancholy and beautiful boy changed completely when he spoke? The training in the morning consumed a lot of the students' physical strength. Some people had no appetite for breakfast, but now they were so hungry that they didn't care about their appetite. No one was talking in the cafeteria, only the sound of clinking utensils and chewing food. Almost everyone was immersed in eating. It was not until after lunch that the students came to their senses and began to discuss what the afternoon training would be. When everyone else's attention was focused on the afternoon schedule, Yinting was still worried about the penalty run that he had not completed in the morning. He still had more than 2 laps to run, and there were other training in the afternoon, and his legs felt weak just thinking about it. As for not running these 2.5 laps and getting away with it, not to mention that he didn't dare to bet whether the chief instructor would find out about this matter. Even if the chief instructor didn't pursue it, he didn't want to be a person who didn't keep his word. Since he lost the fight, he agreed to the conditions, so he didn't want to break his promise. He didn't want to lose his dignity for the punishment of just 2.5 laps, and make himself a villain who went back on his word. That would be more embarrassing than losing the fight. As if seeing what Yinting was worried about, Langdon comforted him. Brother Yin, are you worried about the punishment? Don't worry, I still have 1 lap to run. We can run again after dinner and we will finish it soon. Yinting sighed. I still have 2.5 laps. He now regretted why he had to challenge the chief instructor. If he had known she was so scary, he would never have taken the initiative to attract her attention. Not only was he fined twice as much, but he was also punished by the chief instructor. Tao Shan, what about you? How many laps do you have left? Yinting thought of a fellow sufferer who was punished with him, and asked with hope. At Langdon's speed, he would probably finish a lap quickly. He didn't want to run alone in the middle of the night. He would feel better if someone accompanied him. I have 1.5 laps left, Tao Shan said while cleaning up his dishes. Yinting was a little surprised. He originally thought that Tao Shan and he were at the same pace, but he didn't expect that she was only 1.5 laps behind, and her physique was only C+. He couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. When he was in the Capital Star, he could still attribute his mediocrity to his low qualifications. But now, he couldn't help but have a little doubt. Did he really try his best? Whether it was his birth in the Capital Star, or the teaching of a famous teacher, these were not the result of his own hard work. If he was complacent with these advantages, he would fall far behind others. If he wants to prove himself, he should work harder. Isn't this the decision he made when he left the capital? When he leaves his parents' shadow, what can he do? After lunch, before the students can rest for a long time, the whistle for assembly sounded outside. When the freshmen hurried to the assembly point and saw the figure of the person they least wanted to see, they couldn't help but worry about the next training. She wouldn't let them run 3 laps again to warm up. Right? Yin Xiaonan raised her wrist to check the time on the light computer, nodded. 2 minutes? The team can finally see a little bit. It seems that your morning Q training is quite effective. The freshmen did not relax because of this rare compliment, and they were all guessing what the content of their afternoon training would be. Yin Xiaonan did not let them run again as they worried, but gestured for the team to follow her. The students were a little curious about where the chief instructor was going to take them. After arriving at the place, they were a little surprised. Isn't this behind the teaching building? What's so special about this place? Why did the chief instructor bring them here? Your physical fitness is a bit poor. We are doing physical training during this period. Yin Xiaonan pointed to a pile of things behind her. Do any of you know what these are? The students stretched their necks to look, and saw many long-handled metal tools placed on the open space. Is this a spear? The man with glasses claimed to have a deep understanding of cold weapons, and judged based on the appearance of this thing. I think it is used to train arm strength. Ruby thought of the chief instructor's words about physical training, and also made her own guess. You are all wrong. Langdon seemed very proud. Finally, there was something he recognized. This is a hoe. Used for plowing the land. He is right. This is a hoe. After getting Yin Xiao in confirmation, everyone was a little surprised. Langdon was actually right? What are you looking at? Langdon was very dissatisfied. My family is on the agricultural planet. Although it is now mechanized planting, but my great-grandfather generation still retains this traditional farming tool. Since this is a tool for plowing the land, does the chief instructor mean? Everyone looked at Yin Xiaoyan and heard her say, "That right, the first step of our physical training is to plow the land." Chapter 21, all of you. Work on the land. Everyone was in an uproar. Work on the land? Is the chief instructor serious? What does this have to do with physical training? Unexpectedly, Yin Xiaonan announced a more explosive news after this. In order to save money, and to train your self-care ability, the school will no longer purchase food from outside, but will adopt a self-sufficient approach. All the food in the cafeteria will be obtained by your own hands. She blinked at the students who were all stunned. What do you think? Do you think this is a good decision? Does this mean that they should grow their own vegetables? The students were silent. They didn't know who should come forward to stop the principal and chief instructor from having such a wild idea. They knew nothing about farming. If they were really asked to farm by themselves, they might not get any harvest. Besides, agriculture is now mechanized. Why should they rely on physical labor to farm? But perhaps because they were worried that the first bird to stick out its head would be shot, no one was willing to take the lead in questioning Yin Xiaoyan's decision. Just as the students looked at each other, someone raised his hand and said, "Report to the instructor, I have a question." The other students looked at this warrior with admiration. He dared to stroke the chief instructor beard. This man has courage. Yin Xiaonan looked in the direction of the voice. Oh, isn't this the star pirate spy she was focusing on? Maybe thinking of the string of zeros behind the other party, Yin Xiaonan looked at him with a very friendly expression. This student, please ask if you have any questions. The other students, who originally thought that Yin Xiaonan would change his face, were all surprised. The chief instructor is so easy to talk to? Diyoshi became bolder when he saw this. He questioned. I have a question about the school training program. Nowadays, it all mechanized farming. There's no need to learn this kind of obsolete farm tools. And everyone knows that on the battlefield, there's no time to eat, and you just drink nutrient solution. I really can't understand the instructor point of letting us use such backward tools to cultivate the land. This brother is awesome. He said everything they wanted to say but didn't dare to say, and he didn't say it politely. Everyone looked at Diyoshi with respect, as if they were looking at a hero who dared to fight a big boss regardless of life and death. Do others think so too? Yin Xiaonan looked around, and saw that the students all lowered their heads guiltily, without any displeasure, but asked an irrelevant question. Do you know Clover Wollaston? Everyone nodded. Of course they knew that Clover Wollaston was a household name in the Federation. During the Battle of Sarodii 30 years ago, his small warship accidentally entered a wormhole during the battle, and came to an unfamiliar galaxy. They were forced to land on a deserted planet that was not suitable for human survival. They did not have enough food supplies at the time, and could not contact the outside world. But Clover Wollaston led others to successfully live on the deserted planet for more than 100 days, and finally waited for rescue. This incident was later made into a movie, and it was widely spread in the Federation. It was said that they relied on planting potatoes in the cabin to obtain sufficient food supplies. The chief instructor mentioned Croft Wollaston to them. Did he mean? Sure enough, they heard Yin Xiaonan say, the battlefield situation changes rapidly. As a soldier of the Federation, you must be able to deal with various crises. These crises do not only come from the enemy. When you are trapped on a strange planet due to an accident and lack sufficient supplies, learning planting skills can greatly improve your ability to survive. That being said, learning how to farm seems to be quite useful. The students thought hesitantly after hearing the chief instructor words, and thinking of Clover Wollaston experience. What Yin Xiaonan did not tell these students was that Clover Wollaston did not survive just by relying on the potatoes planted in the cabin. How could the energy generated by the potatoes in the cabin be enough for a level 5 soldier with at least AA to survive for more than 100 days? This plot was just deliberately exaggerated by the movie for the sake of drama. Of course, they don't need to know this, Yin Xiaonan thought secretly, without a trace of guilt on his face. It's obvious that you don't want to spend money to purchase food from other planets anymore, so just focus on the free labor of these students. The system was speechless. It wanted to see how the host was going to fool around, And then Yin Xiaonan said to the students with a serious face, "Don't underestimate farming, it's actually a very sacred thing." "Ah? Holy? How can farming be sacred?" Landon, who was born on an agricultural planet, was very puzzled. The other students also looked puzzled. "What you plant is not food, but life," Yin Xiaonan said solemnly. "When you learn how to destroy a life, I hope you don't really underestimate the meaning of life. Maybe destroying a life often doesn't even take a second, but to nurture a life until it matures, it takes several times the time of the former. Most of the courses in the combat department are about how to destroy a life. But the purpose of war is never destruction itself. I hope you can have more insights into the existence of life in the process of planting." So the chief instructor asked them to plant the land for so many profound reasons? Everyone was amazed. The system, which had watched all this, could not help but marvel. If it had not known the host's true thoughts, it would have been deceived by the host. Seeing that no one raised any more objections, Yin Xiaonan distributed tools to them. After receiving the heavy hoe, and hearing the other party tell them that their task this afternoon was to reclaim 100 square meters of land each, everyone felt that they were actually doing physical training. But 100 square meters? Wouldn't that be a bit too much? Yin Xiaonan picked up a hoe, holding the handle with both hands, and demonstrated to the students how to use the hoe to cultivate the land correctly. Under her control, the metal hoe fell heavily from midair onto the hard land unique to the deserted planet, smashing the hard land that seemed like a layer of turtle shell into cracks. Yin Xiaonan did not continue, but stuck the hoe in her hand into the ground. She said to the students watching, "Let's start. Those who fail to complete the task within the specified time will be punished to run a lap at night. And if someone can complete the task within 2 hours, there will be an extra reward." The students felt nervous when they heard the punishment, and they all took their hoes to the assigned areas and started to reclaim the land. As for the reward mentioned by the chief instructor, it means that 100 square meters of land must be plowed within 2 hours. How could this be done? They seriously suspected that this was just something the chief instructor said to tease them. Yin Xiaonan movements of swinging the hoe seemed simple, but in fact, many people have not yet mastered the skills of using the hoe. In this highly mechanized era, even washing and dressing can be done by machines, and many people's hands-on ability is worrying. Some people sprain their waists while swinging the hoe, and some people smash their feet with a hoe. Yin Xiaonan shook his head repeatedly. With such hands-on ability, and wanted to operate various weapons, and even mechas, isn't this funny? After all, they are interstellar people with physical fitness far superior to that of Earthlings. After a period of adaptation, these students can use the hose correctly. But this does not mean that their challenge is over. The land of 627D is not ordinary hard, and it takes a lot of strength to break the land. While swinging the hose vigorously, the students doubt whether such barren land can really grow crops. Yilin felt that the physical strength she recovered after the short rest at noon was about to be exhausted again. This metal hoe is already very heavy, and in order to break the ground, she needs to use all her strength every time she hoes. After working for a while, she was so tired that she was out of breath, and her hands holding the handle began to tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't help but stop to rest for a while, and stuck the hoe into the tilled ground. While calming her breath, she looked back at the tilled ground. She thought that she was so tired, and she had swung the hoe so many times, and she should have plowed a lot of land. However, when she looked back, she found that she had only moved forward 3 steps, looking at the large piece of land that still needed to be cultivated by her. Yilin's eyes went dark. It would be better to run, no matter if everyone was complaining in their hearts or worried about punishment. At least on the surface, they were all working hard to cultivate the land. Only Xie Yinhan did not move. She was thinking about what Yin Xiaonan said. She did not think that the other party had proposed a task that they could not complete. So how could they cultivate 100 square meters of land within 2 hours? Xie Yinhan stared at the metal hoe in his hand and fell into deep thought. Tired. Really too tired. Seeing that time was passing by little, and the progress was still slow, many people were a little desperate. This is impossible to complete. Some people wanted to quit directly, but were intimidated by Yin Xiaonan still watching here, so they had to continue. But many people had an idea in their hearts, as long as others could not complete the task, then it could be proved that it was not their problem. But the task assigned by the chief instructor was problematic. Just then, they heard someone voice. Report to the instructor. My mission is completed. What? This sentence exploded in everyone's ears, like a thunder. They all stopped swinging their hoes, and looked in the direction of the voice. Did they really hear it correctly? Someone completed the mission. And within 2 hours. How is this possible? Ruby and Langdon couldn't help but look at this person. They all thought they would be the first to complete the mission. But someone was faster than them. Ruby puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Damn it. She actually lost. Yin Ting felt that the female voice was familiar. When he looked up and found that the person who said that she had completed the task was Xie Yinhan, he was very surprised. If he remembered correctly, wasn't her physique only B? Even Ruby, who had an S-level physique, hadn't finished plowing the land. How did she complete the task by now? Yin Xiaonan was not surprised that Xie Yinhan could discover the secret of the hoe. She was very smart. It was not surprising that she could find out the secret of the hoe based on a little hint. Yin Xiaonan walked to the area that Xie Yinhan was in charge of and checked it. After confirming that she had indeed completed the task, he took out a tube of nutrient solution and handed it to her. Come to me after the training to get the reward. There is actually a reward. The others immediately started to discuss, guessing what the reward would be. Xie Yinhan opened the nutrient solution that Yin Xiaonan handed over and poured a mouthful of it into her mouth. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Good stuff. She drank the nutrient solution in one breath, looked at the other party, and asked, Can I make my own request? Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. Can you tell me what kind of reward you want? Can I apply to not have to participate in physical training in the future? Xie Yinhan looked expectant. Of course not. Yin Xiaonan refused coldly. Then give me a few more nutrient solutions, the same as this one. Xie Yinhan pointed at the nutrient solution bottle that she had finished drinking. She found that this should be a high-grade nutrient solution. Not only tasted good, but once the nutrient solution was swallowed, she felt that her body was absorbing the energy in it eagerly. At this moment, she not only felt full of strength, but also the dull pain in the back of her head seemed to be relieved. As long as you can drink it, there will be enough nutrient solution. Yin Xiaonan handed her another nutrient solution, raised his lips and said, But the reward is something else. Remember to come to me after the training is over. Everyone was surprised. The chief instructor was so nice to her. They had never seen the chief instructor talk to them in such a pampering tone. Why was he a little jealous? Is this the treatment for top students? Ruby raised her hand and said, Instructor Yen, I want the nutrient solution too. She didn't know what was so special about this nutrient solution, but since even Xie Yinhan, who ranked first in the written test, treated this nutrient solution as a treasure, then this nutrient solution must be a good thing. Since it was a good thing, how could she miss it? Many students also looked at Yin Xiaonan eagerly. They also wanted to know what was so special about this nutrient solution. Didn't you see that Xie Yinhan was reluctant to throw away the bottle even after he finished drinking it? They also wanted to try it. Is this nutrient solution particularly delicious? Yin Xiaonan looked at them, smiling. Sure, if you can complete the task within 2 hours, there will be plenty of nutrient solution. How can this be completed? After hearing this, the students slumped their shoulders and became dejected. Yin Xiaonan was not moved by this. She said this, originally planning to return to where she was standing, but before she could turn around, she was stopped by Xie Yinhan. Instructor, I have completed my mission. Can I go back to the dormitory first? Of course not. Yin Xiaonan had his usual smile on his face, but his words were merciless. I think 100 square meters is too easy for you. You need to improve your physique. Continue to farm the land. Hearing this, everyone looked at Xie Yinhan with sympathy. As expected, the chief instructor is the chief instructor. Why did they feel that she was very doting on Xie Yinhan just now? Now that they heard her plan for Xie Yinhan, they just wanted to say that this woman is worthy of her. She deliberately said that there would be rewards for completing the task within 2 hours. But if they really listened to her, they would be fooled if they completed the task quickly. It is impossible to leave early, and there will only be more tasks waiting for the person who finishes the work in advance. Xie Yinhan's face also froze for a moment. If she had known earlier, she would not have completed the task so quickly. She wanted to be lazy, but ended up making things worse. Xie Yinhan was very annoyed, thinking of Yin Xiaonan's expression that seemed to see through everything. Her eyes darkened. After assigning another task to Xie Yinhan, Yin Xiaonan left in a good mood. As soon as she left, the others surrounded Xie Yinhan. Landon was the most active, and his eyes were full of curiosity when he looked at Xie Yinhan. Big sister, how did you manage to plow all the land in 2 hours? Landon has been helping with farm work at home since he was a child. He knows that it is very simple to plow a few acres of land in 2 hours with a tiller. But it is extremely difficult if it is done purely by manpower. Unfortunately, he had just been busy tilling the land, and had not noticed Xie Yinhan's situation at all. He was very curious about how Xie Yinhan completed this almost impossible task. "Just call me Xie Yinhan." Xie Yinhan paused when she heard Langdon address her. But she did not hide anything. Instead, she said lazily, "This hoe is made of metal that conducts mental power. Try inputting mental power into it." "What? This ordinary hoe is actually made of metal that conducts mental power? Is she really not kidding?" Everyone thought they were hallucinating. They looked at the hoe in their hands hesitantly. "Is this really possible? You know, mental power transmission metal is quite expensive, and it is basically not available on the market. It is generally only used in mecha manufacturing. How could it be used on such an outdated farm tool? It can actually input mental power." Just then, Ruby's surprised voice came. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the hoe in Ruby's hand made a buzzing sound, and then under Ruby control, it twisted and slammed from the air to the ground. There was a loud bang, and as the hoe fell, a deep pit was smashed into the ground. Countless broken pieces of soil were instantly ejected around, and the people around were splashed before they could dodge. For a moment, smoke and dust rolled. Cough, cough, cough. Many people were choked by the dust, but they didn't care at all. Instead, they stared at the deep pit with their eyes fixed and took a breath. "Hiss! The power of this hoe is so terrifying. This is not a hoe at all. It a killing weapon. Right? I knew this tillage task was not easy." Langdon looked at the hoe in his hand with shining eyes, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. "So the chief instructor wants us to learn how to control mental power." Yilin wiped the sweat from her forehead, and suddenly realized. We all misunderstood the chief instructor meaning. Only student C guessed the chief instructor intention of asking us to use this hoe to till the land. No wonder the chief instructor assigned a task of a full 100 square meters. It turned out that this task was not for them to complete with manpower alone, but to use mental power. No wonder they were asked to use such primitive tools. It turned out that this hoe had a secret. Many students thought of this, and felt a little embarrassed. They had wronged the chief instructor. It turned out that she had such good intentions. You know, it is not easy to get metal that conducts mental power. The chief instructor must have spent a lot of effort. The reason why she didn't say it was that she must want to test whether they could discover the secret by themselves. But they only complained in their hearts, and didn't find anything wrong at all. The students did not mind that the hoe was outdated, and they all began to try to input their mental power into it. As expected, this hoe could actually absorb mental power. Everyone was excited, and they increased their input of mental power until the hoe made a buzzing sound. They tried to pick it up, but many people found that the hoe did not move at all. Why was this so? Langdon tried to pull the hoe hard, but found that after inputting mental power, the hoe became heavier than before, standing firmly on the ground like a magic needle, and could not be pulled up at all. 1, 2, 3. He exerted all his strength, and finally pulled the hoe about 1 centimeter off the ground. Then, as if the ground had suction, the hoe fell back to the ground with a bang. Ruby on the side was able to pick up the hoe, but the hoe in her hand seemed to have a life. It was particularly heavy for a while, causing her arm to fall straight down. But when Ruby used more strength, it suddenly became as light as a feather, causing her to almost fall down due to inertia. Ruby was having a hard time controlling the hoe as she plowed the land, just like she was controlling an untamed wild horse. Not only did she fail to plow the land, she also made the ground full of potholes, and her whole face became dusty. Among all the people, only Xie Yinhan behaved normally. She was just holding an ordinary hoe, swinging it lightly. But every time the hoe fell, a large piece of land that had originally been clumped together was broken up and turned up. Like a human tiller, everyone had to go to Xie Yinhan for advice. Originally, they thought Xie Yinhan looked distant and might not be patient enough to teach them. But they didn't expect that although she wasn't enthusiastic, she didn't show any displeasure. Just kidding, how could Xie Yinhan miss such a bright opportunity to slack off? The chief instructor just asked her to continue tilling the land, but since her classmates wanted her help, she was willing to help. But it wasn't slacking off. Right? You need to evenly distribute your mental power on the handle. You can't input too much mental power, nor too little just like this. Xie Yinhan injected his mental power, and easily picked up the hoe, demonstrating it to others. So that how it is. I think I understand. I just injected too much mental power. I'm sure I can do it this time. I try it again. Everyone saw that Xie Yinhan seemed to be able to operate it easily, and said they understood it one by one, and tried it again with great interest, and then failed again. Woo woo woo, my brain says I know how to do it, but it's not the same when I operate it. After failing 15 times, Yilin took a deep breath and started her 16th attempt. She carefully input her mental power into the hoe, and when she heard the familiar buzzing sound, she was worried, and slowly lifted the hoe handle with her right hand. Although the handle shook a bit due to the uneven distribution of mental power, she still managed to turn the hoe over. I've made progress. A hint of joy flashed across Yilin's eyes. She tried to lift the hoe more carefully. Her movements were extremely slow, fearing that improper use of force would lead to failure. But when she finally lifted the hoe, and was about to change her movements, she stumbled. Her mental strength suddenly lost balance, and the hoe fell to the ground with a bang, while others failed repeatedly. Xie Yinhan casually waved the hoe, and plowed another 10 square meters of land. Her hands kept moving, and her head was still thinking about other things. She found that the training designed by Yan Xiaon and not only involved the training of mental power micromanipulation, but also because plowing is a continuous activity. They also had to consider the effective utilization of mental power. How to use the least mental power to manipulate this hoe and exert its maximum power is not a simple matter. Xie Yinhan felt that with the continuous output and use of mental power, her control of mental power became more comfortable. It seems that this non-certified military academy is more complicated than she originally thought. Whether it is such a bunch of tools made of metal for mental power transmission, or this unique training method, it is a bit beyond her expectations. Just as Xie Yinhan was lost in thought, Landon approached her shyly, and said shyly, "Sister Xia, can you lend me your hoe? Don't you have your own hoe?" Xie Yinhan raised her eyebrows in confusion. As for the other party addressed to her, she was too lazy to correct it. "No," Landon said with a frown. "But my hoe seems to be broken, so I want to borrow your hoe." "Sure," Xie Yinhan said indifferently. "We can exchange hoes." "Are you serious?" Landon was surprised, and took the hoe from Xie Yinhan. He was very touched. "Xie's sister, you are so kind." Xie Yinhan did not show much expression. She picked up the hoe that Landon had used before, and continued to plow the land. Landon watched the hoe that did not move in his hand become extremely obedient in Xie Yinhan's hand. Xie Yinhan used it as if it were his arm. The smile on his face suddenly froze when he input his mental power into Xie Yinhan's hoe, which he thought was particularly easy to use. He found that the hoe was stuck to the ground and did not move again. He finally confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the hoe itself, but that the problem was actually with him. Chapter 22 Reward. After a period of trial and error, the students finally discovered that not everyone can use mental power to operate the hoe. Only half of the people can successfully pick up the hoe while inputting mental power, and even fewer can perform a complete hoeing action. Only a few dozen people, and only a few can use the hoe to plow the land continuously. These people are not all geniuses with particularly high mental power, just like Langdon has A-level mental power, but is stuck at the first step. He was unable to control the amount of mental power input, which made his hoe so heavy that several people could not pull it up from the ground. Although Tao Shan only had C-level mental power, she could control the hoe to hoe the ground, but the time she could maintain it was quite limited. This was because the total amount of C-level mental power was limited, and it was necessary to use skills to improve the effective utilization rate of mental power, which was more difficult. In general, Tao Shan, as a novice in manipulating mental power, performed quite well. Only after you have tried it yourself can you know how difficult it is to manipulate mental power to cultivate the land. Everyone looked at Xie Yinhan with even more admiration. Seeing her calm and composed look, they thought it was easy, but the chief instructor really wouldn't let them take shortcuts. Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. She let the students use this metal hoe to cultivate the land. Of course, not to train their mental power as they said. Her original intention was to conduct physical training. This hoe itself is quite heavy. It is not easy to cultivate 100 square meters of land in one afternoon. But she also left them another way to complete the task. If someone discovers the secret of the hoe material, and can use mental power to cultivate the land, then the task can also be completed. But this is not a matter of choosing plan A or plan B. In fact, using mental power to cultivate the land is equivalent to an unconventional way of solving problems. It is only suitable for students who are flexible in using mental power, but have a weak physique. This is a small back door she opened for such students. But this shortcut is not so easy to take. Even if most students can successfully use mental power to operate the hoe, they will not be able to continue like Tao Shan. They need to stop and restore their mental power when their mental power is exhausted. Yin Xiaonan did not object to their using this seemingly tricky method to complete the task, because it was actually a more difficult and painful way than completing the task purely with physical strength. And this method could also train mental strength. So Yin Xiaonan was naturally happy to see it happen. As for Xie Yinhan, who was extremely biased, it was beyond Yin Xiaonan expectations. But she did not mind giving such a genius a little preferential treatment. Anyway, the physical training that the other party missed here, she would give this biased person in other places. Students made up for it. So, Xie Yinhan was still naive. How could Instructor Yin allow someone to take advantage of the situation under her nose? Students can take the initiative to train their mental strength. Yin Xiaonan certainly supports it, but physical training can't be left behind. She can still make up for it. Since Xie Yinhan performed so well, she should have been trained as a priority. Isn't it reasonable to increase the amount of training? If Xie Yinhan knew what Yin Xiaonan was thinking, he would probably vomit blood. Where is the promised preferential treatment? What kind of preferential treatment is this? Everyone, please pay attention to the time. It's time for lunch in an hour and a half. And I'm a good teacher who doesn't delay the class. Please speed up if you haven't completed the task. I will check your results 10 minutes before the end of the training. Yin Xiaonan's sudden voice startled all the students. Many students who couldn't use their mental power to plow the land smoothly gave up trying decisively, regardless of how complicated the material of the hoe was. If they couldn't use it, then they might as well use it as an ordinary hoe. They felt a little regretful. As expected, the genius method was not something they could easily learn. In the end, because of the delay caused by trying to cultivate the land with mental power in the middle, only a dozen people actually completed the task. Lin Tianan was the one who mastered the mental power cultivation skills best besides Xie Yinhan. Although Ruby Control was not very good, she managed to complete the task in the end. The rest of the people who completed the task basically adopted a combination of mental power cultivation and physical power cultivation. But there are exceptions. Landon also completed the task purely by relying on his strong physique. Yin Xiaonan thought to himself, look how open-minded she is. She provides students with so many choices. As long as they can complete the task, she doesn't care what method they use. Students can complete the task purely by relying on their extraordinary physical fitness, like Landon, or they can use their mental power to find another way like Xie Yinhan. I have provided them with so many ways to complete the task. It's unreasonable if they can't complete the task. Right? If other students knew her thoughts, they would probably be even more depressed. Whether it is Xie Yinhan or Langdon, they are all perverts. Okay. Using them as examples, does her conscience really not hurt? Yin Xiaonan said. What is conscience? Can it be eaten? Until he checked the completion of the tasks of all students one by one, Yin Xiaonan said. Okay, today training is over. Those who have not completed the task remember to run a lap after dinner. Xie Yinhan stays. The rest of you are dismissed. Everyone felt that the sound of dismissed was like the sound of nature. Although there was still a penalty run in the evening. That was for the evening. Seeing that the chief instructor was no longer paying attention to them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They thought the instructor would ask them to finish plowing the required 100 square meters of land within today. Why were they moved when they heard that the punishment was only running a lap in the evening? They were definitely being PUA. Wake up! This lap is at least 2,500 meters. Can they really get up tomorrow? Follow me. When he saw Xie Yinhan, Yin Xiaonan simply said this, and then led the way. Xie Yinhan stared at the back of the chief instructor with curiosity. She was guessing what her reward was. She paid attention to the surrounding environment all the way, and saw Yin Xiaonan turn around and enter the teaching building. Is he going to the principal office? Xie Yinhan speculated, but saw that the other party turned the corner when he reached the second floor. Yin Xiaonan walked to the door of a training room, took out a key from his pocket, opened the door, and walked in. Xie Yinhan hesitated for a moment, and followed the other party. When she entered the training room, she looked around and found that this did not seem to be an ordinary training room. Sure enough, the next second, Yin Xiaonan spoke. This is a special environment simulation room. Xie Yinhan was a little surprised. She had heard of this kind of training room. It can simulate extreme environments by changing the gravity, temperature, pressure, etc. in the room through equipment. so as to train students' ability to adapt to the field. After all, in the interstellar era, soldiers will land on various planets to perform missions, and you cannot guarantee that the environment of each planet is suitable for human survival. Xie Yinhan did not expect that she could see such advanced training facilities in a school far away on a remote star. She had heard that this kind of training room is often only equipped in first-class military academies. From the energy shield at the beginning, to the qualification tester, to the special environment simulation room now, this school always seems to come up with something beyond her expectations. Originally, this was the training you would have in the second phase, and your reward is to be able to use the equipment here in advance. Yin Xiaonan words interrupted Xie Yinhan thoughts. After listening to what the chief instructor said, the smile on Xie Yinhan's face gradually disappeared. What the hell? She guessed for a long time. And the reward was just this? This is a ridiculous reward. This is clearly extra training. Xie Yinhan tried to refuse. Instructor, can I not take this reward? In order to explore the secrets behind this school, she can train, but don't even think about extra training. This is a special class I give you. Others don't have a chance if they want to come. Yin Xiaonan glanced at her. Now that you have trained in advance, you can be one step ahead of them. Thank you. She doesn't have such a strong desire to win. She just wants to be a salted fish. Xie Yinhan said with a wooden face. I can use the friendly spirit of mutual help among classmates to transfer this training quota to them. No. Yin Xiaonan looked at her lovingly. This is a reward that belongs to you alone. Xie Yinhan. Don't ask if you ask. She will regret it very much now. Just when Xie Yinhan was brainstorming, still trying to find a way to get rid of this overly heavy reward, she suddenly heard Yin Xiaonan casually say as if chatting. Your mental power should be more than A+. This plain sentence, but it sounded like thunder in Xie Yinhan's ears. She narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at the other person with a lightning-like gaze, and her muscles tensed unconsciously, secretly making a defensive posture. Don't be nervous, I'm not curious about your secrets. As long as you enter the 627 Military Academy, you are my student. Yin Xiaonan's expression was still calm. I don't know what means you use to suppress your mental power, but this is only a temporary solution. What you need to do is to improve your physical fitness as soon as possible. It's too late. Xie Yinhan was silent for a moment, but finally spoke. She didn't see any malice in the young principal's eyes. In fact, it didn't matter even if he had ulterior motives. She only had 2 years left to live. Thinking of this, Xie Yinhan put away her guard and returned to her lazy look. She said lightly, in 2 years at most, my mental strength will not be able to be suppressed, causing my body to collapse. There is no time to improve my physical level, so it is better to enjoy life now. At least she is currently very interested in the secrets behind this school. Yin Xiaonan admired the girl in front of her. Knowing that she only had 2 years to live, she did not show any out-of-control emotions. This is not only achieved by fearless courage. Facing the impending death, the inner torment a person has to endure is much more than a sudden accident. Even a soldier who often struggles on the edge of life and death may not be able to take it lightly when receiving a cancer notice. The fear of death is sometimes more terrible than death itself. Yin Xiaonan did not expect that Xie Yinhan's problem was more serious than she thought, but it doesn't matter, she still has the system store. Chapter 23 Telepathy. Yin Xiaonan searched the system store for a while, and finally found what she wanted. Body Enhancer. It can quickly improve the user's physical fitness by a small level in a short period of time, and with subsequent exercise, it can continue to stimulate the body potential and continuously improve the user's physical fitness. Price: 250 points. Yin Xiaonan decisively exchanged the potion and said to Xie Yinhan, I have a potion that can enhance physical fitness. Let's set a small goal first, and see if you can improve your physical fitness to a level in half a year. If it can be achieved, let's proceed to the next step. See if we can strive to improve your physical level to 2S level within 2 years. What do you think? The mental power level and physical level are not unrelated, but complement each other. When a person is born, the mental power level and physical level are usually not more than 1 level different. Physical level is easier to improve through acquired efforts than mental power level, and because the difference between the two cannot be too large, the mental power level will restrict the upper limit of the physical level. That is to say, the highest level of physical fitness can only be raised to 1 level higher than the level of mental strength. If the level of mental strength exceeds the physical fitness level by 2 levels, it will bring great burden to the body. If it exceeds by more, the body will completely collapse because it cannot bear the pressure of mental strength. Xie Yinhan initial level of mental strength is 3S level, which is actually quite scary. You know, whether it is the Empire or the Federation, even among the gifted aliens, there has never been a person with mental strength exceeding 2S level. Some scholars have said that 3S is the realm of God. No creature can reach this limit. This is enough to show how amazing Xie Yinhan initial level of mental power is. Her physical level is not too bad. The minimum threshold for military school admission is physical level B, and many people cannot reach it. However, her mental level is too high. Level B is not good enough. Xie Yinhan should have died at birth due to physical collapse. But her parents or someone else suppressed her mental level through unknown means, so that she could grow up to 18 years old. Yin Xiaonan guessed that it was a potion that worked, and the potions of the Federation were far less advanced than those of the Empire. Yin Xiaonan suspected that Xie Yinhan life experience was related to the Empire. But no matter how advanced the potion was, it should have reached its limit. Yin Xiaonan knew that Xie Yinhan's judgment should be correct. She could only hold on for 2 more years at most. And it was almost a fantasy to improve the B-level physique to double S level in 2 years. Although the physique level is easier to improve than the mental level, there are 3 major levels between B level and 2S level. Not to mention that below S level and above S level can be said to be 2 completely different worlds. And it is not so easy to break through. This requires a person to surpass the physical limit again and again, and finally break through an invisible barrier to reach a new level of physical fitness. Upgrading from A level to S level is something that very few people can do. And it will be even more difficult to upgrade from S level to 2S level. Not to mention the 2-year time limit, which almost cuts off the last possibility. So, Xie Yinhan's first reaction after hearing Yin Xiaonan plan was, is the person in front of him really not kidding? The first thing Xie Yinhan was curious about was, how did the other party know that her real mental power level was 3S? Her brain quickly turned, thinking about various possibilities, and then eliminating them one by one, finally. She was inclined to believe that the principal was most likely to have discovered this during the qualification test 3 days ago, but this still could not completely solve her confusion. Because the existing qualification tester should not be able to detect her original mental power level that was deliberately suppressed by drugs. Xie Yinhan put this matter aside for the time being. No matter how the principal knew that her true mental power level was 3S, after knowing this, the other party not only did not give up, but also proposed that she be promoted to A in half a year, and to 2S in 2 years. Isn't this really outrageous? Xie Yinhan vaguely felt that this rhetoric was a bit familiar. Isn't this the same as the exaggerated slogan on the recruitment advertisement of the 627 Military Academy? Could it be that the advertisement was written by this principal? Xie Yinhan was very speechless. Does the principal think she is someone who would believe this rhetoric? And body enhancer? How come she didn't know there was such a potion? You know, she had tried to struggle before, but she searched for ways to improve physical fitness and various potion information, and finally didn't find anything that really worked. There are indeed many people who claim to have mastered the secret technique of quickly improving physical fitness, but in the end, they were all proved to be liars. If you think about it, if these people really have this secret technique, why don't they use it themselves, but sell it to others? Xie Yinhan's mind flashed like lightning. She looked at the potion handed over by Yin Xiaonan, and suddenly understood something, and asked tentatively, Chief Instructor, is this body enhancer very precious and rare? Yin Xiaonan nodded. That right. It costs 250 points. She still feels a little pain. Did you take it out for me? Yin Xiaonan continued to nod. She couldn't bear to exchange such an expensive potion. She improved her physical fitness level through targeted training. Besides, she also had the help of the system. She didn't need this stuff at all. Xie Yinhan further confirmed his speculation. Sure enough, the principal purpose should be selling medicine. Xie Yinhan showed a look of refusal. Chief Instructor, I have no money. I can't afford this body enhancer. Yin Xiaonan. She wanted to care for her students without asking for anything in return. How could she be misunderstood? Yin Xiaonan coughed dryly. I won't charge you for this potion. You can use it first. If you want to repay me later, train well. Try to raise your physical fitness level to S plus or above as soon as possible. Before Xie Yinhan could continue to refuse, the potion was stuffed into her hand. She was a little speechless for a moment, and the principal voice continued to come to her ears. Also, before your physical fitness is improved, don't use your mental power at will. It will cause a greater burden on you. Xie Yinhan was not surprised that Yin Xiaonan knew that he had mental power. She was even sure that there was an 80% chance that he knew that his mental power was telepathy. Because she had been trying to use telepathy on this seemingly mysterious principal, but always failed. She couldn't sense any emotion from the principal. Her mental power fell on him like falling on a lifeless stone. She had just tried again. But even though Yin Xiao's expression fluctuated after she misunderstood him, she still didn't receive any feedback. There were only two possibilities. One possibility was that Yin Xiao was a super actor with a strong psychological quality. No matter what happened, his heart remained calm. Another possibility was that the other party had a shielding method against her mental power characteristics. Xie Yinhan first ruled out the first possibility, because calmness itself is also an emotion. And even if a person can control his subjective thoughts, he cannot completely control the unconscious activities in his brain. If a person's inner world is like a huge lake, then those thoughts that appear and disappear briefly are the tiny ripples on the lake. They appear every minute and every second, and disappear quickly without a trace. Just like a wild goose passing by without a trace. But Xie Yinhan can still capture their existence. And she couldn't even sense these unconscious activities in Yin Xiaonan. There was only one possibility. The other party not only knew her mental strength, but also had the means to shield this mental strength. So, should she believe this mysterious principle? She had already checked Yin Xiaonan public identity information, but she didn't believe it. How could the person in front of her be the one with physical fitness F? Mental strength E, who was exiled to the deserted planet by her stepmother? Thinking of the identity of the principal biological mother, she had some guesses, but there were still many things that didn't make sense. Could she trust such a person rashly? For a long time, she was feared by people around her because of her spiritual power that could see through people's hearts. But she also relied on this ability. When she met this person who she couldn't see through, she fell into a dilemma. It seemed that without using the ability of telepathy to confirm, she couldn't trust a person. Yin Xiaonan glanced at the girl in front of him. Don't rely too much on your spiritual power. It's your secret weapon, but it's not omnipotent. You've discovered it now. Right? It doesn't work on me, she said meaningfully. Then, would you lose your self-judgment without its help? Xie Yinhan's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, was she like a person who suddenly went blind? Without that pair of special eyes, she felt that everything around her was dark, and she could no longer be sure of anything. Relying too much on your spiritual power will only lead to the deterioration of your own abilities. You are very smart. I believe I don't need to say anything more. Yin Xiaonan only said this at the end, and then said to Xie Yinhan, if you accept my training plan, come to me after the training is over tomorrow. After saying this, she left. She had to give the other party some time to think about it. She could tell that this person was a person who was extremely pessimistic about human nature, and it was not easy to get such a person to show a little trust in her. After dinner, the students began their punishment run. Yin Xiaonan did not always stay and supervise, but that did not mean that she did not pay attention to them. Even in the office, she was still aware of the students' every move. Seeing that the students did not slack off after she left, and still consciously completed the punishment run, Yin Xiaonan's expression eased a little. Although these freshmen have a poor foundation, they are still obedient and not hopeless. Seeing that the students were running honestly, she shifted her attention to the work in front of her. She was making a special plan for Xie Yinhan's next training. If she wanted to quickly improve her physical fitness to at least S+ level within 2 years, she couldn't just rely on the body enhancers produced by the system. She had to make a more detailed plan for Xie Yinhan's situation in advance, reasonably allocate his training time, and then make further adjustments based on the results after a period of strict implementation. Only in this way could she achieve her goal. The students lined up in a long line of 4 and jogged. Originally, 2,500 meters was not an intractable task for them, but they had been doing high-intensity training for a whole day. Many people were already exhausted. In this case, these 2,500 meters were very difficult. Dushi was particularly upset. God knows he was an undercover agent. After a day of heavy training, he was forced to run in the evening. Since the female principal was gone, he naturally did not intend to be obedient and continued to run here foolishly. No one was watching, who knew if he ran away or not. Besides, he wasn't really here to be a student. He was exhausted from the training during the day. Luckily, the woman was finally gone now, so why would he run away? Why not take this opportunity to go somewhere else to check? He had noticed that there seemed to be construction robots working in the school before. Dushi thought about this and rolled his eyes, deliberately slowed down gradually and fell to the end of the team. But before he could quietly leave the team, he was discovered. Someone shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. Someone in the back row is trying to sneak away." Everyone stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, they saw a boy with a crew cut trying to leave the team and walk back. "This is not okay," the chief instructor said before he left, that if anyone left early without completing the penalty run, everyone's training workload would be doubled tomorrow. Does this person want to kill them? Facing the murderous eyes of everyone looking at him, Dioshi couldn't help but shrink his neck. He tried to probe. In fact, the chief instructor is not here now, so maybe the punishment is just something she said to scare us. There is no need for us to run away. She might not come back later. What if the chief instructor finds out? Can you complete the punishment for all of us? Yilin looked at this man with contempt. He just wanted to use them as a cover, and he was trying to get away alone, but now he is trying to argue. If he really listened to him and was punished, she bet that he would definitely deny any involvement. Dioshi was silent after being rebuked by Yilin, but he still didn't care. He felt that these students were just making a big fuss. Why were they so afraid of that woman? She was gone, and they were scared to death with just one sentence. But it was obviously not important what Dioshi thought. Other students did not dare to risk being discovered by the chief instructor and were testing the edge of death. They would never let this guy who had no sense of teamwork get them into trouble. Under the gazes of others, Dioshi had no choice but to continue the punishment run. Others were worried that he would sneak away again, so they specially sent 2 people to supervise him. Dioshi wanted to curse. After running the long 2,500 meters, Dioshi was so tired that he couldn't even lift his arms. He almost crawled back to the dormitory. Lying on the hard bed, Dioshi looked like he had lost all hope. He suddenly doubted whether it was really wise for him to go undercover in the 627 Military Academy. Chapter 24. The Alberta Star Field has a special status in the Federation. There lives a group of alien races there. The intelligence of these alien races is not inferior to that of humans. At the same time, their mental strength and physical fitness are generally higher than that of humans. They even have some innate peculiarities. During the period of the Free United Nations, humans did not have much contact with these alien races, but the situation was different during the period of the Great Riot. During this period, the Free United Nations was divided into many separatist forces. Wars broke out frequently between the forces, competing for territory and resources, so some forces set their sights on these alien races. Although the individual combat power of the aliens is strong, their civilization is still mostly in the primitive tribal period, and their technology is extremely backward. Therefore, there appeared slave traders who went to the Alberta Star Field to hunt aliens. They sold aliens to other planets inhabited by humans. Some captured aliens were sold to circuses and zoos, where they were locked in cages for people to visit and perform various dangerous acrobatics to satisfy human curiosity. Some aliens were used as war machines and sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. The human army continued to invade the Alberta Star Field, and the space for the aliens to survive was constantly squeezed. In order to defend their homes, the aliens of different races united to resist the invasion of humans. However, since their weapons and equipment were far behind those of the human army, the aliens were still in a difficult situation. Later, Sigrid, the founding marshal of the Federation, learned about the existence of alien slave soldiers in the local army while leading the army to annex other separatist forces. She ignored the opposition of others, removed the slave status of those aliens, and reused them. The performance of these alien soldiers did not disappoint her at all. They showed amazing military talents. In the past, alien soldiers could be insulted and scolded by human soldiers in the army, and they could not be promoted even if they made contributions. Human soldiers did not bear any responsibility for killing an alien soldier, but if an alien soldier hurt a human soldier, he would be executed immediately. But for Sigrid, there is no difference between alien soldiers and human soldiers, and it all depends on strength. These alien soldiers can feel that Sigrid does not look down on them like other humans, and they are willing to work hard for Sigrid. Through the matchmaking of these alien soldiers, Sigrid also successfully penetrated into the alien race, gained the trust of several alien clan leaders, and reached a cooperation agreement with them. It can be said that the predecessor of the Galaxy Federation, the Military Federation, was able to unify the 5 major star regions in the end, and the aliens played a big role in it. After the establishment of the Federation, the Alberta Star region has become the most special star region. Aliens basically do not leave the Alberta Star region. Many planets there are completely autonomous by aliens. The Western military region is also the only one of the 5 major military regions that is more inclined to recruit alien soldiers. However, the gap between humans and aliens still exists. Many people in the federal military and the government still hold the concept of those who are not of my race must have different hearts. They are afraid of the strong talents of aliens. So the military industry in the Alberta Star region has always been backward. And the Western military region has been secretly suppressed for many years. The big cats of Carter Planet. The Sultmans are also brave and warlike among many alien races. They have a pair of pointed ears standing on top of their heads, a pair of eyes like sparkling gems. The pupils shrink into a thin line, revealing a sharp light that makes people feel cold. They are agile, generally have a physique above S level, and their bodies contain endless explosive power. And their mental power level is also not low. The slightest disturbance will attract their attention, then they often show their sharp teeth and constantly make threatening roars, showing their ferocity and dominance. The Sultman tribe lives in a place called Carter Star, where the environment is beautiful. Species are abundant, and it is a paradise for big cats. They don't need to work, and their daily life is simple: eating, sleeping, and playing gliders. Most of the Sultman tribe don't have any big pursuits. But despite this, they still face a lot of dangers. Because the Sultman tribe is curious by nature and is very good at courting death. During the Great Riots, they are also the most easily captured aliens. Slave traders don't even need to bother to capture them. They just need to arouse their curiosity about human society, and they can easily deceive a large group of naive Sultman people. Perhaps because the Sultman people learned too painful a lesson during the Great Riot, one of the Sultman tribe chiefs listed the saying "curiosity kills the cat" as an ancestral motto, sternly warning future generations not to easily go to human society. Katie is a brave kitten who has fully inherited the curious nature of her ancestors. Despite the dissuasion of many tribesmen, she resolutely boarded the spaceship to other star regions. Although the wind gliders in her hometown are delicious, her journey is to the Sea of Stars. Wind gliders are unique creatures on Carter Planet, and they are also the favorite of big cats. This mutant creature is small and light, and the most eye-catching thing is its pair of wide and flexible wing membranes. It can accurately control the direction of flight by adjusting and changing the shape and angle of the wing membrane. Because it flies fast and is very good at changing direction in the air, it is difficult to catch. However, the Sultman people like challenges by nature, and the characteristics of gliders arouse their interest. The Sultman people have a long history of hunting gliders. Before humans invaded the Alberta Star Field, the Sultman people used bows and arrows to shoot gliders, which is undoubtedly more difficult than shooting with guns. The Sultman people coming-of-age ceremony in the past required hunting a glider. After guns became popular, gliders were easier to hunt than before, so it became hunting 99 gliders. Fortunately, the gliders have a strong reproductive capacity. Otherwise, with the hunting methods of the Sultman tribe, the gliders on Carter would be extinct sooner or later. The Sultman tribe has many special dishes with gliders as ingredients, but they still like to roast the freshly caught gliders the most. Often, the Sultman tribe has to exert great perseverance to endure the tempting aroma of the food, and wait until the gliders are completely roasted before eating. Most of the Sultman tribe do not have such patience, but in contrast to their strong fighting power, they are very afraid of heat. So when they stretched out their claws, they would be burned and retracted, and then pretend nothing happened. This set of actions would be repeated countless times, until the glider was finally roasted. Cat travel after leaving Carter Star. Katie planned to go to the Floating Light Star region with a clear goal. The Floating Light Star region has a developed tourism industry, and there are many popular attractions. Even Katie, who is far away in Carter Star, has heard of them. But when Katie really left the Alberta Star region and boarded the spaceship to the Floating Light Star region, she was in a dilemma when she looked at the posters of tourist attractions in her hand. With so many interesting attractions, where should she go? Just then, her ear tips suddenly moved, and she heard a voice coming from not far away. "Let me tell you, I know an insider of a top travel agency, and that relationship is awesome. They have a unique super travel package that allows you to visit all the popular attractions in the Floating Light Star region at once. Just think about it. As long as you spend a little money, you don't have to worry about planning the route, buying tickets, booking hotels, or checking guides. You will receive VIP treatment all the way, and you will be accompanied by a professional tour guide. It's really worth it. Katie's eyes lit up as she listened. Isn't this exactly what she needs now? How do I sign up for this tour? She rushed over. The man was originally talking to a mother and daughter. Seeing Katie suddenly appear, the young mother frowned slightly and quickly took the child away. The man saw that the business was going to fail and felt depressed. He glanced at Katie, but was not frightened by her unusual appearance. He said impatiently, "Do you have money to sign up?" Katie nodded hurriedly. "I have money. Is 50,000 star coins enough?" The man paused. Could this be a fat sheep that came to her door? Katie signed up as she wished, but she was a little surprised that the tour group seemed to be different from what was originally agreed upon. And she was the only one who came in the end. In response, the man explained, "Because you were lucky enough to win the prize in the lottery held by the travel agency. The travel agency decided to upgrade your service to a one-on-one personal service." In fact, the man found that Katie was very easy to fool, so he decided to leave the gang and work alone. Is my luck so good? Looking at Katie, who really had no doubts, the man couldn't help but curl his lips secretly. At the beginning, it was just as the man thought. Katie was easy to fool. He just took her to some free attractions. The other party didn't find anything wrong. Everything she saw was new and strange. Obviously, she had never seen much of the world. But soon, he felt something was wrong. Although this alien was easy to deceive, her physical fitness was unusually strong. Just following Katie every day made the man exhausted. And he had to help her deal with all kinds of troubles. A thief wanted to steal Katie things, but she found him as soon as he made a move. And then, he was pinned to the ground and beaten. If the law enforcement team had not arrived in time, the thief's ribs would have been broken. The man suddenly realized that he seemed to have caused a big trouble. If the other party found out that he had deceived her, he couldn't imagine what kind of revenge he would suffer. In order to get rid of Katie, the man racked his brains and came up with a plan. He found that Katie seemed to be very interested in mecha materials, so he joined others to set up a trap, first draining her money, and then using this as an excuse to abandon her. After finally saying goodbye to Katie, the man breathed a sigh of relief and ran away decisively. On the other hand, Katie, who had spent all her money, did not plan to continue traveling. She excitedly prepared to take the treasure she bought back to Carter Star. However, she did not even have the money to buy a boat ticket. Katie frowned. It seemed that she could only find a way to make money. At this time, she accidentally saw a recruitment notice. Chapter 25 rolled up. The physical training lasted for a full month. The students' daily training started at 5 in the morning. When the assembly order sounded, they had to dress, wash, and gather in the open space in front of the teaching building within 1 minute. After a period of Q training, they had already been reborn. It was no longer like the first day, when it took them half an hour to barely form a formation. Now, when the assembly order sounded, they would jump out of bed, quickly put on their clothes, wash their faces briefly, go downstairs, jog to find their positions, and then stand in standard military posture. The whole process was neat and tidy. After the team was formed, they would start their daily morning run. It was still 3 laps, but they didn't complain as much as they did at the beginning. Basically everyone could run all the way without stopping, and their physical fitness had greatly improved. But the students did not feel complacent at all, because some people not only ran more laps than them, but also wore weights. Looking at the figures who were always running at the front, they really wanted to say, "Stop rolling. Really stop rolling. You bunch of devils. Are you going to let other people live?" The reason why the internal roll happened was still Xie Yinhan. The day after the conversation that day, she went to find Yin Xiaonan. She chose to believe this mysterious principle and accepted his training plan. Who wants to die if they can live? Of course, Xie Yinhan did not blindly believe in the other party. She did not return to the dormitory that night after the conversation, but found an empty classroom and used the body enhancer directly. When the bitter medicine fell into her throat, many thoughts flashed through Xie Yinhan's mind. The origin of this medicine was unknown, and it might even be harmful to the body. But Xie Yinhan has always been a gambler. Reason and madness are 2 sides of her character. She is willing to take a gamble. Even if she loses, she will not regret it. It is just a matter of dying earlier. To her, dying in 2 years or dying now is not much different. As soon as the medicine entered her body, Xie Yinhan felt the blood boiling all over her body. She groaned and slid to the ground. She felt her whole body was hot, and her consciousness fell into a coma. Xie Yinhan was not unfamiliar with this feeling. She was often sick when she was a child. It was not until her adoptive mother finally prepared a medicine that could completely suppress her mental power that she slowly became healthy. That was a memory she didn't want to recall. Xie Yinhan was awakened by a needle-like pain in her days. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and the broken hair on her forehead became clumps and stuck together, making her look like she was fished out of the water. She felt waves of fine pain coming from the joints of her bones, as if she was bitten by countless small insects. She let out a light hiss, and only when the pain gradually subsided did she slowly get up from the ground. Although the process was unbearable, Xie Yinhan felt extremely relaxed all over her body at this time. In addition, she vaguely felt that her 5 senses had also improved. Could it be that this medicine took effect so quickly? In order to confirm her guess, Xie Yinhan went to the place where the qualification tester was placed in the school. It was so late now. Naturally, no teacher would open the door for her. Xie Yinhan looked at the closed classroom door in front of her, tentatively reached out and pushed it gently, and the door opened by itself. She raised her eyebrows, said nothing, walked straight in, and operated a test on herself. Sure enough, it was not her illusion. Her physical fitness level was directly improved to BE+, a potion that can immediately improve physical fitness by a small level after use is simply unheard of. Even the Empire, which is good at developing medicines, does not have such a powerful medicine. Xie Yinhan thought that the Federation could not have such a high level of pharmaceutical production. So, could it be that the principal actually came from a mysterious third party? She did not delve into the matter any further, but focused on the present. At least, this medicine was enough to prove that the principal was not without support when he proposed that bold plan. So should she continue to struggle? The next day, Xie Yinhan appeared in Yin Xiaonan office. Yin Xiaonan was not surprised that she came. Let me make it clear in advance. If you think it through and are willing to accept my training plan, then you must absolutely obey my arrangements from now on. If you can't do that, I won't interfere in this matter anymore. What surprised Xie Yinhan was that, after giving her such a precious potion, the principal did not insist on her accepting the training plan. While giving her the choice, the principal also put forward his own conditions. Since she had made the choice in her heart, Xie Yinhan did not intend to change it easily. She nodded to show that she understood, and Yin Xiaonan smiled warmly. Then let's start from now on. Go to the special environment simulation room. I have set the gravity multiples for you. You should stay in there for 2 hours to adapt. Xie Yinhan. Why did she feel that she had fallen into a trap? So no matter what, she had to train more. Right? From that day on, Xie Yinhan training was more than double that of others. Others only needed to run 3 laps in the morning, but she had to run 4 laps with weights. Others plowed 100 square meters of land, but she had to plow 200 square meters of land, and was not allowed to use mental power. Ruby and Langdon became alert when they saw this. When they found out that the chief instructor was secretly giving her some special training, they became more certain of their thoughts. This person was so good, but he was still doing it behind their backs. How could that be possible? Ruby and Langdon said. Isn't it just weights? They also wore them. They also took the initiative to plow 200 square meters of land. That is, can the special environment simulation room also be open to them? The students themselves are determined to train more. So how can the teacher suppress their enthusiasm? Yin Xiaonan agreed to their request, of course, and allowed them to practice in the special environment simulation room. This was soon known to Tao Shan, Lin Tianan, and other students who were already very diligent, and they all asked to join. Yin Ting saw this. How could he fall behind the others? He also chose to join with tears in his eyes. And the freshmen were caught up in the fight. The most devastated person now should be Diaoshi. He originally stood up to question the unreasonable amount of training arranged by Yin Xiaonan. But the other party said that he understood that the amount of training was indeed too little for him, and was not reasonable. He waved his hand, and put him in the team for additional training. Diaoshi's mentality collapsed. He obviously meant that the amount of training was too much. Not too little. He originally wanted to make a big scene, and it would be best if he could incite other students as well. He seriously suspected that the chief instructor was deliberately torturing them. They should unite to protest against the other party abnormal training arrangement. Diaoshi thought so, but when he saw Yin Xiaonan's unquestionable gaze, he didn't know why he became timid. Although Diaoshi could choose to overturn the table and quit, it was impossible for him to leave now. Let's not talk about how to explain to the Red Spider Pirates And he is paid so much, how can he be content without reaping the rewards in the end? He made up his mind. When he finds out all the details behind this school, he will directly pass the news to the second in command of the pirates. If he can win the other party's favor, then his suffering now will not be in vain. When Diashi thought of this, he felt better. In addition to Diashi, there was another person who was particularly desperate, and that person was Xie Yinhan. Although she had a few sparring partners, she didn't feel very happy. She seriously suspected that these people were crazy. Her life was threatened. So she had to accept the principal inhumane training plan. What on earth did these people want to do with her? Then she sensed the words Xie Yinhan and King of Roles from these people. Xie Yinhan. She never thought that her name would be associated with the King of Roles. Get it clear, she is obviously a salted fish who has to work hard. But when she tactfully told others that she was actually a salted fish, others showed an expression of unbearable. How could a guy who secretly asked the chief instructor for extra training be a salted fish? Is she being Versailles? After a month of physical training, Yin Xiaonan was barely satisfied with the students' physical fitness and decided to start the second phase of special training. Systematic basic courses are also compulsory courses for military academy students. Yin Xiaonan chose fighting, the use of cold weapons, shooting, the maintenance and repair of weapons, and the 5 contents of military law popularization, so the probability of completing the task is greatly increased. Yin Xiaonan handed over the fighting-related courses to Aries, who had been banished to the cold palace by her. And not that Yin Xiaonan didn't want to use him before. But this fighting teacher naturally needs to be paid like other teachers. And his salary is not star coins, but a bottle of 666 engine oil per month. This engine oil is only sold in the system store, and it requires a full 50 points. Yin Xiaonan is naturally reluctant to spend points on it. But now Yin Xiaonan has to teach students cold weapon courses, and usually guide Xie Yinhan in training, in addition to other miscellaneous affairs. He is too busy to teach students fighting classes. So she had to take Aries out of the warehouse. 50 points is 50 points, anyway. She still has enough points now. The system has issued a lot of limited-time random tasks during this period. These tasks are issued according to the specific training conditions of the students. For example, on the first day of the training, when the students took half an hour to gather, the system issued a task. Limited-time task. Students can complete a textbook-style gathering within 45 seconds. Duration, 3 days. Reward, 150 experience, 5 points, 10,000 star coins. The rewards for these tasks are not much, but they are quite considerable when accumulated. More importantly, although these tasks do not have special rewards such as lottery tickets, they directly reward star coins. For Yin Xiaonan at present, star coins are what she needs most. With star coins, she can continue to buy buildings to build schools. Nowadays, in addition to the star coins rewarded by these random tasks, her income is the principal salary of 20,000 star coins issued by the system every month. When she learned that her salary was only 20,000, Yin Xiaonan was really silent. Isn't it worth $1 million annual salary for her hard work? The system explained that as her level increased, her salary would increase. And if she completed her tasks well, the system would give her a bonus at the end of the year. Yin Xiaonan said that she would just believe it. The school currently has only 7 buildings, including teaching buildings, cafeterias, student dormitories, classroom dormitories, farmland, shooting ranges and actual combat training grounds, which need to be further constructed. Yin Xiaonan now has 3.5 million star coins. She immediately spent 500,000 star coins to buy a pulse signal station. Since the students entered school, the previous communication disk has been overloaded, and even she herself has suffered from network lag. So it is imperative to build a pulse signal station. After the signal station was finally built, 627D finally lifted the semi-disconnected state with the outside world. But this has little to do with the students, as they still have no time to access the star network. After training every day, students are basically exhausted and fall asleep immediately. Even though the amount of training has finally been reduced, there are still a lot of things to remember. They are all dizzy from studying. So how can they have the time to go online? Sleep time is very precious. If they don't get enough rest, they can't complete the training the next day, which will only lead to a vicious cycle. The combat class takes up the longest class time among all the courses, because combat is the most basic military skill, and it takes a lot of time to practice. But when the students first met their combat teacher Aries in the training room, they really thought the principal was crazy. This iron lump is a teacher? Is the principal really not teasing them? Chapter 26 Aries Fighting Lesson. Because there is a special type of electromagnetic insect in the Zerg that can interfere with a large range of things through mental power, and even reversely control electronic equipment, combat robots have never been able to be put into large-scale use on the battlefield. Even in daily life, it is extremely difficult to find combat robots. This is because the patent rights of smart chips are firmly in the hands of the consortium represented by the Telepathy family. They have united to control the prices of various types of advanced intelligent robots, creating a posture of rare goods being in high demand. Of course, this is not just for the sake of maximizing profits. It is precisely because the prices of advanced robots, including intelligent secretaries, are so high that ordinary small companies cannot afford them. So they have not had a big impact on the work of ordinary people, and have not completely intensified social contradictions. The federal government has turned a blind eye to the actions of these consortiums. Or to be more precise, the consortium has figured out the underlying intentions of the federal government and adopted such a pricing strategy. Combat robots are extremely rare, and only some wealthy businessmen use them as bodyguards. But to be honest, compared to hiring a mecha warrior with rich combat experience, the high price and rigid and programmed movements of combat robots are not cost-effective, and they can only be used as novelties to fill the door. The students also think so now. Combat robots are indeed expensive, but let them be teachers. Does this iron lump know how to teach? But soon, they found that Aries not only taught, but also was a pretty good teacher. Haki, your arm should be tilted up 5 degrees more. Landon, your right foot should move 1 centimeter to the side. Yilin, you turn 0.53 seconds slower. Aries' high-precision mechanical eyes kept changing their focal lengths as the students moved. Every slight deviation in movement was exposed by these inorganic eyes. And Aries' abilities were more than that. After leading the students to practice basic physical movements twice, Aries asked every student to come up and compete with him. Originally, the students thought that the robot moves would have a fixed routine. As long as they figured out the order of Aries' moves, it would not be difficult to defeat it. However, they did not expect that Aries' moves were unexpectedly flexible and varied. Ruby gritted her teeth and took the heavy blow to her waist and ribs. The moves of this iron lump changed. Just now, facing the attack from the same angle, it chose to attack the opponent's head while blocking. So she also thought that Aries would hit her head, and she had prepared the block and the next combo in advance, just waiting for the opponent to fall into the trap. But she did not expect that it did not use the previous set of moves. Aries is a humanoid robot, but its fist is much heavier than a human. The metal fist hit Ruby, and even Ruby, who has a strong physique, couldn't bear it. She groaned, but didn't retreat. Instead, she kicked Aries' knee joint with her right leg. Aries reacted quickly. He immediately raised his left leg to block Ruby's right leg, and then kicked Ruby's waist and ribs again with his right leg twisting. Ruby's ribs could not withstand another heavy blow, and she immediately crossed her hands to defend. With a bang, Aries' metal leg was held by Ruby. The onlookers felt pain, but Ruby didn't even frown. She lifted Aries' right leg upwards, trying to make it unstable. Aries immediately retreated, and Ruby took advantage of the situation and punched it hard in the abdomen. The force of this punch was quite strong, and a dull buzzing sound came from it. Ruby's face was not very good, because the metal lump was really too hard. Even with her physical strength, her hands still hurt. Ruby didn't want to continue fighting. Her strength was being consumed bit by bit. But the robot in front of her obviously didn't have this problem. In addition, her intuition told her that she couldn't win. Ruby's eyes rolled, and she quickly retreated and shouted to Aries, "Teacher, I give up. I won't fight anymore." Ruby, who had been dealing with mutant creatures since she was a child, was never a stubborn person. If she could win, she would fight. And if she couldn't win, she would not fight to the death. A large amount of data flashed in Aries' eyes. It stopped attacking and began to analyze Ruby's problems and how to improve them. Ruby listened to Aries' analysis carefully. She didn't notice some things until Aries pointed them out. Other students also listened to Aries' explanation silently. Their fighting teacher words were very practical. Although it was an analysis for Ruby, it was also meaningful for them. The competition continued. When it was the next person's turn, everyone was surprised to find that Aries had changed his style. He changed from the fierce charging style to a more stable flat push style. But this was just the beginning. They also saw close combat, long-range control, etc. Aries could handle each style very well. At this time, everyone had to admit that there was no one more suitable to be a fighting teacher than Aries. The principal was wise. In addition to the fighting class, students also started to learn shooting classes. The shooting teacher was Katie, who was very proficient in shooting. But her shooting skills were not learned in school. The Saltman tribe likes hunting, and there is a small flying animal called glider on their menu. Glider is agile and difficult to catch. In order to obtain this delicacy, the Saltman tribe has good shooting skills. Not only that, the dynamic vision of the Saltman tribe is 4 times that of humans. Not only do they have a wider field of vision, but they can also capture extremely small movements of objects. Even a small flying insect 50 meters away cannot escape their eyes. Katie originally thought that teaching students to shoot was a simple matter. In her hometown, if you want to teach the cubs to shoot, you can take them to the place where gliders are, and practice directly on those gliders. But this is Planet 627D, and there are no gliders. When Katie asked the principal where to start teaching, the principal told her that humans often practice in a place called a shooting range, so Katie took the students to the newly built shooting range of the school. This is a semi-open shooting range, with a large outdoor shooting area, and the indoor area is composed of a central control room and a holographic projection shooting room. Katie entered the central control room, which is a small room. It has a monitoring screen of the entire shooting range and an operation panel. The difficulty of shooting can be set according to the panel. Katie remembered the principal advanced instructions and chose novice mode. When she came out of the control room, many static targets appeared 100 meters and 150 meters away from the shooting area in the outdoor shooting range. Katie scratched her head. Is this a bit too simple? The students didn't know Katie's idea. They were very excited. Finally, they could touch the guns. The man with glasses saw the guns lined up in the shooting area of the shooting range and began to show off his knowledge again. Looking at the appearance, it should be an electromagnetic gun, but it shouldn't be a famous model. It may be a generic gun produced by some small planet. The most famous electromagnetic gun should be the S-79 electromagnetic gun produced by the planet Kurla. I heard that all the first-class military academies use S-79, because the electromagnetic gun provided by the organizer of the Military Academy League is of this model. The man with glasses looked at the gun in front of him, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. If you ask him, weapons and equipment are the things that best reflect the hard power of a school. Although their school seems to be quite decent, but when it comes to weapons, it starts to show its true colors. Uncertified military schools can't compare with those real military schools after all. Katie didn't pick on the model of the gun. The military industry in the Alberta star field is underdeveloped. Most of the weapons circulating there are obsolete goods from other star fields. But these obsolete goods can still play a powerful role in the hands of aliens. Katie picked up an electromagnetic gun, held the gun handle with one hand, pulled the trigger with the other hand, aimed at the target 150 meters away, and pressed several times. Until the 5 gunshots were over, the shooting range finally announced, 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. 5 10 rings, then at 50 rings. The students cheered, put their hands in front of their foreheads, stood on tiptoe, squinted their eyes, and looked at the target in the distance. Of course, they could only vaguely see the outline of the target, and it was impossible to see the whole of the gun clearly. Katie put down her gun and glanced at the students, hesitating for a moment. You try it first, I need to see your level first. When the students arrived at the shooting area, they immediately picked up the telescope and looked at the number 1 target that Katie had just shot. When they saw the only obvious bullet hole in the center of the bullseye, they couldn't help but take a breath. You should know that there are many interference factors in outdoor shooting. Light, temperature, wind speed, etc. will affect the flight trajectory of the bullet. Katie not only scored full rings, but also hit the same spot in the center with every shot. What a sharpshooter! The students were excited, and they all picked up the electromagnetic guns. The guns had been calibrated in advance, and they were just waiting to start shooting. There was a burst of dense gunfire, which lasted for several minutes before it stopped completely. When the smoke cleared, rows of scores appeared on the displayed boards next to each shooting point, and a notice was heard over the shooting range. A total of 50 people completed the shooting, with an average score of 26 rings. The minimum target was 6 rings, but many people missed the target, so the average score was terrible. After hearing the announcement, Katie's ears stood up, and when she saw the strings of zeros on the students' display board, she couldn't believe her eyes. Originally, when the principal told her that the student's foundation was a little poor and asked her to be patient. Katie thought she was mentally prepared. But when she saw the results, Katie was still shocked. It is impossible for a 5-year-old child of the Suman tribe to score so badly. Katie found that her teaching task was quite arduous. In fact, it was not surprising that the students scored such a good result. A considerable number of students in 627 had never been exposed to shooting before. It was normal for them to miss the target in the first shooting without guidance. And in fact, there were still a few students who performed quite well. For example, Ruby scored 3 10 rings and 2 9 rings, and Lin Tianan scored 50 rings directly. The students checked each other's scores, enthusiastically sharing their excitement of holding a gun for the first time. Although quite a few of them didn't hit the target, this did not hinder their excitement at the moment. The recoil of this gun is a bit strong, and my shoulder hurts a bit. I think it okay. But my hand was shaking when I held the gun just now, and I couldn't hold the gun steadily at all. I just went to the other people's side for a walk. And you know what? Someone shot 50 rings. Just as the students were discussing passionately, there was a roar from the crowd. Langdon, you are the one who invalidated my score. Right. Chapter 27 Katie Shooting Lesson. Yin Ting had practiced shooting before. Although he couldn't hit the 10 ring every time, his average level was still acceptable. And the most important thing was that he was getting better and better as he shot, and in the end, he performed exceptionally well, hitting the 10 ring in the last shot. Yin Ting himself was a little surprised. He had never thought that he could get such a good result, and he repeatedly confirmed with the telescope. Indeed, the bullet hole was within the range of the 10 ring. Yin Ting couldn't help but curl up his lips. He knew he was the best. However, before he could admire himself narcissistically for a while, a 6 ring suddenly appeared on his target. The system directly judged that his behavior was in violation and cancelled all his previous scores. Yin Ting was stunned. He was confused. It took a long time for him to react. Anger flared in his eyes. Which bastard did it? Yin Ting was so angry when he saw his score was 0. He looked to the left and right and immediately caught the suspect. He shouted, Langdon, you are the one who invalidated my score. Right? Langdon, who was named, would naturally not admit it. Why do you say it was me? Ruby was beside you. Maybe it was her. Ruby looked at him speechlessly. I already got the result. 48 rings? How could it be me? Yin Ting did not believe his sophistry at all. Gritting his teeth. You were the only one who fired next to me just now. And you missed the target. There were only 2 bullet holes on the target. Who else could it be if not you? Langdon saw that he could not deny it, but he was still unwilling to give up struggling. Maybe I was the one who shot the 10 rings on your target? You got the 6 rings. So you should thank me for letting you get the 10 rings. Bullshit. He obviously got the 10 rings himself. Yin Ting was furious when he heard what Langdon said, and he rushed over to fight him to death. Seeing this, Langdon turned around and ran away. So, he ran away. And he chased. Soon, the story of Langdon shooting someone else's target spread. Everyone else was overjoyed. And no one cared about the other person whose score was cancelled. The world was achieved where only Yin Ting was injured. Although Katie felt that the teaching task was arduous, she did not give up. She was still thinking about building the 627 military academy into a first-class military academy with the principal, thinking that there would be countless mecha materials for her to choose from in the school. Katie decided to go all out. So all the bullets in the guns were taken out, and the students began the most basic empty gun practice. The first thing was to correct the gun holding posture. Katie was not a good-tempered person. If she corrected the posture several times, and the students made mistakes again, she would get angry directly. After seeing Katie anger once, the students didn't want to recall the terrible memory again. Finally, the principal came and successfully calmed down the raging Katie. Seeing Katie reappear after a conversation whose content was unknown, and regaining her friendly face, the students couldn't help but admire the principal even more. After that, whenever Katie's golden eyes showed a tendency to turn into vertical pupils, the students were silent, and they immediately raised their wrists that were starting to fall, and made the posture as standard as a textbook. The shooting class was much more boring than the students expected. They never practiced with live ammunition again. They often spent 2 hours aiming at the target. This was not an easy task. The arms would not be able to support the gun-holding posture after a long time, and would start to tremble. But Katie would not allow their arms to shake at all. In addition, Breathing was also one of the important factors that interfered with their gun-holding stability. They had to adjust their breathing rhythm as soon as possible. Most students don't really understand KD training arrangement. They want more interesting courses. Not just being a motionless sculpture in the shooting range. There are no bullets. What the point of aiming at the target? That right. It's so boring. I want to hit a 10 ring. I thought shooting class was the most interesting. But it turned out to be tiring and boring. It better to listen to old Bert stories. In front of Katie. The students naturally didn't have the courage to complain. But when they returned to the dormitory after class, they began to complain. But it turns out that KD training is very effective. When the students finally did the actual practice they had been thinking about, almost no one missed the target, and several of them even scored a perfect score. But soon, the difficulty of their training increased again. After static target shooting, there was dynamic target shooting, night training, and special environment sports shooting in the holographic projection shooting room. At this time, in the holographic projection shooting room, Katie was leading the students to lie in a patch of green grass. Green grass is a plant that is unique to Katie hometown. Carter Star. They have strong reproductive capacity, and often appear in patches. They are as high as the calf, making them an excellent hiding place. The leaves scratched her skin and brought a slight tingling sensation. Katie smelled the very real grass fragrance at the tip of her nose, and suddenly felt homesick. Katie's thoughts were in a trance for only a moment. And then she returned to the task at hand. She waved her hand, signaling the students to follow her, and then continued to sneak forward. Although the green grass provided good concealment, the vision was limited, and they had to find a better ambush location. It was not until they reached a high ground that Katie was somewhat satisfied. Below this high ground, there was a group of gliders taking a nap on a tree. Katie aimed at one of the particularly fat prey and pulled the trigger. The unlucky one was hit by a red light and fell down. The sound of the gun woke up its companions, and they all flew up in fright, and flew into the sky in a large mass. Let's start shooting now. Everyone must shoot at least one flying glider. Lin Tianan found a target. A stray glider. She raised her gun, but hesitated to pull the trigger. Gliders fly very fast, and often make irregular changes in the air. It is much more difficult to lock such a target than the simple translation of a dynamic target. Lin Tianan realized that if she wanted to hit the target, she had to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Once she sensed an opportunity, she had to shoot quickly. She could not hesitate for a second during the whole process. She still stared at the glider, not in a hurry to shoot, because the gunshots kept ringing around, and the gliders were in a state of extreme panic, changing directions in the air. Just when the glider locked by Lin Tianan turned again, she quickly pulled the trigger, and a thin red light shot out into the distance, coinciding with the trajectory of the prey. The glider let out a cry and was shot down. Lin Tianan did not stop there, but aimed at another glider. And this time, she shot much faster. Gradually, every time she pulled the trigger, a glider was hit. She felt as if she had a special sense of perception, and could always predict the movement trajectory of the gliders in advance. This feeling was indescribable, and it became more and more obvious with each shot. In the end, she couldn't count how many gliders she had hit. After all, this was a venue for shooting practice, and it was not completely in line with reality. Every time a glider disappeared, a new glider would automatically appear in the air. So even though there was a glider killer like Lin Tianan, other people would not be disturbed. After a period of attempts, each student had hit at least one glider. When the training was over, Katie looked at the bodies of the gliders with some regret as the equipment was turned off. She thought to herself, if only this holographic projection could be eaten. She hadn't tasted glider meat for a long time. Not only did the bodies of the gliders disappear, but the lush grass and trees also disappeared without a trace. And the entire holographic projection room revealed its true appearance. The students then realized that the high ground they had just climbed was built by a mechanism. And then a holographic projection created an illusion. The smells and sounds were also created by machines hidden in the venue. You performed well today. Katie praised them rarely. After so many days of training, these guys' shooting skills are finally good enough. At least better than the 5-year-old Saltman cub. The students were very happy. This was the first time that teacher Katie recognized them. Of course, they didn't know that Katie drew the conclusion by comparing them with the 5-year-old Saltman cub. But everything here is fake. In real combat, bullets don't have such a fast speed. Katie shook the special gun that fired lasers in her hand. This was a special device for the holographic projection room. When the trigger was pulled, it would replace the bullet and hit the projection. Katie felt sorry that she couldn't have a real glider hunt. It's not so easy to hit a flying glider with a gun on Carter Star. In addition to these basic courses in the form of classrooms, Yin Xiaonan still did not fall behind in the practical training of students. After the students gradually adapted to the second phase of course learning, Yin Xiaonan began the actual combat training after the physical training. When the students were brought to the actual combat training ground, the first thing they noticed was not anything else but the therapeutic device placed on the open ground. What kind of training would put out the therapeutic device before it even started? Everyone's heart tightened. Could it be that the training they were about to receive was very dangerous? Just when the students felt very uneasy, they heard Yin Xiaonan say, "Has everyone seen this actual combat training ground?" Yin Xiaonan pointed to the training ground behind him and said, "There are many bunkers built inside. You will use the bunkers to avoid the bullets from the instructors. You will pass the test when you reach the end of the training ground where the small flag is planted." The students looked at each other. Yin Ting raised his hand and said, "Instructor, I have a question. Will the instructor use blank bullets?" The so-called blank bullets are bullets that do not have lethality. Such bullets often have no warheads and cannot produce kinetic energy. For safety reasons, blanks are usually used in practical training and exercises. But this is only the general case. After seeing the treatment device, the students were not sure about the chief instructor idea. She would not do it for real. Right? The students thought it was unlikely, but they were still uneasy in their hearts. The main reason was that the chief instructor behavior was unpredictable. Yin Xiaonan glanced at Yin Ting and said, "Yes, we will use blanks." Before the students could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard Yin Xiaonan continue, "But there will be a random real bullet among every 200 bullets." What? The students' eyes widened when they heard this. Yin Xiaonan was still trying to comfort them. "But you don't need to worry too much. If you are really hit by a bullet, there is a treatment device next to you. Just lie in it for a while, and you will be back to normal. Should we thank you?" The students could hardly control their expressions. The crazy chief instructor actually planned to use real bullets? Even if there is only one bullet among 200. Who dares to bet on this 1% probability? Don't think she said it lightly. What if they are unlucky and get hit in the head or heart by a real bullet? Wouldn't they be dead before they even enter the treatment device? And even if the bullet hits a non-fatal place, it can be recovered with the treatment device. But who wants to be shot for no reason? You are playing with our lives. Someone suddenly stood up from the team. Yin Ting was surprised to see that it was the man with glasses. Why didn't he remember that this man was so brave? The man with glasses raised his chin and looked at Yin Xiaonan unyieldingly, as if he was a warrior against evil forces. He shouted, "I quit. Whoever falls in love with this school can go to school. I want to drop out." Chapter 28: Dropping out of school. Dropping out of school. This is a thought that has come to the minds of many students. But no one has proposed it so far. Because if they asked to drop out of school, wouldn't the tuition fee of 50,000 yuan be wasted? Many students who can come here are residents of the Z39 galaxy. For the families of these students, 50,000 yuan is not a small amount. If their parents knew that they dropped out of school, they might be beaten up by mixed doubles when they return home. Even if it is to make sure that the tuition fee of 50,000 star coins is not wasted, they have to continue training with tears. In addition to the problem of money, there is another more realistic reason, which is that the qualifications of these students are generally not very good. If they drop out, it will be difficult for them to find a regular military school to accept them. And other non-certified military schools may not be as good as 627. Therefore, although many people have thought about dropping out, no one has really proposed it so far. Hearing the loud announcement from the man with glasses, Yin Xiaonan's face was calm. She glanced at the others. Is there anyone who wants to drop out like him? If so, please step out. The 627 Military Academy does not force any student to stay. If anyone wants to drop out, just let us know. It just so happens that there is a flight from Fries today, so we can leave directly after completing the formalities. Yin Xiaonan's voice fell, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. After a while, a thin girl walked out of the team and said timidly, "My qualifications are only double D. Although I have tried hard, I feel that I am not suitable for this place." It was like a switch was pressed, and several people walked out of the team hesitantly. Yin Xiaonan was not surprised to see these people coming out. These people had average qualifications, weak willpower, and no dream of becoming federal soldiers. They were just here to get by. If this was really a fake school in the name of a military school, they might be able to stay there and get a fake diploma in the end. But the 627 military school was aiming to become a real military school. The heavy training had long been too much for them, but no one was willing to be the first to take action. But this was almost the limit. Even if it hadn't happened today, it would have been sooner or later for these people to drop out. Yin Xiaonan didn't feel sorry. Not everyone was suitable to be a warrior. Even if these people didn't say it, she might have a conversation with them soon, and persuade those who were not suitable to leave. This didn't mean that she thought these students were so bad. They were just not suitable for the combat department. Maybe they were geniuses in other aspects. The team was quiet, and no one came out. The man with glasses saw that the qualifications of the few people who came out were not high, and a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed in his eyes. He turned around and said to the others in the team, "Is there anyone willing to drop out with me? The Murpha Military Academy contacted me. They welcome all students with double B qualifications or above to study in Murpha. Not only is the tuition free, but if you are qualified enough, you can also get a scholarship." Huh? He was wondering why this guy suddenly jumped out. It seems that he has already found a new employer after all this time. Yin Ting silently complained, and he had to admire the courage of the man with glasses. He actually dared to poach people in front of the chief instructor. Does he want to die? The man with glasses had planned it long ago. Anyway, there is a flight leaving 627D today. He can leave this damn place after he drops out of school. So he is not afraid of offending Yin Xiaonan at all. He continued to promote. Although the Murpha Military Academy is also a non-certified military academy, it is a branch of the Minerva Military Academy, one of the 4 major military academies established in the UE Star region, and it will participate in the Military Academy Qualification competition next year. It is only a matter of time before it gets certified by the Ministry of Military Education. If you go with me now, you will be a regular military school student next year. If the Murpha Military Academy becomes a certified military school, its admission requirements will definitely be higher than now. By then, you will have no chance to go. Everyone, think it through. Murpha Military Academy? Yin Xiaonan secretly memorized the name. It turned out to be their competitor next year. They poached her. She sneered and said, "I forgot to tell you that our 627 will also participate in the military school qualification competition next year." Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they heard the news. Their school plans to participate in the military school qualification competition next year? Isn't this a bit too fast? Can they really do it? The man with glasses was disdainful. If 627 military school still had a chance before Murpha Military Academy decided to participate in the military school qualification competition next year, then now 627 military school has no chance of obtaining military school certification next year. If Yin Xiaonan insisted on taking people from the school to participate, it would only be a humiliation for himself. The man with glasses stared at the team in front of him. He saw that some people's eyes were shaken, but no one stood up. The 2 girls who had reached the S level in a single event, who he paid the most attention to, looked uninterested. Seeing that his words just now did not have the expected effect, the man with glasses became a little anxious. He thought of the promise made by the director of the admissions office of Murpha to him, gritted his teeth, and released an inside information that he was reluctant to disclose. Minerva Military Academy promised that it would select outstanding students from the branch school to study in the main school every year. That is to say, if you enter the Murpha Military Academy, you will have the opportunity to study in Minerva Military Academy. When the man with glasses said such an amazing news, the eyes of many students changed. That was Minerva Military Academy. With their qualifications and family conditions, going to Minerva Military Academy was something they had never dared to think about in the past. If they went to this Murpha Military Academy, would they have a chance to go to Minerva? Even if the conditions were necessarily harsh, there was still a glimmer of hope. Many people's hearts became excited. Originally, even though Murpha had the name of a Minerva branch, it was only an uncertified military academy after all. Most of these schools were just famous schools with a name. But it sounded good. In addition, Minerva is in the Floating Light Star region, and it is out of reach for the management of this branch school. So this school is not necessarily better than 627. However, after knowing that Minerva Military Academy is willing to release a small number of admissions quotas for students of this branch school, their thoughts have completely changed. This move shows that the development of this school is valued by Minerva. So even if they fail to obtain the qualification to enter Minerva in the end, it is not much worse to stay in Minerva. Maybe with the support of Minerva, the Minerva Military Academy will be able to develop into a second-class military academy in a few years. Minerva is famous for its wealth and resources, so this is not impossible. Soon, a boy with double B qualifications came out of the team and stood next to the man with glasses. He seemed a little guilty, and did not dare to look at Yin Xiaonan standing in front of him. He kept his head down, but he did not regret the decision he made. Next, 2 more people came out. Both of them were of double B qualifications, but Ruby and Lin Tianan, who the glasses man paid the most attention to, remained indifferent. He simply didn't know what the two were thinking. He had already said that going to Minerva would give them a chance to enter the Minerva Military Academy. Were they really not tempted at all? What was so good about staying in this shabby school built on a deserted planet? The glasses man wanted to call out the 2 people names directly, and wanted to ask them what they were dissatisfied with. But Yin Xiaonan was still standing here, and he didn't dare to be too blatant. Although he could leave here soon, he hadn't really left yet. Even with the support of the Minerva Military Academy, he didn't dare to go too far and offend the other party. In fact, the behavior of the man with glasses had already irritated Yin Xiaonan. Did he think that others were blind? Couldn't he see the look he gave Ruby and Lin Tianan? It's fine if he poached her in front of her, but he even dared to take advantage of her only 2 S-level treasures? Yin Xiaonan was so angry that she almost laughed. Minerva Military Academy? Okay, she remembered it. Do they think they can do whatever they want with the support of Minerva Military Academy? She will make them regret their actions today. The man with glasses originally planned to wait a little longer to see if there was anyone willing to go with him, but his precious child was already being coveted by someone. How could Yin Xiaonan let him continue to jump around here? The man with glasses was about to continue speaking, but he was interrupted by Yin Xiaonan. Joel, take these students to go through the withdrawal procedures. Everyone else, get ready to enter the training ground, Yin Xiaonan said coldly. The students were all a little scared when they saw the chief instructor expression. You know, no matter what time it was, the chief instructor always had a warm smile on her face. Even when they performed very badly, she would only punish them by making them run laps with a smile, and would not get angry because of it. Although this smile was actually quite scary from a certain perspective. This was the first time they saw her so angry that she even lost her usual smile. Wait, it's almost time for the training where they might get shot. Will the chief instructor vent all his anger on them? Everyone trembled, and cursed the man with glasses in their hearts. He just walked away. What the point of leaving the angry chief instructor to them? Yin Xiaonan was loading the electromagnetic gun with ammunition. The students were watching her movements. They didn't know if the real bullet that could hurt people was mixed in. There was silence all around, and everyone seemed to hear their heartbeats clearly ringing in their ears with every move she made. After loading the bullets, Yin Xiaonan put the gun aside and did not rush to start training. Instead, he looked at the students and said, I am very pleased that you have firmly chosen the 627 Military Academy. The students were stunned when they heard this. Actually, it was not that they were so determined, but that the Minerva Military Academy only accepted students with double B qualifications or above, and most people had no chance. If they also had double B qualifications, they might also be shaken. As for some students, they did not want to take risks easily and planned to wait and see. There were almost no students who firmly refused because of the 627 Military Academy itself. After hearing the principal words, the students felt a little embarrassed. Yin Xiaonan knew what the students were thinking, but pretended not to know and continued. As I just said, 627 Military Academy does plan to participate in the Military Academy qualifying competition next year. Maybe some of you will think that it is too hasty for a school that has only been established for a year to participate in the qualifying competition? Do we have a chance to win? I want to say, we have a chance to win. The students were a little surprised. Is the principal so confident? Next year, the Minerva Military Academy will participate in the competition, but it is not so easy to win. You may think that my requirements are very strict, but this is because I have higher expectations for you. Yin Xiaonan's eyes swept over each student, with a hint of pride in his eyes. And your ability to complete those rigorous trainings also proves that my vision is not wrong. You are indeed very excellent students. Yin Xiaonan did not lie. Although a few students could not keep up with the training, The other students gradually adapted to the high-intensity training rhythm and made amazing progress. You know, Yin Xiaonan trained students based on the training programs she had received in the military training camp in the past. That was not an ordinary training camp. The place where Yin Xiaonan studied was called Hill Camp. It also had a more famous name called Devil Camp. Hill Camp recruited thousands of students every year. These students were all good seedlings carefully selected from various major military regions. But after 6 months of training, only a few dozen people can graduate successfully. And the elimination rate is quite shocking. Although the freshman training of 627 is not as cruel as that of the Devil Camp, these students cannot compare with those students. Those who can enter the Devil Camp for training are all top soldiers who have been on the battlefield and have been appreciated by their superiors. The training results of the students have greatly exceeded Yin Xiaonan expectations, and she is not stingy with giving them due praise. The chief instructor's powerful words made the students blush, and Yin Xiaonan also smiled. She changed the subject. But it's not that easy to win. In the next few months, the school will make every effort to prepare for the qualifying round. I hope you can continue to work hard. I am looking forward to your performance in the future qualifying round. Chapter 29 Bunker Training. Perhaps it was because of the rare affirmation from the chief instructor, the students were all very excited. The chief instructor said he was optimistic about them. The students couldn't help but smile. They knew that this woman had been saying one thing and thinking another. Maybe she didn't know how satisfied she was with them. Since the chief instructor said that he was looking forward to their performance in the qualifying round, then they have to try their best. Langdon said disdainfully. If the Muir Law School is really that powerful, how can it be Sander turn? Let not be timid. Just do it. He was very disgusted with the man with glasses. This man usually disdained to associate with them. He was sneaky all day long. It turned out that he was doing something shameful. And that they were so short of people that they had to poach people from their school. What kind of a good school could it be? The influence of Minerva Military Academy is in the Floating Light Star region. This Minerva Military Academy is probably just a cooperative school, using the Minerva sign. After all, isn't it still an uncertified military school? We are not competing with regular military schools, so what is there to be afraid of? Yin Ting also said that this is just an uncertified military school. There is nothing to worry about. That right, our 627 is not bad either. We will fight them when the time comes. There are still a few months to prepare. Let work harder, and let those who choose to go to Minerva regret it. The students talked one after another, and each of them became full of fighting spirit, and they suddenly felt full of strength all over their bodies. Yin Xiaonan was satisfied. On the battlefield, morale is very important. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it is not okay to be afraid before the battle. If the students have lost their confidence now because of the Minerva Military Academy behind the Muir Law School, then how can they participate in the military school qualifying competition? What more, if the students are afraid now because of an opponent from a non-certified military school, then what should they do when they face a stronger opponent in the future? Yin Xiaonan ambition is not to stop at making 627 an ordinary military school. Obtaining military school certification is just the first step. Of course, it is good to be confident, but you cannot be blindly confident. Confidence also needs corresponding strength to support it. Although Minerva seems to be just an uncertified military school, the opponent is obviously aggressive. Blindly underestimating the enemy will only lead to self-destruction. After giving the students enough encouragement, Yin Xiaonan will also tighten their springs. Okay, everyone go put on bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets and get ready for training, Yin Xiaonan said in a deep voice. When they heard that training was about to begin, the students' lofty ambitions just now disappeared instantly. However, they actually had bulletproof equipment. Does that mean they don't have to be afraid of the instructor bullets at all? Seeing that the students' eyes lit up when they heard about the bulletproof equipment, Yin Xiaonan decided to dispel some of their unrealistic fantasies. Bulletproof vests are not omnipotent. The higher the level of protection, the heavier the bulletproof vest. This will hinder the flexibility of soldiers' movements. The bulletproof vests I provide you are standard infantry models. It can only weaken the impact of bullets. If you foolishly wear bulletproof vests and hit the bullets, then you will only be shot into sieves. Yin Xiaonan looked around at the students around him. Okay, now tell me, what is the most effective way to avoid bullets? Keep moving. Snake-like movement, that how it's shot in the movies. Yin Xiaonan explained. This is called a tactical move in the military. For example, crawling forward, or rolling to the side when you realize you're being targeted by a sniper. In order to avoid being locked on by the opponent, you need to make it impossible for the opponent to predict your next move, which means you can't let the opponent figure out your pattern of movement. But this is just an emergency measure. There is a limit to human physical strength, and it's not easy to continue to do irregular movements. At your current level, I don't recommend you to do this, unless you can ensure that your opponent is not good at shooting every time, Yin Xiaonan said calmly. For novices, the most effective way to dodge bullets is always to find a cover, and don't let the enemy have the opportunity to aim at you. Now do you understand the significance of this practical training? Seeing the students nodding like chickens pecking at rice, Yin Xiaonan showed his usual warm smile on his face. Now that you understand, go put on your equipment, then disperse and find shelter. I only give you 30 seconds. The timer starts now. You can act now. The students paused nodding, looked at each other, and rushed to where the bulletproof equipment was. They put on their bulletproof vests and ran towards the obstacle course, and they were very upset. They knew that the chief instructor would not change his nature. 30 seconds? This is really spooky. While the students were still scrambling for bulletproof equipment, Katie was setting up a tripod facing the training ground, and then placed a heavy machine gun on it. When the 30-second countdown ended, she stood behind the machine gun and pulled the trigger. Duh. The gunshots rang out like thunder, and flames rushed out of the barrel, and intensively swept into the training ground. The students who had not yet found shelter were so scared that they quickly lay down. Fortunately, Katie did not change the shooting angle, as long as they did not stand there stupidly. They would not be hit. Damn. What bad luck. Yin Ting was one step behind the others when he grabbed the bulletproof vest. When he entered the obstacle course, Katie had already opened fire before he found a suitable shelter. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, with his head slightly raised, trying to observe the surrounding environment. Ding! A shrapnel hit his helmet, and Yin Ting immediately retracted his head. Yin Ting! This way. Yin Ting looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a row of bunkers made of sandbags 100 meters in front of him. Ruby and Langdon were squatting behind them with vigilant faces, and waved at him. Yin Ting observed the route he needed to take if he wanted to get to that location, and he found that he had to pass through Katie fire coverage. But he had no other choice. Not only was there no other suitable cover nearby, but the end point was also in that direction, and he had to take this route no matter what. Yin Ting gritted his teeth and crawled forward instead. The sound of gunfire exploded above his head, and he tried his best to lower his body to avoid being shot. The short distance seemed extremely long. It was not until he felt the gunshots gradually faded that he realized that he had left the dangerous area. Yin Ting immediately got up from the ground, half bent over and hid behind a wooden box. The place where he was now was only a light shelter, which could not completely block bullets and could only serve as a temporary foothold. He had already decided on the route before he set out. As long as he found the right time to pass through 2 points, he could meet up with Ruby and the others. Almost everyone hid. Looking back at the training ground now, the figures of those students had all disappeared, at least on the surface. Yin Xiaonan's eyes wandered around the training ground, raising the electromagnetic gun in his hand from time to time, pulling the trigger. Hiss! Hachi immediately flashed back behind the bunker. The bullet just now almost grazed his arm. While secretly thanking himself for hiding quickly, he pricked up his ears and listened to the movements around him. He heard the gunshots again. Bang! It was the sound of a bullet hitting a helmet. Hacky looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Henry holding his head with a trembling look. He had just poked his head out from his hiding place, and then he was hit head-on by the chief instructor. The students did not dare to move anymore, and they all huddled behind the bunkers and pretended to be quails. But it would not work if they stayed behind the bunkers like this, because Yin Xiaonan kept moving, and the place they were in would not always be safe. In order to truly end this training, they must reach the finish line as soon as possible. Compared to Katie rough shooting, the students are more afraid of the chief instructor precise sniping. Yin Xiaonan's shooting frequency is not fast, but it is accurate and decisive enough. She often shoots out of nowhere from a hidden position, making the students unable to defend themselves. Yin Ting rolled over and finally reached the bunker made of sandbags. Ruby observed the surrounding situation alertly and said to the two, "The chief instructor is coming in this direction. It's not safe here anymore. Let go." The finish line was to their northwest. If they walked in a straight line, it was only about 200 meters away. However, there were no shelters along the way. It was in full view. Moreover, this place was close to the finish line, so it would definitely attract the attention of the instructors. It was not suitable for people to walk. Why don't we go around to the back of the finish line? Langdon suggested, but was immediately rejected by Ruby. No, this is too far, and the place we pass is too narrow. It's not easy to walk. It better to go through the trench in the north. Finally, they decided to follow Ruby's suggestion. Probably because the north is farther from the end point than the west, few students choose to go to the north, but at the same time, it is far away from the chief instructor's sniper range, and blocked by trenches, so it is very safe. Originally, the students in the north thought they were lucky, but when they reached the end of the trench, they found that Katie had been guarding the intersection above without knowing when. In other words, if they want to pass, they must pass through a dense fire network. This time, Katie was clearly firing at full power, not just at a fixed height like she did at the entrance just now. What to do? The students looked at each other. Are they going back the same way? But they have already come here. Ruby observed the situation outside for a while and said, "When Teacher Katie changes the ammunition belt, we should rush out. It takes at least 8 seconds for a machine gun to change the ammunition belt, and the nearest bunker is 50 meters away at 11 o'clock. We have enough time, but there is only one chance. This is the only way now." Everyone stared outside nervously, hearts pounding. Finally, the gunshots outside stopped, and Katie was taking out a new belt of ammunition to replace it. Now! Ruby jumped out of the trench first, and ran towards the target bunker as fast as the wind, and the others also reacted, and rushed forward one after another. Katie narrowed her eyes, stopped changing ammunition, took a spare pistol from her waist, and fired several shots at the fleeing students. Hearing the gunshot, the students ran faster. Someone was hit in the leg. Fortunately, it was just a blank bullet. But the students were still scared. Pay attention to your position. Ruby, who had already reached the back of the bunker, shouted, but in panic. No one paid attention to their position. Although the theoretical distance was only 50 meters, the environment had to be considered. This was not a straight runway. Ruby and Langdon had already reached their destination. But Yen Ting was a step slower when he came up from the trench, and was still a few meters away from the bunker. Katie had already noticed their target location, and blocked the way for those who had not yet arrived with bullets. Yen Ting had to turn around and run to another bunker farther away. A tragic wail sounded behind him, and he was startled. No one would be so unlucky as to be hit by a real bullet. Right? Sure enough, he heard Katie's voice. The one lying on the ground. Lie down and don't move. I take you to the treatment device later. However, the gunshot still did not stop. Yen Ting was a little overwhelmed. Someone had been shot. Shouldn't they be sent for treatment first? Why didn't the instructor sound panicked at all? Why could he continue to shoot at them? Originally, he thought the chief instructor was more dangerous, but now it seems that Katie is more brutal. After Yen Ting escaped, he told Langdon about his thoughts. Langdon scratched his head. Hasn't Teacher Katie always been so brutal? Have you forgotten how she lost her temper last time? Yen Ting was silent. So what made him have the illusion that Katie would be gentler than the chief instructor? Until later, after experiencing a series of tragic lessons, Yen Ting finally realized one thing. How could the teachers who could come to 627 to teach be ordinary people? They would be more brutal than each other. Chapter 30 Pirates are coming. Brother, Diashi has been gone for so long. How come there is no news at all? Could he have run away? In a spaceship outside the Z-39 galaxy, Jesse grabbed his hair and looked annoyed. He didn't like the slick guy named Gyoshi, but just after joining Red Spider, Brother actually let him go on a mission alone. He had always been reserved about this decision, and sure enough, more than a month had passed, but there was no news from the other party. There is a control chip. Does he dare to run away? Powell, who was playing with a knife on the side, thought that Jesse was worrying too much. It was impossible for that kid to run away. If he dared to escape, they could directly control the chip in his body to explode. That kid is a man of tact. He should not make such a stupid decision. As for why he hasn't contacted them yet, Powell sneered and said meaningfully, I think he might have other ideas. Jesse immediately asked him, What do you mean by that? Powell stopped talking again, just throwing the dagger there. The real boss of the spaceship had not said a word just now. He was sitting alone and smoking a cigar in depression. At this time, he glanced at Powell, and then comforted Jesse. Diashi age is just right for infiltration. He sent me a message, saying that the school is not simple. He needs more time to verify it. We can wait a little longer. I think we don't need to be so careful. Jesse didn't agree with this. Haven't we already investigated? There's no powerful person in that school. Let's just land on 627D. With our ability, it will be easy to control a group of immature students. When the time comes, we will rob the school and report the matter to the boss. Brother, you will definitely be able to regain the boss' favor with your merits. However, Morrison still said cautiously, that school has an energy shield, and it may hide some high lethality weapons. Let's take a look. Jesse clenched his fists, hammered the bulkhead angrily, and said angrily, "It all that woman's fault. If she hadn't provoked the relationship between you and the boss, how could the boss send us to this godforsaken place? And not even give us a battleship?" Morrison heard Jesse's words. His face became even gloomier, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Brother, there is something I don't know whether to tell you." Nicole hesitated for a while and said, "She is a restless kid. I suspect he wants to take the information of 627D to the higher-ups to win credit. I saw him talking to the second-in-command before." "What? Are you serious?" Jesse immediately jumped up and down. If the boss hadn't died long ago, this kid would actually want to climb up the ladder? No. We have to go to 627D to find out before he sends the information out. Otherwise, we will be doing that woman a favor for nothing. Morrison pressed the cigar tightly in his palm, letting the burning pain spread in his palm. He said with a cold look, "Get ready to go. To 627D. Here." The students of the 627 Military Academy did not know that a group of space pirates were approaching 627D. They had just finished the bunker training. After the whole training, a total of 6 students were injured. But none of them were injured by real bullets. 5 of them twisted their feet because they ran too fast. And 1 student hit his head. When Yin Ting knew that the shrill wailing behind him was someone spraining their ankle, he was speechless. However, because of these unexpected situations, the therapeutic device was not idle at last, and it still played a little role in its existence. When the training was over, when the students returned to the dormitory, the students who wanted to drop out had already completed the procedures and were preparing to take the flight in an hour. The students who were originally chatting and laughing on their way back to the dormitory were silent when they met their roommates who were packing up in the dormitory. After all, they had been together for more than a month. Parting is always sad. Even if someone planned to go to Murpha, it was just a personal choice. They couldn't blame him for anything that involved his personal future. Of course, everyone still expressed their dislike for the man with glasses. Just now, this guy was still unwilling to give up and wanted to continue to persuade Ruby and Lin Tianan to go to Murpha. He spoke a lot of disparaging words about the 627th Military Academy. He was directly taught a lesson by Langdon and left the dormitory with his luggage in disgrace. After leaving here, I planned to apply for a music school. I always wanted to study music before, but my parents didn't allow me. This time I planned to stick to my idea. A boy who was about to leave suddenly spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the dormitory. Except for a few Double B students who were going to Murpha, the rest of the people who were going to leave felt that they were not suitable for military school. Yin Xiaonan had just talked to them. In fact, it's okay if you are not suitable for military school. There is not only one way to go in life. Hearing the boy's words, the other students who didn't know how to break the silence couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Landon patted the boy's shoulder. "I've always thought you sing well, buddy. I think you can definitely get into the music school." Yilin handed over the laptop. "You might become a famous singer in the future. Sign for me first." The boy curled his lips a little embarrassedly. He hadn't really made up his mind, but the principal encouraged him to pursue what he really wanted to do. How do you know if you can't do it if you don't try? The boy remembered what the principal said to him, and decided to fight for his dream. At this time, another timid voice came. The principal said that I have a talent for weapon maintenance. I plan to go back and look at relevant information and try to develop in this direction. If the school opens a mechanical engineering major next year, I may come back next year. The one who spoke was the first girl who stood out from the team. Her name is Chiyu. She has average qualifications and has not been able to keep up with the training, especially compared with a genius student like Ruby. She feels more and more that she is not suitable for the military school at all. Maybe leaving now is the best choice. But she didn't expect that when she was going through the withdrawal procedures. Teacher Joel told her that she was actually quite talented in weapon maintenance, and she could try to develop in the direction of mechanical engineering. Chi was very surprised that her performance in the weapon maintenance class was noticed by Teacher Joel. Was she not as bad as she thought? Later, the principal also talked to her privately. I heard from Joel that you are quite talented in weapon maintenance. Maybe you can try to apply for the mechanical engineering major in other military academies. The 627 Military Academy has not yet established a non-combat major. But if a mechanical engineering department is established in the future, we welcome you back. Her eyes were moist. She thought that in the principal mind, she was a very bad student. She didn't expect the principal to say such a thing. After hearing Chi's words, everyone's reaction became even more enthusiastic. Wow! Then you will be a mecha engineer in the future. Can I reserve a mecha first? Does our school plan to open a major in mechanical engineering? Is that true? Mechanical engineering is very expensive. Laboratories, equipment, materials all cost money. Can our school open one? Our principal is so rich, it will definitely open next year. The students' conversation diluted the atmosphere of parting. In the end, even the students who planned to go to Murpha said to others embarrassedly before leaving, "Good luck to you, military school qualifying competition." Of course. Seeing the pessimism in the eyes of these people, the students of 627 declared proudly, "We will definitely defeat Murpha, don't regret it then." After these people left the dormitory with their luggage, Yenting looked at Ruby curiously. "Are you really not tempted at all? With your qualifications? If you go to Murpha, you may be directly recommended to Minerva Military Academy." Ruby asked back. "Then why don't you go?" Yenting said, "He has a cousin in Minerva, he went to the branch of Minerva. Where would he save face if people knew about it?" Of course Yenting didn't want others to know about this, he said stubbornly. "I have confidence in our school." Ruby showed an expression of great minds think alike. "I also have confidence in our school. My intuition tells me that I should stay here." Ruby has been dealing with mutant creatures since she was a child. She has the intuition of a beast and the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. She likes to make choices based on her intuition. Just like when she saw the recruitment advertisement, she changed her original plan without hesitation and came to this school built on a deserted planet. That right. What's so good about Murpha? Our school can definitely beat it. Langdon clenched his fists, showing extra confidence. But Yenting still had some concerns in his heart. If Minerva intervened in the military school qualification competition next year, it would be difficult for them. After the dropout storm, the students' lives remained the same, except that they had to take a very painful course called bunker training. Later, when the difficulty was increased, they had to do this training at night. God knows how scary it was to suddenly see Katie's glowing eyes in the middle of the night. Not to mention that Katie's terrifying night vision ability could hit them accurately, without even using an infrared device. After experiencing an exhausting night training, the next morning, the students were a little listless. But fortunately they were now in Bert class. If you ask which teacher class the students like the most, it is undoubtedly Bert class. The content of Bert class depends entirely on his mood. Sometimes he would tell them about the history of war, or some of his past experiences in wars. Students listened to these as stories, and often asked questions in class out of curiosity. But more often, Bert would explain some boring and lengthy legal provisions, or engage in some philosophical debates. Students often slept, trudged off, or did other things in Bert class. Bert never interfered with their behavior, but sometimes he would ask them some questions to answer. For example, "Now," old Bert called on Langdon, the big guy in the last row. "Explain the relationship between war and killing." Langdon stood up in a daze. "What is the relationship between war and killing deer?" "Huh? What did the deer do wrong? Why kill the deer?" Langdon's mind flashed a group of jumping elk. He hesitated for a moment and replied, "I don't think there is any relationship. War kills people, or kills insects. I have never heard of killing deer." Others, "As expected of you, the illiterate boy character is still there." Old Bert didn't expect to receive such an answer. He lost his concentration and crushed the thermos cup in the mechanical hand. The classroom was silent. Langdon stared at old Bert with innocent eyes. Other students were lying on the table trying to hold back their laughter. Old Bert's face was heavy, and he didn't speak for a long time. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside the classroom. Yin Xiaonan pushed open the door and walked in. She nodded to old Bert first, then said to the students, "There is an urgent task now. A star pirate has landed on 627D. I plan to select 50 people from you to ambush the star pirate. Does anyone want to participate? Chapter 31 Ambush. What? Pirates have landed on 627D? The student's first reaction was not fear, but excitement. Most students' knowledge of pirates is limited to movies and TV shows, and some rumors circulating among ordinary people. They certainly know that pirates exist, but they have never seen what real pirates look like in reality. Langdon was no longer confused when he heard the news, and immediately raised his hand and said actively, "Principal, I want to sign up. I want to go too, Principal. Choose me. Principal. Please let me go." Seeing that the students were eager to sign up, Yin Xiaonan thought for a moment and said, "Since everyone wants to go, and there are only 50 places, then let's decide the candidates based on your regular grades in the Federal Law Popularization and War Ethics Discussion class." Ah? The principal just said Federal Law something discussion class? The students looked confused, and Yin Xiaonan said to old Bert, who had been silent just now, "Mr. Bert should have the students' regular grades here." After seeing the principal take a list from old Bert and name 50 people, the students finally realized that the class with a long name was the name of the class they were taking. Many people immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet. How could they know that Yin Xiaonan would go against the norm and select students based on their regular grades in this class? Isn't this just a useless class? Since it's about ambush star pirates, shouldn't we select students based on their grades in the practical training class? Langdon was the most dissatisfied. It was no surprise that he was not on the list of 50 people, but he thought it was unreasonable to select people based on their regular grades in this course. This course was just a theoretical course after all. They were combatants, not nerds doing research. What was the point of learning theory well? Why should he not be allowed to participate in the ambush of the pirates just because of his poor performance in this course? Principal, this is unfair. Langdon felt very aggrieved. If he couldn't beat the others, then he would accept the loss. But if he was excluded from the action just for this reason, he would not accept it. Yin Xiaonan frowned at him. Do you remember what Article 41 of the Federal Military Law is? Langdon was speechless, and couldn't help muttering. Who would remember that? He had a headache just hearing those lengthy legal provisions, let alone remembering them. Ruby, who was standing by, couldn't help but hold her forehead, and heard Yin Xiaonan call her name. Ruby, tell him what Article 41 is. Ruby looked at her nose and her heart, and recited the law. Article 41. Soldiers must obey the orders of their superiors unconditionally, respect the task arrangements of their superiors, and must not question their superiors because of personal emotions. Langdon nodded as if he had suddenly realized something, still looking at Yin Xiaonan eagerly. Principal, I know now. Can I go? However, Langdon's nonchalant attitude towards military law obviously angered old Bert. Before Yin Xiaonan could speak, old Bert suddenly slammed the deflated thermos cup in his hand onto the table, looking at Langdon with an extremely unfriendly look. In the military camp, boy, you will be whipped for your behavior now. Old Bert's tone was cold and suppressed, and his face looked like a storm brewing. Being stared at by his oppressive gaze, Langdon shrank his neck in fear and dared not speak again. Old Bert retracted his gaze after a while. Unlike this group of inexperienced students, he knew the danger of space pirates. These desperate criminals were lawless and cruel, and it was not so easy to deal with them. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Principal, how many space pirates are here? What kind of weapons are they equipped with? I have some connections in the 5th Group Army. I can contact them to send a small team to support. Mr. Bert, don't worry, Yin Xiaonan said calmly. It's too late to contact the law enforcement team or the 5th Army now. It is a civilian spaceship, and it estimated that there will be no more than 10 people. The situation is still under control. Old Bert had participated in many encirclement and suppression of space pirates in the army. When he heard that it was just a civilian spaceship, he had a rough idea in his mind. That most likely the pirates' logistics team. These bastards really like to send people to find some deserted planets to scout, so that they can build temporary bases to avoid the pursuit of the law enforcement team. 627D may be targeted for this reason. I think so too. Old Bert was relieved. A few pirates' logistics personnel, with the principal and the alien girl, were not a threat. No wonder the principal dared to take students with him. But he still warned, even so, we can't take it lightly. Pirates are always cunning. We must be especially vigilant about whether they have reinforcements. Yin Xiaonan naturally knew this. Since the spacecraft landed, she had been letting the system monitor the airspace of 627D star, and spent points to directly cut off the external communications of the Star Pirates, so as not to attract reinforcements. Everything was ready. Now all she had to do was to close the door and beat the dog. Yin Xiaonan looked meaningfully at Dia. She's sitting in the corner of the classroom, and left the classroom with the 50 people she had selected. Let's continue the class. Old Bird began to talk about the relationship between war and killing. Langdon lay back on the table dejectedly. His mind had already flown out of the classroom. At this moment, a voice came from the podium. Langdon, repeat what I just said. Langdon looked up and saw Old Bird staring at him with a stern face. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and stood up from his seat nervously. You just said that killing and violence are not the ultimate goal of war. Then what? Langdon stopped talking and was glared at by Old Bird again. Old Bird continued to teach. And at this time, he didn't realize that in addition to Langdon, there was another person in the classroom who was also in a trance. When Yoshi heard that there were space pirates landing, his heart skipped a beat. He tried his best to maintain his facial expression, not to let others see anything unusual, but his heart was in turmoil. Why did Morrison come? And he didn't even notify him in advance. Did he already suspect him? He kept tapping the chair under the table with his fingers, feeling a little restless. He was thinking about how to explain his delay in reporting the news if he met Morrison later. Dushi did not think that the principal could successfully ambush the enemy with this group of inexperienced students. Unlike this group of innocent students, he had seen with his own eyes how brutal those pirates were. When other students raised their hands and were eager to participate in the fight against the pirates, he sneered at their naivety in his heart. Do they think the pirates are so easy to deal with? Morrison was not an ordinary logistics staff at all. He used to be the right-hand man relied on by the Red Spider boss. His combat power was one of the best in the entire pirate group. It would be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables to deal with the 50 students who just went out. As for the teachers in the school, he admitted that the principal and the alien were indeed quite capable, but they were still inferior to the battle-hardened Morrison. Morrison was a real desperado. If the two instructors wanted to deal with Morrison the same way they dealt with their students, they were doomed to be disappointed. The final result was that Morrison would completely control the school. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, perhaps these teachers and students would be killed by him. Dushi has no time to think about the safety of these people now. He himself can hardly protect himself. Although he has joined Red Spider, he is at best just a small follower who lives by the face of others. If he makes the other party unhappy, the pirates will take his life, and they will not care whether he is one of them or not. This is also the reason why she wants to work hard to climb up. For example, if he can't convince Morrison that he has no ulterior motives, his good days will be over, and his end may be even worse than that of these students. Should I tip Morrison off now as a token of my loyalty? Dushi stared at the light brain on his wrist and fell into deep thought. Emergency mission. A group of space pirates have landed at the school. Please gather students to defend the campus together. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 100 points for each space pirate captured. Note: if the school is occupied, the main mission will be declared a failure. And the system will start the self-destruction program. Yin Xiaonan received this mission notification 20 minutes ago. She immediately spent 30 points to let the system locate the current position of the Star Pirate. Perhaps because he was worried about attracting their attention, he landed on the back of a low hill 45 kilometers away from the school. During this period, the temperature of 627°C was slowly rising. It rarely snowed, but the sand source was gradually thawing. Adding to the drought and air convection, the blizzard was gone, but the sandstorm followed. After 5 p.m. every day, the place outside the protective shield became very dangerous. In other words, if they wanted to leave the protective shield to ambush the pirates, Yin Xiaonan had to bring his students back before 5 p.m. Similarly, the pirates would race against time to move towards their target location, which was the school. Yin Xiaonan distributed oxygen masks, protective equipment, and guns to the students. Their mission was not easy. They had to walk 15 kilometers with their equipment to the ambush site set by Yin Xiaonan. And the roads were all difficult mountain roads. Fortunately, the students have already undergone physical training. And those who can get high scores in Old Bird class are usually diligent and well-behaved students. No one is lax at this time. They obey orders and follow commands very well. The most important thing about an ambush is to be concealed enough. Yin Xiaonan does not need the students to have strong combat capabilities. Because, to be honest, for this group of rookies with zero practical experience, no matter how high their qualifications are, their role is limited. It is good enough to be able to not panic when encountering the enemy. Her requirement for students is not how high their fighting ability is, but to be obedient and follow orders. Otherwise, if some young people want to be heroes and rush to fight the pirates, or if they disobey orders and alert the enemy, it will be bad. Students who can usually perform well in Old Bird class will at least not know nothing about federal military law. Nor will they be hot-blooded and reckless people who only know how to rush in. They know that violence is only a means to achieve their goals, and they are mature enough. And they will not perfunctorily do things just because Old Bird class is a boring theoretical class. And this is exactly why Yin Xiaonan chose them to carry out this ambush. Chapter 32 Students' First Battle. At this time, Morrison was walking with several of his men in the windy and sandy environment of 627D. They landed on the back of a low hill. In order to reach the target location as quickly as possible, they had to cross a hilly area first. The surrounding scenery was very desolate. The ground was covered with coarse sand and gravel, and there was hardly any trace of plants. Dust was blown up by the wind from time to time, flying all over the sky. The low hill looked like several thick stone slabs stacked together. The terrain around it was steep, but the top seemed to have been cut in half with an axe. Seeing the upward slope getting steeper and steeper, Jesse took a breath, pulled the oxygen mask, and complained, "Brother, haven't we checked everything? The school principal is just a useless person with a bad constitution. He hired a disabled veteran, a foreign bastard, and a retired federal lackey. We can land directly in front of the school. I'm afraid that these people will be scared before we even show our weapons. Why do we have to sneak around like this and climb this broken mountain?" Morrison frowned. "The other party has an energy shield. It better to be cautious. Damn it! If we had a battleship, why would we be so careful? One shot. Are you afraid that we can't blow open the shield?" Jesse spat at the words, and began to curse the woman who put them in such a situation. "Okay." Morrison stopped the other party endless abuse. His eyes were sinister. "After we finish this job today, we will go back and deal with that woman." Jesse chuckled. "Big brother is right. I don't think she would have thought of sending us to this barren Z39 galaxy. And let us get lucky. This is a base with an energy shield. The location is also good. A remote and desolate planet. Isn't the boss thinking of moving our nest? If we send this base to him, the boss will definitely be happy, and will definitely reward us handsomely." Morrison also had a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He ordered, "After we control the school, kill all the students. After all, the principal is the adopted daughter of the Talisa family. We will kidnap her and ask the Talisa family for a ransom. As for the 3 teachers, kill them all." When he talked about the treatment of these people, his tone was light, as if he was dealing with inanimate objects instead of human lives. Even though he had made such an inhumane plan, his heart did not waver at all. Powell, who was standing by, was not afraid after hearing this. Instead, he licked his lips excitedly and showed a bloodthirsty smile. "I haven't exercised for a long time. I will use the lives of these people to make my new knife see blood." As soon as Powell finished speaking, he suddenly heard a bang and a bullet exploded under his feet. This was like a signal, and dense gunfire suddenly rang out. "Oh no! There is an ambush!" Jesse's face suddenly changed, and he immediately wanted to find a shelter to hide. However, there was nothing around, and there was no shelter. Damn it! How did they find us? Jesse looked panicked. "Didn't we turn on electronic interference when we landed?" "Don't panic." Morrison dodged the bullets and started firing back. "Didn't you notice? The enemy doesn't dare to shoot at us. Let go up and kill them all." Powell also snorted and laughed. "They are just a bunch of bluffing little guys who think they can scare us off with bullets. Let go up and teach them a lesson. That's not how you use a gun." In the valley above, there were 2 large rocks forming a natural trench. The students were hiding behind the rocks and shooting. "What should we do? They are coming up." Seeing that the space pirates were not scared off by their bullets, but instead sped up their pace towards their location, the students became nervous and almost couldn't hold their guns. Although they had heard the principal say that they were going to ambush the space pirates before coming, the students were very excited, but until they really took the heavy gun in their hands, the psychological pressure on the students gradually increased. Even if they were pirates, they were real people. The students didn't dare to shoot directly at people at first. They just hoped that shooting would scare off the pirates. But it was obviously just their naive fantasy. How could pirates be scared off by a few bullets? These are all vicious pirates. If they really come over later, will they let us go? Don't hesitate, quickly shoot to stop them, Ruby said. Squinting her eyes and aiming at the pirates below her, she pulled the trigger decisively and fired several shots in a row. The star pirate couldn't dodge in time, and was shot in the knee. He fell directly from where he was, and let out a terrible scream. Jesse. Morrison's face changed drastically. But he had no time to care about the other party. A bullet was shot at his face, and he immediately rolled to avoid it. As if awakened by Ruby's words, the students mustered up their courage and shot at the star pirates. But the enemy would not stay where they were and wait to be targeted by them. After being prepared, these star pirates relied on their rich experience and keen intuition to dodge the bullets. And no one was knocked down again. I don't know what I was so worried about just now. I can't hit it at all. Yelin sighed, but the tension of shooting was obviously reduced a lot. She couldn't help but sigh while shooting. No wonder Teacher Katie said that our shooting is just getting started. This is much harder than the moving targets we shot during training. A girl named Karen beside her also said, the real environment is too complicated. These space pirates are slippery. They are harder to shoot than the holographically projected gliders. What should we do? If this continues, the opponent will come up soon. Karen hesitated. Can we ask the principal for help? Another boy named Kong Shan looked worried. The principal probably wants to train us, and he won't interfere easily. What should we do? Ruby glanced around, and suddenly her eyes lit up. I have an idea. At this moment, Morrison and his friends were not in a good state. There is a saying that a master can be defeated by a random punch. Although the students were not good at shooting and had little experience, they were outnumbered by 7 or 8 times Morrison and his men, and they occupied advantageous terrain. Just random shooting could easily turn them into thieves. The pirates could not launch an effective counterattack except to dodge bullets. But Morrison did not intend to retreat. He believed that if he wanted to change the situation, the most effective way was to go up and pull these little bastards out from behind the cracks in the rocks one by one. He signaled the remaining members with his eyes to disperse and go up from both sides. At this time, only 6 people on the Star Pirates side were still able to move. But they were definitely desperate and fearless. They climbed up from both sides under the bullets shot from the mountain. And when they got close, they raised their guns and fired wildly at the corner. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang in the students' ears like thunder, raising a cloud of dust. The students stopped attacking and lay on the ground. The whole corner was quiet, and the dust slowly dispersed, gradually revealing the shape of the mountain hidden behind. It was quiet all around, and no one came out from behind the rock. The pirates saw that the attack from the opposite side had stopped, and sneered. These bastards must be scared. Let charge. Without the continuous bullets, the pirates immediately increased their speed and rushed up with excitement. However, at this moment, the huge rock in the front of the valley suddenly shook. What going on? The pirates subconsciously stopped, and the huge rock had already rolled down in the direction they were heading. This was just the beginning. Countless stones of all sizes rolled down the slope. The pirates were so scared that they ran back quickly, but they couldn't outrun the falling stones, and they were knocked to the ground one after another. After a long time, when the rolling stones gradually stopped, the students carefully emerged, staring uncertainly at the pirates lying on the ground, wanting to confirm whether these people were still moving. Did we succeed? Everyone said in disbelief. Let go out and take a look. But at this moment, Lin Tianan and the team suddenly turned sideways and pulled the trigger. A scream suddenly came to their ears. The students were startled and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a person falling down only 5 meters away from them. They all cried out in surprise. Oh my God, that a close call. There's actually another person hiding on the left. After confirming that there was no one else on the left, the students breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively poked their heads out of the corner again, looking around. There shouldn't be any more now. Wait. Let me count. How many pirates were there just now? 1, 2, 3. Morrison glanced at Jesse, who was unable to move due to a knee injury, and the other men who were knocked unconscious by rocks. The violent emotions in his heart were hard to contain. He gritted his teeth and made a decision immediately. The students were still counting the number of people. It should be right. They are all here. Yilin mind flashed the battle scene just now, and she raised her head suddenly. No! One more person is missing. The man in black who seems to be the leader is missing. Wait! Look ahead. Kong Shan suddenly pointed ahead, his eyes showing fear. Everyone looked up, and saw a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of them. That was Mecha? Why are there mechas? Could these pirates have mechas? How is this possible? Aren't they just the pirates' logistics members? The other side has mechas. Let run. Morrison had a heavy mecha, which was huge, reaching a full 5 meters high, like a steel giant. As soon as he entered the cockpit of the mecha, he immediately aimed the muzzle at the valley where the students were, and issued an attack order. The electric particle energy cannon is charging. Charging has been completed by 35%. Seeing that the muzzle of the heavy mecha began to rotate, a terrible energy gradually gathered in it, forming an increasingly bright energy ball. The students hiding in the valley looked pale. Why did the other party have a mecha? The same question flashed through everyone's mind, but soon another huge despair engulfed them. The power of this particle cannon is enough to blow the surrounding area into ruins. Even if they evacuate now, there is no time to run out of the attack range of the particle cannon. What to do? Yilin felt a blank in her mind. Her hands and feet were weak, and she had no strength to run away. Help! I don't want to die. Kong Shan on the side was so scared that tears came out. He tightly grasped the stone wall in front of him, as if he wanted to gain a sense of security in this way. But this stone was destined to be unable to withstand the destructive power of the particle cannon. No! Let run before the energy is fully charged. Karen pushed the two people beside her, and saw that they did not move, with hesitation in her eyes, as if she was struggling whether she should abandon them and escape alone. Ruby touched the space button hanging on her neck, and struggle flashed in her eyes. But just when she made up her mind to summon the mecha and rush out, something happened suddenly. A golden beast-shaped mecha suddenly appeared from behind. It rammed into the heavy mecha that was aiming its firing port at the call with an indomitable momentum, and knocked the muzzle that was about to complete the energy charge to an upward angle. At this moment, the energy storage was completed. A dazzling light appeared from the muzzle, forming a beam of light with an arc that shot forward and directly hit the mountain in the distance. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang, the beam exploded violently when it hit the mountain. The debris on the mountain splashed in all directions. White smoke and dust surged and spread, and broken stones kept rolling down the mountain, even at a certain distance from the mountain. The tremor of the earth could be felt. The students collapsed to the ground one by one, with faces full of relief for escaping death, and excitedly looked at the golden mecha that seemed to have fallen from the sky. Chapter 33 Beast-Shaped Mecha. This is a rare beast-shaped mecha, which looks like a giant beast in armor, with agile mechanical limbs and a streamlined back curve. Morrison saw that his plan failed, and looked at the uninvited guest in front of him with hatred, and controlled the huge fist of the heavy mecha to hit the opponent heavily. Unexpectedly, the two powerful hind legs of the golden mecha suddenly kicked the ground, and it jumped into the air, and the front paws used the huge body of the heavy mecha as a temporary support point, stepped over Morrison mecha, and landed lightly on the opposite side. This was not the end. It lowered its body, turned on its engine, dodged the bullets fired by the heavy mecha, and approached the heavy mecha. When it reached the heavy mecha, it half raised its body, and the sharp claws on its forelimbs instantly popped out. It swung its claws full of claws, and scratched the heavy mecha on the opposite side. With a sharp metal scraping sound, a hole was actually cut in the thick armor of the heavy mecha, and Morrison was shocked. You should know that his blood flame has specially thickened the outer armor. Ordinary alloy knives will not leave any scratches when they chop it. Even if the light energy gun hits it, it will only leave a shallow pit, and will not really damage its internal structure. Morrison's eyes turned cold. Taking advantage of the opponent's close approach, he controlled the mechanical arm to hold down the opponent's forelimbs, and all the gun barrels and cannon barrels on his body were aimed at the golden mecha. Just as he was about to issue an attack command, the golden mecha swung its tail and broke free from his restraints. Morrison immediately locked onto the opponent again, and several tracking bullets with long tails of smoke shot towards the golden mecha in a cross direction. The students were lying on the rocks, watching the current situation nervously. Morrison mecha blood flame was completely black, with a hint of ominous dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood, exuding an evil aura. This was a heavy mecha, equipped with 8 various hot weapons, just like a mobile gunpowder depot. In addition, its defense was also amazing, and the thick armor protected the cockpit firmly. If it has any weakness, it is that it sacrifices speed and flexibility for firepower and defense, especially in contrast to the agile movements of the golden mech. It seems particularly clumsy. To the student's surprise, when the heavy mech obviously has more advantages in close combat, the golden mech did not contain the opponent through long-range attacks, as the students expected. It actually gave up its speed advantage, and had a head-on close combat with the opponent. Although the golden mecha was far inferior to its opponent in size and firepower, it actually suppressed the opponent severely. It avoided all attacks with its sharp perception and agile movements far beyond ordinary people. The opponent's various hot weapons had no effect on it at all, and were just decorations. Soon, Morrison was defeated. His cockpit was violently pulled out by the golden mecha. Morrison wanted to escape, but was pounced to the ground by the golden mecha like a hungry tiger. How could a fragile human body withstand such a heavy blow? Morrison's face turned pale, and he fainted. Win! The golden mecha won. The students couldn't help but cheer a little when they saw this. The golden mecha seemed to have heard the movement here and turned its head over. The students only felt that the golden mecha looked extremely powerful and handsome at the moment. Seeing that the other party paid attention to them, they couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. At the same time, they all had a strong doubt in their minds. Where did this golden mecha come from? Who is controlling it? Soon their doubts were answered. A familiar figure walked out of the cockpit of the golden mecha, two furry ears swaying on the head, a pair of vertical pupils that were very different from those of humans. Who else could it be but Katie? It turned out to be Teacher Katie. I just felt that the temperament of the golden mecha was particularly similar to that of a person, but I didn't remember. The students showed surprise in their eyes, and ran out from the valley where they were hiding, and gathered around Katie. The twists and turns just now were still very scary. If Katie hadn't suddenly appeared, their lives would have been in danger. Even though they are now out of danger, the fear in the students' hearts has not completely dissipated. At this moment, seeing Katie is like seeing a relative. Teacher Katie mecha is actually in the shape of a beast. Ruby looked at the very eye-catching golden mecha in front of her, and couldn't help but exclaimed. This is the first time she has seen a beast-shaped mecha. Most of the Federation mechas are humanoid, and a few are tank-shaped. But Katie mecha is completely different from the above two. It imitates the body structure of cats, with 4 limbs on the ground, and the cockpit on the abdomen is therefore protected at the bottom, where ordinary enemies cannot reach it. In addition, its powerful hind legs make its jumping ability amazing, and its streamlined appearance reduces resistance, making it run much faster than bipedal humanoid mechas and track tank-type mechas. Ruby saw the ingenuity of this mecha, and her eyes were full of love for this golden mecha. Katie proudly patted the mecha in front of her and said, This mecha is modeled after the legendary beast of the Suman tribe. It was my sister's birthday gift to me. Not only Ruby, other students also looked at the golden mecha with admiration. Mechas are not only expensive, but only people with double B qualifications or above can drive them. It was the first time for many students to come into such close contact with mechas. However, just as the students were chattering and asking Katie for other information about the mecha, there was a commotion in the back of the crowd, and screams of fear spread. The students in the front row turned around, and saw a blood-stained space pirate holding a sharp knife to a girl's neck. Powell had been pretending to be unconscious, but after finding that Morrison, driving the blood flame, was defeated by the opponent, he finally realized that they had run into a tough opponent this time. He wanted to escape, but the other party had a mecha, and it would be easy for him to catch up and subdue him. He had to make the other party afraid to act rashly. So, seeing that no one noticed him, he secretly got up from the ground, touched the back of the crowd, and took a student hostage. Eileen's face was pale, although she gritted her teeth and tried to stay calm. Her body couldn't help shaking. She didn't expect that her luck was so bad that she became a hostage. The smile on Katie's face also disappeared. Her pupils instantly turned into a thin line, and she made threatening sounds in her throat. You dared to touch her students under her nose. You are looking for death. Powell's mouth curled up, with a nasty smile on his face. Now all of you are not allowed to move. If anyone disobeys, I will. Before Powell could finish his words, suddenly a gunshot rang out. The expression on Powell's face froze, and his pupils dilated. Eileen pushed him away in shock, and ran back to the crowd. Everyone saw that the star pirate, who had just wanted to threaten them, fell straight to the ground, revealing the person standing behind him. Principal. The students were surprised and scared. Fortunately, Yin Xiaonan was a ruthless man who didn't talk much, and he decisively dealt with the star pirate. Otherwise, they really didn't know what to do. Even if they really listened to the other party request, given the star pirate ruthlessness, he might not really keep his promise. At that time, Eileen would be in real danger. You just came here to chat without confirming the enemy status. You have no sense of vigilance. When you go back, you will reflect on it. The students lowered their heads guiltily. Yin Xiaonan crossed his arms and looked at the group of troublesome guys in front of him. Not only the students are troublesome, Katie is also a naive person. They actually chatted so brazenly in a place where they are not sure whether it is safe or not. Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but hold his forehead. Now everyone should be tight. First check the status of all the pirates, confirm whether they have really lost their ability to move, and then tie up their hands and feet with ropes. Yin Xiaonan gave the order in a calm tone. Then, we will go to the pirates' landing point and catch all the fish that have escaped the net. At this time, inside the spaceship, a pirate was sitting on a chair with his feet up and humming a song. Although Morrison was confident that he could control the school, he still left a member behind in the spaceship out of caution. Lydon looked at the desolate and barren scenery outside the porthole with boredom, and couldn't help muttering, "Is there really a school in this broken place? And a priceless energy shield?" He felt that the news was not credible, but their captain might have been blinded by the huge benefits hidden behind this news. He knew how much Morrison wanted to return to the combat team, instead of being thrown into the remote Z39 galaxy as a dispensable logistics staff. Lydon was thinking, if the news was true, then everyone would be happy. But if it was false, then he would have to think about his way out. While he was thinking, he did not see that someone was quietly approaching and surrounding the spaceship. The captain and his men must have reached their destination. I don't know what the situation is. This damn place can't even connect to the communication signal. Lydon yawned and complained. But suddenly he felt the entire spaceship shaking, and he fell to the ground without warning. What going on? Warning! The spaceship is encountering an unknown invasion. A sharp warning sound came from the spaceship, and the screen turned a dangerous red. Before Lydon could react, someone grabbed his arm and subdued him to the ground. Report to the chief instructor, a space pirate was found in the cockpit. Report to the chief instructor, no suspicious persons were found in the airlock. Report to the chief instructor, no suspicious persons were found in the storage area. The students reported the situation to Yin Xiaonan. Yin Xiaonan knew that there should be only one space pirate left in the spaceship, because her mission had been completed with the capture of this space pirate. Mission completed, rewards are being calculated. Congratulations on getting 1,000 experience points. A total of 9 space pirates were captured, reward 900 points. You have been upgraded. Chapter 34 Upgrade. That all for today class. Get out of class dismissed. As soon as old Bert disappeared outside the door, the students in the classroom could no longer sit still, and they all ran to the windows of the classroom, looking out of the protective shield. They seemed to want to find the traces of the 50 people who had set out earlier, but unfortunately, the protective shield was filled with yellow sand, and they couldn't see a single person. Langdon raised his hand to look at the time displayed on the light computer, and said impatiently, "It'd been 3 hours, how come there no news at all?" "That right. It almost 5 in the afternoon." A boy named Mahler had a regretful expression on his face. "If I had known, I would have been more serious in class. I was just a little bit away from going with you." "Who isn't?" "I'm ranked 53rd. Just 3 points away." Langdon, who was ranked last, didn't really want to participate in this discussion. He felt a little desperate in his heart. Wouldn't the selection of candidates for future actions be based on their usual performance in Old Bert class? Then he will never be elected? While these students were chatting by the window, Kyoshi sat alone in a seat in the corner without moving. He didn't know why he felt a little uneasy. He felt a huge sense of crisis, making him feel like he was about to face a disaster. It shouldn't be like this. Kyoshi had just thought about how to deal with Morrison if he met him later. He was 90% sure that he could get away with it. Now he should have no worries. But he still couldn't control his rising anxiety. Could something have happened? Kyoshi suddenly had no idea whether Morrison could really control this place. He had seen how ruthless the other party was. But thinking of Yin Xiaonan's calm expression before they set off, he was a little unsure. Will it be? Before Kyoshi could continue to think wildly, he suddenly heard the student doubtful voice by the window. "Look, there's a spaceship coming towards us." Kyoshi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the familiar spaceship. But he felt a little disappointed. He said that, with only a few teachers and students in the school, how could they possibly resist those vicious space pirates? He cheered up and went out to meet them. But when Kyoshi arrived at the spaceship docking point and approached the landed spaceship, he found that there was something strange about the spaceship. Its external hatch was missing. Something seemed to be wrong. Kyoshi stopped, his eyes secretly showing a vigilant look, and his eyes stared at the dark entrance of the spaceship. There were footsteps coming from inside the spaceship. And then, He saw the principal carrying Morrison, who was tied up like a dumpling, out of the spaceship. The humble and flattering smile on Diaoxi's face froze, and the hairs on his body couldn't help but explode. "Are you here to greet us?" Yin Xiaonan looked at Diaoxi with a smile. Diaoxi, who was always good at dealing with people, didn't know how to respond. He nodded randomly, and his mind was in a mess. At this moment, some noisy sounds gradually sounded, and students escorted the tightly tied star pirates out from the back. "Principal, how should we deal with these pirates?" Yin Xiaonan had a warm smile on his face. "Put them in the detention room first." "Ah? Our school has a detention room." The students all showed surprised expressions. Why haven't they seen such a place in school before? This detention room was purchased by Yin Xiaonan before she set off, and it has been built now. She led the students to the location of the detention room, the basement floor of the teaching building. So this confinement room is built underground. Kong Shan looked around curiously. The entrance to the underground floor of the school was very hidden, behind a movable wall. The students followed Yin Xiaonan down a long staircase, and finally reached their destination. The confinement room did not occupy a large area. The light in the whole room was extremely dim. A row of instruments could be vaguely seen in the corner. There was a digital display on the wall, which was closed at this time. "Why do I feel a little eerie here?" Yin Ting couldn't help but shudder. "I don't know if it's because it built underground. The temperature in the confinement room is a little low, and the dark environment makes him feel uneasy. I also think it a little scary here. Will we be locked up here if we make a mistake in the future?" Yilin had a bad guess. "No way." The students' faces changed drastically. "But this is called the confinement room. Isn't that the place where they are locked up in the school if they make a mistake? It's impossible that this place was built specifically for space pirates." After thinking about this, the students felt a chill on their backs, and suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. "What happened? Let's lock these people up here first." Yin Xiaonan sneered. "They landed on 627D without permission, but we can't just let it go. They must compensate me for my losses." When they learned that the equipment in the confinement room was used for human power generation, and the principal ordered these people to output the specified power every day before they were allowed to eat and rest, the students suddenly felt a little sympathetic to these space pirates. Miserable, it's so miserable. At the same time, this also confirmed the students' idea. They must not mess with the devil of the principal. They don't want to be locked up in such a place. When they came out of the confinement room, Yin Xiaonan glanced at the crowd, and didn't see Diaoxi anymore, and didn't know if he was scared away just now. She was not worried about him escaping at all. Every move of everyone in the entire protective shield could not escape her eyes. It was impossible for him to leave the 627D planet without alarming her. Yin Xiaonan was not in a hurry to find the other party, but returned to the principal office to count the gains of his operation. In addition to the task points awarded by the system, all the property seized from the Star Pirates naturally belonged to Yin Xiaonan. I'm afraid these Star Pirates didn't expect that one day they would be robbed by the pirates. Yin Xiaonan received a total of 25.37 million star coins from the Star Pirates, an A-level mecha blood flame, a small civilian spacecraft, and some miscellaneous items. Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that robbery is a highly profitable industry. Even an ordinary minion can be found with 200,000 star coins. Not to mention Morrison, who was once a main combatant. He alone contributed more than 13 million star coins plus an A-class mecha. Yin Xiaonan said that this is much richer than her. Of course, now all these assets belong to her. She became rich overnight. Yin Xiaonan also confirmed that robbing Star Pirates is indeed a more profitable industry than robbery itself. In addition, Yin Xiaonan was upgraded again. Not only did his mental power finally reach the minimum B-level requirement for mecha driving, but the system also unlocked new functions after this upgrade. First, the system unlocked the manufacturing function. As long as the corresponding materials are provided according to the requirements of the drawings, the manufacturing project can be started. These projects include ships, mechas, weapons, equipment, building components, synthetic materials, etc. Almost everything. Yin Xiaonan looked through the drawings and wanted almost everything. However, she was now faced with a problem. Where could she get the materials required by the drawings? You should know that many materials can only be mined from certain planets. If you buy them from the market, it will definitely not be cost-effective, especially since Yin Xiaonan needs a lot of them. In addition, some mental power transmission materials are almost not circulated on the market. Their mining rights are controlled by major financial groups, and ordinary people cannot easily obtain them. System. The exploration function has been unlocked. The host can obtain the corresponding materials by sending an exploration team. After the system reminded her, Yin Xiaonan remembered that she had unlocked another new function. But after reading the detailed introduction of the exploration function, she was silent. The exploration function can only be carried out within the scope of the 627D star. As we all know, the 627D star is a barren star with scarce resources. Yin Xiaonan is skeptical about whether it is really possible to find valuable resources on 627D. Isn't the reason why a barren star is called a barren star because it is worthless? But since this function exists, it would be a waste if not used. Yin Xiaonan still chose to send an exploration team. She had a little bit of luck in her heart. If there really is any rare mineral in 627D that has not been detected by the instrument, then she would have picked up a big bargain. The exploration team is composed of an exploration robot, an excavation robot, and a transport robot. After watching the 3 robots set off to explore, Yin Xiaonan found a small icon in the upper left corner of the personal interface. Yin Xiaonan clicked it and saw 30 days left to the end of the exploration. Such a prompt. System, is there any other way to obtain materials? Yin Xiaonan was a little distressed. Ordinary materials are easy to deal with. At most, she can buy them from the market. It's a little expensive. But mental power transmission materials are not so easy to obtain. The host can decompose existing items to obtain materials. Of course, there will be a necessary loss of 10%. The system gave another way. Yin Xiaonan followed the system instructions and, as expected, he saw a decomposition option in the upper right corner of the manufacturing page. She clicked on it and found that there were 2 items she could decompose now. Namely the A-class mecha blood flame she seized from the Star Pirates, and the small civilian spaceship. Yin Xiaonan clicked on them one by one to check, and found that the A-class mecha blood flame could be decomposed to produce 1.25 T basic metal, 0.21 T meteorite alloy, 0.8 T Atlantic polymer crystal, and other materials. The small civilian spaceship could be decomposed to produce 5.15 T basic metal, 0.86 T heavy metal, 0.57 T glow alloy, 1.32 T super titanium alloy, and other materials. Among them, Atlan polymer crystal is a kind of spiritual power transmission material. Although it is obviously not a long-term solution to obtain materials by decomposing existing items, for Yin Xiaonan, this is the easiest way to obtain spiritual power transmission materials at this stage. She plans to decompose both items because they are stolen goods from Star Pirates. Yin Xiaonan does not want to cause any unnecessary trouble because of these items. So it is better to decompose them directly into materials, and then make other things. As for what to do with the decomposed materials, she already has an idea. Chapter 35 Confession. There was a knock on the door at this time. Yin Xiaonan already knew who was coming, and signaled Danny to go open the door. Diyoshi tried to calm his rapidly beating heart. When the door in front of him opened, he took a deep breath and walked in calmly. When he entered the office, Diyoshi saw the young principal sitting in his seat, looking at him with eyes that seemed to see through everything. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Diyoshi's heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that the principal had already discovered his hidden identity? Principal. Diyoshi gritted his teeth and said, I was actually sent by the Star Pirates to lurk here to get information. Diyoshi finished this sentence quickly, and did not dare to look up at Yin Xiaonan in reaction. The whole office fell silent. Diyoshi felt that his heart was in his throat, and he did not even dare to breathe. So what information did you get? Yin Xiaonan looked at him calmly. Principal, believe me, I have never contacted those pirates since I came here. I have never leaked any information about the school. Diyoshi immediately defended himself, although the real reason was that he wanted to take all the credit, and naturally, he would not tell Morrison the news. I didn't ask you that. Yin Xiaonan did not comment on Diyoshi's defense, but looked at him with interest. Tell me, what information have you found out in 627 these days? Diyoshi realized that he had to answer this question under the gaze of the principal. He calmed down and said, after observing for a period of time, I found that 627 is a very good military school, especially with a wise principal like you as the leader. Stop! Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows. Do you think I will let you off if you flatter me? Diyoshi had a bitter face and suddenly gave up on himself. Principal. What exactly are you going to do with me? Just give me a definite answer. He raised his head, and the usual humble and flattering smile on his face disappeared, and a trace of sarcasm appeared in his eyes. Anyway, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I just consider myself unlucky. Yin Xiaonan glanced at him. It seems that you are not convinced. Diashi simply broke the jar at this time. He sneered. Principal, you are a rich man born in a wealthy family. How can you know what kind of life people like us live? On the poor star. In order not to starve to death, I must fight, rob, and even cheat. Otherwise I can't survive at all. Later, I plan to leave that hellhole and make a living on another planet. But the spaceship happened to run into pirates. If I didn't choose to join them, I would have died by now. Does anyone give me another choice? I have been trying my best just to survive. Hearing Diashi's self-confession, Yin Xiaonan's expression did not change at all. Even if you were forced to join the pirates, from the beginning of school to now, you have many opportunities to explain everything to me. But you have never come to me. Diashi wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Yin Xiaonan. If Morrison controls the school now, I'm afraid you won't stand on our side. You might even hand Morrison a knife to protect yourself. Apart from your own safety, what do our lives mean to you? Am I right? Diashi opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He felt that the despicable thoughts in his heart were almost invisible in the eyes of the man in front of him. He didn't think he did anything wrong. If Morrison really took control of this place and wanted to kill these people, could he stop him? If he did, he might even lose his life. Why would he do such a stupid thing? And you were originally planning to complete the task assigned to you by the Star Pirates and pass the news of 627 back to the Star Pirates. It's just that you didn't have time. Yin Xiaonan snorted coldly. This man is not as innocent as he said. If 627 really got into trouble, this man would be considered an accomplice. Principal, I really didn't pass on the message. Diashi was of course determined not to admit his original plan. He expressed his loyalty. When you went to ambush Morrison, I didn't tell him about it. Yin Xiaonan asked him. Why do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Diashi felt a chill on his back after hearing this. He defended himself with a pale face. The space pirates installed a control chip in my body. I can't get out of their control at all. What else can I do except obey their orders? Diashi was a little emotionally broken. I admit that I don't have such noble moral principles. I still want to live. I don't want to die. Even if I have to be a lackey of space pirates. I don't want to die. But I didn't take the initiative to harm people. I have no other choice to survive. I can help you take out the chip in your body. Yin Xiaonan suddenly spoke. Diashi looked at her fiercely. Don't you want another choice? I give you a chance to choose. What are you going to do? Yin Xiaonan asked him with his chin propped up. Diashi's originally angry emotion suddenly stopped. He was full of disbelief, almost doubting whether he was hallucinating. Was anyone willing to give him another choice? This was an experience that Diashi had never had before. He had never really controlled his own destiny. He was just fighting for a chance to survive in the cracks of fate. Seeing that Yin Xiaonan was still waiting for his answer, Diashi changed his usual slick style, and showed a rare sense of embarrassment and helplessness. I promise to listen to you. The principal. In the future. Really? That depends on your performance in the future. After Diashi left, Yin Xiaonan was also a little curious. She gave him a chance. What would he do next? In the blink of an eye, the 3-month freshman training was about to end. Except for the students who dropped out, the students who stayed finally met the requirements of the freshman training, passed the physical fitness test, and had at least 3 basic courses that reached the entry level. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task. The task reward has been sent to the warehouse. Please check. Yin Xiaonan's eyes lit up immediately. She remembered that the reward for completing the freshman training included 50 B-class mechas. The production of mechas requires precious spiritual power transmission materials, which are expensive. Even the lowest level B-class mechas cost at least 500,000 star coins. Yin Xiaonan looked at the 50 brand new B-class mechas in the warehouse, and was very satisfied. She was still worried about where to get the mechas that students would use for daily practice. A B-class mecha on the market costs at least 500,000 star coins, and 20 of them would cost 10 million star coins. Not to mention the high transportation cost to 627D, which would be a huge expense if she bought it from the system store. The cheapest B-class mecha would cost 50 points, and Yin Xiaonan was even more reluctant to spend it. Fortunately, the system was not so unkind this time, and directly helped her solve this problem. After Yin Xiaonan admired the mechas in the warehouse for a long time, she clicked on the task bar to check the newly refreshed tasks. Main task. Please open at least 20 courses this semester. Requirement. Each major must open at least 2 required courses. Reward. 800 experience points. 200 points. Free building playground X1. Double the area of the protective shield. Yin Xiaonan clicked on the system course selection page. First of all, the choice of public courses. Public courses are the basic courses conducted during the training camp, and all students must master these courses. A list of all basic courses appeared in front of Yin Xiaonan. But some courses were gray and unavailable. This is because there are no qualified teachers. For those courses that can be selected, the system will list all qualified teachers for Yin Xiaonan to choose. For example, Yin Xiaonan clicked on the public course Political Ethics, and there were 3 candidates listed in the teacher selection column, namely Paul Burt, recommended by the system, Joel Hoya, and the host. Yin Xiaonan of course chose the old Burt recommended by the system. After completing the selection of public courses, Yin Xiaonan began to choose professional courses. The 627 Military Academy currently has 3 first-level disciplines, namely Individual Combat, Tactical Command, and Ship Technology. Among them, Individual Combat can be further divided into 2 directions, Mecha Individual Combat and Mobile Infantry. And Ship Technology can also be further divided into 2 directions, Fighter Aircraft and Warship. These secondary disciplines are often set up as independent majors in first and second class military academies. But 627 currently has few people. So Yin Xiaonan directly solved this problem by dividing the class. Given that Burt had previous experience in combat on a battleship, Yin Xiaonan asked him to be mainly responsible for the courses of the Ship Technology major at this stage. Yin Xiaonan himself was mainly responsible for the courses of Individual Combat. As for Joel, Yin Xiaonan asked him to take charge of the courses of Combat Command. Katie and Aries were responsible for more basic courses. After the preliminary decision on the course arrangement, Yin Xiaonan still asked the wishes of each teacher. Old Burt and Katie had no problem, but there was trouble with Joel. When Joel heard the purpose of Yin Xiaonan's visit, he smiled bitterly and said, "Principal, thank you for your appreciation of me, but I am afraid I am not capable of teaching students courses related to tactical command." "How come?" Yin Xiaonan asked puzzledly. "I remember your resume records that you once took a course in the command department at school and got all the grades, isn't it?" Joel lowered his eyes. "School grades don't mean anything. I'm not a qualified commander." Yin Xiaonan looked at him. "I still don't understand what you mean. Why do you think you are not a qualified commander?" Joel was silent for a while, and then he said, "I told you. I participated in the Battle of Wilkester, and I was the only one in my platoon who survived. More specifically, the company commander and the deputy company commander were both killed, so I had to take over the command. And my rank at the time was a temporary 3rd-level 2nd lieutenant. You should know that this is the lowest rank among officers. Although I was nominally a platoon leader, the platoon was actually commanded by the deputy platoon leader appointed by the company commander. And the company commander did not trust me. But in the blink of an eye, I was going to command an entire company. And everyone in this company had more seniority than me. This was the loss of the chain of command caused by the death of the superior commander during the war." Yin Xiaonan said silently in his heart, "This situation is not uncommon on the battlefield, especially in the Battle of Wilkester where there were heavy casualties." Joel took a deep breath before continuing. "Everyone was asking me what to do next. Even though I didn't know the situation of other platoons and had no experience in commanding an entire company, I couldn't show any panic. They were all waiting for my answer. I didn't have more time to think. I had to make the most correct decision right now. Because this was not an exercise at all. My decision was related to real lives." Joel's face turned pale. In the end, only 3 people in the entire company, including me, survived. So do you understand? I am not a qualified commander at all. And I am not worthy of being a teacher to teach students how to be a commander. Chapter 36 Course Selection. Yin Xiaonan frowned and said, "The failure of the Wilkester campaign was due to the mistakes of the upper echelons. Under the circumstances at that time, there was no way to escape unscathed. You should not take the blame that does not belong to you on yourself. The intelligence was wrong from the beginning. Now Yin Xiaonan looks back and knows that this is a war that is bound to fail. Unfortunately, everyone who landed in Wilkester, including her, did not know this at the time. They were just the executors of the task. The upper level was responsible for making the plan. They didn't know that something had gone wrong. But Joel was not easily convinced by Yin Xiaonan's words. It is difficult to change what a person believes in his heart. And this has always been Joel's heart not. No. It's my fault. If I had more experience, I could find out that something was wrong, and contacted my superiors in time to report, they might not have died. Joel's voice trembled a little. The voices and smiles of his comrades appeared in his mind. These people left this world forever. At that time, the entire communication system on the battlefield was paralyzed. You couldn't do this at all. Without the order of General Lloyd, the commander-in-chief of the front line. No one could retreat without authorization. Yin Xiaonan looked directly at the person in front of him. Do you understand? This is not something you can change alone. The military obviously knows this. So even though General Lloyd went to the military court, the other survivors of the battle were not held accountable. The failure of the war was not due to them. Joel fell silent. Yin Xiaonan sighed, and said sincerely, Joel, as a witness of the Battle of Wilkest, I think you should be able to analyze for the students what wrong decisions the Federation made in this battle, and what lessons we can learn from it. The mistake has been made. The only thing we can do is not to let this tragedy happen again in the future. What do you think? Joel was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Yin Xiaonan glanced at him. Then let's do this. If you really feel that you are not qualified to teach the command class, I won't force you. But if you change your mind, you can come to me before the day after tomorrow. After Yin Xiaonan left, Joel was silent for a long time, and then seemed to have finally made up his mind. That afternoon, Joel went to see Yin Xiaonan again. Have you thought it through this time? Yin Xiaonan asked the man in front of him, who seemed a little restrained. Yes, I've thought about it. Joel lowered his eyes and said, like you said, the only thing we can do is to prevent the tragedy from happening again. I will teach them seriously. Then I will rest assured to hand over the students to you. Joel looked at the trust in the principal's eyes, and felt a little embarrassed. He didn't understand where her confidence in him came from. Yin Xiaonan blinked. I think you should not have forgotten that the stars shine, and the glory lasts forever. She believed that he would be a good guide, just because he was a federal soldier. It was that simple. Joel finally smiled with relief when he heard this familiar slogan. Well, the stars are shining, and the glory will last forever. This is a sentence that the combat troops often say before setting off. When Yin Xiaonan said this, Joel felt that something buried in his memory was awakened. This is not just a slogan. It is a special emotional connection between federal soldiers. And it also represents an unspoken promise. After this, Joel finally swept away his previous depression and cheered up a little. After Joel's problem was solved, all the courses for this semester were finally finalized. Mission completed. Yin Xiaonan opened the virtual map. First placed the reward playground on the open space in front of the teaching building. The time bar on the model showed that it would take 12 hours to complete the construction. Yin Xiaonan did not sit idle, and found the library in the construction page, and chose to buy it. How can a school not have a library? Although the library costs 5 million star coins, it is the most expensive building Yin Xiaonan has purchased so far. But the money should still be spent. In addition to the library, she also bought a virtual combat training room, a mecha practice room, and a ship flight simulation room. These training rooms cost her a total of 2.5 million star coins. Although there were still many buildings she wanted to buy, Yin Xiaonan stopped there and opened the system store again, spending 100 points to buy the campus network architecture service. Classes were about to start, and although the courses had been finalized, it was still a problem for students to choose courses. So the 627 Military Academy had to establish its own campus network. Of course, the function of the campus network is not only to help students submit course selection information. It also has a built-in forum and exchange store. The forum is naturally a place for students to communicate online, and the exchange store is where the school provides some prizes for students to exchange through contribution points. Contribution points need to be obtained from various tasks assigned by the school or students' usual performance, thereby increasing students' enthusiasm for doing things in their daily lives. Yin Xiaonan recorded 50 contribution points for each of the 50 students who participated in the ambush of the Star Pirates before, and put the nutrient solution and B-level mecha on the exchange list of the store. Looking at the still empty store shelves, Yin Xiaonan sighed. Still not enough points. Although she has accumulated nearly 3,000 points now, she still has these points to use. Not to mention that Yin Xiaonan still doesn't have a high-level mecha of her own. More importantly, She still wants to build an air defense system for 627D, which requires a lot of points. The infiltration of the Star Pirates this time also secretly sounded the alarm for her. If it was a battleship this time, then the balance of victory would most likely lean towards the Star Pirates, even if she has a planetary shield. If she does not have an effective counterattack, no matter how strong the shield is, it will not last long under fierce artillery attacks. Therefore, Yin Xiaonan needs to build an air defense system for Star 627D, whether it is anti-ship missiles, laser launchers, tracking radars, or missile interceptors. The points required are not small. Not to mention that Yin Xiaonan also wants to build a patrol fleet and a space fortress located at the Lagrange point. All of these require a huge amount of points. So Yin Xiaonan naturally has no extra points to add to the exchange store. Since the construction of the new building still needs time, Yin Xiaonan gave the students who completed the training a 2-day holiday, which also allowed them to use this time to complete their course selection. At this time, in the student dormitory, the training was finally over, and the students could finally take a breath. They all stayed in the dormitory lazily, and at most visited other dormitories, but they were unwilling to walk any further. Is there anyone willing to help me bring dinner back from the cafeteria? I give you 50 star coins. Yin Ting rested his head with one hand and threw a bullet shell with the other hand. Ruby eyes lit up immediately. She immediately came over. 100 star coins? Yin Ting nodded. Okay, 100 is 100. Then it a deal. Ruby asked the others. Who else wants to bring food? 100 star coins is too expensive. Landon looked at her pitifully. Talking about money hurts our feelings. Can you give me a free meal based on our friendship? No. Ruby looked indifferent. Talking about feelings costs money. No money. No talk. Landon touched his nose in dismay, knowing that he couldn't get any advantage from Ruby. A money grubber. Just when Ruby was about to leave, all the students' light computers vibrated. The students checked their light computers one after another, and found that it was a notification email sent by the Academic Affairs Office. Huh? It seems that I can choose courses now. Lin was a little surprised after reading the information in the email. The email came with a link. Click it to enter the course selection page of the campus network. Really? What courses are you going to choose? Karen looked at these various courses and felt a little puzzled. Different majors have different courses. Lin asked curiously. By the way, what majors did you choose? Ruby was not in a hurry to go out. She sat down and said, I signed up for the Mecha Single Soldier class of the Single Soldier Combat Major. Langdon also said, Me too, mechas are the best. What the point of going to military school without learning mechas? TSK, no matter how good a mecha is, it can't compare to a fighter plane. Yin Ting raised his chin proudly and said, I'm from the warplane class of the Ship Technology Major. Yilin touched her nose and said, I'm also a Ship Technology Major, but I'm from the Battleship class, because my mom thought that graduates of this major could work at an interstellar aerospace company. There's still a difference between civilian spacecraft and battleships. Right? Yilin also felt a little embarrassed. She had only a vague understanding of what these majors were about before. It was not until she arrived at 627 and listened to old Bert's explanation that she finally understood what kind of major she had applied for. The Warship Direction of the Ship Technology Major trains combatants to serve the space fleet. Can she really do it? Student Master. What major are you in? As the first place in the written test, Xie Yinhan has always been the focus of everyone's attention. Conductor. Xie Yinhan only replied with 2 words. Everyone felt that this major was quite consistent with their impression of Xie Yinhan. The conductor major has always been a place where smart people gather. Okay. Stop chatting. Hurry up and choose your courses. Tao Shan interrupted at this time. The school requires us to reach at least 20 credits this semester, otherwise we will be held back. Everyone should take a good look at which courses they want to choose. If you want 20 credits, you must take professional courses, otherwise. If you don't have enough credits, you must choose at least 6 public courses. Damn! How come you guys are so fast? Yin Ting originally planned to take his time to choose, but in the blink of an eye, he found that only the 2 public courses taught by the chief instructor had the most vacancies, and the courses of other teachers were quickly selected. Who is worse off than our individual combat major? Landon said with a bitter face. Our professional courses are basically taught by the chief instructor, and we don't even have a choice. Hee hee. Our professional courses are taught by old Bert. As expected, happiness is built on the suffering of others. After hearing what Langdon said, Yin Ting felt that the depression of choosing the chief instructor class was swept away. After the students submitted their course selection information, they began to explore the campus network. Like the campus networks of other schools, the campus network of 627 also has a campus forum. At this time, various new posts on the forum were flying. Huh? Why are they all browsing the exchange store? What is that? Yilin said with a puzzled look on her face. I found it. It in the upper left corner. Ruby clicked in first after she finished speaking. There were only 2 things in the store now. She was not very interested in the B-class mecha. But the other thing. Ruby's eyes lit up. Wasn't that the nutrient solution that the chief instructor gave to Xie Yinhan as a reward? 1 bottle only cost 1 contribution point. Ruby found that she had 50 contribution points. So she immediately placed an order to buy a bottle. She wanted to try what was so special about this nutrient solution. You can even exchange for mechas. Unlike Ruby, Landon's attention was drawn to the B-class mechas on the shelves of the store. Even B-class mechas are not affordable for someone like Landon. Generally, military academies often provide mechas for students to practice, but students will not take the practice mechas away. If you want to own a mecha, you still have to buy it yourself. Landon clicked in, wanting to know the exchange conditions, and found that this B-class mecha required 1,000 contribution points, and his current contribution points were 0. Do you know how to get contribution points? He asked immediately and anxiously. I don't know, but I already have 50 contribution points, and I don't know where they came from. Yellen asked in confusion. I also have 50 contribution points. Karen also said. When everyone checked with each other, they found that everyone who participated in the ambush had 50 contribution points. It seems that this is a reward given by the school. Landon, who failed to participate in the ambush, was depressed again. First semester. Chapter 37 classes officially started. In just a short while, Ruby received her nutrient solution, which was delivered directly to the dormitory by a small robot with a silver-white paint job. Student Ruby, please check your package. A small box the size of a palm was delivered to Ruby. After she took the box, a rating page appeared on the display screen of the small robot. Please rate this service. Seeing the small robot looking at her eagerly, Ruby gave it a 5-star rating, and received the robot love. Oh my god! So cute! Yilin couldn't help but hold her face. Langdon noticed another thing. By the way, don't you think there are too many robots in our school? That right. Besides our school, which other school has robots as teachers? Everyone thought about it. Maybe this is the feature of 627. Ruby had already opened the package, and drank the nutrient solution in one breath. Others looked at her curiously. How is it? Is there anything special about this nutrient solution? Ruby thought for a moment and said, the taste is no different from other nutrient solutions, but the energy is very rich. She touched her stomach. I feel full now, and I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel very comfortable after drinking it. What? Could this nutrient solution also have the effect of soothing the mind? Other people's eyes lit up. Then I buy a bottle and try it. Yellen said immediately with great interest. I want to buy it too. Now all students know the existence of the exchange shop. They can't afford to exchange for B-class mechas, but many students can still exchange for nutrient solution priced at 1 contribution point. Finally, almost every student with contribution points has a bottle of 627 brand nutrient solution, while students without any contribution points, such as Langdon, can only watch helplessly. They can't help but beat their chests and stamp their feet, and regret again why they didn't participate in the last ambush. After 2 days of rest, 627 officially started classes. Early in the morning, students who had classes went to find the classrooms according to the information on the course selection system. At this time, students majoring in individual combat gathered at the door of a training room in the corner of the 3rd floor of the teaching building. They had a professional class in the morning. What bad luck! Why is it that the principal is in charge of our major? A student couldn't help complaining. Who said it wasn't? But this also shows that the principal values us very much. You've made me even more scared. Is it a good thing to be valued by our chief instructor? Just as the students were chatting against the wall, the bell for class rang. Some students had already noticed Yin Xiaoan coming over here, and immediately reminded the people around them. Shoo! The chief instructor is here, everyone. Stop talking. The students immediately shut their mouths, and swept away their lazy looks just now, and stood straight one by one, like soldiers being inspected. Yin Xiaoan arrived at the place on time. passed by this group of soldiers, took out the key from her pocket, opened the door of the training room, and walked in. The students then let out a long sigh and followed her in one after another. After the Q training some time ago, without Yin Xiao and reminder, they spontaneously stood in a neat row of 10 people in the training room. Yin Xiaonan was not in a hurry to teach, but asked them, "You all saw the things in the corner. Can someone tell me what those are?" As soon as the students entered the classroom, they noticed the pile of iron lumps in the corner. That is, Tao Shan. "Tell me." "Report to the instructor, it is an armored power suit." Yin Xiaonan nodded. "Yes, this is the armored power suit that every mobile infantry must wear. It is not only a weapon for mobile infantry to fight, but also a guarantee for them to survive in harsh environments. The armored power suit is as important to mobile infantry as the mecha is to the mecha soldier, and the fighter is to the pilot. Okay, now put on the armored power suit." Yin Xiaonan waved his hand. "Ah? Now?" The students who were planning to listen to Yin Xiaonan explanation were suddenly confused. They had never touched this thing before. Shouldn't they be explained how to wear it first? But they saw that the chief instructor just stood aside with his arms folded, and he didn't seem to be going to explain it in detail. So they had to resign themselves to the fate and go to the corner to try to put on the equipment. "Chief instructor, I am in the mecha individual class. Do I have to wear an armored power suit as well?" Langdon asked hesitantly. "What else?" Yin Xiaonan asked him back. "Are you going to stand here for this class? Armored power suits are something that every individual soldier must learn to control. Even if you are a mecha individual soldier, can you ensure that your mecha will never have any accidents? At that time, are you going to wait for death in the mecha?" Yin Xiaonan glanced at the several students in the mecha individual class who were still standing there, and they were startled and quickly took action. This batch of armored power suits was made by Yin Xiaonan through the manufacturing function of the system, using materials obtained from the decomposition of the space pirates' spaceships and mechas. Fortunately, the armored power suits do not need to use mental power transmission materials, and the Atlan polymer crystal obtained from the decomposition of the A-level mecha was temporarily stored by Yin Xiaonan. At this time, the students were trying to put on the armored power suits. This kind of armored power suit is also called a mechanical exoskeleton. It consists of a multifunctional tactical helmet, thick and heavy metal armor, and advanced power systems. Compared with mecha, its advantage is that it is smaller, only about 2 meters. In some special environments, such as inside buildings or in places with complex terrain, it can play a greater advantage than large mecha. In addition, it is not as eye-catching as mecha and is easy to attract the attention of enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Therefore, although the average qualifications of mobile infantry are lower than those of mecha soldiers, they also play a very important role on the battlefield. The mecha power suit is standing upright before being put on, just like ancient armor. After putting on the helmet, the user must first buckle the armor on the chest, tighten the knob, and then put on the legs and arms in turn. At first, the students were completely clueless and had no idea what the correct order of wearing should be. Some buckled the wrong buckle, and some even put it on the wrong side. Fortunately, Tao Shan had done relevant homework a long time ago. She quickly put on the armor power suit and was able to help and guide others. Following Tao Shan movements, the students finally put on their equipment one after another, but they didn't feel very good. A set of armored power suits weighs more than 100 kilograms without heavy weapons installed. The students felt like they were trapped in this iron lump when they put on the heavy power armor. Whether walking or moving, they seemed particularly clumsy. "Hiss! Can this thing be worn in battle? I feel like it hard to raise my hands, let alone lift a gun." A student tried to raise his arm, and the joints made a creaking sound. "Oh my god! I feel like I'm walking like a goose." Langdon walked to the middle of the training room with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, pulled up his helmet, and couldn't help complaining. Ruby was jumping around and doing the exercises. "Why do I feel like I can't stretch it out?" At this moment, a loud bang sound came from the corner. The students who were still trying to move their limbs turned their heads and saw a guy lying straight on the ground. At this time, his 2 arms were waving desperately in the air, but he was like a turtle with its shell turned over, and he couldn't turn over. Puff. Who is that? It totally unrecognizable even with the helmet on. Who will help him up? The students looked at each other, and a few students standing nearby came over, wanting to help pull him up. But not only did they fail, but they were also knocked to the ground by his waving arms. The people who fell bumped into the people next to them. For a moment, the students fell like dominoes. I feel like I can't get up. Can someone help me? The people next to you, move aside. You're pressing on me. The students were clamoring, and after struggling in vain, they lay on the ground like dead fish. Motionless. Yin Xiaonan clapped his hands when he saw this. Get up from the ground. The training room is not a place for you to lie down and rest. Hearing the chief instructor reprimand, the students began to use their hands and feet to try to turn over again. It was not until half an hour later that all the people on the ground stood up again. You are too slow, Yin Xiaonan said coldly. Just like a mecha soldier controlling a mecha, you also need to learn to control the armored power suit on your body, and make it a part of your body. But this kind of metal armor cannot be controlled by mental power, and it is designed to be extremely bulky. When wearing this thing, their bodies cannot be used at all. How can they treat it as a part of their body? This is simply impossible to do. The students thought to themselves, but Yin Xiaonan suddenly showed a warm smile on his face. Now that you are all equipped, let's start today training. I will teach you how to control this iron lump on your body. Now the students are a little scared when they see the chief instructor smile. Past experience shows that the sweeter the chief instructor smiles, the more miserable they will be. At this time, the students were extremely alert, and saw Yin Xiaonan retreat to the side of the training room, and pulled a gate. With the sound of the mechanism turning, a transparent wall slowly descended, completely separating them from her. What is the chief instructor planning to do? Why do I have a bad feeling? What exactly are we going to do? The students panicked a little. Just then, the buzzing sound of a machine starting up sounded from above their heads, and everyone looked up. Only then did they realize that there were many mechanical devices installed on the ceiling of the training room. At this time, as the mechanism was activated, mechanical devices fell around them one by one. This mechanical device consists of a vertical telescopic arm and several sharp blades. Langdon couldn't help but guess. Could it be that the chief instructor was afraid that we would be too hot in the armored power suit, and specially arranged fans for us to cool down? The others were originally on guard nervously, and they were speechless after hearing Langdon's words. Whose fan blades are so sharp? Perhaps out of an intuition of danger, the students did not approach these strange mechanical arms. But at this moment, the blades on the mechanical arms suddenly stood up one by one, with the sharp edges facing outward, exuding a chilling and murderous aura. This was like a signal to start, and all the mechanical arms suddenly rotated at high speed, whistling towards the students with a terrible sound. Chapter 38 Professional Course. Everyone, run! Ruby's pupil shrank suddenly, and she immediately ran towards the open space on the side. Accompanied by the sound of airflow, the mechanical arms were moving rapidly in the air, and the rotating blades were like open petals. The movement trajectories of these mechanical arms were irregular, running wildly in the entire space, chasing students everywhere. The students were like a group of antelopes being chased by lions, scattering and running for their lives with a look of fear on their faces. Some students were a little slow in their movements, and were knocked to the ground by the mechanical arm from behind. Some students were unlucky enough to hit the rotating mechanical arm head-on, and were knocked into the air, and did a backflip before landing. Compared with the flexibility of the mechanical arm, the students wearing power armor seemed particularly clumsy. They were knocked to the ground by the mechanical arm in various postures throughout the class, and they were all knocked unconscious and pale. Even though Tao Shan had learned about the armored power suit in advance, it was difficult for her to learn how to control it right away when she actually put on this heavy equipment. She knew the structural theory of the armored power suit, but the actual control was another matter. When Tao Shan was dodging an oncoming mechanical arm, she was thrown away by another mechanical arm that suddenly hit her from the side. When she fell heavily to the ground, she felt severe pain all over her body. The mechanical arm in the distance was still running, and it didn't seem to be going to the place where she fell. Tao Shan gritted her teeth and slowly climbed up from the ground, and took the initiative to go to the location of the mechanical arm. After the class, Tao Shan finally came out of the armored power suit. When she looked down, she saw a large purple mark on her skin. In fact, this was not bad. Some people broke their bones directly. They were lying in the treatment device after leaving the class. However, this was just the first class, and there was a whole semester of training courses waiting for them. Thinking of this, the students who dragged their aching bodies out of the training room almost cried, while the students of the individual combat major were in dire straits. The students of other majors were not at an easy time either. The students of the ship technology major were undergoing anti-vertigo training. and their training was all conducted on the newly built playground. The playground of a military academy is certainly not the same as that of an ordinary school. In addition to the runway, there are rows of training equipment on the playground of 627, which are used to train the vestibular endurance of pilots. First is the spiral staircase, which consists of an iron frame and a ladder for people to stand on. Students have to stand on the ladder, hold the handrails, and swing like a swing, and then do a 360-degree rotation. Often these students have to rotate 50 times a minute before they can get down from the top. Ordinary people feel dizzy just watching from the side. In addition to the spiral staircase, there is also a training equipment called the fixed roll. This equipment looks like a ring, and students stand in the ring and rotate with the ring. Old Bert asked them to turn 30 times clockwise and counterclockwise at a time. For students majoring in ship technology, every day was quite a torment. When they first came down from the equipment, everyone looked pale, walked unsteadily, and many people vomited directly. As for later, they got used to vomiting, and they started anti-overload training. Warships and fighter planes will cause positive and negative overloads when moving at high speeds, and those who cannot bear the load will lose consciousness directly. Compared with ordinary people, pilots must have the ability to adapt to high overload. In order to allow these students to train better, Yin Xiaonan specially exchanged a large centrifuge training machine in the system store. This centrifuge can simulate high overload conditions, generate a maximum G-force of 20 G, and can also complete a full 15 G acceleration in an instant. When leading the students into the centrifuge training room, old Bert couldn't help but sigh. Look how good the principal is to you. And he even bought such expensive equipment for you. Ordinary schools do not have the conditions to purchase this man's centrifuge, and can only be trained through the wheel. It is your blessing to have such a principal who is willing to spend money on you. The students looked at the huge equipment placed in the center of the training room with curiosity. It is a rectangular machine connected to the central axis. The exterior has a silver-gray metallic luster. There is a man cabin at the end. Old Bert asked them, "Who will go first?" Yen Ting immediately raised his hand actively. He has always been very active in trying new things. After entering the cabin, Yen Ting found that the entire cabin was arranged in imitation of the cockpit of a fighter plane. Of course, the dashboard in the cabin was fake and could not be used. But Yen Ting was still very excited sitting in the chair. As the machine slowly started to run, the screen in front of Yen Ting was showing the outside world from the pilot first-person perspective, as if he was really flying a fighter plane. The ground gradually disappeared from Yen Ting's field of vision, and the fighter plane he was in, it was gradually climbing upwards. However, just as Yen Ting was excited, the machine accelerated. Yen Ting felt the blood gathering towards his feet. His brain gradually felt lack of oxygen, as if he had been hit in the chest. He began to lose control of his facial expressions. His upper and lower lips twitched involuntarily. The picture displayed on the screen in front of him was no longer stable. The crooked ground appeared in his field of vision from time to time. The sky and the earth were spinning, as if the fighter plane he was in was. It was like a real flip in the air. Yen Ting was gasping for breath, and his head was already dizzy due to lack of blood. Old Bert's voice suddenly rang out in the cabin at this time. Use your thighs and chest to push the blood upward. Speed up your breathing rhythm, and use your muscle strength to control the direction of blood flow. Yen Ting endured the discomfort, and did as he was told. The lack of oxygen in his brain was finally relieved a little, but as the G-force increased, he felt that his internal organs were being pulled and displaced, and his vision gradually blurred. The other students outside couldn't help but gasp when they saw Yen Ting's ferocious facial expression on the surveillance video. Why did they feel like he was being tortured? Old Bert kept an eye on Yen Ting's heart rate, blood pressure, and other physiological indexes. When he realized that he was about to reach his limit, he turned off the machine. You can come out now. Yen Ting sat motionless in his seat, obviously not yet recovered. In the end, he came out of the cabin with the help of other classmates. When he came out, he was completely depressed. His eyes were dull but detached, as if he had seen through the mundane world. Who next? The students took a step back in unison under the gaze of old Bert. Of course, it was impossible to escape, and everyone had to enter the cabin and complete the training. After their first experience with the centrifuge, the students really wanted to tell the principal that some money was really unnecessary. When they thought of old Bert saying that the centrifuge was bought specifically for them by the principal, they wanted to vomit blood. There are 3 majors in total. The command major is easier than the above 2 majors. Right? Many students majoring in tactical command originally thought so. In their view, command is to formulate combat plans, and they don't need to participate in combat at all. They only need to listen to the teacher explain various tactics in the classroom, and at most add sand table and war game simulation, and those hard physical training have nothing to do with them. At the beginning, their courses were indeed arranged like this. Although they have to write written analysis reports on major battles and history every week, it is also very brain-consuming. But compared with the various cruel training methods of the individual combat major and the ship technology major next door, their homework is not worth mentioning. For the leisure of the command major, the students of the other two majors are very unhappy. Some things are afraid of comparison. They are training hard, but the guys in the command major only have to talk in class every day. How can this be tolerated? The students majoring in command said proudly. We command majors rely on our brains. But there is a saying that goes too much joy leads to sorrow. The students majoring in command soon joined the training of power armor. Do you think command is only used in places far away from the front line, while drinking red wine, while pointing fingers at the battlefield situation? Yin Xiaonan looked at them with his arms folded. Command is not a profession that can only be discussed on paper. You must first participate in the battle. A person without combat experience cannot become a good commander. The students majoring in command finally found out that they were the worst off. Not only did they have to memorize a lot of written knowledge, but they also had to participate in both individual combat training and ship technology training. The chief instructor told them that only by having the ability to command both ground forces and space fleets at the same time could they become a qualified commander. So they had to understand both systems. When the students majoring in command complained bitterly, Yin Xiaonan said that command was not something that anyone could do. And commanding on the battlefield was related to the lives of all the people in a team. Because the commanders bear many responsibilities, Yin Xiaonan has the strictest requirements for them. Since then, all students, regardless of their majors, have been busy. In addition to these rigorous trainings, students have another job, which is farming. After completing the farming task, Yin Xiaonan distributed various seeds to the students. The subsequent planting activities are not as tiring as the previous plowing. Watering and fertilizing are effortless for students who have completed physical training. Especially compared with the high-pressure training, they can even be said to be a rare leisure activity every day. As the seeds in the ground gradually sprouted and grew day by day, the students were filled with a sense of accomplishment. These were the seedlings they raised with their own hands. At this time, the land behind the teaching building was no longer bare. All kinds of vegetables grew neatly in rows in the fields, and the straight ridges formed neat squares, like a chessboard. At a glance, all you can see is green. After 3 months, some crops have matured. Red tomatoes and dark green cucumbers are hanging on branches or vines. When students are hungry, they will run directly to the fields to pick them. Most of the harvested fruits and vegetables are sent to the cafeteria, and after being carefully processed by the cooking robot, they become the students' 3 meals. I don't know if it has psychological effect, but the students unanimously think that the vegetables they grow by themselves are more delicious. They can easily distinguish which vegetables are grown by themselves and which are purchased from outside. Now, without Yin Xiaonan's supervision, they would run to the vegetable fields every other day. Looking at the vibrant crops in the vegetable fields, the students felt that their bodies and minds, which had been devastated by the cruel training, were healed. Of course, Yin Xiaonan would not let these students work for nothing. In addition to enjoying free meals, completing the vegetable planting task can also earn a certain amount of contribution points. The school will issue relevant tasks, whether it is land reclamation, sowing, watering, fertilizing, or picking. You can earn contribution points. After the start of school, the use of contribution points has greatly increased. Yin Xiaonan exchanged a mental training device and a set of advanced massage chairs from the system store. Both of these items can be exchanged for usage time with points. Students often feel sore all over after high-intensity training. After trying the massage chair once, they fell deeply in love with this decompression artifact. As for the mental training device, it is related to the improvement of mental power. Many people hold the mentality of believing it is better than not believing it. Anyway, they have to try it. If the mental power level is really improved, then it will be a big profit. In addition, the transcription of library materials also requires contribution points. The newly built library in the school is very popular. Students like to go there when they are free. After all, 627 has just started construction, and there are only a few buildings. In the past, When students did not have classes, they could not find a place to sit. They could only stay in the dormitory before. But there were no extra tables and chairs in the dormitory with 6 people. And there was no private space. Now the newly built library is a good place to go fishing. Chapter 39, Opening a Shop. The library is probably the most artistic place in the entire 627. It is a transparent building, as if it were made entirely of crystal. When the students first saw the completed library, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, because the building was so beautiful under the sunlight. And when they walked into the room, the students were even more amazed and shocked. The stairs and bookshelves of the library are all suspended in the air. There are huge mechanical arms shuttling through the stacked mountains of books, silver-white waterfalls of light pouring down from the transparent dome, and countless golden data streams flowing on the huge light curtain. Students like this place that seems like another dimension very much. Whenever they are free, they like to put fruits and vegetables picked from the fields in their pockets, and find a corner on a floor of the library to read books or be in a daze. With a library, the most basic building facilities that a school should have are all available in 627. But a good school will not have only a few scattered buildings. Those first-class military academies and second-class military academies all cover a large area. Not only with a large number of teaching buildings and laboratory buildings, but also with various cultural, commercial and medical buildings. The campuses of these schools are like small cities, self-contained. In comparison, the campus of 627 is quite shabby, and urgently needs to be built and expanded. But construction requires a lot of money. Currently, most of the money in the school account comes from the last ambush. Yin Xiaonan clicked on the construction page and looked around. In the end, he chose to buy a missile silo first. Compared with cultural buildings, what 627 needs now is defensive buildings against orbital strikes. Anyway, the school has less than 200 students now, so there is no rush to build more teaching buildings. As for the cinema, commercial streets, etc., let's talk about it later. The launch silo is expensive, and 12 million star coins were spent at once. Yin Xiaonan thought that it would not work if he just sat there and lived off his savings. And he still had to consider how the school would generate income in the future. It can't be that the school can only rely on robbing star pirates to generate income in the future. Right? Yin Xiaonan dispelled this terrible idea from his mind. No! She must find a legitimate way to generate income for the school. 627 is a legitimate school. In addition to student tuition, the main source of income for a school is usually sponsorship and donations from the public. But 627 is now unknown, so this path is naturally not feasible, and other methods must be considered. Yin Xiaonan recalled how the school in his previous life made money. In addition to various textbook fees, tuition fees, wouldn't that be? Yin Xiaonan hesitated, opening a canteen in school? But not to mention that military school students have strict requirements on diet. And there are less than 200 people in the school. How much will can be taken? Yin Xiaonan thought for a while. Instead of taking advantage of students, it is better to take advantage of outsiders. She decided to open a store on the Star Network. Yin Xiaonan paid a deposit of 50,000 star coins, and a store called 627D Local Specialty Store was quietly launched on the Star Network. During this period, the crops in the farmland were harvested one after another, and 627 had basically achieved self-sufficiency, and no longer needed to purchase food from other planets. And it is not the student's mother filter. These crops grown from the field sprinkled with soil improvers produced by the system are of excellent quality. Yin Xiaonan found through system scanning that these vegetables also contain a small amount of glyphosate, which is believed to be closely related to the improvement of mental strength. Yin Xiaonan put some vegetables of various types on the shelves and attached the test report. As for the price, she naturally did not intend to sell these vegetables at a low price, but set a price based on the price of high-end fruits and vegetables produced by other agricultural stars. When Yin Xiaonan was inputting the product descriptions one by one, the system prompt sounded suddenly. The exploration team has completed the exploration. Please claim your harvest. Congratulations on obtaining chitin X53, arthropod elastic protein X61, tuber X78, copper X32. After Yin Xiaonan confirmed the claim, his face turned green when he saw the system prompt. Where are her rare minerals? What kind of junk is this? Translating the system words, the exploration team went out for a month and brought back a bunch of insect shells and legs, plus the rhizomes of some unknown plants. Only the 32 pieces of copper ore were of some use. Yin Xiaonan let out a long sigh. In fact, she shouldn't have had any expectations. What valuable resources could she expect from a barren planet? At least, the harvest from this exploration showed that there were living things on 627D. And there were also some minerals of low value. Perhaps she shouldn't have asked for too much. Yin Xiaonan consoled herself in this way. And then put all these messy things on the product column of the online store. These are definitely all genuine 627D specialties. Maybe someone wants them? Anyway, just hang them up. If someone buys them, we will make money. If no one buys them, we will not lose money. Yin Xiaonan thought irresponsibly. At this moment, in the stone ring star belt far away from the 627D star, two groups of star pirates are fighting. Several frigates are charging at the front. The light patterns of energy shields are faintly flashing on the ship body. The turrets on both wings occasionally fire dazzling laser beams at distant enemies. Although the Federation advocates strict governance, it is not very strict in the control of weapons. Even ordinary people can obtain weapons through legal means. However, this does not mean that the star pirates can openly purchase large weapons such as battleships. In the Federation, only the planet owners are allowed to legally possess such weapons. In this way, these private planets can have a certain degree of self-protection when facing the increasingly rampant star pirates and the possible emergence of Zerg. Ordinary pirates transform civilian spacecraft into armed ships, or obtain obsolete warships through special channels. In addition, a few more powerful pirate groups can obtain newly manufactured warships through weapons smuggling. The military has issued a number of bills for this. And the punishment for unauthorized buying and selling of large weapons and equipment is extremely severe. However, weapons smuggling still persists, and some consortiums secretly stir up trouble for profit. In recent years, the military has been busy dealing with the continuous invasion of the Zerg, and has no time to take care of this matter. In fact, when the Federation adopted severe laws, it also showed from another perspective that this society was not so stable. So it had to take such extreme measures to deter some people. These pirates were almost invincible to ordinary merchant ships and passenger ships. And even some fleets of planet owners would fall into the hands of these cunning villains. The Federation has been increasing its efforts to suppress the pirates. But the universe is vast, and these pirates have always liked to fight guerrilla warfare with the law enforcement team. They often robbed merchant ships and disappeared, which gave the law enforcement team a headache. At this time, among the pirates fighting, one side had a blood-red spider logo painted on its warship. It was the Red Spider Pirates, for which the federal law enforcement team offered a huge reward for clues. This pirate group consisted of two light frigates, a stealth cruiser, and a heavy cruiser. In the heavy cruiser at the rear of the fleet, Eugene, the leader of the pirate group, was listening to his men report on the battle situation. Boss, Greedy Wolf refused to talk to us, and he seems to be planning to make a space jump. Stop them. Don't let them run away. Eugene was a middle-aged man with a sinister face. He stared at the flash of the explosion outside the porthole with deep eyes and gave orders coldly. After the subordinate hurriedly left, he turned his head and looked at the person next to him. Mizu, what do you think our next plan is? There was a trace of imperceptible respect in his tone. Don't worry. Wait until the current matter is over. Everything is still uncertain. A masked woman said in a leisurely tone. The pure black mask glowed with a metallic cold light, and a fiery red totem was painted on the forehead, looking weird and strange. If Yin Xiaonan saw this person, she would definitely recognize him, as the anonymous player she had bet on in the arena. Eugene smiled. What could have happened? The opponent firepower is far inferior to ours. The balance of victory must be on our side. The masked woman did not comment on this. At this moment, a thin little man walked up to Eugene hesitantly. Eugene couldn't stand his subordinate's hesitancy. His face darkened. What the matter? The man swallowed the saliva in his mouth and reported bravely, Boss, Morrison and his men have lost contact. Morrison? Eugene frowned and thought for a while. Didn't I send him to the deserted planet to check the situation? Yes. They went to the Z39 galaxy. The man added cautiously. When did you find out about this? Many thoughts flashed through Eugene's mind. Could it be that Morrison was dissatisfied with his arrangement and secretly defected? He immediately rejected this guess. Morrison should not have the courage to do so. Even if the other party really had such an idea, he would not choose to defect with a civilian spacecraft at this time. So, was there an accident? Eugene asked someone to open the star map, checking the location of the Z39 galaxy, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The situation is strange. Z39 is just a remote galaxy. What kind of danger could cause Morrison to lose contact completely without even sending a distress message? A month ago, Morrison did not send a trip report to the main ship as usual. I thought the communication was interfered by other factors. But after I repeatedly sent inquiry messages, I never received a reply. The Brenda completely lost contact. After saying this long paragraph, the little man hesitated for a moment, and said with a strange look, "During this period, the main ship received a message from an unfamiliar planet. The sender said that he was a member of the Brenda crew. They landed on a deserted planet and encountered danger after landing. They hope we can send support." "Huh?" Eugene sneered. "You mean Morrison is in danger on a deserted planet? And you want me to send someone to rescue him? Even if Morrison's spaceship is just a civilian spaceship without weapons. Morrison himself has an A-class mecha with extremely strong attack power. In addition, the entire team is carrying guns and ammunition. Generally, deserted planets only have harsh environments. What kind of danger can there be?" The short man also felt that the content revealed in this message was particularly incredible, and he doubted its authenticity. However, it was also a fact that the Brenda could not be contacted now. "Miss you. What do you think?" Eugene's face was solemn. He rubbed his fingers and couldn't help asking the masked woman for her opinion. This matter seemed strange no matter how he looked at it. "Show me the letter for help." The little man glanced at his boss. And then he sent the letter through the light brain on his wrist. After reading the letter, the masked woman looked thoughtful. The content of the letter was indeed, as the little man said. The sender was a small fry named Yashi. He said that they had encountered an accident on a deserted planet numbered 627D. As for what the accident was, he didn't say. 627D. The masked woman silently recited the number of the planet and said, "I think we should send someone to check it out. It would be best to send a frigate." Eugene was a little surprised to hear this. Although he had originally planned to send someone to Z39 to investigate the matter, he had originally planned to send only an armed ship converted from a civilian spacecraft. He was somewhat dissatisfied with the masked woman's overly serious attitude, but it had been proven several times before that this woman's arrangements made sense, so he decided to follow her advice. "Then let the speeder go." Eugene immediately gave the order, and soon a frigate turned around, left the battlefield, and headed for the Z39 galaxy. Chapter 40 Power System. On this side, the students of 627D were busy with their daily training courses. As for the space pirates, who were locked in the confinement room, they had long forgotten about them. They couldn't finish their homework, so how could they have the time to care about those people? And those space pirates, now were all pedaling the wheels obediently, acting as human generators. Of course, they naturally refused to obey Yinshaonin orders at first, and tried every means to escape. But after trying various methods, the pirates found desperately that they didn't know what the house they were staying in was made of. And they couldn't destroy it at all. Not only that, they couldn't even find the door. There was not a single crack on the smooth wall. Only after completing the task of the day, a window would open on the strange wall, and a certain amount of food would be sent in by the machine. If the task was not completed, there would be no food, and the power would be cut off directly, making it a veritable small black room. "Then just go to sleep," the pirates sneered. "The darkness alone can't scare them." But what makes these pirates even more upset is that every time they are about to fall asleep, they are woken up by a reminder sound urging them to complete the task. Hungry and sleepy, and these pirates are not people with perseverance. After not getting enough rest for several days in a row, they gave in, and even beat up their companions, because they couldn't sleep because their companions didn't complete the task. At this moment, in the training room above the basement where the pirates were, students majoring in individual combat were doing training that was not much easier than the pirates. Ruby took off the alloy knife inserted in the power armor and held it in her hand. A high-speed rotating mechanical arm was whistling towards her with a terrible sizzling sound. Ruby took the initiative to meet it, and with a slide, the rotating blade passed through her head and collided with the alloy knife, making a crisp sound. She turned on her toes, and then she stood up again. And then she jumped up and slashed the alloy knife in her hand at the joint of the mechanical arm. The mechanical arm made a dull sound and stopped running. The blade that was originally open also drooped down like a withered petal. Langdon couldn't help whistling when he saw this scene, but he quickly turned his attention back to himself. The two mechanical arms attacked him at the same time. He turned on the light machine gun on his arm and fired at the two mechanical arms. Bang, bang, bang. Langdon's shooting skills still haven't improved much. Many bullets hit the students next to him and were deflected by the thick metal armor. Not to mention that the gun is now loaded with blanks. Even if it is a real bullet, it can't easily penetrate the armor. But other students still complained. Langdon, if you are such a bad shooter, don't shoot. You are hindering our actions. Don't you know? Langdon's face turned red, but before he could argue, the mechanical arm had already approached him and blew him away. The huge momentum made him slide for a long distance on the ground. The metal armor rubbed against the ground, even producing dazzling sparks. He climbed up from the ground with a long hiss, but still stubbornly refused to change his attack method, still holding the gun and shooting at the mechanical arm, and then he was blown away again. The others watched this scene speechlessly. Most students still dodged, and only a few chose to actively attack the mechanical arm. In general, the students' performance was many times better than in the first class. At this time, even though they were wearing heavy armored power suits, they were still agile. Although they would inevitably bump into each other, they could run and jump. They would no longer fall down while walking or be unable to get up after falling down. Yin Xiaonan looked around at the students' training and turned off the device. All the mechanical arms stopped running at the same time. The transparent wall slowly rose up. Yin Xiaonan walked to the middle of the students. Your performance today is not bad. We can start the next stage of training. The students secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help showing a look of curiosity in their eyes. What would the next stage of training be? They followed Yin Xiaonan out of the training room, wearing armored power suits, and then went downstairs and directly out of the teaching building, and came to a place that the students were particularly familiar with. Isn't this a practical training ground? The students still remembered the painful experience of being chased and beaten by the instructors with guns in the previous practical training class, and they had a bad premonition in their hearts. Yin Xiaonan said, now turn on the power system of the armored power suit. The difference between the armored power suit and ordinary armor or space suit is that it has a power system that can amplify force. Through this power system, the wearer's strength is greatly enhanced, and he can easily break various metal products, or carry things that are dozens of times heavier than his body. In addition, with the help of the power system, the wearer can easily jump high and far while wearing heavy armor. The students followed his instructions and turned on the power system. Yin Xiaonan said, do you see the obstacles in front of you? Your task is to complete an obstacle course while wearing the armored power suit with the power system turned on. The obstacles Yin Xiaonan mentioned were the bunkers made of sandbags or other things. In addition, the students also found that there were some more wooden stakes and climbing frames in the training ground, which seemed to be specially prepared for their training at this stage. Who wants to go first? Langdon immediately volunteered to step out of the team. This kind of obstacle course is usually only available to elementary school students in military training summer camps. Even though he was wearing armor, he didn't think it was difficult. After Yin Xiaonan shouted to start, he rushed out immediately. The first level was walking on wooden stakes. There were wooden stakes of different heights on the ground in the entire area. If you want to pass, you have to jump on these stakes. Langdon exerted force on his calves, and with one jump, he jumped to a height of more than 2 meters. He was slightly surprised. When he landed on the first stake, his upper body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. When he finally managed to keep his balance on the stake, Langdon breathed a sigh of relief. But the real test had just begun. As mentioned earlier, the power system will amplify the force, so past life experience will no longer be useful. Langdon estimated the distance to the second stake and jumped forward. This time he used a little less force, but still jumped over his head and landed on the ground. Try again! Accompanied by Yin Xiaonan's cold voice, Langdon had to start again from the first wooden stake. After several attempts, Langdon finally grasped the strength to use when jumping over these wooden stakes, and stumbled through the first level. Then he jumped over several bunkers. With the help of the power system, Langdon jumped high and far with each jump, which made him a little excited, especially when he was stuck in the air. He had the illusion that he was flying. Jump up, fall down, and then jump up again. Langdon easily jumped over those bunkers, and now he came to the third level. This is a climbing wall, and its height is much higher than the previous bunkers. Langdon took a running start, and jumped to the middle of the climbing wall, and then he used the support points on the climbing wall, pushed his feet against the wall, and his hands kept looking for new support points, and kept driving his body upwards, and soon reached the top of the climbing wall, and then jumped down. although the top is 3 stories above the ground. The power system will exert a certain reaction force when landing. So Landon was not injured, but landed on the ground as nimbly as a cat. When Landon ran back panting, Yin Xiaonan glanced at the time on the light computer and said lightly, 9 minutes and 48 seconds. Unqualified. Don't jump so high. It will prolong the time in the air. There is no benefit in doing so. You will only become a target when you encounter the enemy. Yin Xiaonan commented on Langdon ostentatious jumping behavior, and then asked the others, who plans to go up second? This time, Tao Shan stepped out of the team. Tao Shan even took 10 seconds longer than Langdon. It must be said that although Langdon often acts unreliably, his physical fitness is also abnormal enough. Even though he wasted a lot of time because he did not master the skills because it was his first time using the power system. And he also failed to meet Yin Xiaonan in passing standard. His grades were still top-notch among all students. All the students failed the first obstacle race, which was actually within Yin Xiaonan expectations. The control of power can only be truly mastered through continuous practice. The students of the single soldier combat major began adaptive training for the power system. In addition to the obstacle race, they also conducted gripping exercises to learn to control power more accurately. This gripping exercise is also very 627 featured. Yin Xiaonan took all the students directly to the tomato field. They needed to pick ripe tomatoes with the power system turned on, and ensure that the skin of the tomatoes would not be damaged. The skin of this interstellar tomato is very fragile, especially when it is fully ripe. It is just like a balloon filled with water. The skin is transparent and thin. At the beginning, the students could not control the strength, often making tomato juice everywhere, and the tomatoes they picked were all damaged. Yin Xiaonan said that food should not be wasted. So the students majoring in individual combat had tomatoes for 3 meals for several days. Boiled tomatoes, stir-fried tomatoes, fried tomatoes. After such a tomato baptism, many people did not want to eat tomatoes for a long time. But their control over strength has finally reached a new level. In a blink of an eye, the first semester is about to end, and the main task of the system has been refreshed. Main task: complete the final assessment of students. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 150 points, free building hangar X1, Kitty Hawk training ship X1. Note: the final grade is composed of 30% of the regular grades and 70% of the assessment grades. Students who fail will take a make-up exam at the beginning of the second semester. If they fail the make-up exam, they will not be able to obtain credits. Yin Xiaonan's eyes lit up. After all, there is a training ship in the reward. Although the training ship is a service ship, it has all the necessary functions, and can also conduct space navigation and space combat. Of course, its combat power is definitely not as good as those warships specially used for combat. After all, it is mainly used for teaching. But no matter what, it is a pretty good reward. After the last week of classes, Yin Xiaonan gave the students 3 days to review, and the first final exam of the 627 Military Academy officially kicked off. Chapter 41 Final Exam. Among all the majors, the conducting major is definitely the one with the most written exams. Early in the morning, the students of the conducting major walked into the exam classroom under the organization of Joel. As the exam bell rang, they put on holographic helmets one by one and entered the answering space. I haven't seen you for a semester. Have you missed me? When the dialog box popped up on the answering interface, the faces of the candidates turned green. Why did this thing appear again? They don't want to go through the mental torture they suffered at the beginning of the school year again. Okay. However, their inner cries were not heard by anyone. The examination system still steadily displayed its poisonous tongue skills. After a semester of hard work, congratulations on finally defeating the Zerg engineers in terms of intelligence. If you were the commander, the opponent would win without doing anything. I thank you on behalf of your opponent. No way, can't you answer this question with your eyes closed? You don't even know this? The examinees' fists hardened as they looked at these nasty prompt boxes. Xie Yinhan even moved his fingers, planning to hack the exam system again. However, this time the exam system protection was much tighter. Xie Yinhan tried for a long time, but couldn't find a breakthrough. The exam system suddenly appeared at this time, and mercilessly laughed at Xie Yinhan. Are you surprised? I specially upgraded the program. You can't do anything to me this time, Luyulu. A lot of murderous intent instantly gathered in Xie Yinhan's eyes. But when she thought that the person behind the examination system was most likely the principal, her expression was a little hard to describe. Was the principal like this in private? After a period of secret investigation, Xie Yanhan found that the hacker she thought was hidden in the school was most likely the principal himself. Because there were only a few teachers in the school, and the only one who had enough motive to commit the crime, and was likely to have superb hacking skills, was the mysterious principal himself. When drawing such a conclusion, Xie Yanhan had mixed feelings. Especially when he saw the bad-mouth examination system again. It is said that things resemble their owners. So wouldn't the principal be Yan Xiaonan, who was inexplicably blamed, in addition to the written examination, for the practical training assessment of the final exam. Teachers of various subjects also came up with their own unique strategies. In the training room, Aries' mechanical eyes flashed with a faint blue light. Your exam content is very simple. Come up and attack me. Those who can defeat me can get excellent grades in this course. The passing standard is to be able to persist for 10 minutes without losing. The longer you persist, the higher the assessment score. The students couldn't help but grimace when they heard the content of the exam. After a whole semester of advanced combat classes, they would no longer regard Aries as a robot with rigid and programmed movements. Let alone defeating it, they were not very confident that they could meet the passing standards. But no matter how reluctant they were, the exam still began. The first one to go up for the exam was Haki. He swallowed his saliva, made a standard starting posture, and stood opposite Aries, while the other students watched with wide eyes. Plop! Plop! Looking at Aries, who was silent and motionless opposite him, Haki felt very nervous. He could clearly hear his own beating heartbeat. Time passed by little, he encouraged himself silently in his heart, and finally mustered up the courage to launch an attack. He approached quickly, and punched Aries in the face. Aries, who seemed to be in a standby state, moved in an instant, blocking his punch with his left arm, and attacking his head with a swinging punch with his right hand. Haki retreated quickly, but he did not expect Aries to suddenly raise his right knee, hitting him hard in the waist and ribs. The students watching could not help but gasp, and a look of pain immediately appeared on Haki's face. He gritted his teeth and continued, but his movements became much slower. Aries had no intention of letting up, and his attack continued. Just as Haki fell back in panic because of a punch to his face, Aries suddenly grabbed Haki's shoulder with his left hand, and suddenly raised his left leg to hook his right leg, tripping him to the ground, and clamping him tightly with two mechanical arms. 5 minutes and 7 seconds failed. Hearing Aries' emotionless mechanical voice, Haki's heart sank. He slowly got up from the ground. His eyes were full of frustration. The other students' faces were not very good either. This is too difficult. Fortunately, Aries continued, you can go to the side and rest now. You still have 2 chances. Come back when you are ready. Haki breathed a sigh of relief, covering his still aching waist and ribs, and returning to the crowd. At the same time, Aries called the name of the second student. After watching the assessment of more than a dozen people, the students gradually realized that Aries had adjusted the difficulty of their assessment. Come to think of it, if they were based on Aries' true level, they would not have been able to pass. In addition, this final exam was still a teaching session. They found that Aries would use the same playing style as the students being assessed, as if he was demonstrating what the ultimate playing style should be like, and using his own actions to tell the students where their shortcomings were. The students covered their faces. This contrast was too tragic. Isn't Teacher Aries really mocking them? Next, Ruby. Ruby walked out of the crowd with high morale. Her goal was to defeat Aries and get an excellent grade in this course. At this time, she adjusted her posture, looking ready to go, just waiting for Aries to announce the start, and rushed up like an arrow from a bow. So fast! The students watching couldn't help but exclaimed. Ruby was not like the students who played before, just defending and dodging. Her movements were swift and fierce. Through continuous attacks, she used offense as defense, leaving the opponent no room for counterattack. The heavy fist landed on Aries' metal body with a dull sound. Ruby didn't even frown. The seemingly small fist hit Aries hard with a great force. Seeing that victory was leaning towards Ruby, the other students all had a look of astonishment on their faces. Is this the gap between the genius and them? Even though Aries said that if he defeated it, he would get an excellent grade in this course. The students thought it was an impossible task. But now someone is about to do it. However, just when Ruby was about to tackle Aries' shoulders began to turn with a crackling sound. The students watching the fight couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, and saw Aries' 2 metal arms rotate behind him in an instant, and hug Ruby's upper body. That not all, Its metal head also turned 360 degrees and faced Ruby. At this time, Aries' body was still facing forward, but his head and arms were turned over, which looked extremely contrary to human common sense, as if parts of two bodies were forcibly put together. Ruby, shock. The students were dumbfounded when they saw this strange scene. How could it be like this? Ruby immediately threw an elbow and got rid of Aries' restraints. After that, Ruby clearly felt that the difficulty had increased. Aries' limbs began to rotate and change freely, performing some difficult movements that humans simply could not do. Teacher Aries, you have no moral integrity, Ruby said angrily, but her reaction was not slow. She nimbly dodged Aries' attacks, with a sly look in her eyes, obviously looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Now! Ruby's eyes suddenly became sharp. She swung her left hand and threw a distracting punch, interfering with Aries' vision. Aries' mechanical eyes flashed blue, and the processor was performing a large amount of data calculations. The target had an 81.39% chance of attacking with a straight punch next. The best way to deal with it was to step around and hit the target waist and ribs with the right knee. The opponent had a 62.34% chance of leaning over when attacked. The best way to attack was just when Aries was about to dodge and go around to Ruby's right side, Ruby changed her usual style of play, rushed forward, and kicked Aries hard in the chest. Aries was kicked to the ground, and a loud bang was heard. The whole training room fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Ruby. With the sound of the machine running, Aries stood up from the ground. A low mechanical voice sounded in the training room. Ruby. Excellent. Next. Karen. When Ruby happily returned to the crowd, the other students all looked at her with admiration. To be able to defeat Aries, who had activated the transformation mode. What a ruthless person. The assessment is still going on. Most people can at least pass the test. Those who failed are preparing for the second or third challenge. And many of those who successfully completed the assessment are standing by the window of the training room, looking out with curiosity. From this window, you can see the playground outside. At this time, several metal rings with people in them are rolling on the playground. Are they doing acrobatics? It's a bit dizzy. It seems quite fun. Just as several students were discussing, a student of ship technology looked at them with his arms folded. You can try it, and you will know if it is fun. I just finished the test of this project yesterday, and I almost vomited. The test project being conducted on the playground at this time is called live rolling. The candidates have to stand in the ring, grasp the handle of the ring, and then push the whole ring forward. Naturally, they themselves will follow the movement of the ring and keep rolling forward. I saw a row of 5 rings starting at the same time. Some of them rolled to one side. Some stopped halfway. And of course, there were students who could keep rolling forward in a straight line. Old Bird required them to roll forward clockwise to the designated position, and then return counterclockwise. Many students turned pale after completing the test, and many of them vomited directly. I suspect that the final test of our major is the most difficult. Yilin was still waiting in line for the test. Looking at the students in front of her taking the test, she spoke with some fear. Not really. A girl named Mingfan gossiped. I heard that the chief instructor professional course assessment is the most difficult. Why? Several students around immediately pricked up their ears. It is said that the chief instructor brought people to the virtual combat training room and asked them to complete the task of breaking through hundreds of Zerg in the simulator. Zerg? Hundreds of them? Is the chief instructor serious? Mingfan nodded. Everyone knows that you can revive infinitely in the simulator. The chief instructor gave them 2 hours to complete the assessment. And then many people kept dying and resurrecting. It was certain that they died 15 or 16 times in one assessment. The students of the ship technology major who heard the news couldn't help but gasp. They were very glad that the chief instructor didn't extend his evil claws to them. Suddenly, they felt that the individual combat major was a bit miserable. Chapter 42 Simulator. At this time, inside the simulator, Tao Shan was making her 4th attempt. A prompt box popped up in the deep blue space like the starry sky. Do you want to restart the task? Yes or no? Tao Shan took a deep breath and pressed the confirmation button. The surroundings turned dark in an instant. When Tao Shan regained her sight again, she was already in a chaotic battlefield. There were constant explosions in her ears. Incendiary bombs whizzed past her like meteors with long black smoke tails. A group of NPCs wearing armored power suits trotted forward in the mud, spattering muddy water. In the distance, a golden beam of light rose from the ground. That was where Tao Shan needed to go. Having died 3 times, Tao Shan was no longer confused as she was when she first entered the simulator. She turned on the light machine gun on her arm and ran towards the direction of the beam of light. Blood, flames, and stray bullets filled Tao Shan's entire field of vision. Under the shock waves of various explosions, various mechanical parts, Zerg and human soldiers' limbs mixed with sand and gravel flew everywhere. Tao Shan carefully dodged the debris shot from all directions and swiftly shuttled through the rain of bullets. In front of her, a burning aircraft wreckage blocked her way. Tao Shan paused and was about to bypass the aircraft, but suddenly raised her gun and fired at the inside of the wreckage. At the same time, a Zerg suddenly jumped out of the wreckage, waving its sharp forelimbs and rushing towards Tao Shan. Bang, bang, bang. The dense bullets whizzed and hit the outer carapace of the Zerg, temporarily blocking its attack. Tao Shan took the opportunity to change direction and left the Zerg that was making a sharp hissing far behind. Last time, she was stabbed through by the Zerg because she didn't notice the Zerg lurking in the wreckage of the aircraft. The pain in the simulator could not be adjusted, and Tao Shan didn't want to recall the feeling of being stabbed through. She successfully avoided death once, but Tao Shan's nerves were still tense. She only walked here the first 3 times, and she didn't know what kind of danger would come next. In front of her, 2 more Zerg soldiers noticed her and blocked her way. Tao Shan pulled the trigger and continued to fire, moving forward with difficulty. The further he went, the harder the road became. The debris of various large weapons, the huge Zerg corpses, and the large and small craters were all obstacles to his progress. And Tao Shan had to take detours again and again. Although a full 10 minutes had passed, Tao Shan had only walked less than half of the distance. At this moment, a rocket hit a spaceship wreckage behind Tao Shan. It might be that there was still ammunition stored in the spaceship, which instantly triggered a series of explosions. With a loud bang, a huge orange-red fireball rose into the sky, creating a huge mushroom cloud. Tao Shan was too close, and was unfortunately affected. In the blink of an eye, she was blown to ashes along with the wreckage of the spacecraft. Tao Shan opened her eyes again and returned to the deep blue space. Everything just happened too fast. Before she could react, everything was over. It was not until she reviewed the situation in space that Tao Shan realized that the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. In addition to guarding against the sneak attack of the Zerg, there were many accidents that could happen. She had to be vigilant and not just focus on the Zerg. Restart the mission? Yes or no? Tao Shan calmed down and chose to enter the battlefield again. This time, she stayed away from the wreckage of the spaceship that would explode, but ran into a circle of 4 Zerg soldiers head-on. She was outnumbered and had her neck cut by a leaping Zerg with its forelimbs. Tao Shan coughed and opened her eyes again, starting her 6th attempt. She still raised her gun and shot at the Zerg hiding in the wreckage of the aircraft, then changed direction and headed towards the 2 o'clock direction. If you go left ahead, there will be an explosion. If you go right, you will be surrounded by Zerg. Tao Shan chooses to change the route. This time, she has a smooth journey. She has completed 2/3 of the journey. Only the last 100 meters are left. When Zerg appeared on the road again, Tao Shan pulled the trigger as she did before. Bullets poured out and hit the Zerg, stopping their pace. However, the fierce gunfire suddenly stopped after 10 seconds. The projection inside Tao Shan's helmet flashed a warning of insufficient ammunition. She pressed the trigger again, and the muzzle did not respond at all. Seeing that there was no fire suppression, the Zerg that had been forced back by bullets began to stir again. Tao Shan gritted his teeth and pulled out the alloy knife to continue moving forward. The alloy knife collided with the thick shell of the Zerg, making a crisp sound. Tao Shan held the handle of the knife and chopped hard at an attacking Zerg. The Zerg waved its front legs at Tao Shan, opened its serrated mouthparts, and let out a scream that almost pierced the eardrum. Tao Shan felt his ears buzzing, and he hesitated for a moment. The whip-like tentacles swimming on the Zerg abdomen immediately stabbed towards Tao Shan like lightning, throwing her away heavily. Splash! Amidst the splashing mud and water, Tao Shan fell heavily from the air to the muddy ground. She felt severe pain all over her body, and in a trance, she thought she was back in the training room, and was once again knocked away by the rotating mechanical arm. Before she recovered from the pain, a huge shadow appeared on her body, and the Zerg front feet covered with sharp bone spurs were like the sickle of the god of death, aiming at her head, and swinging down fiercely from above. Tao Shan rolled on the ground quickly, avoiding the fatal blow. The angry Zerg let out a hoarse, hissing sound when it found that the human in front of it was not separated from its head and body as it expected. Tao Shan lay on the ground, breathing hard. The alloy knife had been lost in the previous battle, and there were no more bullets. Looking at the approaching Zerg, she sighed secretly. Is this the only way this time? Thinking of this, Tao Shan struggled hard to support her upper body. She was unwilling to give up. She glanced around, trying to find a weapon that was handy, even if it was a part of an aircraft, but suddenly caught a glimpse of something left behind by the body of an NPC. When the Zerg waved its sharp forelimbs and pounced on her, Tao Shan decisively pulled the fuse and detonated the fusion grenade. A dazzling white light suddenly lit up, and the shockwaves spread rapidly, swallowing up everything around. The violent Zerg struggled and turned into countless fragments and exploded, and the remaining limbs and pieces of meat fell from the air like raindrops. When everything finally settled, there was only a bare huge pit left at the source of the explosion, and everything turned to ashes. Tao Shan returned to the Shanghai space again. Compared to being cut in the throat by the Zerg, the pain caused by being killed instantly by a grenade was much less. She calmed down and started the 7th test. This time she consciously controlled the consumption of ammunition, and picked up a lot of weapons and ammunition left on the dead NPCs during the journey. Finally, she walked to a place 15 meters away from the finish line, and then she was ambushed by a Zerg falling from a high place. For the 8th time, the Zerg suddenly fell from a height again. Tao Shan raised the light machine gun on his arm, and poured out all the remaining bullets, and then rushed towards the light column. You have completed the assessment. Died a total of 7 times. And it took 93 minutes and 57 seconds. The results are being calculated, based on the overall performance. Your assessment score is 73, and you are currently ranked 6th. Do you want to exit the simulator now? Tao Shan let out a long breath and exited the simulator. Although the school simulator seems to have a corresponding protection mechanism for mental power, and will not cause students to suffer mental damage due to frequent deaths, the overly realistic feeling of death is still uncomfortable. At present, only a few people have completed the assessment, and more students are still fighting in the simulator. Are you okay? Tao Shan sat on the chair with a pale face and did not move. Suddenly, she heard a gentle female voice in her ear. She looked up and saw that the chief instructor had walked up to her at some point and was looking at her with concern. Tao Shan was flattered to receive such rare concern from the strict chief instructor. She quickly said that she was fine, but she had just come out of the simulator and had not recovered yet. Yin Xiaonan saw her embarrassment and patted her on the shoulder and said, "You are very good for completing the assessment ahead of time." Tao Shan was stunned. When she saw the results, she was actually a little disappointed. 73 points was not a very high score, but she was used to it. She always knew that she was mediocre. All she could do was to work harder. Just when Tao Shan made up her mind, she didn't expect to hear praise from the chief instructor, who always had high standards. In fact, Tao Shan's performance was really good. After all, there were still so many people who hadn't come out of the simulator through observation during this period of time. Yin Xiaonan found that Tao Shan was an extremely self-disciplined student. Although she was not very talented, she was more diligent than anyone else. She had strict requirements for herself without anyone urging. But sometimes, she seemed to be too harsh on herself. Yin Xiaonan knew that some students who like to show off should not be praised, such as Landon. He already thinks he is very good. If he is praised again, he may not be able to recognize his shortcomings. But some other students are just the opposite. Their problem is lack of confidence. They always feel that they are not good enough. Confidence is something that can lead to arrogance and blindness if it is too much, but it can also cause problems if it is too little. Students who lack confidence need to be given appropriate encouragement. Completing the assessment 10 times ago shows that your basic skills are very solid. Yin Xiaonan winked at Tao Shan. Keep it up. I'm optimistic about you. Tao Shan was still a little dazed until she left the simulation practice room. Did the chief instructor always think highly of her? Even though she only had double C qualifications, she performed so mediocrely in all aspects? Tao Shan was surprised, but she suddenly felt happy in her heart. It turned out that her efforts had been noticed. She clenched her fists, and suddenly felt full of strength in her heart. She decided to work harder. She didn't want to disappoint the chief instructor trust in her. Yin Xiaonan originally wanted Tao Shan to have more confidence in herself, and not be so strict with herself. But she never expected that her encouragement would have the opposite effect. Tao Shan worked even harder. Later, someone asked Tao Shan why she always worked so hard. Tao Shan was silent for a moment, and replied, "Many people have told me that my qualifications are not suitable for being a single soldier. But I want to try my best. Qualifications are born. And the only thing I can do is to work harder than others." What Tao Shan didn't say was that the principal was the first person to recognize her. In addition to her dream of becoming an outstanding single soldier, she worked hard to prove to the principal that his vision was not wrong. Chapter 43 New Year. The first final exam of 627 lasted for 5 days. The next morning after all the exams were over, the students woke up and turned on their laptops, constantly refreshing the campus network, waiting for the final judgment. I'm in trouble. I only got 57 points on the simulator yesterday. Do I still have a chance to pass? I was criticized by old Bert for being absent in class before. Will he deduct my regular scores? I'm sure I can pass several public courses. But I'm a little unsure about the professional courses. I feel like it a bit dangerous. On the campus forum, a prayer post titled "Please Bless Me, Gods and Goddesses, I beg you not to fail," was directly pushed to the top, with countless replies. So even in the interstellar age, in order to avoid failing, superstition still has a market. After all the results were announced at 11 a.m., the campus was filled with grief. Langdon looked at his 59 points in political ethics class with a painful face. Why? Why? Just 1 point. Why did old Bert do this to me? Ruby looked at him sympathetically, but still couldn't help complaining. Can I say it a miracle that you got 59 points in the end? According to Langdon's usual performance in political ethics class, she thought old Bert would give him a 0 directly. In almost every political ethics class, they could hear Langdon innocent and lively questions, and old Bert angry roar. Ruby sometimes wondered how old Bert could bear not to kick Langdon out of the classroom. Yen Ting also echoed. Actually, I think 59 points might be the result of old Bert's efforts to save you. Langdon became more withdrawn after hearing this. Seeing that Langdon looked like he was hit hard, Ruby thought for a while and said, "Why don't you go to old Bert to beg for mercy? Say a few good words to him, and let him save you again?" Langdon suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with hope. "Will this work?" Ruby shrugged. "There's no other way anyway. Or you should just prepare for the makeup exam next semester." Langdon was overwhelmed by the thought of the makeup exam, and immediately dragged Ruby and Yen Ting to ask for mercy from old Bert. Langdon didn't know that old Bert was almost annoyed with him. He didn't listen carefully in class, and he didn't know anything when he took the exam. In order to help him get more points, old Bert even gave him a test paper that he manually corrected, and didn't let the answering system automatically score. But even this didn't make him pass. When he found out that Langdon had the nerve to come to him to beg for mercy, old Bert's anger reached its peak. He scolded Langdon directly, and then drove him away. Looking at Langdon's dejected back, old Bert's anger gradually subsided. In fact, he didn't hate this student. It is normal for young people to be unable to concentrate on learning boring theoretical knowledge. Some things cannot be understood immediately in a short time. Even those students who have memorized all the definitions in the textbooks may not really understand the truth. Memorizing and taking exams are two completely different things from truly understanding. This is not the student's problem. They are too young and have too little experience. People who have not really been to the battlefield cannot really understand something. Old Bert understands this. What he wants to do is just to plant a seed in the hearts of these students. Although 627 is not a real military school yet, old Bert has always taught these students as military reserve. War is never just about killing. Old Bert wants to tell them, what is the purpose of war? Why do humans start wars? And what is the meaning of joining the army? As a soldier, what role do they play in the war? Many soldiers who participate in the war will fall into confusion in the later period, because they don't know why they are fighting at all. They begin to get tired of war, and question whether what they do is really meaningful. Some with severe symptoms may even suffer from mental disorders. Old Bert did not want such unfortunate people among these students. If students really fell into such a state of cognitive confusion one day in the future, he hoped that what he said in class could bring them a little help. That would be enough. So old Bert was not very strict with his students. But he did not expect that even such a low requirement would not be met by some students. Old Bert decided to give Langdon some cultural lessons next semester. Even a single soldier should not be illiterate. What more? If others knew that he was the one who taught this student, Where would he put his face? Langdon didn't know what old Bert was planning. He was still worried about the makeup exam next semester. He didn't expect that he had been targeted by old Bert. After the final exam, 627 will have a holiday. But because the school will participate in the military academy qualifying competition in March next year, the original 1-month holiday has been shortened to 1 week, and the extra time will be used for pre-match special training. Except for students from Z39 who can go home, others can only stay on 627D planet for the new year. The Federation celebrates the new year in mid-January every year. Those students who can go home have left 627D, and the school seems empty. Only more than 50 students from other galaxies are still in the school. Yin Ting originally insisted on coming to this remote star, but he still felt a little lonely during this family reunion festival. Perhaps to force him to go back, his parents did not send him any messages throughout the semester, as if they were still waiting for him to give in. Yin Ting stared at the screen of the computer for a long time. The message bar was silent. After he tentatively sent a holiday greeting, he did not receive the reply he secretly expected. He thought his parents would at least care about him on the day of the new year. It seems that he thought too much. He is not that important at all. Yin Ting laughed as if he was mocking himself. Just as he was about to close the computer, the message bar suddenly flashed. Yin Ting's breath was short, and he hurriedly opened the message bar. But when he saw the sender clearly, his shoulders collapsed again. The sender column clearly read Dean Office. What going on? Isn't it already holiday? Yin Ting reluctantly clicked on the message and started to wonder in his heart, is the school going to take them to training during the Chinese New Year? Thinking about the style of the chief instructor, Yin Ting suddenly felt that this was indeed something that the devil could do. Yin Ting couldn't help but feel sad. He was too miserable. Not only did no one care about him during the Chinese New Year, but he was also exploited by the big devil. However, when Yin Ting actually clicked on the message, after reading the content, he was a little surprised. The content of the message is as follows. Happy New Year to all students who are still staying in 627. Due to various reasons, you can only celebrate the new year on 627D this year. I am deeply sorry for this, but you may as well treat 627 Military Academy as your second home. To celebrate the new year, the Academic Affairs Office has decided to provide unlimited desserts and snacks in the cafeteria today. In addition, the school will carry out various small games on the playground, and the winning students will not only receive small gifts carefully prepared by the school, but also get contribution points as rewards. Finally, the school will hold a fireworks show in the evening. Everyone is welcome to watch it. Principal Yin Xiaonan, and after reading this news, Yin Ting was a little puzzled. Did the chief instructor change his nature? She was not planning to train them, but to give them benefits? Yin Ting immediately got up from the bed, put on his coat, and went out. At this time, the whole campus had changed a lot. The originally cold and pure white buildings were hung with fiery red lanterns, ribbons fluttering, and the atmosphere of the festival was everywhere. Yin Ting went to the cafeteria first. The cafeteria was already crowded. There were all kinds of snacks and desserts on each table, allowing students to take them at will. This was something that students dared not think about. Usually, they had strict requirements for their diet. They had to take in all kinds of nutrients according to the training plan. Junk food was out of the question. It was a rare opportunity to eat these snacks and desserts that were not allowed to be eaten normally. The students ate them with their stomachs opened. And, when they left the cafeteria, they did not forget to pack some to take home. Yin Ting took a bucket of popcorn and ate it. He used to dislike this overly sweet food, but maybe because he hadn't eaten it for a long time, he suddenly felt that it tasted pretty good. Hey, Brother Yin, you are here too. Langdon said hello to Yin Ting while chewing a chicken leg. That right. Let's go to the playground together. Ruby immediately said with great interest. I saw on the forum that there is an event there. When the three of them arrived at the playground, they saw that many sheds had been built on the playground. Huh? What is that? Ruby pointed to 3 locker-like machines placed side by side in a shed in front of her with a curious look on her face. There are so many dolls in them. I don't know. I haven't seen one either. Langdon scratched his head. Why don't we go over and take a look? Yin Ting was once again shocked by the ignorance of the 2 people beside him. Isn't that a claw machine? You haven't seen one in an amusement park? Langdon shook his head. There's no amusement park near my home. Ruby also said. Amusement park? What is that? Yin Ting looked at the 2 of them with sympathy. Is there anyone who has never been to an amusement park these days? Come on. I teach you how to play. I'm an expert at grabbing dolls, Yen Ting said confidently. The doll machine is a transparent cabinet with a control panel. The cabinet is filled with dolls that look like mechas and fighter planes. When they walked over, they saw a boy standing in front of a machine trying to grab a doll. Why do I think his expression is a little strange? Langdon showed a confused look. Yen Ting looked up after hearing what Langdon said, and saw that the boy's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and his face was flushed, and he couldn't help but wonder, is this expression really about grabbing dolls? Why does he feel more like constipation? Fortunately, the boy didn't hear Yen Ting enter complaints, otherwise he would have to fight with Yen Ting. At this time, the boy's attention was all focused on the claw inside the claw machine, which had successfully grabbed a doll that looked like a fighter plane and was moving towards the exit, but when it was about to reach its destination, the doll fell off the claw. Almost there. The boy patted his thigh, looking extremely regretful. Yen Ting, who was standing by, could not help but complain in his heart. This guy seems to be a bit of a wimp. Isn't it just grabbing a doll? He stopped looking at him, and instead aimed his optical computer at the scanning area of the doll machine and scanned it. After deducting 1 contribution point, the console lit up. It started. Yen Ting was refreshed, and was about to move the joystick, but found that the joystick was like welded to the table, and no matter how hard he tried, it didn't move at all. This is not an ordinary claw machine. You need to input mental power. The failed boy saw that someone else was going to try, so he just watched from the side. At this time, seeing that Yen Ting didn't know how to use the joystick, he gave instructions. What? This claw machine actually needs mental power to operate? Yen Ting was very surprised, but after trying to input mental power, the claw hook really started to move tremblingly. It moves! It moves! Landon immediately became excited. Brother Yen, catch a mecha. The boys raised different opinions. Catch the fighter plane. It's easier to catch the fighter plane. Yen Ting ignored the 2 people who spoke next to him. He stared at the claw hook, waiting for the claw hook to reach the top of the red fighter plane doll he wanted, and then pressed the descending button with his right hand. The claw hook slowly descended and caught the fighter plane doll. But Yen Ting found that the challenge had just begun. The claw hook was extremely weak. Even if he input a lot of mental power, it still seemed to have no strength. The doll was swaying, and was about to fall off the claw hook at any time. Yen Ting finally understood why the boy had such an expression before. This claw is too difficult to control. Right? Hold on. Yen Ting stared at the moving claw, but when he was only halfway there, the doll fell off the claw. Landon, who was cheering for Yen Ting, said puzzledly, Brother Yen, didn't you say you were a master at catching dolls? Yen Ting touched his nose awkwardly. I didn't perform well just now, I try again. The second time, Yen Ting still failed, and he seemed to be competing with the claw machine, and started the 3rd, 4th, 5th attempt. How about we just give up? After trying a few times, Ruby hesitated. I feel this is a bit difficult. If we continue like this, we will lose all our contribution points. Langdon also agreed. That right. This hook is too loose. It's probably impossible to catch it. This machine must be deliberately used by the chief instructor to cheat us of contribution points. Just as they were hesitating whether to continue, someone else entered the shed. Several people turned their heads and found that the person who came was Xie Yinhan. Xie Yinhan was still the same, wearing a cap with the brim pulled down low, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. Sister Xie, are you here to grab dolls too? Seeing Xie Yinhan, the community bull Langdon immediately greeted her enthusiastically. Xie Yinhan responded casually, walked to a doll machine, swiped 1 contribution point, and the machine started. This doll machine requires mental power. It's not easy to operate. Yen Ting couldn't help but remind him. For some reason, he always felt a little awkward when facing Xie Yinhan. Xie Yinhan raised an eyebrow, held the joystick, and input his mental power into it. The claw hook swayed lightly and began to move forward, and then grabbed a mecha-like doll. The doll moved forward shakily under the claw hook, and then it was unhooked when it was close to the exit. The onlookers couldn't help but hold their breath, and saw the doll hit the baffle and fell directly into the exit. Xie Yinhan took the doll out of the exit, with a look of satisfaction. Very good, her pillow has been found. She was about to leave, and saw a group of people looking at her with burning eyes. Xie Yinhan, ? Chapter 44 Year-End Bonus. After agreeing to run errands for Xie Yinhan for a week, Ruby and Landon finally had their own mecha dolls. Seeing the two of them couldn't let go of the dolls in their hands, Yenting said speechlessly. Why are you so childish? It's just a doll. It's something that only children like. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Then he heard Xia Yinhan chuckle. What are you laughing at? Yenting looked at Xia Yinhan with a vigilant look. He always felt that this person was weird. Nothing. Xia Yinhan said slowly. I just think it funny that someone says one thing and means another. Who says one thing and means another? Yenting immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I didn't say it was you. Xia Yinhan didn't even need to use his ability. He could hear his spreading voice. I want it. I envy you. He vaguely caught the fragments of whispers that kept spreading out from him, and then looked at the person in front of him, who was still stubborn. Xia Yinhan curled his lips. Bring me a week worth of breakfast, and I help you catch one. Who wants this thing? He always pays others to bring him breakfast. You want to order him around? You wish. Yenting thought so, but said awkwardly. Then I want the red fighter plane. Ruby glanced at him. Are you so childish? Isn't this something only children like? Yenting. How did the boomerang pierce himself? In addition to the claw machine, there are other amusement projects on the playground, including but not limited to whack-a-mole, throwing darts, shooting balloons, etc. Of course, the difficulty of these games has been greatly increased for military school students. If you win a game, students will not only get points, but also a school badge. This is a very handsome badge, with a pair of wings shining with silver light. The main body of the badge is a round shield, with a black background and a gold border, and a silhouette of the teaching building and the school name 627 painted on it. Many students who won the badge pinned it on their clothes, which looks good. Some students were not interested in participating in these small games, but after seeing the badge, their thoughts changed immediately. Contribution points are fine. How can a 627 student not have a school commemorative badge? Those students who have already returned home went to the campus forum and found that many people were showing off their badges and were confused. How come they didn't know that the school had such a beautiful badge? How can they get this badge? They want it too. What? What? This badge can only be obtained by participating in activities at school during the Chinese New Year? After those students far away at home heard the news, they were all worried and felt that they had missed a lot by going home. Yin Xiaonan stood in front of the glass window of the teaching building and looked at the lively scene on the playground, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This is a bit of the atmosphere of the new year. It is worth her spending a lot of points to decorate the venue. In fact, as far as Yin Xiaonan herself is concerned, she has no home here, and no relatives. She doesn't care whether she celebrates the new year or not. But she is not the only one who stays on star 627D. So she thought she should do something. It better to have a lively new year. Host, aren't you going to go down? Yin Xiaonan shook his head. Forget it. I just look around here. There are still a lot of things to do. If they see me, they will probably feel uncomfortable. So I won't go. Yin Xiaonan said this and retracted his gaze, returned to his desk, and turned on his computer. Although the 627D local specialty store has been open for a while, its current sales are still zero. During this period, many people chatted with Yin Xiaonan privately, but they all questioned whether she was selling fakes or overpriced. Are you kidding? How can a desert planet grow vegetables? Can the owner not make false propaganda for the sake of curiosity? Owner, admit it. You definitely photoshopped the picture. I would believe that such juicy vegetables were grown on a first-class agricultural planet. How could they be grown on a desert planet? Owner, are you crazy? The price of your cucumbers is comparable to that of the premium cucumbers on the planet Valergia. And the shipping cost is so expensive. Who gave you the courage to set such a high price? Yin Xiaonan looked through the message board of the store, occasionally replying, no Photoshop. No deception. Definitely worth the money, and feeling a little sad. Although she uploaded the test report and took photos, no one believed that a barren planet could really grow high-quality vegetables, and they all thought she was cheating. If this goes on, can the online store really make money? Just when Yin Xiaonan was worried about the school income-generating plan not going well, a notification sound of a transaction completion suddenly rang. Yin Xiaonan was excited. Could it be that someone finally recognized the gym? She excitedly opened the order, and then fell silent when she saw the item selected by the buyer. What did she see? 5 insect shells, 8 insect legs and 3 plant tubers? So her vegetables were not as good as the scraps picked up by these exploration robots? Yin Xiaonan was heartbroken, but she still tried to sell to the other party. Look, dear, our 627D agricultural products are not only delicious, but also have high nutritional value. Are you sure you don't want to buy another one? Mo-sun, no thank you, please ship as soon as possible. After being rejected, Yin Xiaonan fell into a state of doubt about life. Are her vegetables really not as good as insect remains? But no matter what, this is the first order since the store opened. When Yin Xiaonan packed the goods, she still gave 2 627D specialty potatoes as a gift. Obviously, she still wanted to promote her own vegetables. This time she planned to prove that she was not making false propaganda through real products. After delivering the goods, Yin Xiaonan looked at the information of the Military Academy Qualification competition for a while. In a blink of an eye, night fell quietly. She stretched and went to the cafeteria. Many students had gathered in the cafeteria. They were eating steaming dumplings and chatting. Seeing Yin Xiaonan coming to the cafeteria, the students seemed a little restrained and looked at her quietly. Chief Instructor, Happy New Year. Just as Yin Xiaonan was about to order food, a student suddenly spoke in the crowd. Breaking the silence in the cafeteria, Yin Xiaonan glanced at the students. And when they subconsciously held their breath, he curled his lips. Thank you. And Happy New Year to you too. The students breathed a sigh of relief. And the lively atmosphere returned. Some students even boldly invited Yin Xiaonan. Chief Instructor, please sit next to us later. Yin Xiaonan seemed particularly easy to talk to today, seeing that she was always as warm as the wind. A student asked tentatively, Chief Instructor, the minigame is too difficult. Is there any other way to get our school commemorative badge? Yin Xiaonan looked up and saw that the students around her were looking at her eagerly. So she had no choice but to say, the badge will be available in the exchange store later. The eyes of those students who didn't get the badge lit up when they heard the news. Long live the Chief Instructor. This dinner seemed to bring the students and Yin Xiaonan closer together. When the fireworks show started in the evening, the students invited Yin Xiaonan to watch the fireworks together. But Yin Xiaonan declined because he had something else to do. After the students went to the playground to watch the fireworks, Yin Xiaonan went to the staff dormitory. She first visited old Bert, gave him New Year greetings and year-end bonus, and of course a carefully prepared New Year gift. Old Bert looked at the good wine Yin Xiaonan sent, and said that the principal didn't have to spend money, but it can be seen that he was in a good mood after receiving the gift. Yin Xiaonan came out from old Bert and found that the lights next door were also on. After hesitating for a while, she went forward and knocked on the door. Joel was a little surprised by Yin Xiaonan's arrival. He invited her into the house with some restraint. Aren't you going to watch the fireworks? She originally thought that everyone except old Bert had gone out to watch the fun. Old Bert was old and was not very interested in the noisy fireworks. There were too many people over there, and you could see them from the window. I didn't join in the fun. Although Joel was smiling, Yin Xiaonan was keenly aware that the melancholy in his eyes had not disappeared, but was hidden by him. Thinking that the other party suffered from mental disorder, she paused and tried to speak in a light tone. Teacher Joel, I am here to give you a bonus, and also to wish you a happy new year. Joel was a little surprised to hear Yin Xiaonan's words, and he immediately refused. Principal, I didn't do anything, and it only one semester. You don't have to give me a bonus. Yin Xiaonan frowned and said, Take it. Don't push it back and forth. This is the reward you deserve. She thought to herself, old Bert is the same, Joel is the same. One or two of them had to refuse for a while before accepting the bonus. Aren't they tired? Isn't it good to give out bonuses? She really couldn't understand these people's train of thought. Joel accepted the bonus under Yin Xiaonan's gaze, and then Yin Xiaonan gave him a New Year gift. This is a mental nourishing potion, which can repair damaged mental power. You can try it, and see if it works for your injury. Looking at the potion handed over by the other party, Joel felt warm in his heart. Although he had never heard of such a potion, he did not think that the principal would use a fake potion to deceive him. The most important thing was that the principal actually remembered that his mental power had been injured. Even if the potion did not work on him in the end, he still appreciated her kindness. After that, Yin Xiaonan went to the playground to find Katie again. Unlike old Bert and Joel, Katie went to the playground early to watch the fireworks show. The fireworks show was realized through holographic technology. Gorgeous fireworks bloomed above the protective cover, lighting up the entire night sky. Katie had been staring at the night sky with sparkling eyes. When she found Yin Xiaonan also came to the playground, she immediately ran over and said excitedly, "Principal, the fireworks are so beautiful. As long as you like it." Yin Xiaonan curved his lips. "Katie, you have worked hard this semester. Happy New Year. I am here to give you a bonus." "I also have a bonus?" The 2 ears on Katie's head turned excitedly. "Principal, you are so nice." Yin Xiaonan saw that she was so happy to hear that there was a bonus, and he couldn't help but laugh. "And this, your New Year gift? Don't you want a mecha material with a power-enhancing property? This kind of Calio crystal can achieve this." Looking at the fist-sized Calio crystal handed over by Yin Xiaonan, Katie's eyes widened. The principal actually gave her such a valuable mecha material? Katie was deeply touched. She confirmed in her heart that the principal was a very kind person. In order to repay the principal, she would be stricter with her students in the future. If the students knew what Katie was thinking, they would be full of questions. If you want to thank the principal, then thank the principal. Why bother us? After distributing bonuses to all employees, Yin Xiaonan returned to his residence. The fireworks show was not over yet. The sound of fireworks bursting came into the house from time to time. Yin Xiaonan leaned on the sofa alone and suddenly felt a little lonely. Although she said that she didn't care whether she celebrated the New Year or not. At this moment, after completing all her affairs, a sense of loneliness that transcended time and space still quietly attacked her heart. Sometimes she felt like she was floating outside this world. Before Yin Xiaonan's thoughts continued to diverge, the system prompt sounded suddenly. "Happy New Year. Host, the year-end bonus has been issued. Please check." Along with this prompt, a special effect of falling ribbons appeared in front of Yin Xiaonan. She glanced at the balance of her personal account. The year-end bonus had been credited to her account. The amount was 100,000 star coins. Yin Xiaonan couldn't help but ask, "That it?" The system said hesitantly. "The host level has not been upgraded yet. Currently, there is only a limit of 100,000 star coins. That not what you told me when you were making plans before." Yin Xiaonan tried to bargain. "I have worked so hard for so long. Even if the bonus is only 100,000, there must be a New Year gift. Look, I gave gifts to my employees." The system was silent for a while, and then a reminder sounded again. "New Year gifts have been distributed to the warehouse. I hope the host will continue to work hard and complete the ultimate mission as soon as possible." Yin Xiaonan opened the warehouse and saw the New Year gifts. She raised her eyebrows. The system was not very stingy this time. It actually gave her a mecha. Yin Xiaonan took the mecha out of the warehouse directly. It was a snow-white humanoid mecha with a simple and sharp appearance and the same cold and solemn temperament as those buildings produced by the system. Yin Xiaonan entered the cockpit and connected her mental power to the mecha. To her surprise, although this was her first mental power connection, the connection process was extremely smooth, without any sluggishness. "This is a growth-type mecha." The system introduced it proudly. "Its operating threshold is very low, and it can be driven by both B-level and SS-level mechas. More importantly, it can continuously improve its performance as the owner qualifications improve, and always bring out the owner maximum strength." Yin Xiaonan was also satisfied after hearing the introduction of the system. The reason why she had not exchanged her personal mecha in the system store before was that her current qualification level was really a bit low. Although after this period of deliberate training, she had successfully raised her physical level to B-level. But this only meant that she met the minimum requirements for mecha driving. Those A-level or S-level mechas were not usable with her current qualifications, so she did not rush to exchange them. After all, they would just be left in the warehouse to gather dust. The growth-type mecha given by the system is very suitable for her situation. For ordinary people, their qualifications will not change for a long time, so this kind of growth-type mecha is not very meaningful. But Yin Xiaonan has the assistance of the system, and his qualifications are constantly improving, so the growth-type mecha is the best choice. "System, thank you, I like this gift very much. Love you." Hearing Yin Xiaonan words, the system was a little shy. "It nothing, you just need to do your tasks well in the future, sweet words are useless to me." After the fireworks show, Yen Ting and other students returned to the dormitory in a lively atmosphere. It was not until this time that he finally received the message from his parents. Yen Ting opened it, and what he saw were still long paragraphs of familiar accusations. "Look at Kelvin. He has become the first-year head of the Capital Military Academy. And look at yourself. Because of you, we have lost face in front of acquaintances. If you don't come back, just don't recognize us. I don't want people to know that I have a son who is living in a fake academy. If it were in the past, Yin Ting would have been sad because of these words. But at this moment, he was not too sad. Thinking of the experience of the whole day, Yin Ting couldn't help but smile, and then fell asleep with the red fighter in his arms in satisfaction. Chapter 45 Pre-Match Special Training. After the short New Year holiday, with the return of students from the Galaxy, 627 began intensive pre-match special training. The students who had a changed opinion of Yin Xiaonan during the New Year found that the chief instructor was still the same chief instructor. After the training was resumed, the other party was ruthless in training them. There was no such thing as gentleness. Every morning, they had to put on their armored power suits and set off, and take out the protective shield for field training. The power system is naturally not turned on, which means that they have to wear this iron lump weighing more than 100 kilograms, and go back and forth 30 kilometers on the rugged mountain road outside the protective shield. Yin Xiaonan will blow the assembly order on time at 5 o'clock every morning. And then the students have to put on the armored power suits and assemble within 5 minutes. There is no time to eat breakfast, so the students can only carry nutrient solution with them, and then start a forced march. As mentioned before, the air on 627D is not suitable for human breathing. Although the armored power suit has an air filter, it is not comfortable to wear a mask for a long time, especially after a long off-road trip. The whole mask is stuffy and hot. The chief instructor would often accompany them throughout the training. She would never let them stop to rest. At most, she would let them slow down a little. After a while, when they reached a slightly flat area, they would start running again. It would often take them 5 to 6 hours to reach the end of the training. Then the chief instructor would let them rest for a while, drink the nutrient solution, replenish their energy, and then return along the same route. They had to get back inside the protective shield before 5 p.m. if they didn't want to be chased by the sandstorm. They had experienced this thrilling situation once before. That day, they rested a little longer at the finish line, and then they exceeded the time limit. When they ran back to the protective shield, the chief instructor had the leisure to take a look at the light computer on his wrist and said to them, "Not bad. The speed you just ran back broke the previous record. It seems that people still need some pressure. Listen, is this human language?" The students looked extremely resentful. Yin Xiaonan clapped his hands without being affected at all. "Okay, let go eat. There are new dishes in the cafeteria today." The students finally realized that they were hungry, and they touched their hungry stomachs one by one, and didn't care about any resentment, and immediately ran to the cafeteria. In addition to the field training, after the main task of the final assessment of the students was completed, the training ship awarded by the system was also put into use. The tonnage of this Kitty Hawk class training ship is comparable to that of a medium-sized frigate. It can carry up to 80 people. It has an extremely advanced teaching system. Students enter the ship and can directly call the intelligent teaching assistant if they have any questions. Then, they can get the corresponding answers and guidance. The training ship can also start the simulated combat mode, allowing students to truly experience the entire combat process. In addition to its excellent teaching function, it also has certain attack capabilities. This training ship not only has a main gun, but also has 2 double-barrel light turrets on both wings. What surprised Yin Xiaonan even more was that it also had a 2-seat carrier-based aircraft specially used for teaching. That is to say, as long as the teachers of the relevant courses are in place, the students in the fighter class will be able to practice fighter operations in the future. Nowadays, almost all students majoring in ship technology live on the training ship. They spend a lot of time every day on the ship to familiarize themselves with the uses of various buttons and devices, and conduct simulated combat exercises. In addition to teaching students majoring in ship technology, this training ship is also responsible for carrying students majoring in individual soldiers for airborne training. At this time, the training ship is 10,000 meters above the ground, and the students majoring in individual soldiers are about to have their first experience of airborne. For mobile infantry, airborne is a skill they must master. In the interstellar era, a battle will never be limited to the internal fighting of forces on a certain planet. Most of the time, wars are often carried out across planets, and soldiers will be sent to a strange planet to fight. Airborne combat is an important feature that distinguishes them from traditional infantry. The students have already put on their armored power suits. Unlike normal training, the armored power suits are equipped with folding parachute bags behind them. The students lined up in 2 teams and stood on the flight deck, each with a tense face and a solemn expression. If you look closely, you will find that many students are trembling slightly. Although the students have already conducted airborne drills in the simulator, the reality is still somewhat different. The airborne landing was about to begin. The training ship was hovering in the sky. The cold wind blew across her skin through the gaps, causing Karen to tremble. Check your equipment now, and then report to me. The chief instructor voice sounded at the right time. Karen looked up and saw that he was standing steadily on the edge of the deck. Yin Xiaonan was not wearing an armored power suit. Her open coat was blown up by the wind, making a whirring sound. But she didn't even move her eyebrows, and gave orders very calmly. Why can the chief instructor be so calm? Isn't she afraid of falling? Karen was complaining in her heart, and then she heard someone say loudly in her ear, "Number 5 is ready." Karen came back to her senses immediately. Number 4 is ready. She felt her voice trembling uncontrollably. Number 3 is ready. Number 2 is ready. Number 1 is ready. After the report is finished, they will start jumping. The first person to jump is Tao Shan, after Yin Xiaonan shouted, "Jump!" After that, she jumped down neatly. It was the second student turn. This student seemed a little hesitant. After Yin Xiaonan urged him twice, he finally jumped down bravely. The third student was also a little scared, but Yin Xiaonan seemed impatient to continue urging him, and kicked him down directly. With a panicked shout, the student disappeared in an instant. The students who saw this scene all gasped, and Karen, who was already very nervous, became even more nervous. Boom! Boom! Her heart was beating violently. Perhaps she was afraid that the chief instructor would kick her down like this. She didn't know why, but her mind got hot, and she jumped down in a hurry before the chief instructor shouted jump. As soon as she jumped down, Karen felt a panic that she couldn't control her body. The fierce wind swept her, making her feel like a small boat in a storm. She couldn't help holding her breath, and her whole mind was blank. She relied on instinct to try her best to stabilize her body. When she finally recovered, the parachute had already opened automatically, and the landing speed also slowed down. The student's first parachute jump was naturally equipped with an automatic parachute opening device. Otherwise Yin Xiaonan would not have kicked them directly. Originally, this parachute jump was just to practice their courage. With the reaction force generated by the power system, the students would not be easily injured when landing. After that, the students' daily training was carried out alternately between cross-country and airborne. Even students majoring in ship technology and command were taken by Yin Xiaonan to do field training and parachuting for a period of time. Yin Xiaonan believed that these two were basic skills that students must master, and were not exclusive to the individual soldier department. After half a month of special training, 627 also welcomed a new teacher. This new teacher was introduced by old Bert. He thought that his understanding of warship operation was mediocre, and was not enough to continue teaching students. So he introduced a friend who had served as a captain to Yin Xiaonan. Yin Xiaonan was naturally eager to get the job. You know, her recruitment information has been posted on the Star Network, but no one has shown interest. The more teachers a school has, the better. Moreover, people who have served as captains are high in talents everywhere. She certainly would not refuse. To show her importance, Yin Xiaonan waited at the spacecraft docking point early in the morning. The spacecraft arrived at 6:27 on time at 10 a.m. The hatch opened, and a burly middle-aged man walked out. Yin Xiaonan was stunned when she saw the man. Who is this person? This is not her new teacher at all. When Yin Xiaonan was hesitating, the man also saw her and immediately walked towards her. Excuse me, are you a teacher in this school? Yin Xiaonan nodded. Yes, what can I do for you? The man showed a simple smile. My niece is here, I have something to do with her. Can you help me notify her? After all this time, this man is a student parent? Yin Xiaonan immediately asked. What your niece's name? Ruby. So you are Ruby uncle. Yin Xiaonan suddenly realized. Then I asked her to come here to find you, you may have to wait a little. The man thanked him, and stood aside without saying anything. Yin Xiaonan used the optical brain to inform Ruby of this matter. At this time, someone else walked out of the spaceship. This was an old lady with a very strong aura, and her silver hair was neatly groomed. She was wearing a khaki windbreaker, and a pair of riding boots, and looked heroic. Yin Xiaonan smiled as soon as he saw her. You must be Captain Zhona What's right? I am Yin Xiaonan, the school principal. Welcome to Planet 627D. The old lady waved her hand and said, I'm retired, so you don't have to call me Captain. Where Bert? He introduced me here. But how come I can't see him? Yin Xiaonan immediately explained. Mr. Burt is still in class. How about you come with me to the reception room to chat? Let go. I still need to inspect this place before I can make a final decision. Of course. After Yin Xiaonan led Ms. What's away, the middle-aged man was the only one left at the docking point. The man's name was Wei Tianhe. When he inadvertently heard the conversation between Yin Xiaonan and Zhona, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The person who just talked to him was the principal of this school? More importantly, if he heard correctly, the old lady who came on the same spaceship with him was actually a retired captain. Wei Tianhe thought to himself, it seems that this school is not as simple as he originally thought. While thinking, he casually glanced around, and when he caught a glimpse of a figure approaching hesitantly, he immediately snorted coldly. Ruby saw that her uncle had seen her, so she had to resign herself to her fate and walked over. Uncle, why are you here? Why am I here? Wei Tianhe was almost laughing at his cheap niece. If I didn't come, you would keep it a secret from me, and you didn't actually go to K-29, but came to such an uncertified military school built on a deserted planet? Chapter 46 Uncle is here. Ruby couldn't help showing a guilty look. Wei Tianhe got angry when he saw her like this. You little bastard, you are so bold. Not only did you change schools on your own initiative, you also blocked my contact number. What? You want to run away with the money? Don't recognize me as your uncle? Who doesn't recognize you? Ruby couldn't help muttering. It because you suddenly asked me where I was a few days ago. I blocked you because I was afraid you would find out the truth. You're right. Aren't you? Wei Tianhe had glanced at her. Pack your things quickly. Fortunately, the next semester hasn't started yet. Let transfer to K-29 while there's still time. Ruby heard this and immediately became anxious. I won't transfer. I stay here. Wei Tianhe looked at her with a headache. This is an uncertified military school. You're wasting your qualifications by staying here. Do you still want to become an officer and make a lot of money? Our school is not as bad as you say. Ruby whispered back. The principal has already said that our school will participate in the military school qualification competition in March this year. After that, won't it also be a certified military school? Do you think the military school qualification competition is so easy? Wei Tianhe said unhappily. Even if this school is really certified, it is just an ordinary military school. And K-29 is a first-class military school. Do you understand how big the difference is? Wei Tianhe urged her with a stern face. Don't dawdle. Pack your things. I help you transfer. Seeing that her uncle was determined to help her transfer, Ruby got anxious. She really didn't want to transfer. What should she do? Ruby rolled her eyes and quickly hugged Wei Tianhe's arm, saying with a flattering face, Uncle, you haven't visited our school yet, right? The principal just asked me to take you around the campus. You will know if you go and see. Our school is really not bad in any aspect. Humph. You want to delay time, right? Wei Tianhe noticed his niece's little thoughts. But he also knew that it would be difficult to change her mind for a while. He wondered secretly, did this school give her some kind of magic potion? How could this unfortunate child be so devoted to such a non-accredited military school? Wei Tianhe had decided not to talk about the transfer for the time being, and to follow her wishes to visit the campus first, so as not to cause her rebellious psychology. But she still had to transfer. It wasn't that he didn't respect his niece's wishes, but such an unaccredited military school would not be beneficial to Ruby's development at all, and would only delay her talent. As a parent, he naturally didn't want his children to take detours because of their lack of experience, and it would be too late to regret it later. Wei Tianhe thought so and said, Then take me around. I want to see what good about this school. Seeing that her uncle agreed to visit the campus first, Ruby couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and immediately pointed to the teaching building and introduced it to Wei Tianhe. Uncle, do you see the building in front? That our school teaching building. Does it look grand? It just SOSO. Wei Tianhe raised his eyelids and glanced at it. He looked unmoved. It was obvious that he had not given up on letting her transfer to another school. Ruby was not discouraged. She pointed to the library and showed it to Wei Tianhe. What about this building over here? This is our library. It's beautiful, isn't it? We all call it the Crystal Palace. Humph. Flashy but not practical. Wei Tianhe curled his lips. The important thing about a library is not the appearance of the building, but the books inside? After being denied so many times, Ruby couldn't help but get angry. You haven't been in. How do you know the books inside are not good? Because the library is the place that best reflects the heritage of a school. Wei Tianhe didn't think that such a newly established school would have many valuable books. Ruby was not convinced. What about the free United Nations early Mecha Atlas you kept talking about before? Our school has it. Wei Tianhe didn't believe it at all. That book is only included in the central library of the capital planet. How can it be here? But I really saw it. When the two of them entered the library, Ruby left Wei Tianhe behind and went to find the book with a clear goal. Wei Tianhe felt that Ruby was bragging to him out of spite. He shook his head helplessly. But he saw Ruby quickly ran back with something in her hand. You can see the title of the book right. It Free United Nations Early Mecha Illustrated Book. Ruby proudly shook the data storage box in her hand. Wei Tianhe's breath was choked, and he immediately snatched the storage box. The title on the box was indeed Free United Nations Early Mecha Atlas, but it was also possible that the library had marked it wrong. Wei Tianhe opened the box with a heavy heart, took out the data card inside and inserted it into the optical computer, and a book was projected in front of him, this cover. Wei Tianhe's eyes suddenly widened, he stretched out his hand, and tapped the projection several times, quickly scanning the catalog and the text. It was indeed this book. Wei Tianhe's eyes became hot. He had wanted to read this book for a long time, but this book was only included in the core area of the central library, and he had no access to it. Realizing that the book in front of him was the dream book he had been thinking about day and night, Wei Tianhe was excited, and could not wait to jump to the first page of the text, and read it eagerly. Ruby was still talking about the advantages of the school, trying to persuade her uncle to change his mind, but she found that her uncle ignored her. Ruby couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. Uncle, did you listen to me? Wei Tianhe frowned and pushed her hand aside. Don't make trouble. Go play. Let uncle read a book. What about the transfer? Oh, let's talk about it later. Wei Tianhe turned the page and said vaguely. He didn't see the cunning look in his cheap niece's eyes, and secretly made AV sign. On the other side, Yin Xiaonan invited Jiona to the reception room in the office. Please sit down. Danny brought 2 cups of tea at the right temperature. The old lady did not make a fuss when she saw the intelligent secretary like most people, but naturally picked up the teacup and took a sip, staring sharply at the young principal in front of her. Yin Xiaonan was also looking at the other party. The system has given the basic information of Ms. Watts. Name, Jiona Watts. Mental power, SS level. Physical fitness, S+ level. Age, 85. Race, human. Subjects of expertise, battleship operation technology, battleship theory, orbital strike technology, space geology, star pirate diplomacy, etc. System evaluation. This is an experienced and excellent captain, with extremely outstanding battleship operation technology. With a calm mind, sharp reaction and precise calculation ability. She can always turn danger into safety, and complete the task with minimal casualties. Her superb orbital docking technique has completely turned the operation of the warship into an art, which makes people wonder whether she has the ability to manipulate the stars. If you hire such a teacher, your students will benefit a lot. So why hesitate? Keep her. When Yin Xiaonan saw Jiona, she realized that this old lady must not be an ordinary person. But she didn't expect that she was actually more complicated than she thought. So, old Bert is introducing a great god to her? In the interstellar era, the lifespan of humans has been greatly extended, especially the highly qualified people generally live longer, so Yin Xiaonan was not too surprised by Jiona's 85-year-old old age. What she really cares about is that the other party mental power level has reached SS, and the physical fitness is also S+. Although the system did not mention it, Yin Xiaonan can be sure that Ms. Watt's military rank must be high, at least the colonel level. Such people usually have everything they need, and it is impossible to retain them with generous treatment. Yin Xiaonan simply calmed down. At least the other party was willing to come to 627D, which means that the other party is willing to stay. I heard from old Bert that your school plans to participate in the military school qualifying competition in March. Jiona put down the teacup and finally spoke. Yin Xiaonan nodded. Yes, the school has been preparing for the qualifying competition during this period. Then let's talk about the job after the qualifying competition is over. During this period, I will provide guidance to your school students. This will also give both of us a period of probation. What do you think? Yin Xiaonan was naturally very happy to have such a captain-level expert guide his students before the competition. He immediately agreed. Just do as you say. I have no objection. She hoped that after a period of getting along, this expert would really stay. Juona was a very efficient person. After reaching an agreement with Yin Xiaonan, she did not say any more pleasantries. She only asked Yin Xiaonan where he lived and planned to go directly to the staff dormitory with her luggage. At this time, old Bert finally finished his class and hurried over. Captain! He saw Juona coming out of the principal office at a glance, and his eyes were moved. Juona heard the familiar captain and showed a helpless expression on her face. I'm retired. Don't call me captain anymore, old Bert said stubbornly. You will always be the captain in our hearts. Old Bert, who usually looks old-fashioned and serious, seemed a little nervous and embarrassed in front of the old lady. He asked carefully, Captain, how did you talk to the principal just now? It already been agreed. During the period before the qualifying round, I will stay in the school to guide the students, and it will also be a probation period. Old Bert did not raise any objections to this, but reached out to help Juona with the luggage. I can do it myself. Juona turned to look at him. I originally thought you would stay in the Capital Star to retire. It seems that you still can't let go of Z39. Old Bert smiled bitterly. I came from Z39. I know better than anyone how difficult it is for children here to go to military school. As I get older, I always think about doing something for my hometown. So you came here to be a teacher? Juona's eyes became serious. Paul, I must remind you that it is not easy to get the certification of a formal military school. I know, Captain, old Bert said slowly. I didn't have much hope at the beginning, but now my mind has changed. This school can definitely become the first formal military school in Z39. It seems that you have great confidence in this school. Old Bert shook his head. I have confidence in the principal and these children. Captain, you will know how excellent these children are once you meet them. Yin Xiaonan saw Juona and old Bert reminiscing about the past, and naturally did not intend to disturb them. She stretched her body in her seat, and was about to touch the fish for a while, when her optical brain vibrated. She casually opened the optical brain and took a glance, and found that Ruby had actually sent a help letter. Chapter 47 Mechanical Engineering. Principal. Help me, my uncle wants to transfer me to another school. Please help me persuade him. By Ruby. After reading this message, Yin Xiaonan had a complicated expression. So Ruby uncle came to transfer Ruby to another school? But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem strange. Ruby physique is S level, with her qualifications. It's easy for her to go to a first-class military school, generally. Parents, who are slightly responsible, will not let their children continue to stay in an uncertified military school. Having said that, Yin Xiaonan is the principal of this uncertified military school after all. She doesn't want a highly qualified student like Ruby to run away. Moreover, the military school qualifying competition is coming soon. Ruby is the main attacker of the team she secretly selected. Her importance is beyond doubt. Yin Xiaonan rubbed his forehead with a headache. After confirming the location of Ruby and her uncle through the system, he immediately got up and left the office. She decided to communicate with the other party. In fact, although their school is not a formal military school, it is not bad. At this time, Ruby was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She thought her uncle would be obsessed with reading, and would not have the energy to take care of her affairs. Ruby, who was raised by her uncle, certainly knew how obsessed Wei Tianhe was with mecha research. When they were on Kaibu Star, he often locked himself in the room for several days in a row in order to study mecha materials, and even forgot to drink the nutrient solution. Ruby knew that her uncle would forget everything when he encountered something related to mecha, so she deliberately led him to the library. But she didn't expect that although Wei Tianhe was indeed fascinated by the book for a full hour, he finally restrained himself and turned off the projection. Seeing Wei Tianhe pull out the data card, stroking it lovingly, and then put it back into the storage box and gave it back to her, and then asked her to tell him where the academic affairs office was. Ruby was desperate. She didn't expect that her uncle was so determined to let her transfer this time. She laughed dryly twice, and said to Wei Tianhe, who was studying the school map and determined to go to the academic affairs office to handle the transfer procedures for her. Uncle, don't you want to finish reading the book Free United Nations Early Mecha Atlas? Wei Tianhe paused. His heart was bleeding. God knows how much willpower he had to bear the pain to pull the data card out of the optical computer. No. The child's future is more important. He can't let his niece stay in such a hopeless school for his own selfish desires. Just as Wei Tianhe was constantly comforting himself in his heart, there were footsteps approaching, and he immediately looked over vigilantly. Principal. Ruby shouted in surprise, and immediately ran behind Yin Xiaonan, as if she had finally found a backer. Principal, please help me persuade my uncle. He insisted that I transfer to another school. Wei Tianhe saw that the person who came was the principal he had met before, and his expression became serious. Principal, you came at the right time. I want to handle the transfer procedures for my niece. I wonder what the process is. Yin Xiaonan was not in a hurry to answer his question, but curved his lips and said, why don't we find a place to sit and talk? There was a circle of tables and chairs in the leisure area of the library near the floor-to-ceiling windows. The three of them went there and found a corner to sit down. As soon as Wei Tianhe sat down, he got straight to the point. Hey, Principal, you should know how talented my niece is. She is born to be a soldier. Staying here will only delay her. Ruby is indeed a very good student, Yin Xiaonan said calmly. But you are wrong about one thing. Not only will she not be delayed in 627, but she will also be trained with emphasis. Wei Tianhe knew that the other party would not let her go easily. Highly qualified students are popular everywhere. But he would not be fooled by the principal rhetoric. What the meaning of focusing on training in a non-accredited military school? It's just a nice-sounding statement. Yin Xiaonan saw the disapproval in the other party eyes, and then said, besides, the child opinion also needs to be considered. After all, this is related to her own future. Forced interference will only backfire. Ruby couldn't help but interrupt. That right? You don't respect my wishes at all? I said I don't want to transfer. You know nothing. Wei Tianhe turned his head and scolded her lightly, then looked at Yin Xiaonan again. She is young and doesn't understand. I can't watch her fall into a trap. I am doing this for her own good. Yin Xiaonan could actually understand the other party thoughts. She thought for a while and said, I think no matter how much I say, it will not be as convincing as seeing it with my own eyes. How about this? There is still more than half a month before the start of school. You can stay in 627D for a while, and see for yourself what the teaching level of our school is like. This? Wei Tianhe hesitated. Seeing this, Ruby also chimed in. Uncle, it's still early before school starts. You can stay here and finish your book. Book? Yin Xiaonan asked in confusion. Wei Tianhe touched his nose. I'm interested in a book in your school library, Yin Xiaonan said sympathetically. Then I help you get a campus card, so that it will be convenient for you to go to the cafeteria or the library. There will be no problem with accommodation. You can stay in the staff dormitory for a few days. We don't have much here, but there are a lot of empty rooms. Seeing Yin Xiaonan enthusiasm, Wei Tianhe couldn't say no, mainly because he really wanted to finish reading the book. He thought. Anyway, school would not start until mid-February. It was still early, so he agreed to stay here temporarily. But he still didn't give up the idea of transferring Ruby. Although the principal was a good person, some things should be dealt with separately. The reason why Yin Xiaonan proposed such a solution was not only because he wanted to stabilize the other party and let the other party give up transferring Ruby in the end, but also because Yin Xiaonan had seen his basic personal information. Name, Wei Tianhe. Mental strength, S+ level. Physique, S level. Age, 37. Race, human. Subjects of expertise, mecha structure, mechanical dynamics, material analysis, biometallurgy, etc. System evaluation. A senior mecha engineer of civilian origin. Not only is he proficient in mecha manufacturing, he is one of the few masters in the Federation who can manufacture S-level mecha in his 30s. He is also obsessed with material science, and has developed a variety of high-performance composite materials. If you plan to open a mechanical engineering major, then he will be a good choice. That is to say, Ruby Uncle Wei Tianhe is actually a potential teacher candidate. This time Yin Xiaonan not only wants to keep Ruby, she doesn't want to let both uncle and nephew go easily. You know, mecha materials are expensive, and many materials are not sold to the public. In order to carry out research smoothly, most senior mecha engineers either teach in first-class military academies with a lot of government subsidies, or work in the R&D departments of large enterprises or advanced research institutes. Wild mecha masters are very rare. Yin Xiaonan naturally wanted to open a major in mechanical engineering. Although this is a non-combat major, its importance is not inferior to the 3 major mainstream combat majors. Generally, the actual combat part of the military academy league requires self-provided mechas, which are expensive. The mechas used in these competitions are often provided by teachers or students of mechanical engineering. The Military Academy League is not only about combat strength, but also the performance of the mecha itself will have an important impact on the results of the competition. Schools often secretly start an arms race. There will be many new mechas with excellent performance in each military school league, and the designers behind them will also become famous. It is difficult for a school without the support of mechanical engineering to go far in the military school league. Yin Xiaonan's ambition will naturally not stop at the military school qualifying competition. She also wants to lead her students to achieve good results in the military school league more than a year later, so she must start preparing now. She was still worrying about how to find a suitable teacher, but Wei Tianhe came to her door. How could she let him go like this? Wei Tianhe didn't know what this principal, who seemed very enthusiastic to him, was planning. He felt a little guilty thinking about his plan. He had no idea that not only his niece, but also he himself was spotted by Yin Xiaonan. At this time, in a laboratory of the First Military Academy on the capital star, Shenlian opened the express package he had just received. He was a first-year graduate student majoring in planetary geology and ecology. His teacher recently gave him a research topic on the ecology of a barren planet, which gave him a headache. The so-called barren planets are those planets that are unsuitable for human survival and have no value. Even expedition teams rarely go to such planets. It is not easy to buy relevant experimental materials on the market if you go to a barren planet to collect materials yourself, let alone the safety issue. There is generally no fixed route to reach a barren planet. If you drive a private spacecraft to go there, it will cost a lot of money. Just when Shenlian was in trouble, he found a store called 627D Local Specialty Store on the Star Network. This is a weird online store. This store mainly sells agricultural products. According to the store owner, all the products in the store come from a deserted planet located in the Z39 galaxy. Netizens naturally don't believe the store owner's words. Some people even jokingly asked the store owner if he lived on the deserted planet. Otherwise, how could he prove that these things were all produced on the deserted planet? Unexpectedly, the store owner replied to them seriously that this store is indeed run by a school on a deserted planet. Selling products from a deserted planet is already outrageous, and building a school on a deserted planet? After seeing this reply, netizens were even more certain that the shop owner must be talking nonsense. I also live on a deserted planet, but I run a pig farm. If you want to eat the specialty pork of the deserted planet, you can buy it from me. Dog head. Will anyone really be fooled by this? Shop owner. If you want to make it up, make it more convincing. Opening a school on a deserted planet, I can only say that you have a lot of ideas. How can you grow vegetables on a deserted planet, let alone open a school? If that's the case, it wouldn't be a deserted planet. Shenlian originally planned to close the page after watching the excitement, but he accidentally saw that the shells and legs of some insects that this store sells in addition to agricultural products seem familiar. Aren't these the shells and legs of a mutant beetle that he plans to study and is common on the desert planet? Shenlian enlarged the product picture and observed it carefully for a while, and did not find any flaws. The things seemed to be quite real. In addition, the plant tubers sold in the store also seemed to come from a mutant plant called bitter veins that are common on the desert planet. Seeing that he couldn't find the right experimental materials, he couldn't help but place an order with a fluke mentality. Maybe the things were real? After a period of anxious waiting, Shenlian received the goods. At this time, he opened the express package with a heavy heart, took the things in his hands, and observed them carefully for a while, and then sent them to the instrument to analyze the ingredients. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. The things were real. But what was this? Shenlian took out 2 potatoes with gift labels from the package. Looking strange. Although it has been confirmed that the insect remains and plant tubers are indeed produced on the desert planet, he does not think that the agricultural products sold in the online store are also really from the desert planet. However, even if the store owner lied, the potatoes are not inedible. He can just cook them when he goes back. Shenlian thought so. But somehow, he cut a small piece of potato and put it into the material analyzer. The analyzer quickly produced the results. Seeing the analysis report, Shenlian's pupil shrank suddenly. This potato actually contains a lot of glycophosphine. He was full of disbelief. It had long been a consensus in the academic community that glutathione was closely related to the improvement of mental power. The 2 potatoes in his hand would probably be sold at sky-high prices in the outside world. But they were only treated as gifts. So what the shopkeeper said was true. But this was simply impossible. if he told others that not only crops could be grown on the barren planet, but also crops containing high glutathione. Others would definitely think he was crazy. So was this actually a scam? These so-called gift potatoes were just bait thrown out to trick him into believing? Shen Lian's mind flashed through various speculations, and he felt that his thoughts were like a tangled mess. Chapter 48: The Second Attack of the Star Pirates. After Jonah settled down, she quickly began to instruct the students majoring in ship technology. The students were very excited to learn that this teacher had been a captain, but when they were really taken over by Jonah, they found that the learning pressure was even greater. Not only did they have to remember the uses of the numerous buttons and devices in the warship, they also had to learn to calculate the orbital path of the spacecraft. At this time, Jonah was teaching students in the cabin of the training ship. When a spacecraft does not escape the gravitational field of a planet, it will orbit the planet. There are 6 important parameters to describe the shape, position, and other properties of the orbit, namely eccentricity, semi-major axis, inclination, longitude of ascending node, periapsis parameter, and mean anomaly at epoch. Eccentricity means, in addition to the gravitational force exerted by the orbiting body, we also need to take into account the interference of other factors, such as the gravitational force of neighboring celestial bodies, the flattening of the orbiting body, radiation pressure, atmospheric drag, etc. The students looked at the densely packed formulas on the electronic whiteboard, and their minds were filled with questions like, who am I? Where am I? After Jonah explained for a while, she turned on the projection, and the star 627D appeared in the center of the screen, only the size of a ping-pong ball. Jonah circled a point on its out-of-plane orbit and looked at the students in front of her. Now I give you a question, assuming that the marked point is an enemy spaceship, and our spaceship is here. Jonah circled another point with another color. Come up and try to intercept the target by performing maneuvers. The students all looked embarrassed, and Jonah asked them to line up one by one to try. For these beginners, this was not an easy question. The students could only adjust the tangential, radial, and orbital inclination of the spacecraft. Jonah also limited the DV cost. If the route was too far, the spacecraft would run out of propellant halfway. After confirming the path, Jonah will make the entire projection image move, thereby verifying whether the student's orbital path is feasible. Many students finally completed the task after changing the track many times. Among them, Lin Tianan performed the best. Her solution was recognized by Jonah as the best solution. Jonah was quite satisfied with the performance of these students. She originally thought that many students would not be able to complete this problem. In her expectation, as long as 1/3 of the students could pass it, it would be good. However, she did not expect that all students finally gave their own solutions, and some students even planned the best path in the first class. Although the average talent of these students is not outstanding, they are willing to think actively and dare to try. Now Jonah can understand why old Bert praises these students. Just when Jonah was about to increase the difficulty for the students, the alarm of the training ship suddenly sounded. She immediately stopped the class and her expression became serious. What going on? The students looked confused. According to what they have learned during this period, this kind of alarm usually means that the warship has discovered a suspicious target approaching and warned the personnel on board. But they are in 627D. How could there be danger for no reason? Could it be that the alarm is malfunctioning? Just as the students were discussing, Zhou Na immediately ordered all the students to follow her to the bridge. Unlike the students, she remained alert in any environment, which is the basic quality of a soldier. When she arrived at the bridge, Zhou Na quickly scanned the scene displayed on the sensor, and her eyes became more solemn. The training ship detected a strange warship on the synchronous orbit of 627D, and according to the information fed back by the laser radar, this is a medium-sized frigate, which looks like a steel bat, with huge wings tilted to both sides and a protruding bow. What was even more frightening was that an ominous blood-red spider was painted on the exterior of the frigate. Jonah had naturally heard of the notorious Red Spider pirates, and she immediately contacted Yin Xiaonan and informed him of the urgent news. To her surprise, Yin Xiaonan on the other side of the screen did not show any panic, and even comforted her, telling her not to worry too much about it, and to just go to class as usual. Jonah had never expected the other party to react like this, in the face of such a critical situation. This young principal was actually more stable than herself, who had been dealing with pirates for half her life. The enemy is very likely to use orbital strikes. Now we should evacuate the students as soon as possible and find safe shelters to avoid possible air strikes. Xiona thought Yin Xiaonan did not realize the seriousness of the situation, and could not help but emphasize it. At this moment, the infrared signal on the sensor platform began to surge sharply. With the continuous sound of the alarm, a large amount of energy gathered at the bow of the frigate. Xiona's eyes narrowed, and before she could speak out a warning, she saw a particle beam suddenly shot straight towards the school like an arrow from a bow. Even Xiona, who was used to seeing big storms, couldn't help but hold her breath. Then she saw the light arrow hit the school protective shield, and it burst on the surface of the energy shield like raindrops falling on the ground. The protective shield was faintly flashing with a bright halo, and it was still firmly placed above the school, completely isolating all the damage caused by the explosion. Xiona's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This protective shield could actually withstand the attack of battleship-level energy weapons? At this time, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the protection of the protective shield, at least for a short period of time, the school was safe. She was certain in her heart, and immediately said to Yin Xiaonan on the other side of the screen, "Principal Yin, the law enforcement team is unlikely to arrive in a short time, and if we do not launch an effective counterattack, we will only be passive." Yin Xiaonan was about to say that he was actually prepared, but he heard Xiona on the other side of the screen said firmly, "The only solution at the moment is to intercept the enemy warship through Shui Air. Principal, don't worry. I will come to save you." Knowing that time cannot be wasted, Xiona simply hung up the communication and looked at the students in the bridge. "Now you should all understand the situation. There is a pirate ship conducting orbital bombing on the school. We must intercept it." Xiona walked towards the control panel calmly. "Just right. I take this opportunity to show you how to intercept the orbital interception." The students of the shipbuilding major were already worried about the situation at the school. When they heard Xiona say that she was going to intercept the pirate ship, they were particularly excited. "Principal, hold on. We are here to save you," they shouted in their hearts, feeling that they had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders, and their eyes became more resolute. "You can temporarily take over as the first mate." Xiona had already sat in the captain chair. Now she began to arrange the students. She first looked at Lin Tianan. Lin Tianan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but he quickly nodded and sat in the first mate's seat. "You will be responsible for communication. If there is any situation, please inform me in time. You guys go to the artillery." After arranging all the students, Xiona manipulated the training ship to rise. The tail engine of Shui Air roared, producing a huge tail flame. As it continued to rise, the training ship gradually left the atmosphere and sailed into the dark and silent space. At this time, Xiona locked the location of the pirate ship and began to change its orbit. Yin Xiaonan looked at the communication that was hastily hung up, and rarely showed a look of surprise. Is the old lady planning to confront the pirates head-on? And she is using a training ship for teaching? Is this really okay? Yin Xiaonan wanted to tell the other party that she was actually ready to fight back, and she didn't need to worry about it. Just continue the class? But Xiona hung up the communication too quickly, and she hung up before Yin Xiaonan could explain. Forget it. Captain Watts can go if he wants to. Anyway, she has preparations on her side, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Yin Xiaonan thought so, and checked the launch silo again. Inside the launch silo, the anti-ship missiles were ready, just waiting to be launched, which means that these pirates will soon be in her hands. Yin Xiaonan rubbed her hands excitedly thinking of this. This time a frigate came, and she should be able to make more money than last time. Right? Just when Yin Xiaonan had begun to imagine the gains after getting rid of these pirates, a timid voice sounded. Principal, this frigate was attracted by my letter for help. I thought Red Spider would at most send an armed ship to investigate the situation, but I didn't expect them to send a warship. What should I do now? Diaoshi seemed particularly uneasy, although the principal asked him to send the letter for help. He was afraid of being angered by the principal because of the unexpected enemies he had attracted. He was also worried that the school would not be able to withstand the fierce attack of the warship and would be occupied by the pirates. He still remembered that Morrison and his group were locked up in the basement. They must have realized that they had betrayed him. When they were released, his fate would definitely not be good. Diaoshi looked at Yin Xiaonan with worry, but he patted his shoulder with a happy expression. You did a good job on this. Thinking of the upcoming gains, Yin Xiaonan praised Diaoshi in a good mood. That right. It was Yin Xiaonan who asked Diaoshi to send a letter of help to Red Spider in the beginning. She just wanted to give it a try to see if she could trick a few suckers to rob her. But she didn't expect to catch such a big fish all of a sudden. Yes, she didn't expect that a warship would come. She was a little confused after receiving Yin Xiaonan praise. Why did he seem to not understand the principal words? Is the principal praising him? But he is not seeking credit. She was a little upset. Why is the principal not in a hurry at all in this situation? Although the protective shield now looks like it can withstand the attack from the warship, but the shield-bearing capacity is also limited. If the protective shield is damaged under high-frequency attacks, what should they do? Principal, I didn't mean that. I meant. Just when she was about to explain his concerns to Yin Xiaonan, he saw that the other party suddenly frowned. Did the principal finally realize the seriousness of the matter? She actually felt a little relieved for some reason, but saw the principal looking at him dangerously. I suddenly remembered, isn't it class time now? Are you skipping class to come here? Dio's heart suddenly jumped, and he hurriedly explained to Yin Xiaonan. Because the situation is urgent now, So you skipped class? Yin Xiaonan showed a kind smile on his face. It seems that you want to ride the wheel with your former colleague. Then I will fulfill your wish. No. 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 Dio's face changed drastically. And he said immediately, I will go back to class now. Goodbye. Principal. She ran away. After leaving the principal office, he let out a long breath, but realized that the principal frowned because he skipped class. And his mood was a little broken again. Why is it at this time? The principal still cares about whether he has skipped class. Skipping classes is not the point at all. When Diashi returned to the classroom, he was immediately criticized by Katie, and other students also showed him condemning eyes. You actually skipped classes. Why do all people only care about him skipping classes? Diashi was mad. Didn't they see the particle beams hitting the protective shield? At this time, why are these people so calm, as if he is the only one who is anxious? She was deeply desperate for this world. Chapter 49 Negotiation. In fact, the other students were not so calm at the beginning, but they did not know the cause and effect, and they were relieved to see that the shield resisted the attack and Teacher Katie was teaching as usual. If it was really a big deal, Teacher Katie would definitely not react like this. So what are you anxious about? Just listen to the class carefully. As for Katie, she thought that since the principal did not inform her, it should be that the principal can solve the matter by himself, so she was not anxious at all. She had never thought about what to do if the principal could not solve the problem. She had full confidence in the principal. The bombing lasted for a full 10 minutes. Countless particle beams fell from the sky like a meteor shower, creating countless ripples on the surface of the protective shield. It was not known whether the protective shield was found to be difficult to break, and the attack stopped afterwards. Host, the signal station received an unfamiliar communication request. An unfamiliar communication request at this time? Yin Xiaonan knew without thinking that it must be from the space pirates. She raised her eyebrows and chose to connect the call. A smart-looking fat man appeared in front of the camera. Miss Kemplin. Good afternoon. Yin Xiaonan was not surprised that the space pirates could find out the identity of the original owner. She did not say anything, but wanted to see what the other party was planning. Russell saw that the girl on the other side of the screen was not as panicked as he expected, and thought that the other party was bluffing. He snorted and laughed. I came to seek justice from Miss Kemplin. Fair? Yin Xiaonan curled his lips sarcastically. Are pirates also fair? Then you have too many misunderstandings about us pirates. Russell shook his head exaggeratedly. We pirates have always valued friendship and loyalty. But we are always slandered by the federal government. In fact, we are not bad people. Does he believe this? Yin Xiaonan was a little surprised at the shamelessness of the pirates. As if he had guessed Yin Xiaonan's thoughts. Russell spread his hands and said, Those rich people are not clean in private. I don't think robbing them is a condemnable thing. When we meet some guys who refuse to listen, what else can we do except give them a bullet? Russell sighed pretentiously. Miss Kemplin, don't blame me for bombing your school. I just want to seek justice for my poor companions. A few months ago, several members of our Red Spider pirates accidentally landed on your planet, but lost contact since then. I think you should bear the main responsibility. So because of this incident? Yin Xiaonan nodded leisurely. Yes, these people are in my hands. But that because they landed on my planet without permission and attacked my students with weapons. I think this must be a misunderstanding, Russell said quickly. They may have thought that this planet was ownerless, and took some extreme self-defense measures. Really? Yin Xiaonan did not comment. Russell said, "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, then please ask Miss Kimplin to return these pirates to us." Yin Xiaonan did not refuse this request. But, she raised her eyebrows. "You can want people, but you have to pay a ransom." Russell almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. Is this woman crazy? She actually asked him for a ransom? This was the first time that a star pirate, who had always robbed others, was asked for a ransom. Russell suppressed his anger and asked, "How much do you want?" In fact, this was a plan made by Russell. Seeing that the protective shield was like a turtle shell, it firmly protected the school, and the frequent bombing also consumed too much energy of the battleship. Although Russell firmly believed that victory would eventually belong to his side, he still decided to change to a plan with less loss. He thought of Morrison and others. At this time, he could already judge that the disappearance of Morrison and others must be related to this strange school. So he might as well take the opportunity to find the other party to ask for people and break in from the inside. Although this trip was to find out the reason for the disappearance of Morrison and others, but in fact, for the cold-blooded and ruthless star pirates, the lives of several companions are naturally not as good as the benefits that can be easily obtained. After discovering the situation on the 627D star, Russell had the same idea as Morrison at the beginning, to capture this place. Take everything on this barren planet for yourself. In order to achieve this goal, it is worth making a small concession now. Yin Xiaonan raised a finger. 10 million star coins, otherwise no deal. Russell laughed dryly. Miss Kimplin is joking? Who is joking with you? Yin Xiaonan looked surprised. Is your companion not worth even 10 million star coins? I think you pirates are very rich. You can't even afford 10 million. This woman. Russell tried his best to suppress his violent emotions, and finally agreed to Yin Xiaonan conditions. He thought to himself, there is no rush now. When he occupies this place, he will definitely cut this hateful woman into pieces. After 10 million star coins were deposited, Yin Xiaonan was in a very good mood. Russell urged impatiently, Miss Kimplin, since the money has been paid, you should return the person to us. Don't worry. You will meet soon. Yin Xiaonan smiled. At this moment, the alarm on the opposite screen suddenly sounded. Russell's face changed drastically. What do you mean? Nothing. Just fulfilling a promise. Don't you want to see your companions? Isn't she fulfilling his wish? The reason why Yin Xiaonan talked to this star pirate for so long was naturally to relax his vigilance. Russell could no longer care about communicating with Yin Xiaonan. A total of 5 anti-ship missiles were approaching rapidly from different angles, and the radar device on the ship had not found any clues before. Russell hung up the call in a hurry. At this moment, he finally realized that he had been completely fooled by the other party. Originally, he wanted to plot against the other party, but he was plotted against instead. Russell had no time to be angry. He hurriedly ordered, start the main engine quickly and open the energy shield. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire hull began to shake violently. Boss, the shield is ineffective. Damage report? The port side is seriously damaged, and there is a gap in the bulkhead. Oh no! Boss, the sensor detected a strange ship approaching. Russell's face changed drastically. Retreat! Quick! Prepare for space jump. Here, students of the ship technology major were looking at Giona sitting in the captain chair with admiration. When she sat in that position, her aura changed. Although the students had never seen how a real captain commanded a battle before, they all subconsciously thought that it should be like teacher Giona. After entering the space, Shuair had already locked onto the target. But Giona was not in a hurry to attack. The ship positioning was turned off, and under Giona control, Shuair quickly changed its orbit. What amazed the students even more was that Giona did not spend any extra fuel. She seemed to be able to reach any place she wanted to go just by using the changes in the surrounding gravity. When Shuair gradually approached the pirate ship, the anti-ship missiles from the school caused the pirate ship to fall into chaos first. Teacher Giona, are we still going to attack? The students who were ready to go looked at each other in surprise. So the principal had already prepared for this? Giona was also surprised, but she soon realized that this was a good opportunity. Just when the star pirate ship was about to leave the orbit of 627D and make a space jump, the railguns on the wings of Shuair emitted dazzling beams of light, and the metal projectile shot straight at the tail of the star pirate ship. The star pirate ship shook violently again, and the alarm continued to buzz, making Russell upset. Boss, we were attacked by a medium-sized warship Direction 379. Shake it off. Russell frowned and ordered, but a bad premonition came to his mind. Soon this premonition came true. Although the Star Pirate ship tried its best to get rid of the sniper attack from the Shui Air, it seemed extremely powerless. And something even more unfortunate happened. The first mate of the Star Pirate ship looked at Russell nervously, with uncontrollable panic in his eyes. "Boss, our power system has been damaged." At this moment, the alarm started beeping again. And on the sensor screen, 2 more anti-ship missiles were approaching them rapidly. Russell collapsed dejectedly, looking ashen. Yin Xiaonan soon received the surrender signal from Russell, and the pirate ship made an emergency landing at 627D under the surveillance of Shui Air. When the hatch opened, Russell found himself being pointed at by the muzzle of a mecha. "Miss Kemplin, don't be so nervous." "Right?" Russell laughed dryly. And just as he finished speaking, he saw the white mecha rushing straight towards him. He could no longer maintain the expression on his face, and fiercely took out a fusion grenade that he had prepared long ago from behind and threw it forward. The students who had just come down from the school could not help but exclaim, but they had no time to react. At this moment, the white mecha quickly pulled out a long knife and stabbed it from bottom to top, and the fusion grenade was knocked away. With a dull explosion, Russell was subdued by the white mecha. This space pirate is so insidious. The students only breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, seeing the white mecha waving at them. They immediately ran over. "Principal?" Yin Xiaonan walked out of the mecha cockpit. The students looked at the tall white mecha in front of them with sparkling eyes. "So this is what the principal mecha looks like. It was too fast just now. I didn't even see what the principal did. And the grenade flew out. I almost thought we were doomed." Led by Yin Xiaonan and Juna, the students tied up the pirates. At this moment, Yin Xiaonan light brain rang. "Hello, we are the Federal Law Enforcement Team. Can you provide the specific coordinates of the pirates? Our fleet is on the way." "What? You have solved it yourself? Just let us receive it." The communicator hung up the phone in a daze, and conveyed the message to the team leader who had already set out. Chapter 50 Law Enforcement Team. The Federal Law Enforcement Team is the law enforcement department of the Federation, which is equivalent to the police in the interstellar era, but their power is much greater than that of the police. The law enforcement team does not have the law enforcement power of one region, but the law enforcement power of the entire Federation. Their team is quite large, and the Z39 galaxy is just within the jurisdiction of the Law Enforcement Detachment number 514. The person in charge of this operation is the team leader Wu Ying. After receiving the information conveyed by the communicator, she frowned and immediately asked the fleet to speed up. If it was true as the other party said, that the people who came were the vicious members of the Red Spider Star Pirates, she did not think that the teachers and students of an ordinary school could easily subdue these Star Pirates. She was worried that the Star Pirates were cheating. But when she really arrived at 627D, she found that the actual situation was completely different from what she thought. She was greeted by a group of Star Pirates, who were tied up like dumplings, and enthusiastic school teachers and students. Wu Ying scanned the faces of these Star Pirates and recognized many familiar faces that were on the wanted list for many years. She was secretly surprised. These people should be members of Red Spider, and they are likely to be core combat members. Seeing this, a team member couldn't help but secretly push her arm and whispered, "Captain, are pirates so easy to catch these days?" Wu Ying shook her head slightly. Her eyes swept over Yin Xiaonan and Juna, and she decided in her heart that this school must be extraordinary. "Hello. I am the captain of the 514th Law Enforcement Detachment of the Federation UE Star Region. Wu Ying." Yin Xiaonan looked at the woman in front of him wearing the Law Enforcement Team iconic indigo flight jacket and a standard beret, and smiled friendly. "I am Yin Xiaonan, the principal of the 627 Military Academy. Nice to meet you." After a brief self-introduction, Wu Ying began to ask about the details of what happened. When she heard the word anti-ship missile from the other party, she paused and roughly understood why these space pirates failed. Most people probably wouldn't have thought that a barren planet would have missile silos and advanced anti-ship missiles. But even with anti-ship missiles, it's not easy to capture the pirates alive. "I'm afraid this group of pirates has run into a tough guy." Although she thought a lot in her heart, Wu Ying didn't express any personal opinions when recording the information. She nodded to Yin Xiaonan. "Thank you for your cooperation. I go register the pirates' information now. After confirming their identities, the bounty will be paid within 5 working days." After finally hearing the news he wanted to know the most, Yin Xiaonan was in a good mood and said sincerely, "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Wu." "Nothing. This is my job." Wu Ying immediately called the team together to register the pirates. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that several pirates showed a relieved look after learning that they would be handed over to their federal law enforcement team. You know, federal law punishes pirates very harshly. This was the first time she saw a pirate show such an expression of seeing a savior in front of him. She didn't know that for Morrison and others. Rather than staying in the dark basement and doing hard labor every day, they would rather be convicted earlier. The former saw no hope at all, and their body and mind were tortured every day. So it would be better to be freed early. After escorting all the pirates to the battleship, the law enforcement team was ready to leave. Before leaving, Wu Ying looked at Yin Xiaonan solemnly. "Principal Yin, Red Spider is very likely to retaliate against you. Please be careful. I will lead the team to patrol near Z39 in the next few months. If you find anything abnormal, you can also contact me directly." The responsible team leader left his contact number, and then turned and entered the warship. After watching the law enforcement team warship leave, Yin Xiaonan asked the students to go back to class, and she returned to the principal office and began to count the gains this time. Like Morrison, the system also issued an emergency task this time. In addition to rewarding 1,000 experience points, each captured star pirate will be rewarded with 100 points. There are a total of 35 star pirates on the star pirate ship. After deducting the points spent on buying anti-ship missiles in the store, Yin Xiaonan also earned 2,450 points, which is not a loss. In addition, Yin Xiaonan also looted a total of 98.14 million star coins from the star pirates. Now she finally understood why the other party paid the ransom of 10 million without blinking an eye. The star pirates are indeed very rich. Of course, the most valuable of all the gains is the frigate. Although according to the system scan, the overall properties of this frigate from the star pirates are very poor. It should be a scrapped warship that the star pirates obtained through some illegal means and was transformed from an expired warship. Originally, this frigate could only be used as it was, and it was bombarded by Yin Xiaonan with anti-ship missiles. Now the cabin was covered with cracks of various sizes, and the power system was also damaged. It was a miracle that it could land smoothly on 627D. It was impossible to continue using it. But Yin Xiaonan didn't plan to continue using this star pirate ship. What she lacked more now was materials. She immediately disassembled the frigate with one click, and instantly obtained a lot of materials. The military school qualification competition is about to begin. This year, the military school qualification competition in UE Star region is hosted by K-29 Military School, and the venue is also on the Star Keston, where K-29 Military School is located. Yin Xiaonan feels that compared to buying tickets separately or hiring a private spaceship, it is definitely more convenient for the school to have its own spaceship. Now that he has the materials, Yin Xiaonan flipped through the system manufacturing page. The materials that can be decomposed from a medium-sized frigate are extremely limited, far from enough to manufacture a large warship like a cruiser. It seems that Yin Xiaonan's only choice is to build a frigate again. As for building a civilian spaceship, it was not within Yin Xiaonan's consideration. She hoped that the safety of the students would be better protected, especially after offending the Red Spider pirates. The frigate produced by the system was naturally not comparable to the modified ships that the pirates had put together. But Yin Xiaonan was still a little dissatisfied with the firepower and defense of the frigate. Alas, there were still not enough materials. Yin Xiaonan sighed, but suddenly turned to a special drawing and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. The battleship on the blueprint should be just a medium-sized frigate in terms of tonnage, but its various configurations are far beyond the specifications. For example, its main gun is a cluster laser cannon, rather than a general pulse laser cannon. And this type of laser cannon is generally only installed on battleships. For example, it uses stealth technology, which is extremely difficult to be detected by laser radar. Not to mention that it even has advanced equipment such as a jump scrambler, which can interfere with the navigation computer of the enemy ship, making it impossible to complete the space jump. Yin Xiaonan's eyes lit up. She repeatedly checked the preview of the battleship. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. After seeing such a special battleship, how could she still be interested in other frigates? She decided that this was the one. This battleship belongs to the same series as the Shui Air. Its full name is the Falcon-class special frigate. Although the materials are almost enough, Special invisible materials are needed to build this battleship. Yin Xiaonan directly chose to buy it in the system store. In fact, the store also sells finished warships. But the points required are far more than just buying invisible materials. After confirming the manufacturing, Yin Xiaonan turned to the construction page. Now that she has money, she can add new buildings to the school. Yin Xiaonan first decided to add some decorative buildings to the school. Many students have complained that the colors of the school buildings are too monotonous. It looks good, but it is also depressing after looking at it for a long time. Yin Xiaonan first chose to build a fountain pool in front of the teaching building, and then bought a building small garden to be placed next to the library. In addition, he also had to lay some beautiful floor tiles on the main road. And there must be lawns and street trees, just like farmland, gardens, lawns and other buildings. The system is only responsible for the exterior construction and provides soil conditioners and a full set of planting tools. Yin Xiaonan had to go to Star Online to buy some flower seeds and saplings. In this way, after a few months, when the flowers bloom, the school will be greatly changed. In addition to the decorative buildings, Yin Xiaonan also prepared for the rainy day by building a teaching building for the mechanical engineering major. As long as Wei Tianhe is willing to stay, she can recruit students majoring in mechanical engineering in the second half of this year. Of course, in order to allow Wei Tianhe to stay, Yin Xiaonan also chose to build an experimental center. This experimental center cost Yin Xiaonan 20 million star coins, but it was very worthwhile. It not only includes composite material laboratories, mechanical design rooms, technical testing rooms, mechanical process rooms and other laboratories, but also has extremely complete instruments and equipment, and even a holographic simulation experimental system. This simulation system allows the experimenter to conduct simulation experiments in a holographic environment, thus avoiding the waste of materials, and ensuring the personal safety of the experimenter in some extremely dangerous experiments. For a mecha engineer, the temptation of such a complete experimental center is unimaginable. Yin Xiaonan doesn't believe that Wei Tianhe can't be tempted by seeing these things. In fact, in the past few days, Wei Tianhe has greatly changed his opinion of the 627 military academy. He sat in on a few classes. He had no complaints about the teachers. He naturally respected veterans, like Bert and Jonah. Even Joel, who was younger, had been on the battlefield. He had been pestering Katie these days. It was rare to see a rare beast-shaped mecha, so he naturally wanted to study it carefully. But perhaps his overly enthusiastic eyes aroused Katie's vigilance. Katie did not want to let such a weirdo study her precious mecha. In addition to the teachers, Wei Tianhe also praised the school cafeteria. He often ordered a lot of junk food that his niece Ruby couldn't eat in front of her, and made exaggerated expressions while eating, which made Ruby very angry. He gradually felt that this school was not as bad as he thought. Should he respect his niece's own ideas? Just when Wei Tianhe was hesitant, the space pirates came. Then Wei Tianhe saw the school's strong protective shield that withstood the attack of laser weapons, and the anti-ship missiles launched into the sky like they were free. Wei Tianhe suspected that he was dreaming. Is this the strength that an uncertified military school can have? He suddenly felt that his niece's vision might be right. This school is not simple. Wei Tianhe finally decided not to force Ruby to transfer. After being out for so long, it's time for him to leave. Although he was a little regretful that he didn't trick Katie into researching the beast-shaped mecha. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Ruby? Yin Xiaonan looked at the person in front of him strangely. Why did this person suddenly plan to leave? Wei Tianhe shook his head. I won't disturb her study. He paused, and said sincerely to Yin Xiaonan, Thank you for the hospitality of Principal Yin these days. I had a stereotype before. Your school is very good in all aspects, whether it is teachers or students. I believe that this school will definitely achieve outstanding achievements in the future. Thank you for your good words. Yin Xiaonan raised his eyebrows and said, Are you really not going to stay for a while? Wei Tianhe sighed at the principal enthusiasm again in his heart, but still said, I have been out for a while. I'd better go back. Then can I ask you to do me a favor before you leave? Wei Tianhe was a little embarrassed by the school warm hospitality these days, and he immediately agreed. If you need any help, just tell me. Principal, I will definitely help if I can. Yin Xiaonan curled his lips. It's not a big deal. The school is building an experimental center for mechanical engineering recently. I think you are an expert. Can you give me some suggestions after the visit? Oh, the school is building an experimental center? Wei Tianhe was immediately interested when he heard Yin Xiaonan words. Yin Xiaonan nodded. The school will recruit students majoring in mechanical engineering in the second half of the year, so we naturally need to prepare all the supporting facilities. After following Yin Xiaonan to the location of the experimental center, Wei Tianhe was more certain that the school had great ambitions. Generally, only first-class military academies would build such a large experimental center. Of course, an experimental center is not just about having a large area. Yin Xiaonan took Wei Tianhe to visit the experimental center, and even let him try the holographic simulation experimental system. Wei Tianhe was extremely excited throughout the whole process, like a mouse visiting a rice warehouse. Mr. Wei, do you think there are any areas that need improvement in our school experimental center? Just feel free to give your suggestions. Don't worry about offending me. It was not until they left the experimental center and heard Yin Xiaonan question that Wei Tianhe woke up from his excitement. He suddenly realized that this experimental center had nothing to do with him. He was just asked to visit and give his suggestions. This experimental center is perfect. There is nothing that needs improvement. Wei Tianhe paused strangely, touched his nose. By the way, do you still need teachers here?